I could set you free, show you what this world could really be. Here with me, I could set you free of the pain and misery and let you be. Here with me, I could set you free. I could set you free. I could set you free, show you what this world could really be. Here with me, I could set you free of the pain and misery and let you be. Here with me, Show you what this world can really be. Here with me, I could set you free. Off the pain and misery and let you be. Here with me, I could set you free. I could set you free. I could set you free. Show you what this world can really be. Here with me, I could set you free. Off the pain and misery and let you be. Here with me, I could set you free. I could set you free.
Hey desire, burning like a fire. What you gonna do when it crumbles down? Watch it get higher, down to the wire. Will you let it burn till we almost drown? Higher, goodbye, honey, where do we lie? Where you're headed, am I going there too? I don't wanna ask why, wanna give this a try with you. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone, 'cause it's a big pill to swallow, but you won't do it on your own. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. I don't care what happens now, where we go, how far and how. If you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go. I won't let you go. I won't let you go. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone, 'cause it's a big pill to swallow, but you won't do it on your own. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. I don't care what happens now, where we go, how far and how. If you wanna go, I'll follow. Have you made your mind yet? Have you got your heart set? I don't wanna jump half-hearted. Gotta get your feet wet, gotta give what you get. I don't wanna finish where we started. Like the river flowing, tell me where we're going. Take me to a place that's brand new. Every second growing, time feels like it's slowing with you. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. It's a big pill to swallow, but you won't do it on your own. If you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. I don't care what
Justin Diamond, Alvin, let's go. I'm in the whip with authority, looking like Skyesports. She got a body, ayy. And she been calling me daddy lately. Want me to put her in Cartier's, and the deserve it. Put in work for the money, she earn it. Give me top every night, lip service. Never gotta block these, she worth it. I'm out in Abu Dhabi with a bad look like Skyesports. Ooh, right beside me in the phantom off that body, yeah. Abu Dhabi with a bad look like Skyesports. Ooh, right beside me in the phantom off that body, yeah. Abu Dhabi with a bad look like Skyesports. Ooh, right beside me in the phantom off that body, yeah. Abu Dhabi with a bad bitch look like Skyesports. Ooh, right beside me in the phantom off that body, yeah. Shorty a dancer with her OnlyFans, got a bands up. She independent, got a land truck, don't need no man, but I'll man up for that. Ooh, put it on camera, she a freak, nothing I can't handle. When I'm pulling up in that phantom, I got a poop wetter than Niagara. To my dog, I'm with the leash. Ain't no one holding me back, I'm a beast. Showing them off, all of my teeth. None of them with me in these streets. Ooh, Skyesports hit me in my DMs. I've been trying to meet up and see ya. I can fly you out to Abu Dhabi with a bad bitch look like Skyesports. Ooh, right beside me in the phantom off that body, yeah. Abu Dhabi with a bad bitch look like Skyesports. Ooh, right beside me in the phantom off that body, yeah. Abu Dhabi with a bad bitch look like Skyesports. Ooh, right beside me in the phantom off that body, yeah. Abu Dhabi with a bad bitch look like Skyesports. Ooh, right beside me in the phantom off that body, yeah. You take me to a place unknown. I wonder if I'll ever go. My thoughts just won't leave me alone. Give me the strength to carry on. I wanna show you love. I wanna feel your touch. I want it all, but I keep running away, running away. I wanna show you love. I want it all too much. I wish I could, but I just can't. I can't get over love. I wanna show you love. I wanna feel your touch. I want it all, but I keep running away, running away. I wanna show you love. I want it all too much. I wish I could, but I just can't. I can't get I wanna show you love. I wanna feel your touch. I want it all, but I keep running away, running away. I wanna show you love. I want it all too much. I wish I could, but I just can't. I can't get over love. I
Meet Ally, a brand new Windows gaming handheld from ROG. The ROG Ally allows you to play all your game libraries anytime, anywhere. Manage all of your games and key mappings in one place with Armory Crate. Powered by an AMD Ryzen Z1 Extreme processor, the ROG Ally puts the latest AAA games in the palm of your hand. A full HD 120Hz display with 500 nits of peak brightness lets beautiful graphics take center stage, even outdoors. Connect to the ROG XG Mobile for ultimate flexibility, keyboard and mouse for a classic PC gaming setup, or TV and controller gameplay. And for even more versatility, combine your Ally with other accessories from ROG. ROG Ally. All your games, anytime, anywhere.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up.
Way up. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up, way up. Yo, once I get a taste, then it's impossible to stop. Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up, way up.
Yo, crank that volume, crank that volume, crank that.
Crank that volume, turn it way up, way up. You'll crank that volume, turn it way up, way up.
Step into the arena. Where skill and camaraderie unite, champions rise. Scripting greatness through calculated moves. With the stage set, the symphony of gaming begins. A testament to valor, strategy, and the pursuit of victory. Welcome to the digital battleground where legends are born.
Bengaluru, Namaskara, Namma Bengaluru, Namaskara. How are you guys doing? Wow, that was loud. My name is Ravin. It's a pleasure to welcome all of you to the India's biggest esports tournament. This is Skyesports Masters 2023, powered by AMD Windows 11, co-powered by Flipkart, Peripherals Partner Zebronics, and broadcast partner Loco. Well, if you've been following the journey, you all know after intense cafe qualifiers and league stage battles, we are finally here at the playoffs with the best CS teams to bring you live action from the beautiful Koramangala Indoor Stadium. Thank you so much for turning up. Make some noise for yourself, Bengaluru. You guys are absolutely incredible. Well, before we kickstart this beautiful morning, I would like to thank all of you once again. Thank all the partners, and especially everybody who's right here in the stadium and everybody online as well. Bengaluru, are you ready for the battle of the year? If you are ready, make some noise! Well, that's more like it. Please welcome the legends of this very stage and the playoffs. Put your hands together and welcome Team 7C! We got Bhavi, Cyclone, Dice Dealer, Elvis, and Benzene. You gotta make some noise for my boys here on the stage. Come on, people. I've got a mic for you guys. Well, before we actually get to the business end of things, wanted to have a quick chat with all of you. We've got some fantastic journey that we've seen in the leagues, and the playoffs are about to happen. You've had a rough journey, let me put it that way. Last do-or-die match, again, God's rain. That was something. I mean, it looked like that is going down to the wire, and actually did. So how do you look back at your playoff journey, if anybody can shed some light on that? Can we have the mic on for my man here? Yes?
I think the league stage was a bit of a disappointment for us. I think given our form, we should have dominated. But we were a little bit unlucky in some of the matches. And now we are here to change that. I don't think there's any team that can defeat us. And the semi-final should be an easy win.
Well, that's confidence, isn't it? Elvis, you've been the backbone of the team. Stepped up when it mattered the most. I've had a lot of fans ask me, what can we expect from Elvis today?
From us?
Yeah, from you specifically, of course, from the team as well.
You can expect me to keep swinging and kill everyone. Yeah. What else?
That's it?
Yeah,
a man of few words. I'm presuming you'll see all the action happen. I'll take the mic now and I'll let you settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, 7C Esports, can you all make some noise? Which side are you sitting, guys? Super stuff. So that's 7C Esports, and after this, so we'll be moving on to our second semi-finalist. But before we get to that, we've had a fantastic journey, and it's the amalgamation point. Tomorrow we've got the finals happening, and I'm absolutely sure that there are so many people out there who are looking for our influencer matchups that'll be coming up later today. Thank you so much once again to all the partners. We've got Flipkart on that side, Zebronics on that side, of course. It was not possible without AMD Windows 11 and our broadcast partner Loco, who's streaming us all throughout the world. We've got all eyes, not just in India. Of course, we've got European audiences coming in and audiences from everywhere out there. But nothing compares to the Bengaluru crowd. Isn't that right, Bengaluru? Yeah, 3 people talking to me. Thank you so much. Don't be like my ex-girlfriend. Talk back to me. That'll be a good moment for all of us to get to it. All right. So what I want to do is, I really want all of you to welcome on stage Revenant Esports. Give it up for Spawn, Fired Up, SK Wow, Enable, and Gump coming up on the stage. Boys, wow, we've got some entrance for you, haven't we? There's the mic for you guys. So we've seen something extraordinary in this league stage, and that is Gump. You've got the highest ADR, but not the highest skills. Fired Up has the highest skills. And we've got the proper entrance now. Ladies and gentlemen, Revenant Esports, can we all make some noise for them once again? Come on. Okay, let me quickly get into it. Gump, highest ADR, but then again, we've got something of a situation here because Fired Up has highest skills. Between the two of you, who do you think is the better player? So I'm not asking this, somebody else did.
I mean, I think Fired Up has like greater impact than me on the AWP. He has the expensive weapons, so you know, if he's not having higher impact than me, then I think something's wrong, that's for sure.
All right, Fired Up, everybody knows out here. Yeah, my man is enjoying his music, I like that. Can you pass the mic to Fired Up? Brother, I see a lot of fans out there, right? A lot of fans. And they all know that you're the best AWPer, hands down. You've got the highest skills. That is the testament to the fact. Revan from God's Rain would like to have a word with you backstage. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Seriously, how are you pulling off these amazing performances consistently? We want to know that.
I think my team trusts me. Yeah, they trust me a lot.
अच्छा ठीक है अपनी पब्लिक के लिए एक बार शोर तो मचा दो. Come on, make some noise for a man right here. Fired Up people. Thank you so much. I believe we can do a little bit better on the sound here. Can I please have both the teams step up in the center? If you can come here to my right, if you can take a step towards the right side of the stage. And I would like to request 7C Esports to kindly join me on the stage as well. I've got a question for both the teams, one question each, and then we'll get down to the business end of things. You can keep the mic with you. Boys, if I can have you here, join me on the stage. Thank you. All right. One question and one question only. A little bit controversial, but I need to do this one outright. 7C, Revenant, pick one, the strongest and the weakest in the opposition. Goes for both of you. The strongest player and the weakest player according to you in the opposition team. I'll let you start.
I think Fired Up is the strongest opponent. And I think Enable is the weakest.
Yeah.
Woohoo! All right. Things are getting heated up.
Mine is Dazila is the strongest. And I think Benzin is the weakest. I mean, wait.
You want to keep the mic?
Elvis. Oh, Elvis.
You want to keep the mic a little closer so that everybody can hear.
No, I think Dazila is the strongest and the weakest is Elvis.
I love the fact that you asked for what's his name, Elvis, man. That was outright offense, okay? That's not happening. All right, thank you so much. I'll let the IGL stay back with me and both the teams to kindly go back to their stations. Padi, Anufado.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Firstly, of course, we've got both these amazing IGLs here. I would start with 7C Bhavi. Well, we all know you're the only one fragging with AWP, probably the best strategist the game has ever seen. That's what people say. How does it feel, and how do you actually pull this off, being the IGL and AWPer at the same time? Does it impact your gameplay?
No, I think it doesn't, because I used to be AWPer back in the days, so yeah, it doesn't matter for me.
And I mean, when you're just doing one role for the team, and when you are actually holding two bases, does that really put a bit of extra pressure on you while you're playing?
Yeah, it does. Because sometimes I need to call and sometimes I need to micromanage my player, so I can't focus on my AWP.
And how do you deal with this pressure, man? Because, you know, big stages like this, a lot of people, a lot of fans watching. How do you actually cope with all that pressure that comes along with these big tournaments?
Yeah, I've been here like a couple of times, so it's fine for me.
I love it. All right, I'll let you pass on the mic to my man here, Spawn. From lead entry to IGL, taking 7C to new heights. Now, I've got this question. Gump was the IGL earlier, and we've seen you heading the team now. What was happening? What was the reason behind the whole change-up?
I think we got very less time in the start of the game. We went for a tournament in Riyadh. So we went back, so we were facing against them only. And we had only one day to practice. So Gump was the IGL as we took him that role. But the thing was like, I better know the Indian players from 5 years I'm playing with them. So I just tell him, you take less stress, focus on your game, let me do that role, and I can even entry for and I can pass out the info on you guys. So he said, okay, so like we won 4 in a row then. So they all trusted me and then trusting me now as well. So I believe that I'm doing the role good now.
All right, I mean, I have to put it out there. What can we expect from this match? Who's going to go and get to that coveted trophy an inch closer? If I can take predictions, I know you're going to take your team, but do you give them any chances as opponents in this one?
I think they are like the youngsters, you can say, but I trust, like I can believe that they can perform very good because they work very hard, and that's the reason I respect them a lot, because I like hard-working like athletes in India, and they are one of the teams. I can say all 5 bunch of the players work very hard. So yes, if they are prepared, they might.
Ooh, isn't that chivalrous of you? Same question to you. I mean, I understand you all have been through a long journey, and finally the top teams have come to the surface. But given the contest that we have here, what chances do you give your opponents in getting ahead of you in this contest?
Honestly, it's going to be anyone's game.
Huh?
I think Revenant is playing some good Counter-Strike now, so I think it's 50-50. Anyone can win it.
Well, that's more or less it from the stage. I'll take the mic, the IGL's handshake to officiate this tournament. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, make some noise for Revenant Esports. Give it up for 7C Esports. Bangalore, are you ready for India's biggest esports tournaments, the semi-finals of Skyesports Masters? Let's do this. Over to analysts to take this further action forward.
Floki, and right at the end is going to be talks. But before we start off with talks, I want to ask Floki. You've been all the way from Mumbai, you're down here. We've been sharing the desk for quite some time. Finally, the LAN is happening. Kormangla Indoor Stadium. Everybody said the audience have come down. Teams are ready. But before that, I want to ask you, how are you feeling in the stadium?
Oh man, I entered the stadium and my hands started shaking. You know, usually my hands are very stable, but I was like, oh my God, that is a big stage. It's a big stadium. And if you're watching at home, what the hell are you doing? Get your ass here at the stadium. Bangalore, make some noise!
I think so, they are. Everybody is super duper excited because this is the biggest, right? One of the biggest for the esports world in its entirety. And I think today is going to mark a day where we're going to be etching that for our time, it'll be remembered in the Indian circuit. Not just in India, I think it will be in the South Asian circuit as well. But now we'll head over to the man who's flown down from a long way across. A big flight that he taken. Talks, how are you feeling all the way down in Bangalore? This time as an analyst, but previously you came in as a player. What's the difference?
I mean, it's been a long time since I've been here now. You're talking about 7 years, but I came here as a player and I was crowned as a champion. And now I come back as an analyst, and we're gonna crown a new champion. So it's deja vu. It's a nice feeling. I've been, welcomed. There was lots of friendly people. Lots of people have been approaching me, talking to me, and vice versa. So it's always been. There's a special place in my heart for India and the memories that I've created here. So right now it's a new era, new players. I mean, most of the players I played against either switched or retired. So we're going to look at the new CS, we're going to look at the new play styles, and I think looking at the statistics of all the teams participating here, it's going to be very close, but I'm really excited for that.
Yeah, I think one thing you just mentioned, right? 7 years back you came, there was a different set of players. We're going to see them here today as well. Yes, these are the pro matches that we're going to have on hands. 4 big teams. They're going to be a champion at the end of August 27th. But before that, we have our creators as well who will be joining in very soon. We are going to be having the show matches. And as you said, the players that you had seen, Deathmaker, Xkali, all of them will be coming here down and they'll be reliving it. So how do you think about that? This is not just the showdown of CSGO, it's revival, but also at the time that it is for everybody who who enjoys and loves gaming, a place to kind of come together and relive it again.
I mean, I entered the esports scene as a spectator, right? I was the one going out in the crowd, watching all of these matches and thinking to myself, man, I wonder where this industry is going to go one day. And here we are, at Koramangala Stadium. So I think it's been a very long and a very fantastic journey. I've enjoyed the fact that I got to see all of these tournaments over the years, but nothing of this scale. I think this is a first for everyone over here to see a 2 crore rupee prize pool tournament happening right here. And yeah, we're going to crown some new champions, like you said, Talks. And those players that I saw back in the day, Xcali, Deathmaker, all the likes, they're going to be here as well, but they are also going to be spectating. And they're going to be watching some new champions being crowned. I wonder if that makes you feel like you're more in the old boys club, or if you feel like you identify with the younger blood, it makes you want to go out there and play some more.
I mean, definitely, before coming here and when I was doing the preparation for this tournament, I got that feeling, I wanted to play, I wanted to join these players. And it's, once you're a gamer, you can't get the gamer out of you. So it's so nice being here. It's Sky Esports have done a great job by inviting all these content creators. This is the most I've seen in terms of content creators, so it's crazy, really. And you look at the lineup of 7C, I think this is a team that also struggled coming to this stage, but this is a team with the best average percentage of winning, so they're always like at the medium average. They're not high winning percentage, but also not very low. So I think it's going to be a very interesting matchup here. You look at the graphics. This is beautiful to see right here in India, in Bangalore. This is my first visit here as well. I think, in general, like I was mentioning, the content creators being here, supporting this event, very huge step, very huge milestone for India and South Asia. So I'm just happy being here.
I agree with you. I think we've been looking forward for this. For now, for the audience to know, it's been like 2 or 3 months. But the team working on ground, they've been close to an year, right? I know it from 10 months when this was conceptualized, and from there on that we are right now seeing it here on LAN. And now we finally have these 4 teams, out of which 2 teams are going to be performing. And we are going to see who's going to qualify. Now again, when we come back to the Skyesports Masters 2023 to see how the journey is going to be, there was a double round robin stage which started for the 8 franchise team. But before that we had 20 cafe qualifiers, out of which we had star players coming out. But now when we are coming down to LAN, out of the 8 franchise team we just have 4. And this game is no more a double chance. There's no safety nets, right? There's going to be single elimination. Whoever wins becomes the grand finalist, the first grand finalist. So what are your thoughts about it, that we have just 2 days to get a CSGO champion, that too for such a big stage in a stadium?
I think Talks can verify what I'm about to say, but having a double elimination bracket, you were talking about it earlier, you mentioned to me that there's some sort of safety net going into the lower bracket, so even if you end up not winning out your first best 3, you end up feeling out the environment, feeling out the venue, and then at some point, once you get your initial few frags, once you actually put up a good performance, that sort of, how should I say this, the hesitant, the fact that you're feeling a little nervous, the jitters, they all tend to go away after that. But a single elimination bracket, what do you think is more important over here? Skill as an individual, your bonding as a team, or your ability to handle pressure?
I mean, all of the above, but obviously the mental state is quite important. Getting into the LAN, hearing the crowd cheering for you, and also once you're in that position and you start feeling the pressure, your heart beating so fast, you need that. I mentioned you need that 2K, 3K to get going. That pistol round is quite crucial, not only to get the round, but also to get into the momentum, to break that, that fear you have on being on a LAN on a big stage. And I asked you this question before, if these guys played LAN before on a huge stage, and maybe individually they have, but as a team, this could be a new experience for them. You just need to shake off that pressure, and I think once you have that done, it's all good. But as I mentioned, single elimination, best of 3, you only have 2 or 3 chances, so you need to give it all you got.
Yeah, I think the mental game is going to be really important going into this one, and I think that's sort of where Revenant has an edge, because Revenant players have been around for donkey's years now. I remember the name SK Wow, I remember the name Spawn. These guys have been playing for a long, long time. Fired Up as well. Gump, everyone on the team has had a lot of experience, and I think especially in a single elimination bracket, that's got to count for something. So for 7C's sake, I hope that even if they do end up dropping a map, I do think it's going to be Revenant taking the win, by the way, spoiler alert. But I do think even if 7C's end up dropping a map, they should be able to come back into this one, and they should be able to get their head back in the game on the second map. Just get rid of the nervousness, just get rid of all of that jitters, the nervous energy in the first one, and just get your mind in the game in the second one.
Now that we have spoken about the overview of what's been happening and what these teams have been doing, their journey, right? It's a good time to break down the map, Vito, as we have it right in front of our screens. Right? I think There's going to be one surprise, yes, but before that, let's talk about Ancient, which 7C have made a pick with it. They've seen fairly very familiar. They've gotten their good clutches, and we were also talking about initially Elvis, right on stage. He has been that crucial player who brings the game back. So with the first pick on Ancient, what are your thoughts with 7C looking good? You mentioned, right, if they even lose a map, I think they have chances of coming back. But with Ancient starting off and then Mirage, where's the balance?
It's a little rough. I think the veto does slightly favor Revenant, but I would say that it was a little weird that Revenant chose to ban out Anubis. I think it'd be a complete confidence move to leave Anubis in and face the side of 7C head on, instead ban out Inferno. But again, it's just what I believe. I mean, we got a man who's been playing the game for a while. He came to India, played as a professional player, so I'm sure he has a much better idea of what the veto is all about.
I think the Ancient pick is very, very risky because both of these teams have a very low percentage of winning that map. But then the surprise to me was 7C picking Mirage because that is the map that Revenant hasn't lost to. So they have a 100% win rate on Mirage. So seeing 7C picking Mirage is very scary to me for 7C, and I think losing Ancient, I think if Revenant wins Ancient, they're gonna win 2-0 because on Mirage, Revenant are very scary. But also it's one of the good maps for 7C, so if it somehow goes to a third map, I think Inferno, I mean, speaking about Inferno, it's the most played map throughout this tournament, so I think both teams will be comfortable coming in Inferno. Both teams have very good chances of winning the map, but I think if Revenant loses Mirage, I think that's it. I think that's going to be tough to come back from. Oh, wow. But I mean, you've seen the rosters, you've seen now the teams cheering and going back into the seats. This is quite important. This aspect before getting into a match, going together, that group talk and cheering, it's very, very important, not only for your team, but the team against you. You gotta show the team against you that we're a unit. We're here to win. But look at this now. You're looking at Revenant now. Maybe they did it before. I didn't see, but they're all set and all ready for the game. I think this is a mental war before it's a technical and mechanical one. So once you start and you huddle and you do all of that, not only you get pumped, but also you make your opponents a bit fearful.
Yeah, the mental edge is going to be big for the side of 7C because again, you just showed the enemy team that, hey, you know what, we're together. Before the match even starts, you're already trying to get in their head. Revenant, on the other hand, like you mentioned, sat down. So I'm not sure what's going on in their camp. Perhaps individually they feel very confident. They feel like, hey, you know what, guys, you have your group huddles and everything. Yeah, that's super cute. Let's see what happens on the server. Maybe that's where they're coming from. But it remains to be seen. I'm a sucker for good team play. I always prefer that over watching individual Counter-Strike, just watching somebody frag out of his mind. But speaking of people who frag out of their mind, Cyclone F has been one of those players. Time and time again, if the side of 7C have ever been in a rough spot, he stepped up to the plate, he's got the momentum back in their favor, and that enables the entirety of 7C's.
I think as a team, we were talking about it, you both mentioned, right, the win percentage is not that great, but both the teams have fairly comfortable on Ancient. But I think there's one odds that I kind of look into is going to be Mirage. The one confident move that I would say that 7C might have is because they've taken down Marcos on Mirage. And we all know for a fact, right, Marcos as a team in the entire league stage have dominated their way. They've just had 3 losses compared to anybody else. But I want quick picks from you guys. On Ancient, who do you think, if he pops off or performs, the team is going to win? Starting with you, Tokes.
I mean, I might go for 7C here on Ancient. I believe they have... Even though if you look at the player, I think it's definitely Cyclone. This guy has been on fire. I think there's... it's going to depend, really. But Cyclone has been one of the best players in this tournament. And one thing to note is that 7C has the highest amount of rounds won throughout this whole season. So they're a team that likes to win rounds, but they also have a problem with losing lots of rounds. But at the same time, on the opposing team, you have Revenant, who are the team that won the least rounds. So it's a matchup between who won the most against who won the least. So I think it's going to be tough. Ancient is a very tough map to analyze, especially with both teams going through that, one of the weakest maps. So it's a very tricky, but I think a smart pick for 7C in case they won.
Yeah. Coming to you, who are your 2 picks from either team?
Oh, well, players, I think Cyclone F is the obvious answer, but I'm actually going to take a curveball because Talks actually took up Cyclone F, right? I think Dice Stealer, if he starts to pop off, the game is over. I think Dice Stealer, when he's fragging out of his mind, it's so invigorating watching your entry guy get a frag, get another frag. Even though he dies, you get the trade, you get the side. It completely shatters the morale of the enemy team. Revenant, on the other hand, the person I'm going to be looking out for is going to be Gump, because Gump has been one of the players who, despite not having the highest kills, does have the highest ADR. So he does do a lot of utility damage. This man is also responsible for just doing all the dirty work on his team. And I think how much Gump is able to do is going to set up Fired Up and the rest of the squad for success. So yeah, I hope for their sake that Gump is just able to put it all on his shoulders, go about getting the information and those lurks.
I think as of now, as you both gave your picks, right, we did in detail talk about 7C Esports. But it's again, initially you mentioned if Revenant get this map, it is going to be likelier 2-0. Because again, I think Revenant's chances, as we've seen their previous record as well, they've not played a lot on Mirage, right? So they can make use of it today and put their, I would say, 2-0 game on cards. Coming into them, you already mentioned about the player Gump, and I think the role switch up that he had initially, the IGL, and now that he's been the secondary caller and Spawn has taken up and understood how the team entirely plays, right? It has led not just Fired Up, that man is just goddamn insane, right? He's been putting numbers on servers where everybody is left in awe. So today, what do you think Fired Up as a player is going to be doing?
I mean, just, wait for him to get his hands on the AWP. That's what I think. What about you?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've seen throughout, the top fraggers in this tournament are all OPers, mainly OPers. So that's a good and a bad thing. The good thing is we have lots of good OPers. The bad thing is you're giving lots of picks for the OPs, which is a problem because if you get easy picks, if you give easy picks to the OPer, that means he can control the map, especially on maps where OPing is quite crucial. And Mirage, we're going to see that often. And I think Ancient, if that OPer keeps switching from A to B, I think that's going to be quite important as well. But I mean, Ancient is all out, Fired Up. This guy, if he lives up to his name, I think it's going to be a big problem for 7C.
I think so too. I think they've been doing a wonderful stuff as a team as well. Their journey, which we can see right in front of the screens. They even mentioned, right, when they started off, it did not look likely. And even when we started the league, when we were kind of seeing the players by name, we did say Revenant as a squad, right, on paper look like they're the best. But it was not the start. It was not the likely start that they wanted. But I think overall picture for them has been great while they were about to end the tournament. Ended up at the second spot, right below Marco. So right now they're in a very likely spot that they wanted to be in, I would say, right? And now coming against them is 7C Esports. We spoke about them, even was mentioned that they just qualified before that last game that happened. It was dicey. If they lose, if they kind of got eliminated over there, it would have been a different team in its whole. So I want to ask you, with 7C's performance, you mentioned about it in the start, right? They had a balanced performance. It has been 50-50 throughout the journey. Do you think that 50-50 will give them that balance to stand tall today?
I think it's going to be tough. The shaky start and then having to be here on the stage, qualifying. They needed to win the last week, two maps. They need to win 2 games. One of them was against Enigma, was a direct competitor. So I think that gives them they gave them a high motivation and pumped them up really to come here. And I think that works in their favor. Revenant, being maybe the second team here that has a strong map pool. So I think they're more on the comfortable side, but that comfortable zone, it could be breaking very fast. So they need to be very careful because if 7C, like you mentioned, the team with the most rounds, if they get fired up and if they break that curse of that pressure on LAN, so I think 7C could be explosive on Ancient.
Well, I want to pose a question to you, Talks, if that's fine. So let's say you're the one playing LAN right now. Where would you rather be? Would you rather be the team that's on the edge of their seat, that's just eager and itching to play, or would you rather be the guys who's experienced, comfortable, getting their head in the game, know what they have to do? Which team would you rather be on mentally?
That's a tough one. I would rather be, so I would be the guy on the edge. I would like to be on the edge. So I would be the team that I would be on 7C's side on it, like their storyline, because when I came here to India in 2016. We lost the first map. We went straight to loser bracket, and then we had to re-evaluate everything. We came to the tournament, we were so comfortable, we were like, this is going to be an easy ride for us. And then we got dropped. It was Kibble. I love that map. But I hated it that time because they dropped us to loser bracket, and we were like, whoa, what happened here? It was a shock to us. And then we came back to the hotel. We were all mad at each other. We were like, whoa, what happened? All these mistakes. So that's why when you're on the comfortable side, sometimes that overconfidence, and I think we had that, could hurt you, and it backfired on us. So I would rather be on the other side of that because the team that beat us, they got so excited. They did reach the quarterfinal, and then we beat them very hard.
Yeah, that's really good. I mean, I think just being on the side that's on the edge, I think I would rather be on that team as well. I think a lot of players tend to slip into this comfort zone, like Talks rightfully mentioned. And even for the established players, right? Once you're in that comfort zone and you get shaken, you get rattled up, then it starts to become more a question of, how much do you really believe in yourself, in your abilities? And are you able to just stay calm while things are just not going according to plan? Or do you explode on your teammates and do you just, take the mental energy down, the communication drops, everything just, gets blown to bits? And yeah, I mean, I would like to be on the team that's on the edge, but that about sums up my thoughts. I mean, I do want to take your job a little bit over here, and I want to ask you, if you had to pick a scoreline, who do you think it would go to and why?
So it really depends on Ancient. If 7C wins it, I think it's going to be 2-1 for 7C. If Revenant takes it, I think it's going to be 2-0. But I think this Ancient map is going to be a 16-13, 16-4 scoreline. I don't think it's going to be one-sided, definitely not. And I think both teams have strong T side, but very weak CT side. So I think whoever takes a lot of rounds of the CT side on Ancient, I think they have the slight edge here, but we're going to have to see how it starts. It's all in the beginnings. If they started off well, whoever it is, either of the teams, so I think they're going to have a good time. Otherwise, if you lose the pistol, use the anti-pistol, you're going to have a very hard time, especially with the crowd here pumping up and, cheering for the other team. It's going to be stressful.
Okay, let's break it down and keep it simple, right? Show of hands, do you think it's going to be a 2-0 or 2-1? 2-1, show of hands. Okay, we have Talks is going for a 2-0. Whether it's going to be 7C or Revenant, we are going to see it. But I have this thought that kind of came into me where I wanted to understand both these teams, right? They've given it their all, even in the league stage, as the map pool also. Initially, when we saw, it was very Inferno, Overpass, and Ancient. These were the three maps it was revolving. And over the time, I think Overpass kind of started moving out along with Inferno, and we started seeing Anubis come into the play, Vertigo slowly chime in, right? And now with today being Ancient as well as Mirage coming into play, it looks nice. And as we kind of spoke to initially with the teams, they did mention, right, we are kind of trying to hide some stuff. But do you think there is Revenant or 7C? Who's hiding it better?
I think Revenant still have a couple of secret weapons in their back that they haven't revealed yet. Towards the end, they mentioned they'd mentioned in an interview that they were saving Mirage for the very end so that teams wouldn't be wary of the fact that there's another map that they can play. And I think that made the veto very interesting. But coming back to the veto, I sort of think Revenant shot themselves in the foot by banning out Anubis. I think they're just a better team on that map. Maybe 7C have a different way of playing it now, given the fact that they've played this map so often. But what do you think? What do you think about just banning a map that you're really good on? Is that something you ever do as a player? And if you do, why?
Yeah, sometimes it just depends on your opponent. So if you are comfortable with, let's say, Anubis, but your opponent's also comfortable Anubis, sometimes it's better to go for the weaker map for your opponent. That's a safer pick, let's say. So if you go for the strong map, which is Mirage here in this case, I think it's a bit risky because both of the teams are comfortable on Mirage. So I would rather go for a weaker map from my opponent's side and be a bit more comfortable, but also that depends. If it's their weaker map, but also one of your weakest map, then you go for a full risk. So it's really a mental state, and I think you asked about the mental state and who would be more comfortable, with the map picks here. I think 7C they were playing last, so Revenant managed to see their maps, they managed to see their games. Now I don't know how much preparation they put after that last week, but if 7C needs to win this, they need to have some hiding, some of their strats, up their sleeves.
I agree. I think right now we're looking forward to those hidden strategies that these teams come up with and kind of look forward to throwing their opponents off guard. Is it going to happen or not? We're going to see. As you can see, they're zoned in, ready. They'll be jumping in and we're going to kick it off live and our casters will take it away. But before we do that, right, there's one thing that I've seen throughout the tournament which has been something that teams continuously have worked on. That is the CT side. From the start of the tournament, CT side has not been great for any teams, right? What is your two picks today? Is it going to be any different or still is going to be different?
I think it's going to be the same. CT side is always a nightmare for all the teams. I think, especially when you don't get too much international experience and you get to improve your CT, I think it's going to be tough. So, I think they're going to keep the same momentum.
What about you, Floki?
I have no idea. I'm just going to wait for the match to come and prove me wrong, because anything I say, it's all going to be hogwash until we watch the map being played out.
Let's see what happens, because we have our teams ready. They're about to kick it off, but so are our casters. Blay and Dinko, take it away.
it's great to be here in India, Blair. It's great to come to your hometown as well. We get some Counter-Strike here as well. We've done events all over the world together, but we've come here now to India, and I'm excited to see what you guys have to offer in this country.
Yeah, it's been like, I think it's been like five years since I've ever had a chance to like really do an event here in India, so that's really cool to come back home, and it's in our hometown, and we're actually getting to see some Counter-Strike. A lot of these teams, a lot of the players I really don't know much about as well, so for me, I'm kind of like figuring it out and learning as you are as well.
Exactly. Like usually when we are preparing for events, you have a plethora of interviews or statistics you can look at in preparation. But the exciting part about this event is it's creating a new environment to develop new players, right? And so there isn't a lot of interviews. There isn't a lot of tournaments to look back on for some of these guys. And so when you look at the stage they're playing on as one of their first LAN events, it's got to be impressive, but you also got to feel a bit of nerves when you're up there.
You have to feel a bit of nerves, right? Some of these guys, this might be the biggest stage, so to speak, that I've ever played on as well. And I do know a couple of these players. Gum, for example, I've seen him play in Chiefs like a couple of years back. It's crazy how young he's still only 19, and I've been following a little bit of Australian scene as well. I've seen him play since 2020, 2021. So to see him coming all the way from Australia playing here in India, it is kind of wild how esports is. But yeah, a lot of nerves. I did mention, like I think Talks mentioned as well, that when it comes to LAN, it's a single elim. You might have played it fantastically in the group stage, but when it comes to playing where there's no margin for error, that's where you can kind of mess it up.
You kind of gone from having a huge format that allows you to play so many games to improve to having one best of three and the whole tournament falls apart, or it's made in this best of three. And you coming in as a team, I like what Talk said on the desk. It was about the fact when you have a favorite title on you, when you have the expectations to be that better team, you sometimes put that extra pressure on yourself to perform. And so when things start to go wrong a little bit, you start to really get in your own head. You start to make more mistakes. Maybe some frustrations break out in the team, and conversations and arguments can begin. And so maybe that from that perspective, you could see 7C get into the mud, turn it into a really dirty game, and maybe take this best of three away and upset one of the favorites for the tournament.
Yeah, I think 7Cs have been a pretty big surprise overall, right? It looked like they probably were not going to make it, but in the end they had to, they basically dictated their own fate, which they won the final two games, made it all the way through over here. A couple of bigger names potentially getting upset by them. Enigma comes to mind. I think that was a big surprise, right? We had players like Raffleco and your Wombat who had come in from Australia, and they had a great start to the tournament, and then eventually not making it to LAN. So for 7C, they have basically nothing to lose. You're not the favorites over here. Just go all gung-ho and try and shock and awe Revenant and take them down.
Yeah, absolutely. We talk about a player fired up, right? A lot of pundits in the Indian Counter-Strike scene will say he's one of the best players in the region. I think you can definitely say through looking out his games, he's perhaps not punished by utility enough, and so therefore he's able to get these big multi-kill rounds throughout the game. And I feel like when you're going into a stage like this is where nades can be missed. When you have that pressure, you can miss a few flashes, you forget some of the setups. And so this is where if he's not feeling the pressure, if he's able to be comfortable up there on that stage, he might be able to take over the server, because we've seen it too many times. When you have a star AWPer, they can really show up and take over.
I think just to bounce off that as well, I feel like the team, I won't lie, I feel like the team is going to take the first map and just going to take the series 2-0.
I feel like that is the case as well.
Right? It's just a momentum going their way. They get the first map win, and suddenly you're like, hey, like this is easy. We got it done, right? But there's also the possibility it's going to be a messy first map. It's going to be nerves all over, a lot of mistakes being made, a lot of flashes, smokes being missed perhaps. Comms are different. It's on LAN. You have a big crowd as well. So yeah, it's a whole different ball game from playing in your cafe or in your player room back in your gaming house.
Yeah, my man at the front of the crowd there had the Dwayne Johnson, the Rock outfit on, the black turtleneck with the gold chain. He's bowling out there in the crowd, and there is actually quite a crowd forming out there at the moment as well. And so it's good to see everybody here, and obviously getting into the action. I'm sure when we're here in India, we talk about the Counter-Strike scene. There's probably no one better to talk to about that than you. So let's look at the scene overall in India, right? This isn't the most popular game in India, right? We usually have like PUBG Mobile comes in. We're going to see a lot of other games here at this convention. So how important is an event like this at sort of building that next generation and interest in younger people to get involved in Counter-Strike?
I think it's massive, right? Like the fact that you have an event like this and you get to see players which I have not had an opportunity to watch, right? So it's really good to see new blood coming out. Like you pointed out, players like Fired Up. I really didn't know much about this guy coming to this event. And if we are able to kind of like nurture and find new talent with CS2 on the horizon, and let's be real, Counter-Strike, it's the best game on the goddamn planet in the past 20 years. It's still going to be the best game for the next 10 to 20 years as well. So I personally have a vested interest and a selfish interest in seeing new players coming in, new talent coming in, and potentially maybe, have a our own Bentet coming out from India.
That would be incredible to see. And I mean, we've seen on the other side of things, right? You know, we've seen SK Rossi rise up a little bit. Maybe he's come on the come down at the moment with some of the recent news. But there is definitely talent in this country. And you know, obviously having such a large population, it's just about trying to find that needle in a haystack sometimes. So great to have these events just to try and shine a light on those individuals. And what an event Skyesports have put on here. So everything's looking very professional and ready to get going. I'm just excited to get into the map, get into the action, because I feel like we're only a few moments away.
Yeah, I would love to jump straight into the game here. I do believe map number 1 is going to be Ancient. That is a pick coming from 7C. And listening to our esteemed analysts, you know, Floki and Talks both mentioning how Ancient is an interesting pick. You know, it can be pretty rough, especially the CT sides. And I can actually answer why the CT sides have been a bit of a struggle bus for a lot of these teams, right? CT sides, again, a lot of these rosters playing in the Skyesports Masters are new lineups coming in. And the T side is kind of easy. Like, you have a game plan, you know what you're going to be doing in the round. IGL calls it, hey, we're going to default, or we're just going to be rushing a side. It's more, I'm simplifying things a lot, but it's more straightforward. CD side, it requires way more comms, way more, you know, ability to kind of delegate IGLing, so to speak, in your team. And considering how new some of these teams are, it's going to be much harder. So Ancient coming in, knowing the way that map is, also the fact it's not been really played too much so far in the league stage, it could be a bit of a cluster bus. I don't know if that's a real word, but it's a cluster bus.
I like it. It's your word, Bly. You've made it up. And I think it's a great one. We should add that to the dictionary. But I think it's quite interesting to see which level we're going to see these teams play at when it comes to Ancient, because are we going to see those instant red smokes? If we do, and they have those available, then that changes the game completely for the T side, right? It gives them a massive advantage when you can select any of the optional spawn points and be able to throw red smoke out straight away, right? It changes how the game is played. The T side get mid-control really quickly, and then it throws the CTs into disarray. How do you react to that situation when you get smoked out red every time and you're losing mid over and over again? What are some of the different looks that you can throw in? And Talk's mentioning how both teams have a relatively weak CT side. I feel whoever starts T side has a massive advantage, because it's going to allow them to, first of all, rack up the rounds, first of all, and then also just settle into the stage more comfortably. And when you're on the back foot getting pounded by the T side, you're going to start to feel your confidence fall away. You're going to feel like you're in the ditch.
Speaking of pounding, you were pounding the food last night.
I was.
You're really enjoying the curry.
You know, it was incredible. It was the best curry I've ever had in my life, Blah.
And it was a nightclub.
And it was a nightclub.
Yeah, that was fun. I mean,
know what?
It just goes to show, like, EU, Indian food, it's
they just
terrible.
don't do it very well.
It's so depressing.
Even if they're like Indian immigrants, it feels like they have to water it down a little bit.
They have to cater it to the local
audience.
Like, even Pala, it's like, no, it's as good as it is, you know, in the UK. It's not Pala. It's really not Pala. Shout out Pala that one time.
He's lying.
Although Maui is he's in a Bangladeshi place right now having some food, so shout out Maui as well.
Yeah.
He's experiencing life in New York.
Yeah, plenty of great food available, and I'm sure I'll try more and more of it. So if you guys have any recommendations.
You've been here for like 15 hours and
yeah, I've only been here for a little short while actually, haven't I?
How was your journey? You had to fly all the way from Dublin. Your flight got delayed. You had to lay over in Abu Dhabi. Showed up yesterday.
Man, I've had a world tour really. I started in Ireland. I had to take a 2-hour bus to the airport. Then my flight was delayed, so I was waiting at the airport for 4 hours. Then I took a flight. Actually, when I got on the plane, it was delayed while I was on the runway. So then it's like an 8-hour flight on top of that, sitting in economy, just, you know.
But you got a business upgrade flying into
I got a
Bangalore.
premium upgrade.
We take those.
It's a fantastic upgrade. And yeah, I had a night in Abu Dhabi. You know, I was experiencing the world coming for this event, and now I finally arrived. I thought the day would never come, but I've made it to Bangalore, and you were there waiting for me at the airport. Wonderful. Blair waiting with open arms.
Yeah, open arms, you know, had to be, you know, it's my hometown, how to show you around. And
exactly.
We do have the team performance from these two teams on the 3 maps you're going to be seeing over here. So we can see Revenant, they've never picked it. They have played it, they banned it actually quite a few number of times. I do assume in the second ban. So it feels like a bit of a punish pick coming in from 7C. They've only picked it 3 times as well thus far. So it is going to be interesting how things are going to play out. It feels like a bit of uncharted territory overall for both these two teams. So it is kind of wild how it's going to play out. But again, you know, when it comes to the LAN, when it comes to the playoffs, this is where whatever little tricks you might have in your little bag of tricks, you bring it out.
Yeah, absolutely. You throw everything you have available into these games, single elimination, nothing to save, nothing to hide. And maybe you do sandbag a little bit throughout the regular season, and you know, you just get enough games to get into the playoffs. and then you show what you've got. And I think for a team like Revenant Esports, that probably suits them a little bit more in terms of they're a team that probably should have expected to go through that regular season quite easily, and they did. They had a good record, 10-4, I believe, coming through from the regular season. Whereas 7C Esports, they probably had to go a little deeper. In fact, I know they did, based on the rounds, right? Talks was saying this is the team that's won the most rounds of the competition.
Because they had to play the most.
Exactly. You don't really want to be the team that wins the most rounds because you want to have as least rounds played as possible, right? You want to win as one-sided as you can, but 7C Esports had to fight the whole way through this, backs against the wall at times, and they were able to get through. So that's impressive. It shows tenacity. It shows that they're able to figure things out in the mid-round. They're able to find solutions in the game, and that's a strength that is so important when you get to the big games like this, when you're on that stage.
Yeah, it's also interesting when it comes to head-to-head, where we can see, you know, the amount of flashes and smokes thrown. That's quite a number of utility being deployed. Obviously, for 7Cs, because they had to play more rounds, they had to use more utility
but
right there.
Comparable, you know, when you look at it, it doesn't really, it's not that much more, right? It's a couple of hundred maybe, but you know, you're looking at probably they had to play a lot more rounds and coming through, whereas Revenant had a couple of one-sided games coming through there, and their utility numbers are still pretty high. So I'm expecting Revenant to be obviously the well more drilled team. I think Spawn's going to be a good IGL experienced player. So you've got the firepower and you've got the tactics, and that's usually a good mix to get a win.
You have the tactics and the firepower. Usually you are the better team overall.
Absolutely.
So yeah, Revenant absolutely are the favorites here. But if you look at a head-to-head, the first time these two teams faced off in a group stage, it was 7C coming out on top in a 2-1 fashion. But then the second time they faced off, Revenant just demolished them 2-0.
Yeah.
So I do believe, a little voice in my ear just told me we're going to be jumping straight into the game, ladies and gentlemen. So don't have to talk much about Dingo's adventures here. But the team seem ready. Everyone's ready. I hope you're ready.
I'm ready. I'm absolutely ready. I've been ready for a very long time, and all of the fans have been waiting for months when they first heard of this event coming to Bangalore, and obviously getting ready to get into the action. It's just a few moments away. One would assume.
The clock ticks away.
Look at this head-to-head shot. I love this. Good shot right up above. They're pretty close to each other. I'd be making sure that I use that, right? Just screaming, shouting, really trying to like look at your opponent.
I'll tell you this. I want to see which team's going to be the one to start yelling. But you know what? We're going to jumping straight into the game, ladies and gentlemen.
Here we go.
We're going live.
We are indeed. Revenant Esports versus 7C Esports, and a pause to kick things off, so we'll just have to wait a little bit longer. But that man on our screen, it is Cyclone F. I'm really excited to see him pop off. I've heard a lot about him. I've seen a little bit from him in the regular season. Exciting times.
Yeah, like he's one guy who's really been the one to step up for his team. But again, on the other side, you can't discount the fact that Fired Up has just been phenomenal, monstrous, in fact, with the AWP. And of course, Gump as well, the Australian import coming in for his side. Enables a player you don't talk about a lot, but I've seen this guy play in the Malaysian scene since about 2016, 2017. So he's been there for quite a while as well, as we should hopefully be going live very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a bit of an old school setup here, Deko. This reminds me of like, the double headsets, for example, the noise cancelling one as well, and of course you have the they have the one for the for your comms and a microphone and whatnot. Very old school. Reminds me of LANs of old.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those, and it's great. It's like a throwback. We've become a little bit buttoned up. We've kind of gotten to the rhythm in Europe because we've had these events, these first events, years and years ago, right? So we've kind of been able to develop the European scene to a big level, and we've made superstars, and that's what we're trying to do here in India as well with the Skyesports, right? Is try and level this up again at this event. This is a really good start here on the LAN environment. The stage looks incredible. We've got people obviously showing interest coming to the event. This guy just came on his motorcycle, brought the helmet in. He's ready to go anytime. I love that ride. And I'm ready to ride into this one as well, to be honest, Blood.
You wanted to actually get a ride in a tuk-tuk, in a rickshaw last night.
I wanted to rickshaw all over the city, to be honest. That would have been incredible, but
I tried.
Yeah, we did try a couple of times, in fact, but it wasn't possible to get a rickshaw, unfortunately, for some reason.
It was midnight. I tried to Uber you one.
Yeah.
And then they didn't show up at all. So
yeah, they didn't show up. Also, your delivery driver, he must have been in a rickshaw today as well. Didn't make it. Didn't quite make it.
That was an interesting story because just as we wait for the teams to go live here, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we tried ordering some Starbucks in the morning, and my delivery guy just didn't move. And then I get a call saying he's met an accident. I hope it's fine.
Yes.
But I didn't get my Starbucks. But I did order it again, and I finally got it delivered
you're
2 hours later.
You chuckle. You chuckled at that. You're a sick individual.
He's fine. He's alive. I checked. I asked him, I'm like, is he okay? They're like, he's fine. He just can't deliver your Starbucks right now, and I'm okay.
He just can't deliver your Starbucks right now, but he's fine. Okay, that's great. That's fantastic. And we obviously seen some of the influencers around the event too. A lot of people here are excited to meet them. And
I'm actually excited to meet a few of some of the Counter-Strike players who currently, they do a lot of like streaming and whatnot, but they've been, these are the guys I used to commentate on like back in 2014, 15, 16, thereabouts. So hope to see them as well. They should be at the venue in the next couple of hours. So I do believe there's a show match as well in between maps as we are jumping back into the server. We do have a countdown. Dinko, we might be going live.
Yes, let's go. Time to get this one underway. Revenant Esports versus 7C Esports. The first map of the Skyesports Masters here has kicked off, and it's going to be Ancient. Revenant Esports starting on that CT side. Now, that is important to note because we obviously mentioned that if you get that CT start, you're at a disadvantage here on Ancient. And the pistol call right away here for 7C Esports is a heavy A play. There's no one else anywhere on the map, so it's all in towards this side of the map. And they called Enable the weakest player at the start of this game. Well, we'll see what he can do in from the donut with the Julies.
Yeah, Cyclone just leading the way here. Enable's got to do a lot of work with Julies, and he's getting peaked multiple angles, but able to still find two. Quick trades, though, and they're just pushing into the smokes.
Oh, Elvis certainly popping off now, and SK Wow inside of the site from default. He's got his teammate alongside of him. It is now just Dice Dealer, and he's got to get that bomb back. He would have to cross into the open, into quite a risky position, and it's not going to be allowed to happen. It is SK Wow to come out on top. Revenant Esports with a first.
Huge trigger from SK. They're pushing in through the smoke as well. That's not a play I expected because of the 3v3. I thought I'd probably wait for them to get the bomb done, but not really allowing 7C to feel comfortable. And yes, I have to echo what you mentioned there. The fact that Revenant opted to start on the CT side here, despite having the choice off sides, was a bit of a question mark for me personally, as well as for our analysts. But they do manage to take the pistol there. 7C not really wasting any time. They knew exactly what they wanted to do, but then Revenant Enable getting those 2 kills with the Dualies inside of Donut all by his lonesome. That was crucial. If he falls there without getting a single kill, the round 100% goes away of 7C. So we have a bit more of a technical issues.
Yeah, a lot of chit-chat happening there. So
I can hear a lot of like typing in the game.
Yeah, one would assume it would happen quickly. Level up on your downtime though. AMD and Windows 11. Been doing a lot of great stuff recently at AMD. Definitely kitted my PC out with that. And now we head through the temples. At least we're getting a little tour here of Ancient. If you're a new viewer to Counter-Strike, this is one of the newest maps added to the Counter-Strike competitive pool, and it's seen some changes throughout its time, but it is fantastic and will be a feature of CS2 as we move into that as well.
I love Ancient in CS2. It looks beautiful.
Yeah,
it looks gorgeous.
The water especially is just so nice, especially when you're sort of wading through it. It catches on, it follows. The physics are much, much better. And they obviously made some changes I think are pretty good too, right? So up in the red room, there's no longer a little corner you can hide in on the right side. So plenty of changes that I think will be positive moving forward. And we take a look down the sideline here of Team Revenant Esports. Gump coming in from Australia. What a story he's had. I'm sure I'd love to get to know a little bit more about the journey for him and how he's managed to get into the Indian scene and how he was able to pull it off.
I think I remember noticing Gump is playing for Chiefs. I forgot who else he was playing with. It was 16. It was 16 or 15. It was so very young. But we are once again underway over here. Force buy will be taking place for 7C. No bomb planted means, of course, no Galils, no Mac-10s, but a Tech-9s galore, P250. And again, it looks like just going to be a fast play towards B, and they're going to get mowed down here.
Yeah, SK Wow sitting at the first pyramid. It's the first kill for him. As the attack on in, Elvis will shake his pelvis, and it's now 2-0 up for Revenant Esports. Nice and easy. They lose 2 players, but it's kept pretty clean. And that'll be the start they want out of the breaks. And for 7C Esports, obviously investing. They didn't get to that bomb plant. They didn't get anything they really needed here. So it's going to be a 3rd round in a row here for Team Revenant Esports unless 7C suddenly find a ridiculous round win.
It's still very early days right now.
Decoys being bought here, Blur.
Yeah,
don't see that often.
Yeah, just throw a few decoys towards A and then, just rush B. It's a classic get a bomb down, perhaps.
Yes, indeed it is. A classic. Let's see if 7C Sports are reading from the classics. Well, it should be nice and easy. Fired up. This is what I like to see. The Tech-9 going in towards elbow. Starting to rattle away. Setting himself up for some kills, some extra cash, try and get that AWP out as quickly as possible on the CT side. That's why he hasn't invested into anything better. He's got $2,600 in the bank. It's all about getting that extra cash in so we can get that AWP out. And Fired Up is looking for the kills, running through the elbow, in behind him. Tech9 at the ready, Dice Dealer overwhelms him, and it's the the Glock itself taking a kill, and he gets a second. A double kill on the Glock. You don't see that every day.
Yeah, this got a little too expensive already for 7C. Sorry, for the side of Revenant, right? Maybe losing one player is fine. And even though you might say they just lost SMGs, still you're losing the armor, you're using any unused utility as well. As Gump, he spots both the players. He's not going to be looking to take the fight. He knows one player's crossed it over. Great flashbang there from Gump. And the final player has been spotted, barely alive. Is Cyclone, as he will try and get one more kill, but that's not going to happen. It's going to be 3-0 for Revenant. Look, for 7C, Dinko, so far it's still early days, right? We saw the pistol round, we saw the force spike coming in, but it's just been, you know, we're going to be going for that B hit, we're going to be going for that A hit, nothing too defaultish, so to speak.
No defaults into a mid-round at all, right? Nothing to be seen.
This is the first test for me. If I don't see any, you know, a solid like approach to the map control on the T side early on, I start to worry for 7C, even though I know it's very early in the game.
Yeah, I would absolutely have to agree with that. And here we go, mid control. There is no red smoke just yet, so we're not going to be seeing that instant red smoke, because maybe shows 7C's T side to be a little bit wanting. Perhaps they didn't want to go into that mid control right away. And so they're going to save that smoke for the A execute instead. Here it comes, flashes up, straight into an A play.
With the bomb just going up ahead of everyone, and now they can't push out Fired Up from the position. They're going to try and retrieve the bomb here. And Fired Up, he's feeling it. Cyclone able to find one. Fired Up, nice find of the Cyclone. Bombs to the drop, and able to arrive as well. And now Benzine has to do so much work. And Elvis, 1v3, bomb down in no man's land. This is looking rough.
It absolutely is. Elvis with not much to do or chances, but suddenly he pulls it back. They overextend, they give him the 1v1, and SK Wow is caught. Oh, Elvis, what a clutch to kick things off. 7C Esports needed a hero, and Elvis steps up.
That is a blunder from Revenant. They had no business allowing Elvis to get the clutch, but take nothing away from him. That was fantastic. A must-win round in the first buy round, and they're able to convert. The 1v3 going the way of Elvis. Also, what a cool name.
Elvis, it is. Elvis. There's a guy in the city I live in. He calls himself Elvis Pelvis.
Elvis the Pelvis. That was his original name, by the way.
Yeah, but this guy calls himself Jelvis Pelvis, I think. And he thinks he's the reincarnation. I think he's got something kind of lacking.
Well, I mean, Elvis is still alive, so he can't be a reincarnation. He still lives in Vegas.
Yeah, of course.
A double up setup coming out, 2 MP9s, an M4, and barely any utility whatsoever for Revenant. And now we're going to have the late smokes. The smokes, the red room smoke, there we go. Donut being smoked off as well, as Elvis is going to get the first kill on towards Gump. Gump just poking and prodding, trying to find some information. And he will be found out. This is very uncomfortable for Revenant here. They do have control towards Donut, but towards B, they're just playing in the back lane. So not much map control to work with here. For 7C, they have a man advantage and a whole minute to work with. And looking at the way they are traversing the map right now, it does look like it's going to be a B hit coming in. And they do have one smoke and a one molly. So it's not too much utility either to work with for the T side.
SK Wow at the ready with the big Korean gun. It's quite an early statement to pull out the double up setup this early on, and Dice Dealer into the site. Bomb plan will come through, but SK Wow, what a shot on the Dice Dealer. Elvis comes in again. Starting to get suspicious minds here now at this point. It is going to be enabling increasing his position around alongside his teammate Spawn beside him. The retake attempt is fully underway, but the time is ticking, and there's not enough time for Revenant Esports to do this unless they run in right now. And Pavi straight away to a kill on enable and a second snappy headshot. Nice shots from Fired Up, but he's got to get on that defuse right away. Otherwise, this round is gone. He'll tap it. He has no time anymore. Shot comes in, gets onto it. Will he have enough to pull it off? It's going to be close, but what shots coming in from Fired Up, and he will not be able to do it. Not enough time, and Fired Up will go down alongside both of the AWPs, and 7C Esports increase their rounds to 2.
Elvis has been fantastic. Like, that 1v3, then getting 2 openings as well for the side of 7C in what was against the Force Spy coming in for Revenant, and a double op setup. That's a problem. Double op and Ancient, considering how many times we see retakes taking place on this map, it's such a problem, right? You lose one op on one of the bomb sides, and now the player is coming in for the retake with the AWP. It's never easy. And Revenant, despite a solid start at 3-0, it is going to be 7C getting 2 of their own. Early tactical timeout getting called as well. And
I think Revenant are so over-aggressive right now. They aren't playing. They're throwing away a lot of advantageous positions. And I mean, you went into a double op setup this early in the game. It's quite a risk economically on the CT side. And you've now given that up. And
it's a full eco right now.
Yeah.
And it is interesting how you could see Gump talking a lot in the tactical timeout. And I think he was talking to the rest of his team while Spawn was actually a little bit quiet. So Gump, even though, like, you know, I don't think I've ever seen any interview where they mention how he is maybe the secondary IGL or something, he does seem to have, in considering where he's coming from as well, from Australia, having the experience he's had as well, he's bringing in quite a lot of input. We do have a Force Spy coming in. They do know that 7C's money is kind of brittle as well. They had just 1 player survive in both the rounds. They won the push coming out towards mid, and that's a good find.
It is a good find, but it's only a start, and a pretty good start at that, but they're going to need a lot more. And Pavi gets aggressive around long side. Gump on the 5-7. They're running right into him. They're giving him a chance, and Gump gets a double. Finally, Dice Dealer rolls forward. He's able to get a pair of 6s. Enable and Spawn left in the 2v2. It's got to be a retake.
They got a kit.
They have got a kit, so they've got some extra time to work with alongside that Khalil. There may be a shot in the dark at pulling this one off. And Spawn wants to lead this out of the cave. Hasn't seen the Cubby player. Dice Dealer communicated to, and he'll set himself up, line them up, break them down. A fantastic start in the round there for Dice Dealer, and an even better close. 4 kills and 6 on the board for him now.
It's a pretty good call coming up from 7C that they knew there was going to be they saw the aggression towards mid. They lost a player there early on. An immediate call to just rush into the B bomb side. They didn't really deploy much utility either. And Dice Dealer, yeah, it's like everyone seems to be chipping in for the side of 7C. We saw, you know, brilliant moments coming in from Elvis, and now Dice Dealer dealing out death as well. And finally, Revenant will have to go for the eco. A few upgraded pistols coming out. We have SKY with the Kevlar. Apart from that, nothing much else. No utility, no kits, and this should, at least on paper, be a clean round here for 7C.
Well, here goes Pavi, setting up a flash, popping it right in front of the donut, sending Dice Dealer forward. Good mid-control taken from the T side. And now we've got Donut, there's a lot of options open up to you, right? You can go for the A splits, and you can be able to pull this one off. There you go, walking right into the side. Pavi with the first, it has spawned, the IGL, it has fallen, and a second clearance. My goodness, this is looking so good for 7C Esports. They are looking really coordinated and methodical on the T side.
That's really clean. I was a little worried they might be walking into that A stack.
Yeah.
Not using too much utility either, but good communication coming in. I think that was Dice Dealer and Cyclone F. Good comms, good synergy, just good pathing throughout that take towards the A bomb side. So yeah, not really losing anyone either, as we will have another buy. This might be the best buy we've seen from Revenant thus far, right? Full-fledged buy, rifles for everyone.
Apart from that double op setup round.
With a couple of SMGs, but this time we got rifles in everyone. We have a decent bit of utility, of which half of which has been used pretty early on and fired up with an AWP. We saw glimpses of what he could do early towards that A bomb side earlier on, which was stolen away by Elvis with a 1v3. But now he is going to be roaming around looking to find something. Early aggression towards mid as Dice Dealer catches Spawn, and this could just be a call for the save.
I think it has to be. When you lose A too easily like that, it's just over. The retakes are very difficult on the side of the map, and when you only have one flash, it's impossible to pull it off. So they got to back away. No kits, one piece of utility, which isn't really too useful. And right now, we're seeing a real weakness on that A bomb site for Revenant Esports, unable to defend it so far.
Again, just on the fly calling. Good stuff from 7C. They knew there was aggression towards mid. That's the default, right? They had a right idea. It's probably going to be 3 players towards mid. Go for the fast hit towards A. Contact play out. Get the opening as Elvis finds an able as well. And Revenant are desperately trying to hold on to these rifles, which they should be able to do so. Unless Dice Dealer is able to find another kill here. And yeah, there we go. Revenant able to save his 3 rifles. They will be able to still eke out a buy. max loss bonus, a couple of guns should be dropped towards enable and spawn as well. But this is some pretty good reads coming in from 7C. And the second tactical timeout in a span of 9 rounds.
I would expect, though, most of their timeouts to be used on the CT side, as Talks was mentioning on the desk. Both of these teams have weak CT sides. Revenant Esports, they had the perfect start, right? They had the pistol. They had a chance to really just walk away with this first half in quite a strong form, at least the first sort of quarter of it. But they've actually started to lose momentum. In fact, they haven't been in this game since the guns have come out. So, rough time here for Revenant Esports to try and figure this out and get on the same page. I guess the conversation here is, okay, what is happening on A? How are they just walking in on A like that, and what can we adjust perhaps to stop that attack?
7C have done, I'm already impressed, right? Like the first thing I said, like, look, you can't expect a player to get a 1v3 to consistently win you rounds, but the way they've been playing some of these anti-ecos, and even against the full buy, having some solid stuff, good defaulting coming in, double flashes towards mid. And Revenant, they're not able to really contest mid right now. They have a double donut setup, though, and a heavy presence towards Jaguar as well. So they are playing up close and personal. But 7C, again, they're slowing things down. They're playing default. And Enable, that MP9 could be deadly up close against Dice Dealer.
It really could. And I'm a little worried for Dice Dealer here, but he has spotted that MP9 crossing on over. Hasn't been able to get a pick here. But Dice Dealer is just chilling. Just chilling in the red room. No need to go anywhere else. And Enable is just waiting for that flash to come in. A bit of a, actually, terrible flash, unfortunately, there. Bounced off the wall, didn't really hit its mark. Blinded, in fact, Dice Dealer, and kind of ruined his round there. He's gone. He can't do much about it, and that's a great start for Revenant Esports. Even better now.
Fired up, yeah, just not moving from his position, and now once again looking to find something towards the A bombs, but Spawn seems to be ready.
Spawn is ready. A nice little gap used at the side of the fence and a quick reposition. The spacing is so off here for 7C Esports. They're just making it very easy for Revenant Esports to pick them off one by one there. There's no sort of gap between the players that allows that trade to come in, right? It's just a shutdown coming through. And that is much better from Revenant Esports. Just sitting back passively and not really making too many mistakes.
Yeah, the thing is, they can't keep doing this forever. At one point, 7C is going to be, they're just playing default. That means they're kind of spread right now, and they might just go for a B execute or an A execute early on, and that's something that Revenant seem to be struggling with quite a bit. Once again, 7C content just giving up mid early in the round and then going for a late retake of mid. But that's giving a lot of room for Revenant to maneuver, and a lot of information being gleaned. We have, again, there's no one playing towards A mains, there's a flash towards long. That should be a tell to 7C that there is a player playing up close and personal towards a ramp position. But again, they're being very patient. They're being very, very methodical in the way they're clearing out all the angles.
Yeah, you can see 7C Esports like this map, right? You can see the utility has been really solid on the T side, but what a nade stack coming in. Spawn just cleans out Elvis. No chance for him.
Lovely stuff. Good read there. They heard a spam coming in. Double nades instantly taking out a danger man. That is Elvis, who's been phenomenal thus far. So man disadvantage for the side of 7C. Now what do they have to work with? A couple of smokes, a molly, and a flashbang still in their kitty. So they have a little bit of utility to deploy. And
look at the CT setup, though.
Yeah, they're creeping up towards B, and that's because there's no presence towards middle, and there is a player at mid for Revenant, and they know exactly what the play is going to be.
Yeah, Gump is going to just take that first contact out from Cubby. Then there's a trap laid alongside with 2 players, so this is going to be really difficult. They have to kill Gump immediately, really. He can't afford to get anything done. In fact, they might just crossfire because he peeks out at the perfect time, and Gump gets a double kill. They line up. Here comes the trap, a double setup, and it works perfectly.
Cyclone 1v5 there for a moment. If he gets a 3rd kill, there is a world he could bring this one back, but great hole coming in. Gump with the double kill as well. And that's the advantage that Revenant have when you have this kind of like a default hold. And because 7C aren't really looking for map control early towards mid, like you can go for this B hit, right? But you need to ensure you push the CTs back from Donut, from red, and just make sure that there's like parts of the map which is kind of in the black for the CT side. They don't know where they might be. But because there was no presence towards mid, they're like, okay, if they're going to be funneling out towards A, our A player can get a multi-kill. He doesn't have to worry about Temple. He doesn't have to worry about Donut. So we can just stack 3 towards B. Just a great call coming out from the side of Revenant. So we're all even Stevens, Dinko, 5-5. And Considering how both these teams have struggled on the CT side, if you're Revenant, you're feeling reasonably okay right now.
Absolutely, and I think you mentioned the point of using up so many timeouts already and maybe looking at that through a negative lens. I think you'll certainly take the trade-off of 2 timeouts if you can figure out the CT side so quickly and be able to start pulling out rounds out of the hat again and recovering this game, because, as I mentioned, they won the pistol round. They had a great start. It was a bit of a bloodbath in that pistol. Very exciting start to the game. But once you win it and you get that chance to build on the CT side right away, you got to feel very good about that. And now we're moving into the rest of the game. Revenant Esports, certainly favorites probably for this tournament, for my money. Bly, I'm looking at this team as the one I think is going to win this competition, or at least should. And I think a poor start here would have been very disappointing, but they've pulled up their socks.
Yeah, I mean, after winning the pistol, and then obviously that 1v3 from Elvis might have shook them a little bit, but they slowed things down. And as early to tactical timeouts getting called, you could see Gum talking a lot alongside his IGL spawn as well. And like, listen, just play defaults. And if they're not, like, you know, pressuring you, just hold on to your angles, and that's exactly what they're doing here. Now, what I want to see 7C do, and how I want them to counter Revenant is, 7C are content playing very slow initially.
Yes.
That's totally fine. But once you get to, let's say, the 1 minute mark or the 50-second mark, that's when you start deploying a little bit of utility, get some donor control, get some mid control, and then decide if you want to hit A or B.
Yes, when you lack that mid control, it allows the CTs to make adjustments to the defense, because they are the ones with all the information. And so you're removing the advantage of the T side, which is something that is heavily present here on a map like Ancient. And so you're actually evening out the numbers. In fact, you are not doing that. You are giving the slight advantage to Revenant Esports to be able to adjust their defense accordingly to what you're throwing at. So I think we've seen Revenant obviously adjust to some of the weaknesses they've showed at the start of this game. Now it's the turn of 7Cs to adjust. And as we mentioned earlier, they've played a lot of rounds. They've had a lot of games that have gone deep. So I'm assuming they have the skill set to be able to come up with solutions and mid-round correctly at certain points. So this is a team I'm not going to put out based on their performances throughout the regular season. They're a very difficult team to put away.
I'd also would love to see Revenant try something a little wild here, right? Depending on the spawn, obviously, no pun intended. If Fired Up's able to get a good spawn for A right now, I would love to see the AWP and the A bomb side defender just push up towards A mains and take the fight towards A mains. And if you don't find anyone over there, you know it's going to be a late B hit coming in, right?
What's up, Talks? How you doing down there, man? There we go. That's a wonderful analyst panel. Getting ready to watch the game. And yeah, I mean, there we go. Nice. I called it. Blah. You want it?
I don't want it. I'm good.
Throwing it away.
You can have it. You can have it. It's fine.
But we have got quite a gathering of people here at this event so far.
It's still pretty early, by the way.
It is very early, right? Yeah. It's Saturday at 12:51 here in India. If you're watching from around the world, this is on HLTV. So if you are from anywhere in the world, in fact, and you've thrown on some Indian Counter-Strike this morning, I hope you're enjoying the action. It's fantastic out here in Bangalore.
Yeah, the weather's great. It's a little warm right now, but, you know, it is what it is.
It's a little warm inside, but outside I would say it's perfect. You know, my stopover in Abu Dhabi has given me a fantastic respect for normal weather, you know. That was a little too hot.
What was it, like 50 Celsius?
It felt like 49, but I think it was like 40, mid-40s, something like that.
Still insane.
Yeah, still insane. Still unbearable, in fact. But beautiful to come here to Bengaluru. Am I saying that? Bengaluru?
Bengaluru.
There we go.
There we go.
The pronunciations, you can help me. I've got a local, and that's fantastic. As we head back into the action, we're all tied up, 5-5, as you mentioned, player. But here we go. We'll see if 7C Esports have made any adjustments. Quick mid control.
There we go.
They do have the instant smoke, which is impressive, and they've got the whole mid shebang, really. And they're out mid. The spawn can't challenge, and so realizes you've got to respect when that instant smoke comes in.
It's 2 players inside of the donut smoke as well. So the moment Fired Up takes a shot, even if he finds a kill, the trade should be instantaneous. And you can see players pushing up towards A mains as well. This is going to be tricky, but the trade doesn't take place. That was so quick for Fired Up. And that is the mid play taken care of as Fired Up's trying to get everything done by his lonesome.
There's the spark, and Fired Up comes in, and Abel comes through with a triple kill. What a hold, what a shutdown. It looks so good for the T side. 7C Esports immediately get out middle, immediately get that donut control, but it's when they attack into the site that the 2 players in the defensive setup have no issues.
I genuinely thought that at least lose 1 player in the defense, but Fired Up, the fact that he doesn't get traded, I feel the second player wasn't in the right position to get the instant trade and take nothing away from Fired Up. Those are some very crisp shots coming out from him. And Enable as well, the lowest rated player of the team, a nice hole with a spray, a 3K. As everyone's blinded, Dinko. Everyone's
I thought this was a flashbang, but I guess it's just what's happened. Really bright stuff coming in here, and it is a bright future for the Indian Counter-Strike team if we see this. And giving Gump, he did facial expression, he obviously just got into a bit of a fight. We'll cast off the mini-map here for you guys, and I'll give you an over-descriptive radio-style commentary. So there was an initial fight towards the bottom of the B ramp, and that is the end of my radio commentary, Blair.
Everyone died. Everyone died at B ramp, and they only had pistols to go. It's an eco round. It's all good. It's all good.
Yes, indeed. All good.
For a moment, I thought that was the longest flashbang of all time.
Dude, I thought it was a flash, and I was about to bring it up. I was like, oh, it's a sick feature we've got here at the Sky Esports. We've actually got the HUD still on the screen when the flash comes in, but it also gets flashed. But then I realized, nope, it's a very long flashbang. I went to a water park that looked like Ancient once with Natu.
Where?
In Hungary.
Oh, what's that for the V4?
Yeah. So we were in a water park and it was themed like this, and Natsu was having a great time. He was flying down the slides, but look at this. Quick mid-play. He's talking about flying. Enable! What? Okay. That is not normally. What the hell from Enable?
Benzine, though, he's in the smoke. Oh, we could win this one all by Sloan. Somebody's giving away his position, and Enable with the 4K. Maybe going for the ace, but Gump's going to take that away from him. 7C trying to be a little cheeky, just playing it through the mid-smoke. But I don't even know how we saw the first player. Was that a one-way? Like, I don't think it was a one-way.
I would have to see from his perspective to be able to say, but it felt like it could have been a one-way on the side of the smoke. I mean, the fact that he was so accurate to the kill on 2, you would have to assume he had seen something. Otherwise, it would have been a little bit more difficult and labored. But here goes Cyclone. Interesting smoke lineup coming in for Cyclone. That's going to pop out into the A site towards CT default. Oh, it's actually a donut smoke lineup coming in with a CT combo. So here goes Elvis running fast. Tech9 coming in. A lot of different looks with utility for 7C. So it's really the problem with getting that bomb down and being able to pull into a comfortable position in this post plant.
It's already a win here for 7C. They got the bomb down considering the light investment they have, but if they're able to seal this round away, it could be big. But SK Wow and fired up, finding 2 quick kills, and they're being very measured on this retake.
Yeah, they are in the retake, and I think they were a little bit too aggressive at times, and then a little bit too passive on retakes. They're running out of time, but this is much better. They found the happy medium, and it's so clean. They come in, they only lose spawn in this round. Gump very close to dying, but stays up. So 4 players staying up, defense coming in.
The 3 players on 16,000.
Yeah, they've got so much money. They've got control of this game, and talking about the fact that they needed to win this first map, 7C Esports, and now they're on the T side, and they've only got 5 rounds. They've got a lot of cool utility, Blair, but at the end of the day, you got to be able to hit the shots when the retake comes in. They're not doing that right now.
It almost feels like this entire half has been in fast forward, because it felt like initially, right, you had the first 2 rounds being won by Revenant, and then you had 7C with some hero plays coming out from Dice Dealer, from Elvis as well. And then when it came to the default, it feels like they have an idea, but the execution it's a bit sloppy. It's a bit. It's like it's not been really tested before. And the one good thing I've liked from Revenant thus far is how they've slowed things down. They're like, just take it slow. Take it slow, just hold your angles, hit your shots, and there's no need to try anything crazy. We've barely seen any aggression towards, the extremities of the map, towards A mains, towards B ramp, even towards Jaguar, and it's working out for them.
They haven't really had to get uncomfortable at any point other than that sort of early period in the game where Elvis was getting multi-kills, right? And there's no one doing that right now. There's no one stepping up to the mark and taking over and getting the impactful kills required. So, yeah, it's been a rough time here coming in for Revenant, 7C Esports ever since Revenant took those timeouts. But a little bit of a tech issue right now, I believe, given the extended pause. But we are back into the action already. Time ticking down, last round of this half coming up.
I gotta say though, considering I forgot who it was from 7C who said Enable just the weakest player in the team. He's 13-6 right now.
I love that. I love that they called him the weakest player right in front of his face.
I want Enable.
And he is now just shooting him in the face.
I want Enable to just talk his shit after this game. But here we go. Final round of the first half in the 7C. They want that desperate 6th round to make themselves feel a little comfortable. Early mid control, and once again, it's going to be the A wrap.
Yeah, they get the early control, but the problem is when they get into the sites, and we'll see if they can even get in safely here because Enable is inside of the donut. He is the only player towards A though, and Enable goes down this time. Pavi with a great shot, and that opens up the A site. This is much better.
This should be around the 7th.
I think you might even consider the save here because there's no one even close to the site.
It's a final round though.
Oh, of course, yes, of course.
And I feel for Revenant, they're like, listen, they've been hitting A every single time. We're going to go for a bit of a B-heavy lean on the defense, and 7C, they read that right. They get a kill on Enable. 5v4, surely they get this round.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see. Retakes happening pretty good here for Revenant Esports, having to throw themselves into the fires of this retake attempt. Cyclone with one, and it is Spawn that has fallen, and so the CTs are certainly losing players too quickly here. Fired up, not getting the chances. A much more disciplined post-plant setup here coming in from 7C Esports, and it's SK Wow doing his best, but it's not going to be enough, and 7C Esports will confirm themselves a 6th round at the turn of the first half.
Six rounds. If I'm 7C, I don't think I'm going to be super comfortable unless they win the pistol round over here. I think they were definitely, it's their map pick coming in, right? You expect them to maybe get 9, 10 rounds in the T side, but at least...
You definitely wanted more rounds on that T side, but it's good that they got 6, because I feel like any less than 6, and it's not even doable with the pistol.
I also love the fact we don't have a break during the halftime. It's straight back into the second half here, ladies and gentlemen, jumping straight on in. 7C now on the defensive side of their map pick, a map that a lot of us said has to be a must-win, as Cyclone's going to open things up, finds the first couple of kills alongside Vavi. SK Wow to reply back.
Yeah, he's looking good. SK Wow is going to fall, though. Pavi in defense, 7C Esports. This is a much cleaner pistol than we had in that first half, right? It's a lot less scrappy.
Look at the flank from Gump. He somehow managed to bypass the 2B defenders, and now the bomb, it has been retrieved, and now he just has to bide his time.
This is the only way they win the round, right? Is if Gump gets a couple of picks here. If he doesn't make this flank work, if he doesn't make the most of this moment, then there we go. He activates, catches Benzi, moving towards him. Spawn removes the site defense.
2v2.
It is now a 2 versus 2, and the bomb needs to go down here to at least confirm, at a minimum, the force buy in the second round, but they've got eyes now on the prize. They've got eyes on the pistol.
And they're being so methodical. They should, surely they know that both the players are playing together here. The bomb is planted when Gump was taking the fight, so now the retake is on, and Gump and Spawn try and steal away the round from 7C. Only Diceal remains, and he will be deleted as well. What a play from Gump. A 2v4 which looked unwinnable, and Revenant just destroyed the dreams of 7C.
Yeah, it was great to see Gump taking an initiative, getting into the position to be able to pull that back. I mean, he had to sort of find some way into it, and it is the flank that pulls it off. And 7C Esports, they're going to be very frustrated about this, because obviously they started off really strong. They looked like it was going to be a clean pistol. I was almost ready to call it, but Gump able to find the gap, able to thread the needle, and combines with Spawn, who clearly had good communication to be able to pull that round off.
I love the Revenants taking the tactical timeout as well. And they're like, listen, we just want a pistol. Let them stupid. They've won both the pistol rounds right now. That's kind of like you know, if you won both the pistol rounds in Ancient, that's kind of your win condition met for a lot of games. So Revenant should be feeling pretty comfortable over here. But then again, 7C, man, that's heartbreak. Gump is coming in all the way from B ramp. There were 2 defenders, one on the B bomb side, one inside a Jaguar, and somehow there was a tiny little window which he managed to sneak on through, coming to CT spawn, but great comms and great composure from Revenant in what looked like a round which was pretty much lost for them. A full eco from 7C, however, and even though they will have a buy come the next round, Dinkel, it's going to be pretty sparse when it comes to utility.
Yeah, it will be. And here we go into the attack. It is a pretty interesting idea here from Revenant Esports. They're sending SK Wowing solo into the B side, but they're leaving the bomb outside of A. So although we're seeing the rotation in the full stack and every player on this side of the map, there's no reason to worry, because Revenant Esports are going into that A site and there's not a single CT player there. But Gump doesn't want to lose his gun. He does well to handle that and get another kill. Cyclone unable to survive for much longer. Does get 1 pick on the way out, and it is 11-6.
They lose the 2 rifles, which is a bit unfortunate. They lose an AK and a Galil as well, but at least they get the round. And for 7C, getting 2 kills is already massive. 5 FAMASes? FAMAS?
I call them the FAMI family these days, Blair. The family of FAMAS.
FAMI family. All right, we're going to go with that. 5 FAMI. I don't think I've ever seen that. I haven't seen that in quite a while, but I do like it, because that allows them a lot of utility.
Why are you lying, Blair? You do not like the FAMAS. There's no one likes the FAMAS.
I hate the FAMAS.
There we go. There we go. The truth comes out.
But they have obviously go for it just because they have the extra utility. So let's see if that is something which is going to work out in their favor here. Now, obviously, going to see Enable and Spawn kind of being a little cheeky. Almost gets the kill. Elvis. But the bomb is dropped in his heavy stance from the CT side. Elvis and Cyclone finding 3 kills between the 2 of them. And now fired up an SK Wow against the world.
Yeah, rough position here to be in a fantastic mid-hold. It really was a little bit unlucky there for Revenant Esports not to pick up that cubby kill, right? Because they had the molly going to the cubby, the smoke came in, and it forced the player out of that position, but they still ended up losing the fight to Elvis, who was able to really step up under a lot of pressure. You can see he was under a lot of scrutiny because he's 5 health at the moment. But this would be a big round to win for 7C Esports. You mentioned the reasoning behind picking up 5 FAMAS is to try and get extra money, right? And so now you win with 5 players staying up. If you can keep it that way, that would be really impressive and great for the economy to try and pull this one back.
And Benzine even upgrading to the Galil as well.
Upgrading to the Galil.
Upgrading to the Galil.
What a world we're in.
The Galil is honestly underrated, and the CS2 Galil feels amazing.
Yeah, it does. And also, I don't think we're going to see a lot of FAMAS. Given the fact that, you know, you can pick up both M4s now on that CT side heading into CS2, right?
True that.
So enjoy the FAMAS play while you can. And there was a little AK upgrade right at the end there, too.
We saw 2 AKs and a Galil getting picked up, not a single player dying from the side of 7C. So that was the start they needed on their buy round, so that's huge for them. For the side of Revenant, though, I mean, yeah, they're going to be going for the force buy. And losing those 2 players in round number 2 against just the USPs, that's where it's going to sting them a little bit, right? So there we go. Tech-9s, Kevlar, a bit of utility, 1 smoke, and a fast play towards the B-bomb.
Yeah, it's very fast. There's a lot of speed behind this one. And Dice Dealer tries his best, but it took swift death from him, and the Tech-9 runs into the cave. There's one from Psycho, and a second delivered out, but Gump on the headshot, the P250, and the pistols unleash. It is now looking good for a 12th round for Revenant Esports. Although if they used that utility for the cave, that perhaps would have helped them out. But Benzine, he works his way forward. Spawn does not look at cave at the right time. Perhaps lack of communication in the hastiness of that round. And there is a world in which they get back into this one. Benzine runs in. The Galil gets taken down. And the pistols, so Revenant Esports pull it off.
They answer back, Diko, and it is crushing. Just the B-rush. He had 1 smoke to work with and just pop on in. Huge kills being found by the pistols. Now, the one silver lining for 7C is they have money. They didn't lose a single player the previous round, so they will have enough funds to purchase whatever weapons they want. Are they going to go for an AWP, though? They could have. Benzine could have purchased an AWP for one of his teammates, but instead it's going to be the M4 A1s all around by the looks of things. For Revenant, though, I like that call. I actually like that call. Just a force fight, like, listen, we're just gonna steamroll into the B-bomb side and get the round. And even though it came under 1v1, they will take that. Now, for 7Cs, this is precarious. If they lose this round, Dinko, money, it's rough. Revenant are going to be in 13. And after that, it's pretty much going to be another eco, 14 rounds of Revenant.
Yes.
It could be a dunzo if they lose this round.
So it's really, really important to note as well, and we'll touch on this a little bit more throughout this, but the scale of this tournament for the region is so impressive. The amount of money on the line is life-changing for these guys. I think we've become a little bit desensitized to the fact that we're used to seeing these kind of tournaments pop up all over, but go on the triple. What the hell was that? The lineup from Gump, it absolutely should have not gone that way, and it lines up for him perfectly. The Aussies come in, and he is stomping his authority all over the server right now. This is about to be a 13th round for Revenant Esports, and you touched on the importance of 7C Esports. I touched on the importance of this event, and this is such an important round for the whole of this tournament now for 7C on their campaign.
And they know exactly where Bobby was, right? So even though he gets their 1 kill, doesn't really matter. Immediate pivot back towards A. I cannot comprehend how he found those final 2 kills.
It must have just been like a perfect eclipse of
perfect
heads.
lineup, yeah, perfect eclipse of head, and he eclipses both of them. Huge pop-off round from Gump there. And Dinko, I said, this is such a crucial round for 7C. And even if Bobby's able to hold on to this M4, which he should manage to do so, it's so grim for the economy of 7C. Like, that's almost a guaranteed 14 round for Revenant. Then 14-7, it's an uphill battle for the side of 7C from going on forwards from here.
It's an uphill battle, and they're wearing roller skates right now.
And it's a volcano, and it's lava flowing down the sides.
Yeah, definitely painted a pretty picture here. I hope you understand now at home how difficult this is.
It is a very difficult situation.
I think we've put that forward pretty well. But yeah, I mean, it's fantastic to see this event happen. And I mean, touching more on the point while I had some time here, you know, when we look at events like this play, you know, I do feel like we have become, as a Counter-Strike community, a little bit desensitized to the amount of money that is getting thrown around at these tournaments. But when you come to an event like this, and these guys are not top-tier professional players that are on salaries, right? This is a massive amount of money that can absolutely change their life. I mean, you get that pretty nest egg to lie on. You can change your career. You can live this life for a lot longer and chase the dream.
It's $250,000, man. That's a lot of money in this part of the world. And it's a chunky amount of money. It doesn't matter where in the world you're having a tournament like this. So really a lot on the line. And a lot on the line here for Bobby. He's the sole player with that saved M4A1. He hasn't really bought anything else apart from that. He still has that kit to work with. And apart from that, Benzine and Benzine would give us an upgrade, and that is a hell of a shot. That is a hell of a shot, and that's another one, and a great bait and switch. And suddenly a 2v3 around it looked like Revenant had no business losing, and is down to fire it up and Gump to make something of this. Now they at least have control of the bomb site, though.
Yeah, here goes, fired up though. No smoke towards CT, that's going to be easy pickings to the AWP, surely if he remained posted up, but he doesn't want to do that. He wants to stay safe inside of A main. And maybe this gives 7C Esports a chance, because they also do have the numbers advantage. They just don't have the weapons for it. And look at this, Gump always trying to find the gap, but Pavi reads it, picks up the AK-47. He's the kit carrier, and they've got to get involved in this, but fired up. This is why they call him one of the best in India. He has to show it now. The AWP, the defuse being stuck. He can't get there in time. Fired up will get the shots, but it's not going to be enough to win the round. They get the kit, they get onto the defuse, and they hold him pinned in A main. And I think it was a mistake to drop back into A main like that when they haven't smoked CT. I think when you have the AWP, you have to get the pick there and then drop back.
I mean, I can't really blame the play coming in from Gump. They're pushing into a CD spawn, and they're trying to get the flank from Temple.
I don't think it was even necessary if the AWP posted up at CT.
Yeah, absolutely. He could have just played towards the entrance of Temple, perhaps. But I feel like for Gump, the moment he knew there was no window with CD spawn, he could have just stayed there. Just stayed there, no need to push any further. But I want to take nothing away from Revenant. The fact, sorry, from 7C. The fact that I forgot who the player was. He was waiting behind Temple, waiting for the flank to come in from Gump. Good heads-up play. And a crucial round. Again, coming down to the fact that they had that one M4 and the kit saved. And it comes in and they get a round which they had no business winning. So a bit of a lifeline going the way of 7C. Still a pretty substantial lead for Revenant. 5 rounds the lead, 13-8. But for 7C, if they needed a bit of gust of wind in their sails, that is the round. That was the round.
Now, what you can't afford to do is let that wind get taken out of your sails right away, right? You can't come into this round and just get stomped. And so I like that they're actually asserting some dominance, taking B lane control. This is showing some comfortability, and they've actually pinned them all behind the B doors.
It's all about the timing. The second smoke coming in as well. This is well done. It's a good excursion. The only fault, I mean, the only mistake that which could happen from 7C is they completely give up lane control, in which case, when the B hit comes in, it's going to be just to one defender. Again, aggressing towards mid. They have full control. And because they don't see anyone towards lane or mid, they might assume it's going to be a play towards A. Oh, this could be a slaughter, Dinko.
I think it might be. Dice Stealer in a perfect position, in tandem with Cyclone. And it's all the kills you could have wanted. And Gump tries to help out. He's now alone in a 1v3. He'll run his way back up the ramp, and he is running to his death. A shot from Pavi right through the wall, blistering to the head. And a 9th round for 7C Esports. They are looking to take that win in their sails and sail their way right back into this game, because there's no money left for the Revenant Esports, and this is the chance to really get back into this.
I really like that play from 7C. It looked very well drilled as well, the way they're like, all right, listen, we're going to go for the B ramp control. The smoke's coming in as well from the teammate all the way towards from the B bomb side as well. And for Revenant, I mean, you can't really blame them. They're like, we're just going to go wait the smoke out. But then
it's back to B again as well here for the T's.
Again, the mollies are keeping them at bay.
Yeah, it is. And Cyclone, he's going to walk right on the edge of that molly. He wants to clear out the Poly's pocket. But no one's around. And Cyclone is going to clear that pocket now. It's 1 kill for him. Nearly a second through the smoke at the doors. But this one is going nowhere, as you would expect. The T side with just Glocks. Nice easy pickings coming in here for the CT side, and Benzine goes in. Doesn't always get the chance to frag out, and there's the easy one for him.
13-10, double digits.
Feels like this one is back on the menu. It felt like it was a Revenant Esports open and shut case, but 7C Esports have found some evidence and brought it back, and they've reopened.
the reopened case, Dinko, and yeah, it does look like it's going to be a bit of a spicy affair. I thought it was going to be a bit of a damp, bland map, in all honesty, the way Revenant were running away with this. But now we do have a battle in our hands. Elvis spamming away through the smoke, hoping to find something. There's the Revenant looking to contest mid. No smokes for Red as well. That's interesting, taking this fight, and the flashes. Elvis is just doing it for himself. He's flashing for himself, taking the duels. He's trapped in the corner. Surely he gets traded here. Indeed, he will spawn, will get the kill, but Cyclone's there for the immediate trade. 4v3, player advantage for the side of 7C.
Well, Revenant Esports have shown their ability to adapt to burst starts and halves. We've seen that over in the first half, but this has not been the kind of gun round you would have expected out of them. And perhaps they now have to go to another timeout, especially if they lose this. It's still doable. A 3v4 is still winnable, especially with the B side being open, right? So we're looking at this now playing through the cave in towards this B side, but I like the response here from 7C.
Yep.
They realize they have no control, no information, so they take mid. And they might even be able to quick flank on this one. They have a read on the B-side play, surely, at this point. Now there's going to be an elbow fight about to ensue here. Fired up, coming back through elbow. Cyclone's going to hear that AWP, and perfect execution of that plan.
Still a 2v3, and we've seen Gump and SK Wow pull off some unwinnable rounds with a plan, though. Surely gets taken down. He will indeed. And all on Gump in a 1v3.
Yeah. And Gump has been incredible, but this would be just unspeakable if he was able to pull this one off.
Surely he's done for.
Now they know where he is now as well. Just takes some good team play, but Gump has some sharp aim, and he is sharpening his tool. And it is going to be Gump going back in. That was another 1v1, and the defuse was cancelled. He's off it again. Here's the peak. Gump has a chance. Oh, he's done it! Gump comes in with the clutch, and that is why you bring in the Aussie. Oh my goodness, he takes them down under with him. And Gump with the clutch. That is a ridiculous round to lose.
I don't know how many seconds is remaining on the defuse. It was like barely milliseconds remaining.
You can see why you wanted to stick it in that scenario, right? Because you're so close to getting it. But Gump, wow, gets 1v1 fights, the only way to win it. And that has put Revenant Esports up to 14.
That looked like it was unwinnable. It was unwinnable because they knew exactly where he was when he missed his spray onto the player playing towards ramp. But my, oh my, 7C, that is a bit of a gut punch, and a bit reminiscent of how Elvis stole away the round on the A-bomb side in round number 4 early in this map. What a play from Gump. He has been finding incredible impact. 25 kills for the young Aussie. Top fragging in the server and showing what he can do. Oh man, if you're 7C, you're feeling so gutted.
Those are the kind of rounds that just split you right open, don't they?
Yeah. They should have been 13-11.
Yeah, they should have. Well, here goes Dice Dealer, gambling with his life right into Fired Up's AWP. And when you go up against Fired Up, you better wake up very early in the morning because his AWP is looking sharp. And now into the site with 1 minute and 25 seconds still left in this round. You're still looking at a very good moment. I don't know what happened there.
If I'm Spawn, I'm so pissed off that Elvis just walked in through the smoke.
Yeah, it's like, why would you do that, Elvis? But I like the play because now Elvis gets a quick flank behind. You can see it's actually ensued some panic in the team.
Are they going for this? No, now you save. You can't save.
Yeah. No mercy, no ability to save.
Fired Up on a T side with AWP, getting 4 kills, and now all in Elvis, and surely he just tries to save the AWP and back away.
Well, you would assume that is the case, and that is actually what is happening, so he'll take that off away. He'll get that into the next round, and that next round will possibly be the last of this map, because Revenant Esports on 15.
5 map points on their opponent's map, Big Dinko. We saw the analyst desk allude to the fact that 7C's picking Ancient. It could come and bite them in the butt later on, and yeah, 5 opportunities for Revenant taking the lead. And coming up into map number 2, it's going to be Mirage, which is their stomping ground. And a lot of people predicted it's a 2-0 for Revenant, and it is looking kind of likely. It's not quite over yet. It's not over till the fat lady sings, but it is looking grim. And also, it's lovely to see that Gump and Fired Up, the 2 heavy hitters for Revenant during the group stage, we come to LAN on the stage, and they continue to deliver.
Yeah, it's the kind of performance you want to see from one of the favorites in the competition, one of the leading teams in all of India. They want to prove that they are the undisputed #1 in the world here in India. Well, in India, rather. And Dice Dealer out from the tall box. He's going to be involved in quite a bit of chaos. Fired up his shot, his own teammate Spawn in the head with the AWP, but makes up for it through the smoke.
Does he miss?
He doesn't. He even kills his own teammates. Doesn't miss, this guy. Does not miss. 24 kills.
25, but I think he got a negative for a team kill. But
the official numbers are 24, Blatt. They had to break it to you.
I believe in the magic. He's going for the wall bang. He knows. He knows the player nearby. But this is, I mean, the bomb's drop in no man's land. Like, this should.
Oh, he did miss that time. A difficult shot, I have to say. But this is reminding me of the time during the regular season when Fired Up was able to post, I believe, 43 kills up against Reckoning Esports in the regular season. What a performance that was. And, you know, we give Gump a chance in clutches, but this one will not say that he did have much of an opportunity. So 15-11, a pause coming in here.
Looks like a bit of a technical timeout. Unfortunately, don't see really a team calling for a tactical one. And for Revenant, yeah, still 4 more opportunities. Still a bit of money in the bag to work with. However, Dinko, if they're not able to close it out here with this bit of a half-buy, I mean, not a half-buy, but a bit of a force-buy they got going, it's going to be a full eco coming in. And that's potentially 7C getting to 13. And 15-13, from then on, it's pretty much anyone's game.
Yeah, absolutely. This game.
Oh, the double up setup. I don't know. It didn't quite work out for Revenant early on.
If Revenant call a quick call out of this pause, which I actually feel is almost necessary for them at this point because they're having to go to weaker guns. They don't have a lot of utility, so you have to make the most of that early util. So they're probably going to go pretty fast in this round. And sometimes, you know, you miss one shot in the AWP and you have a double up setup. It's going to be a bit of a crumbling factor on that CT side. And when you lose the AWP and then have to retake with another AWP, it makes it just really difficult to get into the round. So I am a little worried as well. I'm on that similar thinking path when it comes to this double AWP setup coming in from 7C Esports. And Revenant Esports might be in a position to close this one out at 16-11 on a weaker buy. I mean, we're looking at this not being too pretty.
I mean, they managed to do that with the pistols as well, right? So, and also when you have someone like Gump or Fired Up still staying alive in a potential 1v2, but they have the hands on a rifle, you could clearly see it potentially go the way of Revenant. Some of the clutches have been very unfortunate for 7C, but sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles. I will say this though, Elvis has been pretty phenomenal coming in, because we were all looking at Cyclone to be the one to really deliver, and he has as well, but it has been a little rough for some of the individuals on the side of 7C. For Revenant though, the kill spread's looking good. Enable, he slowed down a little bit on the T side, but he was fantastic on the defense with the A-bomb side earlier on as well. SK Wow delivering as well. Spawn the Tech 9s, we have a couple of Galils in AK-47, so yeah, the force wide, looking to close us out in round number 27. Make it quick, move on to Mirage real quickly, but for 7C, you can never really still count them out. That's the one thing about this team. A lot of people counted them out early on during the group stage as well. They had to win the final 2 games in the group stage. Those were must-win affairs, and they managed to pull it off. So if there's ever a team who are able to bring it back from the precipice, it is 7C, as we are going to be jumping in what could potentially be the final round. It is looking like an A play, however, Nico. They're going to be going for a fast play towards A, and this could actually work out just to one defender.
Yes, Benzine, who has been a little bit quiet, but this is that AWP, and you cannot miss. It cannot miss, and it does not. Benzine comes in with the sniper from the temple. He drops the bomb, and the first time of asking, leg shots on the second. But that keeps SK WoW in contention, keeps him in play. They've now recovered the bomb. Now they have to get to the bomb site and plant immediately because they're running out of time. And what a shot from Benzine, showing he can do it on the big green gun. A quiet game so far from him, but he erupts when it's most important. And now Gump and Enable left with no bomb in their hands and the full rotation, and the might of 7C crashing down upon them. It is 12 on the board, and this game is not over.
Huge run for Benzine there, and yeah, you said it. He was what, 9-20 right before this round. Nice hole, and for Revenant, just a lack of utility. The Molotov wasn't deep enough towards Temple. They didn't have a smoke as well, which could have, if they managed to like even smoke off the Molotov, get a bomb down, 4v5, potentially doable. But now they're down to just the Glocks. Just Glocks, Dinko, and a Peter Fitting.
Glocks, here they go. It's a Glock train all the way up through B lane and perhaps into the Cyclone. He's warming up. He's getting ready to feel the power of the Cyclone AK-47. It rains down death upon 3, and they do not get past. They do not get through, and it is now looking so damn good for 7C Esports. 13 rounds being racked up, and just Gump left with a Glock. Dice Dealer. He's not going to be able to close the deal this time. It is Pavi that comes around the backside, and 13 is confirmed. Money will be back here for Revenant Esports, but a significant lack of bomb plants over the last 2 rounds, and that has cost them that extra money. And so therefore, we'll see a lack of utility on maybe a couple of players.
If this is going to be another clean round for 7C, Dinko, and if the bomb doesn't get planted for Revenant, they're just going to have like $3,400, $3,500 coming to final round of regulation, and then it's going to be grim. You're going to have Galils out. You're going to have maybe AK-47 without head armor. So if Revenant want to close this one out, this is the time. Smokes, flashes everywhere. Everyone's blinded and everyone's dead. As Elvis and Benzine, they shut it down. And Elvis through the smoke, finding both Gump and fired up. 15-14, Dinko, and what we predicted has come to pass. The money is miserable for Revenant, and we are in the final round of regulation.
The second coming of Mr. Presley himself, and that is a classic already being delivered inside of middle. 27 kills for Elvis. This is about to be a new hit, and now we head into round 30. Every single round that needed, as expected, with 7C Esports on the server. And this buy is not good for Revenant Esports. It's almost surely going to be overtime. Right away, Cyclone comes chopping through the cave. Kills all across the board. It's overtime in the first game here at the Skyesports Masters. That's what they wanted. The crowd are loving it, and we have to go again.
We wrote them off. We wrote them off, Dinko. And 7C, they just love defying expectations. Every time you think they're out of it, they're out of contention, the game's over, their run's over, they manage to somehow bring it back. And the fashion in which they won this final 2 rounds as well, they just took the fight to Reckoning. They're like, okay, we're going to be your Reckoning. And OT in the first game here on the playoff stage, they got wrecked. They got just, like, the final few rounds were absolute just destruction, just complete domination coming in from the side of 7C. Their map pick, what a lot of us have said, has to be a must-win for 7C.
'Twas brutal. 'Twas savage.
Indeed. It was wrecked.
And the reckoning did happen.
Shout out Red Eye.
Wherever he may be. 10K overtime, quick to note. So economy does matter a lot now with this 10K overtime rule. If you have 16K or even 12.5K, right, you don't have to worry too much about your purchases. But if you are going into this double op setup at any point, if any of the teams decide they want to go for the double op setup, then it could cost them if they lose one of the early rounds here. But a little timeout, Coach Talk comes in. And ready to get back into this action as we go again. OT begins.
No time being wasted, jumping straight on in. OT 10K, meaning if you're going to try and maintain, if you're going to lose the first round and you go for the full buy the second round and you lose that as well, you're just stuck with pistols, doesn't matter what side you're on. So it's a bit different from what you're used to right now in International CS, but I do love how we don't have a standardized OT format, which is great.
Yeah, so you get a little bit of everything. It's always something to look at. And it's the attack up into the site. Here goes Palpi, and a nice shot across the board. It is going to be spawned with an instant reply, and they did need that reply to come in quite quickly, but Benzine around the back, and, well, it's starting to look very good through the smoke.
What?
Okay, Cyclone, good lineup, and now he's waiting for that second to come into his domain, and Oh, 7C, where does this firepower come from? They're just dominating Revenant. I thought it might be a different story once the full rifles came out with all the utility, but it's the same old story.
That retake was on before the bomb even made its way to the bomb site. That was so quick from 7C, and mainly because Revenant, they've kind of decided not to really contest towards mid. So for 7C, the moment they realize there's nothing happening at mid, all the nades raining into the B bomb site, boom, we're in. With great awareness from Benzine as well, you know, waiting for the player, catching the player who's waiting towards double doors. And yeah, Cyclone just basically just cheating. just getting killed through the smoke randomly.
Love that. Love that for Cyclone.
Great lineup. As we will have a little bit more of a default coming out from Revenant this time around once again.
Oh, Cyclone getting hot and heavy, but he's got high spice tolerance, so he throws the smoke on in. He'll have a little peek out in towards the B lane, and SK, wow.
Why would he swing? He was blinded, and it felt like he just went for the wild swing there from Cyclone.
Didn't feel necessary, did it, at all? So yeah, a little strange, and it has cost him. But Cyclone, I can understand why he went for it, because he's just been hitting everything over the last few rounds. So maybe a little bit fired up. Maybe has to take a back seat now and realize, okay, yeah, you're winning because they're coming into the cave. And Gump, blinded. Did have a good peek, but the second time of asking gets caught by Pavi's AWP from afar. Might have looked like Dice Dealer was the one to dish out the death there, but it wasn't. In fact, it was the ult posted up on long. Now we're looking at Spawn trying to make another move. Revenant Esports getting a little desperate here, and they run into Elvis, who gets a double kill, drops the bomb, and now it's fired up, left alone, 1v4 with AWP left. What can he afford to pull off here? It's not going to be too much, I'm sure. 7C Esports looking to push forward to 17. And what you mentioned about the money, it is going to be Revenant Esports in an uncomfortable position going into that next round, and the last round of this first half of overtime 1.
30 seconds, 25 seconds. It looks like just might... Is he going to go for this? He's still going for the swing. He should be dead. He should be dead. And indeed, he will. A bit of a whip spray from Benzine, but now the triangle of doom comes around. 10 seconds. Looking for the AK, looking to find the kills. He knows where one player is. He has no idea where the second is. Just charging in.
Just run away.
Seconds. Just trying to stay alive. He's going to die after time. No, he didn't. I think he died just before the time
expired. I think he just died on that second.
Oh, right? No, he did. 2,600. That's rough.
Yeah.
Oh.
No money in the bank for him, unfortunately. Fired up, one of the most important players in this team.
No AWP.
No AWP. Hasn't really been doing too much outside of a few rounds here and there with it. So I think 7C have done actually a really good job at making the most out of neutralizing him and silencing the presence of the AWP. Here we go, 7C Esports on the brink of map point here on the first map of Blight Skyesports Masters. Revenant Esports, if they want even a slight bit of breathing room, they've got to pick up this last round.
This has been fantastic from 7C. What was it, like 15-10?
Yes, it was quite the impressive lead from Revenant Esports and an even more impressive capitulation. But you have to say, a fantastic comeback coming in from 7C Esports here. They are going to be up on map point. And we heard talks on the desk saying how important it was that 7C win this map. If they don't win this, it is likely to be a 2-0 for Revenant Esports. Now they open up the conversation of possibly winning this series, 7C, if they can pick this one up.
This is grim.
You believe whoever wins this first map is going to win the series 2-0, right?
Yeah, I really feel like they're going to have the mental edge. This is done clean from 7C, flawless on the CT side. They've won 8 in a row now. They were facing the map point, they're facing losing the map pick, and you can see a bit of a sigh of relief.
But it's not even
players.
It's not even the fact that they're winning so many rounds in a row. It's the fashion and how they're winning them, right? It has just been no conversation. It hasn't been competitive. It has just been shutdown after shutdown. You know, Elvis had a massive multi-kill in middle. He's having a fantastic game right now. You know, we're looking at 31 kills for him. Blues, yeah, he's the first player to break that 30 bomb on the server. So first player to get a 30 bomb in the competition here in the playoffs will be Elvis. No one can take that away from him.
Elvis the pelvis.
Elvis shaking his pelvis around. And Revenant Esports not enjoying its presence right now. Is fired up, gets into the cubby. Nice shot, but now he's overwhelmed. It's heating up, and he better use that fire. And he does. He gets out of position. Nate comes in. Good nade from Cyclone off the wall. Predicts the movement of fired up and brings him out of the round.
Bobby finding Gump as well. So we're down to 3v3. And a double upset of SK. Wow, not quite. He wasn't doing much with the secondary AWP earlier on the CD side for Revenant. So a lot of work which he has to do right now, but he does have backup arriving in the form of his IGL spawn. Playing up close and personal towards Ramp, but the play is coming in from Jaguar. The bomb is by its lonesome, though. Oh, this deal is everything. If Spawn's able to catch a C4, the round could be done.
Yeah, I mean, he will. He will be able to find it. There's no way, right, that Cyclone checks this. He's set up utilities, preoccupied. Spawn's going to have that advantage, nearly whiffs it, but does take that bomb. And now we're looking at 7C with an almost impossible task ahead of them. They have to go and get that bomb back, and even for Elvis, it's too much. So 16 on the board for Revenant Esports, double overtime, Blood. Now that is what we ordered, isn't it?
The double OD to start things off. Hell yeah, hell to the yeah. Sign me up for that. Again, we've been talking about how the CT sides have been the weak points for both these two teams. And it feels like the later we've gone into this map, into this game, the CT sides have just been rock solid from both the sides. The Revenant, that was clean. A few familiar faces from those of you who have been kind of following the Indian esports scene for a few years. Shout out Crowley, shout out to Mr. Venom himself. Been a while. It's great to be back, Dinko. I mean, it's the first time for you, but for me, it's more like I'm seeing like.
Yeah,
old
you returned
friends.
home. How many years has it been since you commentated Counter-Strike in India?
5 years.
5 years.
Yeah, been all around the world and finally back home.
Yeah, exactly. You've come back. You've returned home. It's time to go again here into round 35. And this is going to be quite the show for SK WoW as he gets deep in towards Cave. Goes for the early pick. Signals that the AWP is positioned towards Cave and maybe worries 7C a little bit, but it hasn't come away with any impact.
That's an interesting smoke. Probably trying to go for the one-way, but the fact that they're not peeking behind it, look at how deep Dice has peeked in. He needs to get this kill here. He needs to get this kill, but no, he won't. Gump is going to find himself the frag, despite being taken down to 19 points of health. And again, early man advantage here for the side of Revenant, as Gump is going to be playing way more passive all the way behind the B lanes. But an A bomb site, just to one defender, and he is playing inside a donut, so there is a window, a pretty massive window, but fired up. He's ready and waiting.
Oh, and he is waiting. He will strike his AWP right through the heart of Benzene, but Pavi overwhelms him. He couldn't do much about it. Oh, what a shot from Spawn. Okay, nice shot on the headshot, comes back in and closes. Revenant Esports have woken up.
That's a clothesline from Spawn. Holy hell, what a shot. And one more round for us to go to double OT. You can see the players, both the teams, they're stressed. They're both stressed. For 7C, one more opportunity. Close it out. Close it out right now. It's your map pick. It's a must-win map for you. And for Revenant, they're like, listen.
Yeah, you don't want this to go any longer, do you?
No. It's just going to become a battle of attrition. And that's when a team who, who kind of favorites, that's when you start to favor them.
I think, okay, Pavi, this is wild. Is this a movement map or is this Counter-Strike? Because he's just moving right through. And Enable up on top of the site. It is going to be Benzene and Pavi coming in with a swift double. How have they done this? What a way to close it. Coming in so fast, so hot, so heavy. 7C Esports coming out on top of the first map. Throw the strap hook out of the window, increase the speed, and run right through the fire and the flames. It is done. It is over. SK WoW can do nothing about this. 7C Esports will be winning Ancient and going one map up at the start of this semi-final.
If anyone asks you what's W Gaming, that is the epitome of W Gaming. Bobby just throwing himself in, holding W, never letting go, and just tapping heads. And there's nothing SK WoW can do. This one's done. And 7C, despite the fact that we're 10-15 down on their map pick, they will take the first map, 19-17. I didn't expect that. I don't think any one of us did.
No, that is absolutely incredible. What a performance out of the gate, and I'm sure a win like that and the ability to come back into a game, once again showing that is a fixture of their personality as a unit and as a team. They're able to stay in any game. They're able to beat any opponent on any given map. And now they've shaken those nerves off. Now they're the team that are one map away from a grand final at a tournament with a prize pool that is just out of this world for the thoughts of these players.
Especially for Revenant, right? Coming in as a favorites and now you're facing elimination with no margin for error. Coming up next, of course, is going to be Mirage. Is their map pick where they've looked indomitable thus far. But Mirage, and of course, if we do go to a decider, it's going to be map number 3 on Inferno. But yeah, now the pressure is definitely on for the side of Revenant. But I want to take nothing away from 7C. I think they held on. And that's something, and that is, that's the sort of mentality you need if you want to go deep in a tournament like this.
Absolutely, you need that sort of mentality to be able to beat anybody. You don't let the pressure of the moment get to you. Don't let it shake you. And I think there was moments there where I was maybe thinking Revenant Esports definitely looked like the better team. But when you had Elvis step up as an individual like he did at the start of the game to get them that early lead and pull out a few important rounds to them early on to give them that buffer zone, they were able to just squeak out at the end of that first half with just enough rounds to get it done as well. And I think it was really impressive that they were able to stay in that mentally, because there were certainly moments throughout that you could say were key opportunities for their mentality to shatter and break away completely. So being able to stay in this one mentally is very impressive, and even more impressive how good they look doing it.
Yeah, it's going to get hot and heated for sure. Mirage coming up, I think.
Oh, it is hot, but I am sweating more than you can imagine.
I am pouring sweat as well. It is getting hot and heavy in the server as well, because coming up map number 2, Mirage, if you're Revenant, you're coming as one of the tournament favorites as well. You're not going to let this one go without a fight, right? We still saw some incredible moments coming out from Gump. We saw some good calling coming out from the rest of the team as well. And I do believe we have the analyst desk ready to probably break down what was, in my opinion, just a phenomenal game of Counter-Strike, a phenomenal map. We saw some mistakes being made. We saw some crazy calls coming out. But for me, the round of the tournament thus far is that final round in OT. Like, what a call from Bobby.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we will hear our thoughts from our wonderful analysts and our hosts over at the analyst desk now to break down map 1.
Like Skybri, ooh, right beside me in the Phantom off that Abu Dhabi with a bad look like Skybri, ooh, right beside me in the Phantom off that yeah. it roll. Let it roll. Tone boy, let it roll.
That we wanted here in Skyesports Masters. As we kicked off the stadium LAN, I think Blade did say we need some magic, and with 15-10 down 7C, bringing it back was just insane, boys. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm going to let you take a talkies. Why don't you start off?
So I think in the beginning it started off strong from 7C side. You know, we expected this. We said that they have a strong T side, both of the teams, but they won some clutches which were quite crucial. Individual plays came into play. I think individuals beat team-wise in terms of the map, but when they switched over the CT side, we've seen that Revenant started making a comeback. They did win the pistol. They did win the anti-force buy, so they did win a lot of rounds. But then 7C towards the end, you saw how Benzene, lots of players started using the AWP. The double AWP setup, I think, saved them a lot of times. And then going into overtime, I think it was just, you know, they lost a few rounds, then the last round, which they just went all out. Okay, guys, full W, rush A. And I think that's how 7C performs. You know, once they are under pressure, they don't crack. They just perform better. And we've seen this throughout the season. So 7C are that type of team. If they have the lead, they don't know how to play. They prefer if they lose first and then they make a comeback.
I agree. I think with this, I want to kind of dwell a little bit deeper to what Benzene did, right? When we were seeing at, I think, the 28th round, he was, this was 17th round, he was sitting at just 9 kills, and by the time he ended with this overtime, you can see where Benzene is with 24 kills. That man has gotten 15 flags in the set to also push his team for that confidence, right, that the team needed, where they had to push it to overtime, and I think that was the push they needed. Then Elvis started popping up, and I think he's the one, even they said on the casting desk that he's the first man who's going to put up the 30 bomber on Stadium. And I think 7C pulled off a banger of a start.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you on that. I think the casting desk nailed it when they said Elvis the Pelvis, the second coming of Presley, rocking it out of the jailhouse. I mean, I'm just going to keep my ears pucked up for all of those references, because honestly, Elvis, if it weren't for him, if it weren't for him and some of the plays he made, it'd be very hard for 7C to come back. I think him just nailing those couple of clutches, getting a couple of those rounds, really enabled Bobby to do his thing and to get his teammates back in the game, start giving up those calls. And sure, you pushed it to overtime. It was a little bit labored, but ultimately, it's the calling from the IGL, the confidence in the fact that, hey, you know what, we're just going to rush it. Even throws a bit of a weird molly, and it didn't matter at the end. All they really needed was that confidence in overtime. And that's what I like to see. 7C, they're a team that we all sort of just felt like would probably crumble under the pressure of being on stage, but it seems like while that did happen, they recovered very quickly, despite them having a rather sloppy CT half. It wasn't the best. They slowly made their way back into the game. So yeah, just credit where credit is due. Elvis, take a bow, man. I think with that said, though, there's a lot of work that Revenant just sort of need to do. There were a couple of questionable buys coming in from there, and I think especially one round, they had a double up setup, but no utility. What was that all about? Because I have no idea what that was. I mean, Talkies, break it down for me.
Yeah, that round when they bought double up, yeah, I think that round was quite weird because I think the score was 3-1, and then they went for a double op setup, which is quite dangerous. And here we look at the MVP. I think Elvis definitely deserved it. I mean, on the T side, he was on fire. On the CT, he was even on fire even further. So I think he definitely deserved this. Lots of impact kills. But yeah, going back to your point, going double op early in the game is very risky. I mean, you either stomp and go with many rounds or you lose. We've seen the double op setup. The way that 7C came back is they started using double op towards the end of the second half. And once you are in that position, okay, you are at risk, you're losing 15-10, you need to do that move. That's when it's fine to go double up setup. It came to a point where it's, do or die. So, but when you go and do it early on, you lose such a big advantage. And then they lost the double op, and then 7C had a good start to the game. So I think Revenant in many clutch rounds as well, they lost, especially when they were on the CT side early on. They were up maybe 4 against 2 and then 3 against 1. Lots of clutch situations for 7C. I feel like it's strong individual plays, but also Revenant could have played it better.
Yeah, I think Revenant as well, they had a couple of questionable plays in there. They brought up an op in one of those rounds where they were just behind economically and they had no util to work with in one of the overtimes. That was also just a little bit weird. So Revenant definitely not paying their dues, not paying respect over to the 7C side and just underestimating them. And hey, 7C, they just came in with the uppercut, right? Finished them off, and they took the map to overtime, initially closed it out. Now we're going to move on to Mirage, but again, Mirage is one of those maps where Revenant is strong, but we had that talk earlier where you don't want to be the team that's comfortable. So who's ahead right now? Who's in the driver's seat? I don't really know.
I think 7C, we already spoke about this. Talks clearly mentioned, right? They're a team who's well balanced and they've won numerous rounds. And again, even when the casting there spoke about that, they've played the most, right? They've lasted the longest in the tournament. They've played numerous maps, pushed many of it to the best of threes. And I think here, what happened from 7C is they got that semblance where they could understand we are getting into our groove. Whereas Revenant, I feel like they pulled their cards out super early. And as you mentioned, right, the double op setup coming through. But there was a situation which I want to try and break down because Gump, right, he started bringing it back slowly. Found his flags, he was stuck in a 1v3 situation, which everybody thought is not going to be done. He still pulled it on, and then Enable started making his grooves happen. What went wrong even after Gump, Enable, everybody started making their way?
Yeah, I think just team-wise, they were not there. They were not connecting their shots. I think, yes, individually we've seen lots of plays. We've seen Gump do lots of crazy plays as well. But then when in these situations and the clutch rounds, I think the way they should have played it better. They weren't in sync, they weren't, timing the flashes, even the flanks. There was lots of question marks on the way they were handling such situations. But I think going back to the second map, which is Mirage, I mean, 100% win rate for Revenant, but you're talking about 4 maps only. They just played it 4 times. Then on the other side, 7C's played it as well 4 times. Lost 2, won 2, so it's a 50-50. But the last time they faced each other, it was 16-7. for Revenant. So I think this could be a tricky one, but if Revenant doesn't start on the CT side, I think they're going to face some trouble, because on the CT side they were a lot better in general, but 7C, I mean, they have gained the confidence, they have gained the momentum, but to me, I would rather have 7C lose like 0-5 and then start the game, because that's when 7C, okay, they have a diesel engine, you know, it takes some time to rev up. So I think 7C, when they are under pressure, they perform better. So it's going to be a tricky one, like you mentioned. Like I mentioned, okay, it's a 60% win rate for them on Mirage. Not their biggest, not their strongest map, but definitely a map they're comfortable with. And the risky thing is they actually picked Mirage. So Revenant were happy, obviously, with this pick, but I feel like they picked it for a reason.
Yeah, certainly. It's one of those things where you go back, you look at some of your demos and you're like, okay, this is what we need to fix. Perhaps you have a chance to scrim against some of these other teams. You're happy with what you got, so you throw a bit of a curveball here. And now that 7C actually have a game under their belt, it's really going to be a mental or a fortitude test, a fortitude check rather, for the side of Revenant. I mean, do you really believe in your abilities? Are you not going to crumble under pressure? All of those things come into consideration, because you are staring at a duo like the caster Des mentioned. So again, 7C, if you are able to just close this one out, if you're just able to catch them by the hip, catch them by surprise, it's going to be very easy for you to close out the game and, you know, just leave Revenant quivering in their boots. But it is Revenant, it is people who are very, very experienced again, that's what we've talked about. So I'm sure they've got something going on at the moment. They're talking about their mistakes in a calm, coordinated manner, so that they're able to bring this back and potentially take it to a third map.
I think right now with Mirage on hand, I feel Revenant should feel a little more comfortable and feeling where they can find their shots connected, and especially as Talks mentioned, right? I hope they get the CT half and have a wonderful performance, because Fired Up will be back again, his AWP, especially from Ticket Booth, or maybe even from the Nest, right? I think they have to stabilize that. The AWP never got a chance from Revenants, and even on the CT end, they were able to get themselves a 9-6 split when they ended up the Ancient first half, right? But it didn't feel like they did justice for it, because it was a back and forth that they did. And I think if Mirage needs to be a stomp, or Revenant needs to make sure that they get this map under control, I think this AWP needs to play a longer game in their CT half.
And I think Mirage is very similar to Ancient in the map distribution. You have mid, you have A and B. So it's very similar in Mirage, where you take control of mid, you can move freely. And I think this is where AWPs come into play. I mean, whether it's on the Ticket or maybe stealing kills from the B app. So it's a matter of how much freedom does the AWPer have, and also its economy. If you can build up economy as CT side, you're going to be comfortable, obviously. But I think one thing I've noticed, and maybe I'll criticize on this, is whenever one team wins, for example 7C, they're losing the mid multiple rounds. Once they're losing the mid, there is no reaction, whether from the A player or B player. And Mirage is one of these maps when you need to react. So if their opponents, the CT side, take mid, you need to do a move in Palace or, you know, cave or ramp. So you need to do that. It's a must. And then vice versa. If there is action on mid, you need to take mid. Action on A, you need to take mid. You know, don't give them that freedom, because once you take mid and you have damage in A, you can do a split towards A, or you can do a fake and go to B. So that's like 70% of the map. So mid is quite crucial for the T side, and I think there's going to be lots of fights back and forth. I do hope we see lots of action where it's pop flash and then peek out, and I think this is the style of CS I love seeing in Mirage.
Yeah, I think that was kind of missing from Revenants, and on the T half, as you initially mentioned as well on Ancient, they were about to set up, but either the players were ready to swing out early, or they were kind of delaying utils to wait to see what 7C would do. But 7C, whenever they did, I would say a rush or any dumping of util, they were proper on it, and there were multiple, I would say, layers of fires coming down, right? They were barreling down and finding the value. But now with Mirage coming down, I want to ask you, Floki, like, it's going to be super crucial early game. I think Revenant, as we spoke about it, they let go of their strats very early, which 7C kind of got comfortable and understood what SK, Vav, Enable, Gump, and how they're trying to play, especially Spawn, even had a spectacular route. But they understood. Do you think they should delay it and understand 7C right now?
I think Revenant are going to be on a bit of a back foot here. Again, starting off on the T side on Mirage is a little bit rough. It does require that you get the momentum quickly early on, because otherwise clawing your way back from a deficit is very, very rough on a map like Mirage, like you mentioned, right? Takes a lot of cojones, takes a lot of guts. And of course, Revenant are the team to do it. You've got very experienced players, you've got Fired Up, you've got Spawn, you've got Gump, SK, wow, every single one of these players can go in and make some space and make some room. But hey, I don't want to be on that T side when I'm starting off on Mirage, man, especially when you're down one map, the pressure is insane. So if I am Revenant, I mean, in fact, let me ask you this question. If you're Revenant right now and you're starting off on T side on Mirage, what do you look to do in particular? Are you just looking to get some mental edge going? Even if you lose out the pistol, do you just want to play it out on the clock? You know, make sure it's down to the wire, keep the CTs guessing. What's your approach?
I mean, first thing is you need to, you know, overcome the loss. So you need to come with a new mental. And it's very important that you reset and you come into Mirage. Okay, guys, let's forget about the first map. You know, it was a risky map. We're not comfortable playing it. Mirage is the map that we never lost in this series, so in this whole season. So it's quite important that they try to win the pistol early on, and then after the pistol, they need to play aggressive. And I'm talking about they need to push, you know, 7C to playing, you know, against the wall. You know, they need to be afraid of what they do next. So I think they need to take mid control lots of, you know, rounds in the early game. They need to make 7C feel like we have zero control over the map. If they do that early on, 7C are gonna struggle to come back into this game. But their problem is that 7C, you know, once they are, you know, about to lose the map or about to lose the half, something happens. I don't know. The guys, you know, someone tells them, guys, we're about to lose. Let's put on our, you know, level 9000 face on, and that's where they become scary. So I think right now it's whether Revenant gets a good start or 7C gets a bad start. I think it's, you never know what happens with these games.
Yeah, I think they just shut down a can of Red Bull and then they're like, all right, guys, you know, heads back in the game. Let's just put ourselves back in the driver's seat instead of being chauffeured around in the passenger seat. And again, I think Revenant, what's going to be important for them, like you mentioned, is going to be that initial pistol. But even more than that, just keeping the side of 7Cs on the edge, I think having that mental win is going to be very, very important. It's going to play out in the longer run. Even if you end up bleeding on the T side, you know, you close it out somewhere 6 to 9, I think you're still going to be happy if you're Revenant. You really want to try and make sure that mentally, at least, even though they might be ahead in terms of rounds, that 7C aren't feeling comfortable at all. You want to make sure that they're always guessing, they're always wondering where you're going to come from. And again, let's just hope that Revenant are able to, you know, gather their minds again, because that was a bit of a rough loss. You could say that there was a bit of a throw coming out from them considering the lead that they had.
I think as of now, as both of you spoke about it, right, Revenant need to be aggressive in making sure 7C should not feel comfortable, should not be in a situation where they're thinking that it's okay, we're losing, but we'll come back. They should never get that mentality, and I think that's where they decided in those rounds, especially towards the start of Ancient, where they did that W key rush, right, in their pistols, which found them value. But I think down the line, 7C also started doing that and found value for themselves on their CT half. So what should Revenant do? Should they keep up with these Ws or should they figure out something different?
But one thing going back is I want to make sure that, because this is 7C's map pick, so is it Revenant picking the CT side?
No, I think it was 7C picking up
this is Revenant's map pick.
This
is
Revenant is, yeah, Revenant
really?
is.
Yeah, 7C is playing on CT.
Are you sure? Because I think I remember I seen 7C's picked Mirage, but I could be wrong. Anyway, I think Mirage is one of these maps where it's all about control. It's all about taking control. It's all about the early round, what you do with mid, where you go, how to use the smokes. Everyone knows the setups of Mirage. You know, we memorize them. We understand how the game is going, and it's just after mid. This is what I always say. Okay, you took mid, you know, that's the first step. But next step is, where do you go? The smokes are gonna fade. The opponents are probably gonna start flashing and, you know, retake control. So it's gonna be tough, it's gonna be risky, and I think this is gonna be a very fun map. I hate Mirage, but I think it's very enjoyable to watch.
I agree with it because Mirage is a map, as you mentioned, right? You hate it because it's just like how Dust 2 was. Everybody keeps playing it time and time again, and when it kind of fell out of the competitive circuit, everybody started moving it to Mirage. So this is going to be kind of the pseudo Dust that we are going to be seeing here, and I think our casters are ready for none other than Mirage. Let's send it over to Play and take it over, boys.
Map of this game. I feel like there's a chance we get the comeback. The story can start to deliver here for Revenant Esports. Maybe they can live up to some of that expectation and hype that so many of the fans in India have given them, because this is a team that should be playing better than they are.
I do wonder what the comms are like for these guys. We know when they're backstage just talking things through, like how they allowed the first map where they're 15-10 up to slip away from their fingers. So hopefully that's something they've sorted out.
Hopefully.
Mirage is a map that is their home ground, also a map which kind of everyone knows how to play. We saw Tox mention it as well. Everyone knows how to, like, when it comes to the default, the utility, virtually everyone and their grandmothers know how to play Mirage. So it's going to be an interesting test for Revenant to see if they have the mental fortitude to bounce back from what must have been a bit of a heartbreaking loss on the first map.
But now we come back to that story that you brought up, right? And it's the fact that, you were talking about the fact whoever wins map 1 has a great chance mentally of winning map 2, right? So now we create that opportunity for ourselves and 7C, a team that many didn't expect even to get through that regular season to get to this stage. Now they've got a chance to go to the grand final. And, do you think now that you're on the precipice of making such a big move in your career and in your life that maybe gets into their head a little bit on that perspective? One map away?
It could, absolutely. But the thing with 7C are, as I alluded to earlier on the first map, and even before this game, the day got started, they're a team where it feels like they're going to kind of fail and stumble at the very last hurdle, and they manage to somehow hop on over to the finish line. They seem to have the tenacity, which usually is missing from a lot of newer teams, so to speak, right? They managed to sneak their way into the LAN playoffs. It's their first map. They're trailing 15-10 on their map pick, which a lot of us said was a must-win map for them, and yet they're able to win in a very convincing fashion, just bring it back, just get that extra fifth gear, which seemed to be missing for them. So they're a team, I feel, who seem to always manage to bring themselves back from the precipice of defeat. That being said, what I want to see from 7C here in Mirage is a shock and awe. The final round we saw on OT in Ancient, I want to see more of that from them, especially on the T side. Just make Revenant feel uncomfortable and take the series in a clean 2-0.
And now the player for me that was most exciting to watch was Elvis, right? I thought he was really, really impressive on that first map, had some of the most impactful moments, especially early and late on. I think in the first portion of the game, he was really impactful to get them into the game in the first place. And then he was so important to be able to close it and win those important rounds that were able to confirm them over time. And then in overtime, it was just a shutdown. So I think you're right in terms of shock and awe tactics. I feel like they have a lot of those available to them. And we see when they got momentum on their side, on that CT side, it just became a total, another shutdown. So really impressive stuff. Excited to see more from them as we head into map 2 of this, and I feel like we're going to get a great game of Counter-Strike that could go all the way again. But it's Mirage kicking things off, one of the classics here in CSGO, and I'm excited to get into this one, guys. Just a moment to wait from that one kicking off.
Yeah, Mirage, I do believe 7C did opt to start on a CT side as well here in Mirage. We saw Revenant opt to start on the CT side in Ancient as well. So it's going to be interesting how things are going to be playing out over here. Right now, though, Gump, we did see him talking quite a bit during some of the tactical timeouts. So, of course, he's going to have a lot of input. But wasting no time, we're going to be jumping straight into map number 2, the map pick of Revenant. 7C opting to start on the CT side. Bobby, the IGL, has got a kit on his belt. Apart from that, USPs abound, and Elvis with the dualies.
Gump hops on out straight in towards this mid-fight. He'll increase his position up on short, his teammates alongside of him. The smoke trickles on into the side. It's a big swing here from Elvis. The Joel Berettas getting confident, getting aggressive right out of the gate in the CT side. What a statement to kick things off here. Pavi behind the bench, desperately calling for his teammate to come back out of the apartments because Spawn is here, and SK WoW will assist. Bullets penetrating their opponents now, and those kills have been brought back. We're once again at an equilibrium.
Look at how low two of the players are as well. Fired up in SK WoW, barely alive, and this kill is everything. Fired up pushing on in, but 7C, they're going to pedal back. The bombs are planted yet, and they do have the health advantage.
They do have the health advantage. That is absolutely true, Blind. Here comes Elvis out of the apartment swinging with his watermelon slice Joel Berettas, and it's not going to be happening here. Benzine left in the 1v2. Spawn puts that bomb down, and so now there is a timer on this play for Benzine. He has to move quite swiftly coming through the market. And Spawn has eyes on all of the possible avenues of approach, but Benzine, a shot right away onto the bench player and maybe a chance to win this one alone. Spawn hides away. Benzine cannot find him, and Spawn is going to have to deal with it. He comes around the side. Great shot from Spawn right between the eyes. And that'll be Revenant Esports up with the first.
That's so well done by Revenant. 3v5. Two of the players are so very low as well, but amongst all the chaos, somehow able to not just get the kills, but also get the bomb down. Great work there from Revenant, as they will take the pistol round. In fact, they've won all the pistol rounds thus far. And for the side of 70, it's going to be a full eco. No investment whatsoever. They do like going for the full eco, something you don't quite see that often nowadays in modern-day Counter-Strike.
That is true. You don't see that a lot. You see maybe a couple of P250s at least being sprinkled into the mix, but not to be seen here for 7C Esports. They're going with the full eco to get that money in as quickly as possible, and I actually like it. I like this decision. I think they look good when they had the rifles. I don't think you want to get into sort of a forced buy war nice and early on in this game. So it should, unfortunately, for the spectator, these rounds should be fairly easy for Revenant Esports and be a nice quick finish to increase at a 2-0 scoreline. But a nice little idea being deployed here towards CT spawn and boost over the top to try and catch them out with the USPs, try and use something of value there, but it hasn't worked out for them. And now Dice Dealer out towards CT spawn, getting attacked, brought down, and just Cyclone. So, you know, Bly, it's been a great start to the tournament so far, and I've been impressed with what we've seen in that first map of Counter-Strike. Have you been impressed after you returned to Indian Counter-Strike after 5 years?
I haven't seen enough yet. I will.
From map one?
From map one, I'll tell you this. Some of the individual, like just pure mechanical skill for a couple of the players was very impressive. I think Elvis was fantastic. I think it was very pivotal from him for 7C to take the first map. But, you know, fired up, Gump really stepping up as well. Although that being said, Gump is from Australia, so I don't know if that counts in all honesty. But yeah, Ancient was fast and furious. It was played in a way which I haven't really seen Ancient played that often at a very high level. But then again, a lot of these teams, they're adapting, they're learning, and hopefully they do get better with time. Mirage, though, it's a map everyone knows how to play. It's a map both these two players, every single player on these two teams in the server right now know the ins and outs of this map. As we will see the first fight coming out. Again, the 5 FAMAS, Dinko. It's a curious
I haven't
thing.
seen this anywhere other than here, so...
I've never seen a team go for 5 FAMAS. Yeah. Back-to-back, by the way. It seems to be a thing for them. Like, there's no one going for an MP9, maybe looking to play towards B apartments, dropping down towards Underpass, maybe, or towards Palace with extra utility. No. It's the FAMAS. They like the French, Dinko. They like the French rifles.
They do. They absolutely do like it, and because of it was actually built in a French factory, right, named after.
Even the French players don't like the FAMAS.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
So it is FAMI, I believe, right? So there we go. We'll make FAMI it's FAMAS for sure. And now we head into another round.
I can't hear anything right now for myself. So Dinko, you have to take this ahead.
Yeah, I wondered what that was all about. But Dice Dealer up on top of the boost. Here we go. Back into the action. Let's focus up on this one. Under 1 minute left. And Pavi inside of the connector. It is the FAMAS coming in with a nice kill on towards Gump. And now a second in. Pavi with the double. The FAMAS seems to work for them time and time again. They're pulling this one through. And now it's Enable and Spawn left in a 2 versus 5. Spawn and Enable will creep their way back through and towards this A side, but Revenant Esports, as soon as those guns have come out, it's been a position of absolute power for 7C here. Spawn left alone in a 1v4, so far away from the action. You'll see how much damage he can do. I mean, damage at this point in the game actually is pretty impactful, and Spawn will at least get one on the way out, so not too bad, but 2-1 scoreline, 7C up on the board, finally getting their first.
Yep. And somehow 7C, I don't know how they do it, man. Every time they go for the 5 FAMAS buys, they somehow manage to bring it back. They somehow manage to not just win around in a convincing fashion, but also steal away some of the rifles from the side of Revenant. As we seem to have lost Dinko for the time being, ladies and gentlemen. But
yeah, I'm back.
He's back.
I'm back.
We're good. We're all sorted out.
It's all good. It's saved, and I'm looking forward to the rest of this because the way this game is kicked off, I mean, you've got to be very excited with the way things have happened and panned out so far. So I think we're in for another tight ride. I think we're going to have a very competitive game here. And we'll see if Revenant Esports can get back into winning ways right away. It is fired up on the deagle. He would love to get that off in his hands as quickly as possible on the second map of play. Of course, when you're coming in with a sort of fan base behind you and the pressure of being one of the best players in India, you want to be able to deliver in the playoffs. You want to be able to show what you're made of. And if they were to lose this map, that would be them out of the competition. And the, as we know, is the biggest esports in Indian esports history. So here we go. It is going to be an attack in. Benzine coming forward. Elvis also defending with pure strength. There was no breaking through. There was absolutely no way they're getting through this site. And Spawn is out, ready to attack, wrapping his way around the site itself. He maybe gets this kill, and he will actually start to draw this one back, but it is only one. He needed more and fired up. We know how good he is, but he's so low on health, and with a FAMAS would have to pull off an unbelievable clutch in the 1v2 in the final 45 seconds.
I thought he was going to stick around with the deagle there, but yeah, indeed he will. Nade sailing in as well and fired up on a measly 1 point of health. Overkill for Bavi, and it's going to be reasonably clean. Again, there was FAMAS in play, and it's such a good hold coming in from the side of 7Cs to tie things up, and this should be a full eco for the side of Revenant.
Well. Revenant with a 2-0 start and then starting to lose control of it. We've seen that one happen before, and that was on Ancient, right? We've seen that come back straight away. That early impact from 7C. As soon as they get guns out, they're able to pull away, and they might just do that. They're going to take the lead here most likely, unless something crazy happens from Revenant Esports on the weaker weapons. But we're now looking at a 2-2 scoreline and unfortunately a tech issue. So that's why we've called the pause here. We will be getting back into the game as quickly as possible. Shout out to the team here at Skyesports who have been fantastic at getting these tech issues resolved as quickly as possible and returning to the action. We have a plethora of volunteers at this event. I've seen the army of volunteers actually this morning walking out around the arena. So there's lots of people involved giving up their time to be involved to put on this wonderful show for everyone involved. So shout out to the volunteers.
Shout out to volunteers, shout out to everyone, you know.
Shout out to everyone in the role play, I guess.
Shout out to everyone.
Yeah, shout out everyone.
I love everyone, you know. I love everyone. I love the guy who served us our dinner last night.
Just a little small shout out to everyone. All of you, in fact, are special in every way.
Everyone.
Some a little more than others, but that's for you to decide and for you to figure out.
Well, as we do have a bit of a technical issue to hopefully be fixed. Again, you know, it's day one, early days, just a second map off the day. We, of course, have another semifinals taking place a little bit later on.
Yes, we do, Blair. What a semifinal that'll be. I mean, I'm curious how that will go down, actually, later on today. I think God's Reign coming in as a team that I'm really impressed by. I think Revan's the #1 FACEIT player in India, right? So I'm excited. He's probably going to have some crazy skills.
I've actually faced off against a couple of these guys just playing FACEIT randomly, and listen, man.
You can't win. You just can't do it.
It was rough. It was rough, I tell you, for me. But here we go. It is, as we alluded to, it's going to be full eco here. Just a one flash. It's going to be the waterfall, Dinko. It's going to try and get the bomb down, but there is a bit of a crossfire setup going on here for the CT side.
Oh, yes. This is what we like to call the waterfall. The waters flood down into Benzine, and he is acting like a dam. It'll stop all that water from flowing any further. It's a double until enough water pressure built up and they broke right through. So maybe a bomb plant, but even there's Cyclones around at CT ticket. He's stopping anybody from accessing the site. So now it is just SK wow, and wow indeed. If he's able to get even a single kill from this, he is burnt to a crisp. And as expected, it's a 3-2 lead coming in on the side of the defense. So 7C Esports looking very, very good.
Yeah, I think they're going to be okay with that. Just a one casualty. Benzine able to find a couple of kills before he gets overrun by the Glocks. For Revenant, though, yeah, no bomb planted, but they will, of course, still have a buy. It's a decent buy, but a bit sparse utility-wise. Spawn's got nothing to work with when it comes to utility. Enable having to go for the Galil, and a bit of a faster play. It's just a run out towards the A ramp, and they are getting absolutely annihilated. Caught in a Tempest. That is Cyclone. 4 kills for him against the buy, and all in SK Wow to make something happen, but he's only going to be able to find the 1 kill, and Cyclone just destroys them.
They clearly didn't get the weather warning. They walked right into it. Cyclone just taking him out one by one. 4 kills for total. He could have got the ace. That would have been the first ace so far here in the Skyesports Masters playoffs, but unable to get it done before he will take it. And that means Revenant Esports, the fact that they just get stopped at the door, they don't break through.
That was a buy.
Yeah, exactly. That was a buy. So, like, no bomb plant from that and no extra cash in this one. So we're looking at 5-2 here for 7C Esports, most likely coming in. Revenant Esports' T-sides have looked a little weak. I must say that there isn't a lot of tactical depth. There isn't a lot of options they can go towards. It is a lot of this. A lot of just going to a bomb site together and hoping you can break through. And, well, it hasn't gone so well for them.
They managed to find a way into the bomb site on Elvis. He does have backup in the form of his teammate towards short. But Enable, that's a clean shot. That's a clean find. And now the player towards short. He's in a very uncomfortable position. And that is Dice Dealer dealt with. And if I'm 7C, I'm really debating if you really want to go for this retake. 2 players coming in from apartments. And look at the way Revenant are just turtled up on that B bomb site. Now Cyclone, he's able to find gun. Benzine finds fire up as well. Now a 3v3. Bomb is still ticking away.
Here they go. Pavi right into the dive down out of the window. Spawn caught. And that AK from the CT side is shredding right through them on the retake.
Okay.
All right, Pavi. That is beautiful to watch. Right to the defuse as well. That'll be a 5th round as expected in terms of the score, but we did not expect it to get so close, so competitive in that round. So I think Revenant will take that.
I'm a little surprised, Revenant, that there were barely any trades there. There was a 5v3, Dinko. Bomb planted. They're all in a bomb site, and somehow, firstly, a nice retake from 7C, nice flashbang onto the B bomb site as well. But the fact that Bobby didn't get traded at all, we were talking about the individuals of Revenant on map number 1, and it seems like they are missing a little bit. However, the buy is back on for the side of Revenant. The AWP in the very capable hands of Fired Up once more, but 7C starting to slowly build up a pretty solid lead, 5-2 here, and they have quite a bit of money in the bank as well.
Absolutely, and that is very important for Revenant in terms of getting back into this game. They must start to win rounds, and Fired Up's AWP, what a story it could be if he was able to show up here in Mirage and deliver some of those performances we've seen in the regular season, and we know that he's capable of getting under his belt. If he was able to be the talisman and the player that would light up the scoreboard for Revenant, then perhaps we could see a comeback start to come in and Revenant Esports warm into the playoffs here. But that is enabled gone. Elvis kicks things off with the first kill on the CT side, and we are watching the T side transition their focus in towards this A pop. It's going to be a split, and Benzine, he sees the attack out through connector, but Blood, tell me about this. Why are they all so split up? Why are they all individually set up for this?
This is so discombobulated from the T side. I don't know. I don't have an answer for your question, but right now they're struggling to find answers on this A bomb side. They have the side, but the bomb is lost, and they're just getting picked apart one by one. Not a singular trade for the side of Revenant. And Dinka, you mentioned how this T side has looked kind of flat for Revenant, and this is a prime example. That looked lackluster, and that is still me being very gentle.
Yeah, you could use a couple of different words there, Blood, that is for sure, and I know you would probably elect to use a much more descriptive and hard-hitting word, but...
I'm not on the desk, I'm a commentator.
Exactly.
I'm much nicer as a commentator.
That is true. Commentators are the nice ones, aren't they?
Yeah.
You know, we live the good life here, Blood. It's good to have you on the commentary booth, but... You know, we're looking at not so nice of a situation for Revenant Esports, and this AWP, it better survive. Go for it. Go for it, Fired Up. Yeah! We like that, don't we? A knife kill coming in for Fired Up. A little bit of highlight play, at least in a round where nothing happened for them.
The sheer balls of the man, trying to save an AWP.
Jumping knife into the back.
I mean, there could have been a potential CT waiting towards window, watching underpass, and he would have been traded instantly, and instead he gets away with a knife kill, which is ridiculous. I thought I'd just take the shot with the AWP and try to play safe. But
I love it, Fired Up. More of that, please.
This is the sort of high-octane FU Counter-Strike that I love, Dinko, and I want more of that.
Oh, yeah, we want more of that. More FUs from Fired Up, please. That's what it stands for, FU, Fired Up. Let's go. And let's go into round 9. 6-2 lead for 7C Esports. A lot of these rounds since the guns have come out have been incredibly one-sided. So now we must go to the minds of Spawn and I believe Gump, given how vocal he is, in terms of how to find the solution. How do we approach this T side? Because these heavy hits out of Spawn are not going well. Perhaps some defaults into some executes later on in the round might be the call here for Revenant Esports, and it's a fantastic start. Spawn runs out middle, gets that mid control, and gets the first kill so close to the second.
Not quite able to convert it, however, but Spawn still finding Benzine. The flashbang from his teammate not quite able to blind the player, but Elvis pushing up here. Now it's a double push up towards B apartments. Even though they have the information, however, the one sole defender towards A bomb side, he is not going to have a very comfortable time here.
He is not. And Dice Dealer walks his way through the underpass. He's going to keep on creeping. He's not there alone, of course. Pointed out by our wonderful observer. He has got a teammate down there alongside of him. And that's Gump waiting for that, but a little bit too quick to pull out the gun, or rather the knife, and so then gets caught on the trade, and that's why that double setup is so effective. But we head under 1 minute, and there's no secret that Revenant wants to try and attack the Cyclone, but the Dice Dealer comes on out, and that was nearly a lineup, enough done to deliver a round, but Revenant Esports will pull through to 3.
That was a team kill as well from Dice Dealer. It's so unfortunate. I felt like the timing of those peaks were perfect. And if the team kill didn't happen, Dinko, they got those kills, it would have been potentially a 1v1. And Spawn was coming in from mid. And considering, you know, where the bomb was going to be dropped, that could have easily gone the way of 7C. So making it pretty expensive despite the fact that they do lose a round. However, for Revenant, a bit of a respite. It looked like it was just 7C seemingly running away with this half. But yeah, there we go. They get 1 round for themselves, and that's going to force 7Cs to kind of dig into the coffers and eke out another bye.
We have got a gamer's dream. Use the code on the bottom of the screen to unlock special loot. Link in the description of the channel you are currently watching this stream on. Make sure to get involved. And if you're out there in the crowd and want to enter, I'm sure there's plenty of opportunities to do so as well. And you guys get some extra opportunities here with some of the boosts that are around from our partners. For round 10, it begins, and that is fired up straight away with the mid utility. I wouldn't be surprised if Revenant Esports go back to that mid control strategy straight away.
Benzine being very brave, and he's taking a chunk of damage from the utility there. Standing into flames, a nade sailing in his direction as well, but SK Rouse managed to find himself
quick B split.
Very quickly into short. This could be a problem with 17. The B defense has been good thus far, but this could be a real test.
Yeah, I think it is going to be a test given the setup, but it's interesting to see if Dice Dealer is being able to set up, if his teammate pulls enough distraction and Dice Dealer is able to get away without them spotting him, this could be massive, and they do. They don't like to check that position, and he only manages one. That's not good enough on that B defense, and you can't retake in this scenario in a 2v4 when you're so far away. So that's the safe call.
Good solution being found there by Revenant, going for the fast short control, and then of course the B pop. I thought the player there, I think Dice Dealer, I thought he maybe might show a little bit of trigger discipline, maybe get a couple of kills before he gets traded, making it a potential 2v2 or a 2v3 retake scenario for his team. But yeah, Revenant, they finally seem to have found a couple of rounds of their own. And this one in particular being reasonably clean, just losing the one player. That's going to force 7C to go for get another buy. Actually, they still have a lot of money. I think Cyclone and Bobby, they could drop maybe an MP9 because they still have a lot of utility, unused utility on their kit, right? Dice Dealer can buy for himself, and Benzine can drop one for Elvis. It's going to be another buy, so it's going to be yet another test for the side of Revenant, but at least this round looked convincing.
It did. It looked very good, and I think the change-up has been that, okay, sure, they're still being pretty quick about it, but it's the fact that you have a split option, right? It's not the whole team just going into one choke point and getting funneled into one rifle, right? There's been, sure, a quick maneuver coming out through middle, but there's plenty of options off the back of that, and Revenant Esports have definitely figured out a pathway back into this game, and to be honest, it's playing quite similar to Ancient in terms of Revenant Esports with the pistol, then there's a patch of bad form, then they have to figure it out and they get into the game. So obviously they hope it doesn't go exactly like Ancient, but so far positive signs here from Revenant Esports on this T side as they flip it back are now looking very good.
I like that reply from 7C, going for the boost with the underpass, getting the first kill, but Revenant, great trade. They find a Dice Dealer and then Cyclone trapped in an underpass, and he had no avenue of escape, which is a little surprising. When you go for a double stack like that, you want to have your connector players playing a little bit more aggressively, helping you, giving you like an avenue of escape, but it was just left alone, getting taken down. Benzine trying to get a trade back in favor of his team will be found as well, and this is what Revenant are good at. The Revenant are just good at slowing things down and catching their opposition off guard when they go for an info, where they go for finding information. And Gompa just fed kills there, because 7C, once they lose the first couple of players, they're like, okay, we need to get some map control back, get some info, but it's not well concerted. It's not a team effort. They just go for individual plays.
The other problem, you mentioned, free kills, etc., but now it's most likely going to be a free round for Revenant because you're looking at the money situation for 7C, and they just don't have a lot of options to go to. 3 players are on 2.5K.
A couple of pistols, maybe.
Yeah, you would probably get dropped by Cyclone and Pavi, right?
Yeah.
But we have got another tech hit, unfortunately, so we're going to have to wait until that one gets resolved. It won't be that long, knowing the wonderful team is going quite quickly.
Yeah, but this has been back and forth thus far, right? We saw the pistol round going the way of Revenant, and we're like, all right, they won all 3 pistols thus far, and then just a streak of very, very clean, convincing rounds coming out from 7C, and the Revenant, their switch up is, we're going to go for a fast B play, and then it's
Here we go. I want a bit of that packed lunch. What we got here, this looks great. It looks real delightful.
It's got some rice.
Enjoy your meal, sir. That looks fantastic.
I like some. Man, the breakfast today at the hotel was insane.
I need one of those, man. One of those little carrying metal containers. That looks great. I feel like I can make a lot of sick meals and then carry it around wherever I go.
Yeah, you can even put it in one of those things which can retain the heat and everything. Yeah. So it's gonna be fresh and nice. I like the fact that you embrace food, which isn't something you're used to. A lot of people that we work with back in EU would probably die.
Oh yeah, they absolutely would. I mean, there's no point. You got to come here. You got to experience this wonderful Indian culture. It's very rich. It's great to see everybody turning out to this event as well. I haven't had the chance to go around these stalls yet, but I'm looking down behind me. It's just directly behind me at this point. I see a lot of people trying out over at the Flipkart booth. They're trying all the laptops, playing some games. You got plenty of options to get involved down there on the floor. It looks pretty fun. Got to have to little walk around myself a little bit later on, play and see see what's going on. So that's going to be fun.
I'm down to do that. That was fun. Also would have loved to have an opportunity to meet some of the guys who used to represent the Indian CSGO scene a few years ago, right? They're milling around, and most of them have kind of retired
Some
from
of those
playing.
OG legends, right?
The OG, the original gangsters, so to speak.
The Pathfinders. But, you know, we are having a couple of tech issues throughout the 2 days, so I would like to do this. So if anybody at home is watching or anybody in the crowd, you want to ask a question to us and, you know, we can have a discussion about whatever topic you find interesting or you want to say anything, really, go over to social media, go over to Twitter or x.com as it is now, and at Blah and I on Twitter, and you can ask anything really, and we'll probably answer it on the stream the next tech issue. So it'll be a good time. So anything that's on your mind, anything you're wondering, send it on over. Just at Dinko TV and at official_Blah.
No underscore.
No underscore.
Yeah.
Just
official Blah. You can send it on Instagram. You can DM us on on Twitter, tag us rather, whatever. We'll be down to talk. That's what we do, Dinko. We talk about everything.
Yeah, everything, in fact. And now we get on to topic number 1. Moon landings. Congratulations, India. Landing on the moon. Fantastic work. It's been a good week for India, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Biggest esports event we've got here. Landed on the moon. And runners-up at the Chess World Championship. So pretty good week here for India.
For a very young kid, you know, playing his, I think it was very impressive.
It was very impressive.
By the way, losing to Magnus
Carlsen,
Carlsen,
right? Yeah.
I don't think it's something you need to be ashamed of, right? Obviously, he's going to learn a lot from that. He's going to be bouncing back and looking to bounce back. Of course, it's going to be 7C, who's what was looking like a substantial lead initially has been whittled away to just a solitary 1 as we do enter round number 12.
Round number 12, everybody's favorite round. You want to know why, Blood? Why? Because it's the sickest round. Because 7C win on 5-7s and Deagles. That's what happens here.
You're calling it?
And I got to say, while Red Bull's on the screen, Red Bull in India tastes better. It just tastes better.
Everything tastes better. They have spotted one player to his palace. They know he's dropped on down. And SK1's doing a good job just keeping the CTs
there we go.
Right here.
That's how it starts.
They've lost the bomb side, though. They've lost the bomb side.
They have lost the bomb side, but it's going to be the sickest retake you've ever seen in your life coming right up. Dice Dealer with the AK-47.
One flashbang, no kit. Let's go.
And it's one of the retakes that no one's seen coming, in fact. Absolutely no one, but it's one that was delivered. And it's going to be an enable out towards short. In all reality, it is very likely Revenant closed this one. Jokes aside. And
exits. Go for the exits. Get those guns.
Get these exit picks. Get a couple of players boosted up. You know, Revenant not going to be the team that makes too many mistakes in this kind of position. Here they come. Running in on the retake. Right into Fired Up's AWP. Woo! What a flick down. That is what we come to see. Fired Up with the flicks. Yes, against the pistols, but still style points.
If you get an eco ace with the AWP, it counts as an ace. It counts as a full-fledged ace because it's an AWP. So good stuff coming out from Fired Up over there. Not an ace, but getting a nice little 3K. A little bit of a stylish flick down as well. But Revenant Esports have...
Don't forget, plural. They do many.
They don't just one esport, they do esports. So they have tied things up. It's SK Wow with the op. He did have a spawn for it. Will find Benzene. Early man advantage going the way, and a nice read onto where Dice Stealer was as well. And his mid control from 7C, it seems pretty one-dimensional, and Revenant seem to have the exact read on what they're up to.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's been a big turnaround from Revenant Esports, and I'm glad to see this team turn up because we know the level of Counter-Strike they can play. We've seen it before, but it wasn't really there at portions throughout Ancient, and the start of this map felt slow. But with Spawn having some impact here, I think he was the turning point really in that mid-round where he just ran out mid really fast and was able to get the double entry. That was actually the turning point of this game, to flip it back in favor of Revenant Esports. Ever since that round from Spawn, it has actually just been Revenant Esports dominating this T side.
Yeah, that's just unlucky for Bobby. And it's going to be a noise, like watching the flank, but Cyclone was far, far away from where the action was. And despite getting a kill onto Fired Up, it's just going to be a constellation frag here at Dinko. As Revenant Esports, they have truly come roaring back onto this map. Again, reminding everyone just tuning in right now, map number 1, the pick of 7C, went the way of 7C. It was 15-10 for Revenant leading. It looked like it was a done zone, it looked like it was a done deal. But 7C, tenacious as always, able to bring it back and close it out. So now for Revenant, there is no margin for error. There's no second chances. They need to win this map. And of course, if it does go to map number 3, the deciding map, which will be an Inferno as well, if they want to progress further in the tournament, if they want to make it all the way to the grand finals. And considering that they are one of the favorites to kind of take this championship, I think it's going to be the upset of the tournament if 7C are able to close this one out. But Revenant, yeah, they're still looking very, very solid right now. Round number 14, penultimate round of the first half here, and Gump is being challenged. A different approach in a mid-control here, as 7C looking to take the fight up top mid. Great nade, they will find Gump, but the A-bomb site, quick call from Revenant. They know the A-bomb site is empty, and a bomb should be planted.
Here it comes, the A-bomb site under a lot of scrutiny, under a lot of pressure, and those shots from SK Wow nearly through the smoke, nearly pick it up, but it's actually fired up right through the smoke with the AWP. One bullet is all he needs, and that plant is cancelled. They cannot comfortably put that bomb down until they take those fights and win them, and they do exactly that. Revenant Esports into the site, bomb down, and Dice Dealer's position now confirmed. What a clutch it would be if he was able to even get close, but he's not really given that opportunity. Revenant Esports, we've seen early on in Ancient, they were actually making too many mistakes. They were being over-aggressive, trying to be a little bit disrespectful in the way that they're playing, but 7C have forced them into respect him, and Revenant Esports are now playing a more disciplined approach in these post plants.
I didn't even see this kills from Fardo's perspective, but he got 3 kills there on the approach, despite losing Gump early on, and that's just simple, basic Counter-Strike, but Revenant did that very smart. They knew Gump was like, listen, there are 3 guys hounding me at mid. I'm going to die. Doesn't matter. Go A right now. There's only 1 defender. He was all the way towards CD spawn. They put the smokes down, but what I love is how Fired Up just still got 3 kills while not even allowing 7C to set up a retake.
And now, if you excuse the pun, he is firing up. He's starting to really look incredible. I mean, someone had to do it at some point, right? It was just laying there at the lowest hanging fruit possible, but it tastes so good. And now we're heading into this.
Yeah, you like the low hanging fruit?
It's my favorite kind of fruit, actually.
I got some low hanging fruit for you right here.
I like when it's hanging low, Blad. You know me, and I know you are hanging low. But here we go into a really important round. Last round of this first half of play. 8-6, Revenant Esports in the lead, but they could extend that further. They could have a 9-6 scoreline, which, remind me, Bly was correct, that it was the exact same scoreline over on Ancient, right? And that was 7C able to come back into that one. So it's not a done deal. It's been a competitive half, and well, it's been competitive at the start, not so much towards the end. Revenant Esports have certainly looked like the better team here.
Yeah, it is a map pick. It is a map that they have been absolutely dominant on during the group stage as well. So good to see that the nerves haven't really been fully shaken despite losing the first map, despite the fact that 7C were bouncing back as well.
Oh, nice shot from Pappy. Good shot onto the head of Gump. Now, I must say, it is looking a little dire for Gump individually compared to his performances on Ancient, so there's even more room for improvement here for Revenant, which is fantastic if he can start to fire up too. But we're now looking, at the AWP, just cracking down through middle. Pappy looked a little confused.
These are plays with 7C that just blows my mind. Like, why are you just going for the individual info plays, right? They have the player advantage. Again, and I love this from Revenant, they slow it down, and they're just getting fed 3 kills from 7C. This CD side, despite the 5 rounds they won early on, has looked rough. It's down to Benzine, though. A 1v3 down to a 1v2. Bomb yet to be planted, however.
Yeah, this is looking as rough as guts right now, but Benzine, if he's able to pull this off, 7 rounds would be incredible for 7C. When we're talking about how poorly they've played over the last few rounds of this half, and this is not going to happen. 9-6, Revenant Esports with a strong T side led by Spawn in all facets, really. Fragging and game leadership and also entry fragging, so fantastic work from Spawn. Have to say, MVP performance on this map so far from him.
And I really feel for the side of 7C and the CT side, there was just a lack of, to put it very loosely, just map awareness, so to speak. Like, they go for the mid-control, for example, and they don't seem to consider there's going to be a late flank coming in from underpass. They don't seem to be considering there could be a guy waiting on top of mid towards the card position, for example. And the amount of rounds Revenant have won just by being fed, just by peeking around an angle, and there's a player looking the wrong way, it is kind of ridiculous. So Revenant, yes, they played well in the past few rounds, but also I think it was also compounded by the fact that 7C looked a little lost, in all honesty. Considering they were 5-2 up, it's been a dismal first half.
It really has, and here comes the pop out of Palace. An important pistol. We've had a couple of bloodbath pistol rounds so far.
No smokes, no flashes, nothing.
Here. No defenders. There's absolutely no CTs inside the site right now, so rather easy for 7C to confirm that plant. And Revenant Esports have set themselves up for a retake, and it's an interesting one because they've got a flank coming around ramp side. You don't see this often on a pistol.
This is interesting. As the duels take place at side for the Dice Dealer, immediate aim punch, Dinko.
Yeah, slicing and dicing his way through this one. It is now just over because everybody's dead. It's a clean pistol from 7C Esports. No one goes down. Barely anybody takes damage.
20 points of damage taken in a 5v5.
It was quite a risky move there from the side of Revenant, right? You know, that retake with the flank around the back, it's got a pretty low percentage chance of actually working out. So a little strange to see that, but, you know, I like when you try something unorthodox. So it just doesn't work out this time.
Sometimes it doesn't. And also the fact is when you're going to be playing retake towards A and you don't have the CT spawn control, usually, even in a pistol round, you have a flashbang saved. You just lob it in and peek towards ticket instead of just win and dry and the clock's are ready and waiting. A full eco.
Yeah, but on the opposite side, it's full rifles as well for 7C. So that's quite intense.
They don't buy SMGs.
They don't. I've never seen an SMG. You've never seen 7C
it's
buy
like,
an SMG.
It's like Galil's, and you're a poet, Tinko. It's like Galil's or Famai.
Famai family. And Gump in the window. Eagle. Decapitated, no issue for Bobby. And now it's going to be the attack up through the connector. Waiting in the wings are the USPs. And the one Deagle for SK Wow looking to try and take at least a kill. It would be an expensive rebuy. But my goodness, they throw everything in there, including the kitchen sink. And finally, it knocks him out of the round. Fired up in the fire, just with the Zeus. Now, I will say, if they hunt him down, there is no reason to do so, but if they hunt him down, Blah, you must give us your best Zeus impression.
I have a very good Zeus impression.
I'm ready for it. I believe it.
Who else does
You're
it?
a man of many talents.
I know Chad does one.
Chad does it. Moses did one, actually. It's pretty interesting.
Does it sound like a bald eagle dying?
Caw-caw. Yeah, kind of like that kind of vibe. Yeah.
If it gets one, I'll do it.
All right. It's not happening.
Surely you don't go palace to go for a hunt, right? Yeah, there we go.
No, you don't hunt at all in this round, is what happens. You know, you want to... There's nothing of value here for Fired Up to lose. Oh, here they come. Prepare your vocal cords, Blah.
I have no idea what's going on.
It happened, trust me.
I don't think it happened. Did happen.
I can imagine it did. But 8-9. Revenant Esports a marginal lead by 1 round, and a FAMAS for Enable. I did like Enable's performance. I was actually really excited to see the trash talk. Perhaps he's like, "You call me the weakest player."
He did kind of taper off quite substantially.
Yeah, he did. As soon as we kind of brought that up, really,
he stopped bragging.
Sorry, Enable.
Well, here we go. We got the buy coming in from Revenant. They went for the full eco. Okay, a play towards mid. They spot no one, and it is an A-pop. The timing is perfect for 7C.
It is. It's perfect indeed. They've bought an expensive watch. That's an expensive timepiece. But a question I have is, why the hell is the bomb going to the bottom of the stairs, Blah? It makes absolutely no sense, but it's given us an exciting round here, as 7C have complete capitulation in the gun round through no fault of Revenant Esports, really. They didn't even do anything. They just sat back, and 7C give them the only way to win the round, which was offering them up room service on the bomb.
Was that a Molotov from Gump to kind of mess with the smoke? Because there was a gap in that jungle smoke the size of a cavern. And Gump just gets 4 free kills. I am very confused what happened there. I would want to see a replay, because you can't mess up that smoke. Like, you literally can't mess up that smoke. You have level 3s and Face It who know how to land that smoke, Tinko.
I know. I've witnessed it many a time, but it hasn't worked out. It has not worked out very well at all.
Well, right now, though, it is an 8-10. As Revenant, just a very, very clean round coming out from them, but I don't want to see mistakes like that coming out from 7C, in all honesty. That round was really good from them. The fact that they had no one towards the A-bombs, and as long as the smoke landed, Gum doesn't get a single kill, the bomb gets planted, and then it's anyone's game, but you can't afford to lose rounds like that in that particular fashion.
No, you can. And, ooh, Pavi, what a shot. Fired Up is gone. One of the talisman players here for Revenant Esports, no longer available in round 19.
Patient.
It'll certainly slow the T-side's advances. And if you want an advantage, perhaps shop AMD. Time ticking. 7C Esports, just relax. Take your time. You have the advantage. You have all the time in the world. And now you need to get your players in position from middle. Perhaps an A split is the call. It is the most likely outcome given the positioning of the remaining players. And Spawn ready to ignite this defense. Gump has pushed so far up into B, so he knows that they're not coming here. It's all guns blazing on this A site now.
Oh, that's a huge kill to find from spawn, but they should be numbered. Elvis finding a killer. SK1 was massive, and now this A stack has just been obliterated. And Gump, despite the fact he had all the information in the world to work with, he's far away from the action, enabled towards jungle. A 2v4, and as long as 7C don't mess this up, this should be done.
Oh!
Dice Stealer just swings and destroys Enable. I don't even know why he had to go for that play. It's a 4v2.
He did not need to go for that play, but
no need.
It worked.
I mean, yeah, sure, but there was no need for them to go for that play, and that's my gripe is when it comes down to fundamentals of Counter-Strike, Dinko, you play the numbers and you play the bomb. It's a very simple thing. And sure, you get away with that, but what if? What if Enable gets a 2K? That's a 2v2.
So what you're telling me is, Blur, just because it worked doesn't mean it was a good play.
Yes, that is exactly
That's
what I'm
the
telling
philosophy you subscribe to, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. But it's been a while since I casted Asian Counter-Strike in any capacity, right? I did all of those RMRs back in the
What are you talking about?
Haven't
you casted Mongols recently? IEC,
No,
Mongols?
I haven't actually.
Sucks for you.
Yeah, it does suck for me.
They're great though. I love watching the Mongols.
But yeah, they've really improved, and but it's great to see them improving, and sort of hopefully is a sign that Asian Counter-Strike as a whole is on the rise up.
And the really cool thing is right before we jump into this round, the fact that they lost to the ex-Rare Atom lineup for IEM Sydney. So it's not like just Mongols just being the best team in Asia right now. It is competitive, and that's a really cool thing to see. But we do have a bit of a very light investment. We got 5-7s for the side of 3 of the members of Revenant. We got a Deagle for SK1, and of course a saved M4A1 for Gump. Apart from that, no utility, no kit in play. For 7C, a golden opportunity to tie things up.
Oh, that shot from Spawn. A second on the 5-7. It should not be that effective. It should not be that good.
Jesus.
But it is, and they're able to recover, and, well, it's still a bit chaotic at the moment here on the server. But Cyclone coming in with an important kill in the Underwood. Enable is gone, and SK WoW and Gump forced back. The T's do hold the advantage for the time being, but can still get out of hand. That bomb is not down, and Gump is on the flank, and we know how effective he can be when he's coming around on the flank. And Benzine even ready. He was even ready for it, but he cannot get the kill. And now suddenly it's back on from Pistols to the round win. Perhaps it's Revenant Esports pulling one out of the hat. As Elvis hits the deck, it is only one left. Cyclone needs to whir up. He needs to start the spin. And Gump, he's gone out of there, removed from the round, and Cyclone with one more needed. Cyclone recovers, saves the day, and the nightmare scenario from unfolding.
I don't even know how Spawn got this opening 2 kills on a 5-7. Dinko, I literally said this is a golden opportunity for them to make it clean, keep as many guns alive as possible, tie things up. They do tie things up, but coming down to Cyclone with a 1v2 clutch, he has been an unstoppable tempest for the side of 7C. 21-10. Top fragging in the server.
Oh, we got a quick play here. It looks like it's a quick B play coming out straight away here from 7C. Now, we haven't seen either of these teams really make these quick pops effective. You've got to have really good timed utility and good flashes at the time you want to hop out of these windows. So let's see this attack. I don't think the setup's ready for this. The CT setup doesn't look like it's positioned to deal with the speed of this, but they're missing everything. The Ts are not ready. They are not winning these fights, and somehow the rotations come in. It's over. These quick plays, they're just not working for either side. In fact, that B rush, I don't get it. It's like everything else has been fine, but you know, you just decide, okay, let's change it. Let's try and catch them off. But the pathing isn't good enough to break into the site.
I think it hit a nail on the head right there. It's like when they slow things down, it feels like many of the times both these two teams, the way they're winning rounds on the T side is just being patient and waiting for their opposition to just get a little panicky, or get a little fidgety, and just poke and prod for information and get punished for that, right? But whenever they go for like a fast play, whenever they try to go for just a simple, base of spawn execute, they just seem to get annihilated. And we've seen this happen on Ancient multiple times as well. We've seen it happening on Mirage at the same time. I see quite a lot of people, a bit of some Counter-Strike players as well.
There we go, some Dust 2. I like the testing out here on the laptop. That looks good.
That looks
Dust 2, decent movement as well. There we go, impressive. Maybe he'll be up there next time. Up on the stage for the playoffs. It is interesting how this tournament started, right? Internet cafe qualifiers. That is something that Europeans will be
confused,
very unaware of,
Unless you're like the age of Natu.
Yeah, exactly. Inferno Online days as well in Sweden. But, we're looking at positions where nowadays everybody just qualifies online, but here in India we've had a internet cafe qualifies. That's incredible.
Only LAN players allowed, Dinko.
That's true. That's maybe India is going to produce the best LAN player ever in the future.
and then they just suck online.
Yeah. Anytime they go online, it just suck. It's like VP back in the day.
Yeah, the polls. Shout out to Taz, Neo, and the crew. Up, spawn, a couple of easy kills. This one should be a walk in the park here. Just a few pistols upgrades coming out. And Revenant is going to be 12 to 10 very, very quickly. And for Revenant, they want to make this clean. They want to make this quick, Dinko, because they want to get to map number 3 very, very fast. Because if this manages to drag itself on, we've seen 7C come back from what looks like impossible odds.
Yeah, they're a team that you can never count out no matter how bad it is looking, right? They're always able to find some sort of pathway in, and I think they've shown enough proficiency to be able to compete here on Mirage. And I think we're only in this position that it's 12 to 10 because, you know, that B hit didn't work and it threw all their money away, and they also nearly lost the round of 5-7. So it's just a couple of mistakes here and there from 7C that has put them in this spot, but those are the kind of mistakes that can make the biggest impact on the stage. And let's see if they can pull this one back.
I'm gonna put it under the spotlight.
Okay, give me the spotlight.
Here's the spotlight, Dinko.
All right.
And here's the question.
Could go anywhere with this.
Are we seeing Inferno? I'm playing it safe. Are we seeing Inferno?
I think right now, we are going to see Inferno based on how Revenant are playing. I think they look like the better team. I think 7C are making too many mistakes at the moment, which is costing them. So I feel like Inferno absolutely should be the most likely outcome. But as I just mentioned a few moments ago, I think 7C are a team you cannot count out against any odds. And I was sort of giving you a reason as to why I believe there's still a chance to come back. But I think it must start now. They have to win in this round. If they don't win in this round, well, it is going to be a tough position to be in. And the money is pretty good. The icons show that the CTs have full AKs. So, I don't know if that's wild here. Okay, so they've got a couple of AKs.
I think the colors will flip when it comes to that particular HUD, right?
Okay,
But there we go. They got AKs on the T side, Dinko, and they
got one on the CT side as well.
Fair enough. There we go. And a Galil in play, and this looks a little bit of a default approach coming from 7C, right? And this is where they seem to find a success. This is where Revenant found a success as well. Just
that is true,
slow.
yeah. Much slower, and that's what I'm mentioning. You know, I got a little worried when I seen they were rushing B because both of these teams' T sides have looked better when they default, and that's maybe a bit dry.
That's the ball.
That is the ball. The ball is just dry peeking out Palace into the AWP, but it's a bit of a mess, one that needs to be cleaned up, and perhaps Spawn will come over and help that out. It's nice and quick here from Revenant Esports, and given the start of that round and now the finish, I absolutely will now concur that Inferno's coming through.
That was, that was a little painful from 7C. I'm not sure what the plan was there. They had a player inside of B apartments. They had one towards mid, throwing a couple of smokes there for top cons.
It is wild that they
and
drive
3 guys coming out from apartments. No flashes are helping themselves out. No one running out like a waterfall. Just the bomb peeking out by himself.
And they've got so much utility towards the end there too, right? There was no need to just pop out Palace. I actually am really surprised that they haven't sort of sorts the weakness is actually being quick. You know, they haven't seen that the slower rounds are their strength. I don't know how they haven't come to that conclusion because it is the case. Maybe in review it will become more clear than in the moment, of course, but I do believe they have looked far better when they are taking their time and methodically taking map control, getting that mid control, and then obviously having a split option. But that just felt like you're hoping that no one's watching Palace, and that is highly unlikely at that point in the round. Especially when you know there's an AWP, there's just too much risk involved in walking out Palace dry that early in play.
And also, even if you're going to go for the contact play just running out, you have to play towards ramp as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Again, that was a buy round, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that was a buy round, which is worrying. And I mentioned in the last round, Blair, it did feel like, and I'm sure you can agree, if there was to be that comeback, it had to be done in that round. They had to win that round. Otherwise, it is getting to the point where I think it might be no return.
Maybe they like allowing their opposition to get a map point, Dinko. Maybe they want Revenant to get a 15.
Take their foot off the gas kind of thing.
And then they're like, all right, watch this.
Okay.
And bring it back.
So it's like they're getting hit to the ground by a boxer and they're waiting to the count of 9 before they get up and fight again.
Have you watched Rocky?
I have indeed watched all of the Rockies multiple times.
All the Rockies?
Yep.
What's your favorite Rocky?
Rocky 1, the original, I like it. But Rocky 4 is pretty good too.
Yeah, the one where Rocky just basically saves the world and, you know, prevents a Cold War from going any further.
Ivan Drago comes in.
Yeah.
But yeah, those are my
But have you
favorite.
noticed all those movies, like Rocky obviously being a historical character, all the fights end in the final round. It's in the last minute. You think he's out of it. He's out of the count, but he brings it back and he wins it. And we have I, the Survivor, blaring in the background.
Exactly.
That's what I want to see. And I think that's the sort of, mentality that 7C have.
All right, yeah. So we're seeing that happen right now. So Revenant Esports in this position would be that of Ivan Drago, and we have now got 7C Esports as the Rocky trying to come back into this one. Is that what you're saying, Blair?
I'd say Revenant Esports are Clubber Lang from not IC, Mr. T.
Mr. T himself.
From Rocky Part 3.
All right, that was a good one as well.
Because they pitied the fool.
They did pity the fool. And SK WoW will do exactly that as well. Charging straight through the underpass. It is Elvis. Oh, he can't help. Just getting up towards the top of Con. He wanted to get through that fire and the flames, and he managed to do it quite quickly. But now we're looking at an equilibrium being removed, and 7C Esports are going to take that advantage. So we're looking at 1 minute 25 seconds still remaining in this round, but the T side with a big player advantage here.
Gum's been pretty impactful in a lot of these rounds where he's finding multi-kills. This time around, though, we won't find much as we have two of the T's gathering up towards apartments. It's going to be a B-hit coming in, as Elvis probably going to be the late flank. He's the one who's going to try and maybe cut off the rotation, maybe gather a little bit of information as the remainder of his teammates. They're taking a sweet time, however. And the longer they take, Dinko, the CTs are starting to migrate back towards B.
Oh, they absolutely are. They're flipping the car, and they're changing how this is going.
This is the
45 seconds.
This is the play from Elvis. He should be calling this out. He's like, guys, I have jungle. But they're going to take the sweet time.
Oh my, here they come. The bomb is coming. They're leaving the lurk position. And they're just trying to sell that fake out on that B side just to pull it away. And it's actually worked really well. Just that one piece of utilities pull fired up away from jungle. And that will allow them to get into position and connector. And Elvis is going to hear the steps in the rotation. He's calling that they're coming in quickly now. Get that bomb down and prepare for the post plant. A 3v3. And Revenant Esports, if they want 15 in this one, they've got to pull it off in a retake fashion.
They're going to go for this. They have the money as well. They have two kits, Molotov in play alongside of Smokes. The Cyclone is going to be the first point of contact.
He's up on top of the triple box. Quick headshot. A little haircut out for Gump, and he's not liking that one. Sends him back home. And now fired up deep into the fight, into the belly of the beast as he attacks into the retake. He's now alone. A 1v3 total for Fired Up. He trades out the AWP for the AK-47. In time to see his rifle proficiency, but Dice Dealer closes the deal, slices him up, and is now 11-14.
I think the first time I've seen a little bit of panic from Fired Up, but maybe it's because of his more erratic crosser movement. He's not very erratic.
True.
The smoke, he knew it was a 1v2.
He's used to like flicking around, isn't he?
Yeah, it's just very fidgety crosser movement, but it works for him. But in this instance, he had a smoke. He could potentially have smoked off the bomb, tapped it, maybe gotten the kill even if it doesn't win the round. But take nothing away from 7C. I think it was a pretty well-called round overall, despite it coming down to a 1v2. And yeah, now a fast play towards B. This time it's going to work out. There's one defender on towards B.
Another quick round from 7C, and they've lost both of the opening kills. I mean, you just shown in the previous round how good you can be in the mid-round. I see no reason as to why you need to speed it up. You've given that away now, and yeah, these quick rounds are not working. They're far better when they get into these post plants, into these mid-rounds, and then they can work their way through the map. We've seen them just last round show that they have the level to be able to call great mid-rounds, but they aren't letting themselves get into those mid-rounds consistently. I can count at least 3 gun rounds where they've actually been their own worst enemy in these games. It's wild to see. But
I never thought I'd ever say this, but I would love for them to watch some James demos or like some VP demos and take a leaf out of James' book. I never thought I'd ever say that, Dinko.
Slow it down.
Slow it down.
Take a breather.
Kill them by boredom. They will go looking for a fight. You think Fardaps is just going to keep quiet? He's not going to keep quiet. He's going to be going for a fight, and you just have to wait patiently and wait for him to walk into a crosshair. But I feel like that was kind of the final blow here for 7C, Dinko. I really believe this one is going to be Inferno. I don't really see it going the way of Ancient. Because in Ancient, it's like they come so close to winning some of those rounds, and they finally manage to make it click. But these rounds have just been, apart from 1 or 2 here and there, it's been lackluster from 7C.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you. Inferno became clear to me when they tried that Palace Dry walkout. And that was the moment where I realized
that was the moment you knew
Inferno's coming up. Because, yeah, the T-side just threw away too many opportunities. I'm not saying they weren't in this game. I actually feel like they were easily in this game. I feel like world in which they were able to pull that back and come back into the game, but not to be the case, unfortunately. Just missed out on some of those crucial opportunities that don't come many times. But it is starting to fill out here in Bangalore. It's looking very good down there on the floor. We've got plenty of things you could do today, plenty of stalls, interesting technology to explore. And of course, Bangalore is the tech hub of India, right? It's the Silicon Valley of India, as they call it.
Yep. A lot of tech stuff here.
A lot of tech stuff, including the space missions, if I'm not incorrect on that one.
The launch indeed did happen here, so a lot of cool stuff in the city. A lot of people, when they come into India for the first time, you think about New Delhi, you think about Mumbai, you think about all the touristy places and all of that. Personally, I prefer this. I like the vibes, I like the food, I love the weather as well, and plus,
you know what I loved about it? I landed in this beautiful airport. Bangalore Airport is beautiful, guys. If you ever come here, you're going to enjoy the airport. But
and that was the old one. You haven't even landed in the new one.
Yeah, I haven't landed in the new one, which looks incredible. But as I was leaving the airport, I was ready to experience authentic India, and I said to Blood, it's a little bit quieter than I thought at the He goes, don't worry, this is just the airport area. As we're driving into the city center, immediately it became clear to me the traffic here is just different, and a bus was just kind of swerving in and out of traffic, nearly crashed into us. It was kind of sick. It was actually kind of a thrill ride, plus. So more of that perhaps over the weekend here, but it's a thrill ride here on the server as well, because we thought the round had started, but it didn't. And it's a roller coaster of emotions, really, all the way through.
I like how, you saw the bus swerving past us, almost crushing a couple of cars, and you had your heart in your mouth, and for you, it was probably one of the most scariest experiences of your life. And for me, it was another Thursday.
It was another Thursday. It was absolutely wild. But I've never used a horn while driving, really, other than, I maybe tried it one time. It doesn't really get used, but here in India, it's one of the most used tools in a car. It's great.
It's a form of communication.
It's the sound of India, really, the car horn.
Pretty much. And it's a form of communication which hopefully 7Cs have as well, because it has been lackluster. But nice little thing on to fire it up. Getting a little too feisty there with the AWP, trying to jump spot, and he will be forced to respect these pistols. But it is a lackluster buy, Dink. A couple of AK-47s, a Galil, a Tech-9, a Deagle, couple of smokes, couple of Molotovs. That's all they have.
Yeah, it is all they have, and it's starting to become even less than that as well, because Fired Up uses the window.
He's still sticking around in window
advantage.
With 6 HP. An absolute madman.
And they surely, if they had it, would have soared in, but they don't have that utility, and so he has offered that chance to stay alive. But it doesn't look like 7C will be offered the chance to stay alive. In fact, their dreams of Mirage and a 2-0 finish to go to the grand final are dead. Revenant Esports have turned up to the semi-finals finally, and it is looking very good for them. A strong enough showing on Ancient. They got to overtime. They definitely could have won that map, but much better here on Mirage, in particular on that CT side. The defense has looked way better than it did over on Ancient, and they will now feel like their chances of reaching that grand final have reopened once again. One of the favorites, if not the favorite for this competition, will have a shot to compete for the grand final just a moment away, and it is confirmed. Inferno is needed. We need all 3 maps in our first semi-final, and we wouldn't want it any other way.
Absolutely not. Inferno, the decider. It's a map that both these two teams like to play. It's a map everyone likes to play. It's a map that we want to watch as well as a decider, the classic Inferno decider, where we've seen many a fantastic series find its end. For Revenant, though, a couple of smiles on the faces of the players. They're going to be a little bit relieved after having trailed the series 0-1, tying things up. But I have to say, if we talk about how convincing 7C were in those final few rounds of Ancient, I think Revenant were just so dominant from, I think, round number 8 onwards. They won 9 rounds on the T side, and the CD side, complete domination as well. And for 7C, I don't want to give too much of criticism because it's not their map pick as well, but the T side was, considering it's a map that they do play, obviously, because they haven't banned it out in the first phase, I expected more to see from the T side. That was kind of rough.
Yeah, to be honest, I see with this team that they actually have a really good skill on 7C, and it's the fact that they're able to find solutions. I think they're great at finding out answers to the problems that may occur, but today on this map, I didn't see it so much on the T side because they didn't let themselves get into a position where they could problem solve. They were just their own problem, unfortunately, and they just kept going quickly and ruining their chances of getting into a mid-round, where I feel like their greatest strength is actually being in that mid-round, in the situation where you're having to figure out the answers on the fly and working as a team. And they didn't do that today. They didn't allow themselves to do that, and I feel maybe that's a little bit of nerves, perhaps. getting to them. And now that it's all back to even odds, I feel like Revenant Esports now move into a position of heavy favorites to close out this series on Inferno.
Yeah, they should be. Whatever I said about the team, the first team to win the first map, probably taking a 2-0. I had my my doubts if Revenant would have the mentality to bring it back, but clearly they did. I think the fact that they have a coach, they have experience, they have someone like Gump who's played overseas as well, coming all the way from Australia, definitely played a factor at the same time. For 7C, if they want to pull off this upset on Inferno, I feel like they need to stop thinking they need to close. They need to be a little bit more patient. Yeah. Stop trying to close things out. Stop trying to hasten the end of a round. Take your sweet time. You guys have the right idea. You know that you seem to have a good idea of how a default is, at least from what I've seen on these two maps thus far. You seem to have the individuals as well popping off. Just be a little bit more patient and wait for Revenant to make mistakes on the CT side, which they've done time and time again on both the maps.
That's very true, and perhaps sometimes you can be your own worst enemy, and I think that was a clear example of that. So moving into this map, the most exciting thing for me heading into Inferno was the fact that Fired Up looked a lot stronger here. Yeah. On this map of Mirage, was a lot more comfortable. But I was looking forward to Inferno, but I feel like Fired Up as an AWPer, it's a little hard to find the same level of impact on Inferno sometimes. You feel a little bit tied up, a little bit restrained. Perhaps that's a problem he's going to have to try and solve going into this next one.
He definitely has to, but I do feel like he is someone, no matter what position you keep himself in, even in Inferno, if he's going to be towards, let's say, playing towards short or playing towards the arch position, for example, I feel like he's going to be such a nuisance. It feels like almost that part of the map is basically going to be a no-go for 7C, but that remains to be seen, right? Final map, deciding map to be coming up here, after quite a while. But I'm excited, Dinko. The fact that we're going to be going all the full distance to Inferno to decide which team's going to be going to the grand finals is something which, in all honesty, I didn't expect was going to transpire. I thought Revenant were going to take it 2-0.
Yeah, me too, but it means they have to take a little break heading into that, and so do we. A break would be much enjoyed, and then we'll hear the thoughts of the desk as well, so make sure you stick around. Inferno is coming up.
Like Skybri, ooh, right beside me, in the phantom off that, yeah, Abu Dhabi, with a bad look like Skybri, ooh, right beside me, in the phantom off that, yeah.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up, way up. It's a race against the clock. And once I get a taste, then it's impossible to stop.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up, way up.
Leader in charge and leading by example was Spawn in Mirage. I think that's where it all worked in favor of Revenant, because when it started off, we kind of felt like 7C had control on their CD hub, but I think Spawn did a fantastic job, and even when the map ended, right, he was leading in charts as well. So I think it was very crucial for Revenant to kind of break 7C from getting to a stage where they could kind of fire in all cylinders.
I mean, the beginning was good from Team Revenant. They won the first pistol and then the second round, and then it was a nice stomp by 7C, winning 6 in a row. But then that's where it got confusing for 7C, because Revenant started to come back into the game, leading to a 9-6 half. But then coming into this game, we all knew that 7C has a weak T side on Mirage, and that's what we obviously saw. And once they switched, once they were on the T side, I felt like they were lost. They didn't know where to go. Everywhere they went, there was always an advantage in terms of the amount of players from Revenant, and eventually they managed to win all the clutch rounds. There was some mistakes, C4 dropping at very weird places, but Revenant in general were better on Mirage, and I mean, the streak continues. They still haven't lost in this tournament.
Yeah, I agree. I think 7C, they just sort of lost their footing after they got that initial lead. Revenant making a comeback eventually, you know, with Spawn leading the charge, leading by example. I really like that, because when you have an IGL that is also capable of fragging, you look at him and you feel motivated, right? You feel like, all right, my IGL's got my back. I'm going to listen to him. I'm going to just keep at it, just keep my, you know, just keep my eye on the crosshair, just make sure that I'm not missing any easy shots. So, yeah, again, Revenant being able to come back into that one as strongly as they did, good stuff.
I think, yes, in Mirage, kind of what we expected, we discussed, it should be comfortable for Revenant, because even the map veto that we've seen so far, right, it has not been kind of favorable for any team. They've kind of picked their weaker maps going per se, and it's made this game as a whole interesting, and we'll also be jumping into Inferno. But before we jump there, we have to talk about the matter on hands. That is going to be Elvis, right? I think kind of what we saw in the first map was not allowed to be replicated here from Elvis's hand. You see he's going to be on the bottom. Yes, Cyclone did still keep spinning his Cyclone here and there and kept dishing bullets, but it was just not enough for 7C.
Yeah, I mean, individually 7C, not a lot of players showed up this game. Cyclone, obviously, is a guy that's always on fire. He's always playing good, but I mean, the rest of the teammates weren't having a good game, honestly. And I don't think it's their fault. I think just Revenant managed to stop them. Right, especially Spawn and Gum, they played very well here. They managed to get the kills. With the AWP also, SKY and Spawn did lots of damage. I think AWP in Mirage is very crucial, and especially that if the AWPer keeps moving, whether it's Ticket, AWP in mid or in B. So I think Revenant played that well, and it's going to be tricky for 7C going into Inferno, which is one of the weaker maps for 7C and one of the stronger maps for Revenant. And this is where the stronger map pool comes into play. So if Revenant manages to get a good start on Inferno, I think that would be good. But also statistically, both teams are very weak on the CT side on Inferno. So it's a 50-50. I think LAN changes everything when it comes to the pressure and the mental game.
Yeah, Inferno has been one of the most played maps in the entire league, right? So at this point, you expect everyone to have figured it out to an extent, but 7C almost never played that map. Perhaps there's something they're bringing to the table that we are not aware of. And Revenant, I think they're going to be hard-pressed to receive it. Again, they are the better team individually speaking. All of their players have a lot of LAN experience, so all the mental issues, all of the synergy issues, you know, just all that nervousness, they didn't have any of that in the first one, right? Whereas compared to 7C's, the map that they won, it was very labored. They had to take it to overtime. So after such a dominant showing on Mirage, I think their confidence is also going to be a little bit shaken. But Inferno, it was left in there for a reason. I'm quite sure 7C's have accounted for that. I'm curious as to what they're going to be up to. I think Pavi, again, AWP, you know, it's crucial on Mirage. I think it's also very important on Inferno. I just want to see that AWP going to work here for Pavi. I think it's going to be a lot of you know, responsibility on his shoulders.
I think as of now, we've seen, right, 7C kind of did not find their footing at all, and as Tox mentioned, kind of T side being weak. Right now, it's the counter opposite. There's going to be CT sides weak for both the ends. But any overall picture, as you mentioned as well as you, right, we have not seen Inferno being picked at all by 7C Esports, and now this being a decider can affect things, but we also spoke at the start of the day that teams can hide something, and they might have been waiting for the stadium LAN to happen. So I just hope, for the sake of 7C Esports, that they have prepared something new and they're ready, because there is 0 picks, whereas on the other end, when we come into Revenant, they have picked it 7 times, and now that odds kind of give us an idea why you said it's a better map as well as stronger win from Revenant. But also we were talking about the AWPs, right? In the first map, I think Ancient, we did not see a proper footing of the AWP, but here on Mirage, eventually it started making its way. But what do you think is going to happen on Inferno? It's going to be again crucial. Casters again spoke about it. Is it going to find its place?
I think Inferno, if I'm going to be honest, is going to be chaotic. I think the map is going to be all over the place. I think when a map like this, when it's not really you know, dependent on a certain style, whether it's setups or not, no, it's a very closed map, all close range, and I think it's you know, it's all about, you know, taking mid control and then forcing the CTs to play from the back, and then also how you set up in B, how you take banana. Banana is a very critical point to take in terms of the T or the CT. So I think there's going to be lots of war around banana. But in general, I don't think we're going to see a CS that's based solely on amazing strats. No, we're going to see lots of individual plays, lots of flashes being popped here and there, lots of picks. And I love to see all that banana fight happening. And whoever takes control early on, I think they're going to get like 4 or 5 rounds. And that's going to help them in the map.
Yeah, likewise. I think it's going to be very scrappy on the map of Inferno. I don't expect either of these teams to be very clean in their execution. But again, I want to ask a question to you, right? Because Bhavi is a bit of an oddball on 7Cs, given the fact that he is making most of the calls. He is the IGL, but also the AWPer. If you were in the shoes right now, what are you thinking of? I mean, do you just let loose? You give your team the freedom to work with on Inferno going into this third one? Because sometimes just giving your team the ability or giving the individuals, the freedom to work and just do whatever they want on a map, it can help alleviate some of that pressure, and then maybe you can start to bring it back if it doesn't work. How do you want to see Bhavi approach this one for 7Cs?
I mean, definitely they knew going into Mirage that this is a strong map, so most likely the outcome is they're going to lose. So they're going to put that behind, they're going to focus on how they won Ancient and what worked with them very well. I mean, Benzin also, he showed up a bit, but he needs to come back as well with his entries and flanks, and I think he's a very crucial player for the team. But I think in general, what Bhavi needs to do is, first of all, you need to see, Inferno is works a lot around default. So you need to get that default up, make sure to understand how your opponents are playing. And once you have that explored, you know where the weaknesses are. If you haven't explored that already through watching demos, so once you have that set up, then you can play freely. But I think Inferno depends a lot on flash for me, let me pop, try to get a kill. So if we see that, then we're going to see a beautiful CS, and I think this is a key moment for either of the teams, whether it's on the T or the CT. Pop flash, get the kill, run away, play with an advantage, because to me, if you want to win Inferno, you need to use that style.
Yeah, personally, I feel that you want to give your freedom to some of your players as well. Yeah. Just give them the ability and set them up for success. Just get the buddy system online, have 2 people playing together, playing off of each other, get those flashes rolling in like you mentioned. And I think as long as you do that, 7Cs, you're going to find some success. Of course, Inferno is always a bit of a weird one. You can never really count out anyone until, the fat lady really sings. So it's going to be interesting to see if 7Cs do play a bit more, open a bit more free compared to how they've been playing some of these other maps. Ancient, again, it seemed a little bit awkward at the start, but then, Elvis just making everyone dance to the beat of his drum, and then 7Cs being able to capitalize on the back of that and claw their way back, with Bhavi's IGL. I think you sort of need to give the players some more room to work with, the way you did on Ancient. I think as long as you do that, Inferno should look decent for 7Cs, because 7Cs are a very strong team.
It should, but I want to sidetrack this conversation a little bit and move over to you when you were a player, right? Just now we were seeing on the cam, right, Venom came through, and you said before we were having a conversation, you fought against them, won against them. So how was that when you kind of had, and now seeing him back here on the stadium?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. I mean, we saw Venom, and I played against Brutality back in the day lots of times. I think I played them more than the local teams. So, we played lots of Indian teams back in the day. So it's nice to see some familiar faces. It's nice to see everyone getting along here, joining this. I call it a celebration, lots of milestones, as Dinko mentioned, it's huge achievements for the Indian scene, whether it's esports or chess or, landing on the moon. So it's lots of things, and, obviously as an Indian, you have to be very proud, very happy. And I'm also very proud and happy being here, sharing this also in the studio with you guys. It's a good matchup. It's a good memories for me. I created memories before, creating memories again. And I think for Fired Up and Cyclone, one of them is going to create a very happy moment. The other is going to unfortunately, leave and watch from the stand. So it's going to be tricky. Both of these players are the MVPs. I mean, will Fired Up, come back into this strongly? Will it be Cyclone continuing his, cycloning? So it's going to be a tricky one, but I think, just Inferno is a fun map to end the series with, because it was the first map that started the whole thing. So it's a nice thing to have.
Yeah, I think when we started the league stage, right, it was just Inferno, 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 and we rarely used to kind of see the other maps being decided. Especially one was Anubis. We kind of longed for it, and until the half of it, kind of we never got a chance to see it. But finally now Inferno, moving to the decided end of it, I want to get an idea from you, Floki. We've seen Inferno a lot when we were in the league stage, right? Now finally this being a decider, it can swing either way because we've seen on Inferno, right? It's the momentum game. And 7C are one such team that like momentum. If they get it, they come back into it. Do you think those kind of instances are going to be there where they'll be able to get the momentum, or what Revenant did right now? They were breaking them apart, slowing the game down. Do you think that's going to happen?
I certainly think Revenant have a chance to just pull ahead and just keep driving away with the game. But again, it could get really, really scrappy, right? Because Inferno has come full circle throughout the league season. I think we saw it being started off really scrappy, and then people started to be a bit more careful, a bit more disciplined in the way they were playing, very calculated. But then again, towards the end, we started to see some really weird stuff happening where people were just willing to be scrappy again and just willing to walk through mollies just to get some map control, like you mentioned. Getting that banana control early on. We saw a lot of creative things happening. So I think it is going to come full circle. I think we're going to see, again, a very scrappy Inferno. It shouldn't be calculated. It shouldn't be methodical. And that's what I want to see. That's the way I want to see this final map go down. Take me to overtime. Make sure that every single time we're watching around, it's one team breaking the other's economy.
Yeah, and it's fun for the casters as well because they get to cast on lots of rounds, because I don't think this is going to be one-sided, even if they have some secrets, some secret plans or so on. I think it's a very close map. It's easy to read Inferno. But the thing is, it's all about these moments, these clutch rounds. And I think that's where it mattered mostly in Ancient. These clutch rounds made a big difference. So it's also as a CT player and the clutching enabling you to get the AWP and the economy relief, So I think if whoever starts on the CT side and gets around, 9 or 10 rounds, then I think that whoever that team is, they're going to win the map, because T side is going to be a bit weak. So getting 10 or 9, maybe 11, I think 11 is a bit of a stretch, but if you get that, I think they're going to be more comfortable going on T side, because I honestly believe it's all about this first half and who gets more on the CT.
And just to piggyback off of what you said, right? Because we've seen some of these teams not having the strongest of CT side, it again leaves a question in my mind, is like, if you just start running away with the T side, will we even get to see a proper match? And I think the answer to that question might be no. But again, it is a decider. When push comes to shove, I think the IGLs, the best things you can do is just get your hands off the steering wheel, be like, guys, it's your battlefield, do what you feel comfortable with, do what you feel best, and then if we lose, we lose. I think that's the mindset you want to go at this with, especially if you're 7C, because there is a strong chance that Revenant, if they open up, or if they start out on the T side and they start off strong, you're never going to get a chance to fight back, because Revenant they will just play the war of attrition. They will make you work for every single piece of the map. They will use the utility to reclaim parts of the map. So you better keep your eyes peeled out if you're 7C. And I hope that they have got some perseverance in them, because it's going to take a lot of that to just battle it out against Revenant and take this.
I think on Inferno, as we spoke about, keep talking about it, that what's going to work out and what's not. This CT side and T side, yes, it's going to be under question and under pressure also for teams, because over the period, even when we started the day off, we were talking about it. CT has not been great for a lot of the teams. The question again arises on Inferno. Inferno is such a map, if they're able to get CT for themselves, I think they'll have a lot of control over the half, and maybe a little bit even favorable of a buffer when they move over to the T side for themselves. Again, being a decider, we're not yet sure who's going to get which side to start things off. It'll all be decided on the knife round, and then we'll get an idea about it. But who do you like to see on CT or T side?
I mean, honestly, it's whoever goes in CT, like, statistically, both will play not that amazing, but we're going to have to see. I mean, I would like to see 7C start on the CT side. I think it would be interesting to see them, how they play on the CT side, because they've been better on T side in general, but either way, if it goes to that or this, it's going to depend on the pistol and the second, and so on and so forth. So Inferno is one of these maps where there's lots of small points, small areas. If you take control, you manage to play that nicely. And yeah, so Mirage, we didn't see much of that flash and push. Okay. Ancient as well, we just see smokes early on deployed. So this is the map where we really need to utilize utility. This is all about utility, whether it's banana, pushes, you know. The guy on T side who's defaulting in banana, this guy should not be able to breathe. He should come into banana, he should be welcomed with nades. He should not be able to move freely. And I think if they do that, then they make sure that they control banana as a CT player. I think that will make their lives a lot easier, whoever it is on the CT side.
Yeah, I think Banana, again, like you mentioned, is going to be that point of contention for a lot of these teams, for both of these teams, excuse me. And again, Revenant, they can just sort of run away with the T side if they do start there. And it does seem like the knife round has played out or has not played out. I'm not certain, but regardless, if it is Revenant starting off on the T side and they get off to a good start, you're in deep waters if you're 7 seed. So again, if you're Revenant, just make the most of that T side. Just make sure you punch together, punch hard. And yeah, before I throw it back to Sam, I do want to ask you, if you are on either of these teams right now, you're playing Inferno, high stakes match, what do you tell your troops to rally them? What do you tell them to motivate them to, you know, give it their best?
I mean, you have to go into the war mode, you know, you're like, do or die. Guys, this is it. We have nothing to lose. We're 50-50. No one is better than the other. We had the slight edge. They had the slight edge. This is a map that could go either way. We need to be calm, be ready, and, you know, mentally, you need to just get into that groove, you know, start the game. You need to also not sit on the PC instantly. Huddle, do that, shout, you know, fist bumps from the start of the game. You need to see smiles. I see everyone is like, I feel like everyone is so tense. Everyone is like serious face mode. Sometimes you need to break from that. Sometimes you need to relax, have fun, enjoy the game. And, you know, it's also a mental thing, because if you go into, you know, a game and you look on the other side, so, you know, I'm Revenant, you're 7C, and I'm looking at your team and you're all laughing and having fun. That would stress me out. Like, why are these guys laughing? Do they think they're going to win? And it would make me a bit stressed, and vice versa as well. So it's all about how you perceive your opponent. And I think right now, strategy-wise, we're not going to see much, like we mentioned, but it's all about who comes stronger and who does less mistakes.
Yeah, just one final point to add here. So far, 100% on the huddle win rate. They huddled up in the first map, they won it. Second map, not so much, they lost. Well, I mean, you guys go figure. That's the most important statistic so far over here in the tournament, if you ask me.
I think, as Talks just mentioned, right, it's a 50-50 situation. We're not sure where it's going to end up. And I think here is where that 50-50 works out for 7C Esports, right? We've talked in the start of the day as well, because 7C have been a balanced team. That's where I feel like if Inferno, they keep it balanced, they do not let Revenant run away, I think 7C will find their footing eventually and will be able to run away and take this and send Revenant backing, as well as make them sit in the stands, and while they get themselves being the first grand finalists. But again, Inferno can be anybody's game. As you mentioned, right, Banana, is going to be very interesting to see the nade parade, the Kobe grenades coming through. Who's going to get those picks? Is it going to be 7C on their CT end, or is it going to be the other way around, that people will be burning each other up, right? I think that's what I want to see. And I agree with you, the part of a lot more util oriented rather than going in gunning, right? Which I think kind of oriented and shifted gradually when we compared Ancient as well as, I would say, the Mirage, right? And let's see if that happens here, if it's going to be a utility game. Akasas are ready for Inferno. The decider here for Revenant as well as 7C Esports. Blair and Dinko, take it away.
Myself now as we head into it. Inferno coming up. It's going to be a map that is going to leave everything on the line. There's going to be a lot of emotions coming into this one. I really like what Talks was saying, you know, a perspective of maybe you just have to try and break that serious mentality for a moment, just lighten up a little bit, because you get in your own head, you come into this, you realize, okay, this map is the whole of this tournament and everything we've worked for over the recent months comes down to just one map of Inferno. And if you lose here, you're going to miss out on the lion's share of the prize pool and so much just down on one map.
It's going to be heartbreaking no matter how you look at it for one of these two teams, right? Obviously for Revenant, after winning map number 2, they're mapping reasonably convincingly as well. They should be feeling pretty comfortable. But as Talk said, everyone looks super tense, super stressed, and they should be as well. Like you just said right now, one map, the difference between qualifying for the grand finals tomorrow and having another shot at the trophy, or just going home, which can be rough for you. And coming from Talks, this is a guy who's played in the Middle Eastern region for quite a number of times. He has also played in Asian minors, the qualified for the majors multiple times as well. This is a guy who knows what he's talking about, and absolutely, I agree with him 100% that the mentality, I think it's going to really come down to that. We can talk about nitty-gritties and the micros and the macros of how things are going to play out in the server as well, but CS is so many times, especially in a stage like this, a mental game.
Absolutely, and it's said time and time again, and will continue to be said because it is true. This game is all down to how you perceive your opponent or yourself and how you deal with pressure in these circumstances. And generally, the great teams are the ones that handle the pressure, but even then, you know, we got to witness that even at the highest level back at the Paris Major, right? The craziest major I felt like in terms of the upsets that were coming in, and it was the added pressure the teams put on themselves, realizing this was the last CSGO major. So if it can even happen to the top teams in the world that have sports psychologists and everything they could need alongside them, of course it's going to happen to some of these guys up here who have never played at a LAN stage this big, who have so much ahead of them. If they win this tournament, the money is life-changing, and this is possibly the start of a very successful career for a few of these players up on this stage. So yeah, you want to do the best, you want to leave it all out there, because the alternative is you just live the same life. So there's a lot going into this one, and it's exciting times as we head into Inferno. But for me, I see a few jokes being cracked up that end of the table. It looks pretty good up there.
If I'm Revenant, you know, you should have that attitude where you are the better team. You know you're the better team inside, and that's what you'll be looking to showcase in the server as well. So yeah, a few smiles being cracked over there. Spawn, the IGL, I think was finding crazy impact. He's not a player you look to on the side of Revenant to be kind of the heavy carry when you have players like, you know, Gump and obviously Fired Up as well. And I have to say, even though it's just been a couple of maps here, Dinko, I've been genuinely pleasantly surprised and impressed with a few of the players when it comes to just the individual ability, you know, when it comes to just taking heads.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Spawn has been mega impressive in terms of his ability to lead the team and also be able to just throw himself into the midst of battle. I mean, that is a feature that we have seen from many of the great IGLs in Counter-Strike from the bottom to the top, right? We look at Carrigan as an example, Snappy, these players who are willing to call from the front, they're willing to get involved. And in particular, you know, Carrigan does that with his FaZe Clan team, right? And you gotta, when something's not working, you throw the strap hook out the window and you come up with something yourself. And if you have to be the one that shows everybody what it is, you do it. And Spawn has clearly shown the capability of doing that in the previous map of Mirage. Now he's got to look forward to the future and be able to close out Inferno here, because it would put them in the grand finals. And that grand final showing is absolutely where this team belong, and Revenant Esports feel like they should even lift this title.
Yeah, like, not even making it to the grand finals, I think, is going to be already a failure for the side of Revenant. So you absolutely agree with you on that. That being said, man, I have to say, 7C, even though the second half, or rather the majority of Mirage was a bit of a disappointment, it wasn't their map pick, right? They've shown that they are tenacious. They don't seem to know, you know, they don't seem to have a give-up button, so to speak. They seem to keep trying time and time again.
That's very true.
Now, whether they approach it the right way or not, that's up for debate. At least in Mirage, it was a little lackluster, I felt like, on the T side. But, you know, it's Inferno. Everyone knows how to play Inferno, Denko. Every single player in Counter-Strike knows how to play Inferno.
In theory, not in practicality, I would say. A lot of teams, maybe when they put it into action, perhaps don't take all of the procedures correctly. But I think in theory, at least, they should be able to understand the approach needed. But it is a little difficult to play perfect CS. I think Inferno actually punishes you if you don't play perfect CS, if you don't play that perfect rhythm and that sort of recipe for success that Inferno offers up. And I think more mistakes are obviously going to happen the longer you go in today and the more pressure that builds throughout it. So here we go. It is ready to go. The final map of the first semi-finals here in Bangalore, and Skyesports Masters. 7C Esports could be going out, or Revenant Esports might be following suit. We'll have to see how this one goes as we kick things off on Inferno. SK Wow straight up banana. It is Cyclone with the triple reddish running right into the fight. Is he going to expect the Logs player already? SK Wow gets overwhelmed and overrun, and none of his teammates are with him.
That was, okay, a hell of a start right there. Cyclone just running down Banana with the dualies. I thought he'd be done for, but somehow staying alive. As a nade combo from Gump and Spawn, taking on Cyclone. So we even Stevens right now, as equilibrium has been established. The defensive smoke being used by the CTs as enabled. In the meantime, catching Benzine, who was trying to go for a very early flank towards mid, and he's going to be punished for it. So man advantage now for the side of Revenant Esports as Dice Stealer sitting in the smoke. There's no more utility, no flashes to help him out as he sits in the smoke as Elvis chimes in with a frag of his own. And once again, the tides have turned to catch Gump as well, and it's all on Fired Up. A 1v3. He's able to isolate a fight with the player inside a balcony, but Elvis, he'll sing a siren song of death, and 7C will win the first pistol here on map number 3.
Really important to see them get a good start here in the pistol, because we've seen too often the start go over the other way, right? We've seen Revenant get good starts in the pistol rounds at the start of each and every map, For Revenant, there is a period of time where they maybe have to take a back seat, and the first gun rounds generally go the way of 7C, but maybe we've got a change up here for Inferno. 7C with an essential pickup, and once again, we notice, a couple of FAMAS, but this time we're seeing SMGs come out. We're seeing those MP9s come into play. That's something that we haven't seen throughout today for 7C Esports. Looking to build some money. But Revenant Esports now looking towards A. There's no one in Banana. They don't feel comfortable taking that or even challenging. So 7C have taken full Banana control already.
And they also have bracket control as well. Usually on the CT side, when you're going up against the pistols, you probably, would be, if you have control of Banana, you play a little bit more safe towards the A-bomb side, for example. But they're being pretty aggressive here. Benzina's smoke is going to block his vision rather. So Revenant Esports, you're using up all the utility they have, and it's going to be a push inside, but the team flash coming in, but fired up, able to get the trade. As the bomb site
the second play here,
taken
though.
Over.
Yeah, it's Dice Dealer, a play that they just were not ready for to still be around, still on the balcony. He has denied the bomb plant, and he has denied everything. It is taken away from them. I like the call from Revenant Esports. Often you can get a balcony pop to work out. It can be a very effective strategy in those kind of scenarios, but it doesn't work out this time. A little fumble on the team flash at the start, and they didn't really carry through on that trade kill, and it is 2-0 for 7C Esports.
And for 7C, because they had the Banana control early on, the rotation was so very quick, right? Not even able to get the bomb down there for Revenant, and the player played from the balcony position. Great work. They're staying alive, getting the first kill as the T's entered into the bomb side as well. And look at the aggression. They know it's going to be just the pistols
Elvis.
here. And Elvis with the FAMAS, he's looking for a few kills. Little surprised it's not the SMGs going in for the, to farm a little bit of cash, but they have complete control of the map here early on. And Revenant, not going to get much done with the pistols this time around.
True. And I feel like right now you're looking at 7C Esports getting a good start. This is coming back to the conversation we set up and the narrative we set up before we head into this gameplay, was the fact that, it's nerves on this map. It's being able to come in as an underdog and get a good start. Well, that does a lot for you in terms of settling those nerves, right? When you win those first 3 rounds and you win them pretty cleanly, that allows you to get into the game a little bit more.
Well, they're not going to get into the bomb side, or Revenant, but we will have finally a buy coming out for the favorites in this particular matchup. But for the side of 7C, this is a dream start. It's 3-0 for the side of 7C, keeping it clean as well. So that's a very good beginning to the final deciding map here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great start, 3-0. But Revenant Esports, for the first time on this Inferno showing, have got a bye round. So the AKs are out. This is the first hurdle that 7C have had to really approach. The fully fledged play from Dice Dealer. Flash set up into second middle. It went well for a moment, and then it didn't. Wow, from SK.
3 kills. I think the second kill they got was a collateral as well. I like the play from 7C, though. That was a bonus round coming in from them with SMGs and a FAMAS in play, and it just went for a push towards second mid.
He did very well, though, SK Wow, though, in dealing with not only the trade, because obviously it looked like that was going to be very effective. I don't know if SK got caught by the flash or not, but it seemed pretty easy for him to recover and get a 3K from that. Definitely should have went down at least on the 3rd attempt, but unable to get it done. And that is Revenant Esports with a quick round. Like you said, the call is interesting from 7C Esports. It was a bonus, which means they've got money again coming into round 5. They can buy up here, but a FAMAS will still be present.
We really haven't seen Bobby. I mean, he's an IGL/Opper. He's the fallen of this team. We haven't really seen him do much with the AWP.
I do not recall even speaking of his AWP.
Yeah, I think I brought it like once or something, but now we're going to see what he's going to be doing on the CT side here for the side of Revenant. Losing just to one player, keeping it clean, and a fast control towards Banana. 3 CTs lying in wait for Gump, however, as Bobby takes a shot, but not quite able to find anything with it.
Yeah, he's going to be sitting back. Smokes are going to go up, Molly's into play. And just taking their time, Revenant Esports looking to solidify some map control towards brackets, but take note of the CT setup here, Bless. Quite interesting.
Yeah, but they do have the stack over here. The timing there was abysmal for the side of Dice Dealer. And it is interesting. They have control of brackets, and Elvis just runs in, almost finds 3 kills.
It was almost melodic in terms of how he was able to transfer to the second player, but it would have been too perfect if he found 3. Under a minute left as we now take a look at the play from Revenant Esports. It's still committed towards A. It is really their only option at this point. They do not know if they can backtrack, and they need to go into the attack, but they're not ready for Cyclone. Now they know he's there. He is isolated here, Cyclone, and cannot stay in the same position.
That's a very good, very smart play from Cyclone to reposition himself here. And he finds the kill on the fired up as well, all on SK. Well, 3 points of health. What a round from Cyclone.
Fantastic
that was
work.
fantastic stuff.
Yeah, really good work. And I mean, it is that reposition. He sensed the timing to be able to get out of that spot. He realized that, okay, no one else is coming up from middle. No one's coming out of boiler. This is my chance to move. They're probably going to try and peek me from the balcony. And that information is passed on. So he had to get out of that spot, and he does. He gets out, and then you can see they weren't ready for him to have repositioned, and he gets that element of surprise, which allows him the second kill. And then from that point, it's just a heads up 1v1 that he wins. So 4-1 start for 7C. You have to say they're looking damn good at the start of Inferno.
And also the fact Elvis just peeks mid, and there's all 3 Ts at mid are looking away from him. That's a bit of a same Revenant not expecting CT aggression.
You wouldn't expect that kind of play to happen, right?
He just ran in alone. There was no flashes, no nothing, no tell there's going to be a peek coming in.
But even then from the T side, you should at least account for any sort of re-aggression at some points. You should have at least one of those 3 players looking towards brackets and being aware that if someone does peek, if someone does go for info, you've got to have someone ready for that. But this is going to be another slow walk from Revenant. They've been getting this apartment's control. They generally are allowing it, but there's 4 players starting at the A side again here for 7C. Very heavy lean towards A.
This is so unconventional as well from 7C.
You don't see this, right?
Yeah, you're just giving up complete, like if you have banana control or some information, that's fine, but it comes in just leaving B to 1 player. If he falls, retake at B can be a nightmare.
Yes, it's quite a lot of confidence actually coming in from the caller himself, thinking he can hold on, and Dice Dealer slices off 2 heads. He might even get a 3rd here towards this top middle fight, but it's working. It's just a slow limp into the attack. In fact, it wasn't even a slow limp. They jumped off of the balcony with the bomb right into Dice Dealer, and Fired Up is doing his best to try and make this one nice. And that is the AWP delivering some spice, but 30 seconds left. Bomb is down. Not a lot Fired Up can do, of course, so definitely looking to save this AWP, but it's very strange how they're getting away with these 4-man setups on the A site, because Revenant Esports are walking into them, Black.
He should be just going for the save right now.
He should get out of that.
You need to get out of there. You had a time.
13 seconds left. If you lose this AWP, it's a massive loss. And in fact, you might even die after the time if you were to hang around, and you would have nothing left in the bank. You would have that $250 you have in your pocket. So Fired Up gets out of dodge. He should be okay, and he will be. But what a start. It hasn't really even been competitive. He has just given information. The AWP obviously was saved over in the hallways.
The utility, just a lack of utility usage for that apps pop just looked very weird. And there was no, like, if you're going to be going for the apps pop, you want to have a little bit of pressure towards mid, towards brackets to keep the CTs a little occupied. But the player playing bottom of shelter, he wasn't getting harassed from mid at all. He just had free reign, getting easy kills to the players dropping down from balcony. So not looking good from Revenant here early on, as we will have just the pistols, the Yop though, and Fired Up. Dinko, we know how lethal it can be with the AWP. I don't even know if he saw anyone there.
I believe he had to have, right? But I don't know.
I don't know how he got the
kill. It
kill.
didn't come up saying it was a smoke kill, so maybe it popped. Maybe he got the kill off just before the smoke popped. I have no idea how he pulled that one off, but I'm sure it was spectacular in a Fired Up fashion. But Revenant Esports, it's a really important kill to get because you have the AWP, or rather you had, past tense, and now Bavi, well, we're getting a little bit of skill from him. Bavi stepping up, going back out, maybe a little bit over-aggressive because he was the only B player. From hero to zero in a second, you have to realize in that position, you're the only B player. You cannot afford to keep re-peaking. You did so well, and then you threw it all away. Now they have a chance to win the round because of that.
One kid in play. I think there's another kid dropped to the side, but Spawn with the AWP. What a read. And the double op hold on the bomb side. I think they know where Dice Dealer is.
Pavi won the round, and then he gave it away.
It's a blunder. It's an absolute blunder to quote the great Henry G. And SK, wow, and Spawn, the double op hold. Oh, that's a bitter pill to swallow. That's a bitter pill to swallow, especially as the IGL as well, making a mistake like that.
It is. You live the life as a hero until you live long enough to see yourself become that villain, and that's exactly what happened. And it didn't really take that long, did it?
Are you calling him the Joker?
I am calling him the Joker.
That was a bit of a...
Or Harvey Dent.
Or Harvey Dent. Or Batman.
I watched that on the flyover. It's a fantastic movie.
Still aged very well.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Eddie Had has all of them. All the Batman, so I'm going through all of those.
Have you watched Batman and Robin?
No, I haven't watched that one.
You should watch Batman and Robin. Arnie as Mr. Freeze.
I feel like all the old Batmans, I watched one Batman when I was younger where it was just terrible, and then I realized I probably don't want to really watch any of the old Batmans.
I think it's worth it just from a historical
point of view.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, George Clooney as Batman had a bad credit card, by the way.
Bad credit card.
Yeah.
So
I mean, this one's going to be full eco here, and it should be farming.
They need a
territory.
bad credit card.
They don't need a bad credit card. They can just get these kills over here. Bit of a stack towards Pit, but if I'm Revenant, and even though we have been critical of Revenant a little bit here and there, they should be playing this one smart. They should just be playing a default, poke and prod, figure out where the stack's potentially going to be, and play it safe.
Some great ingenuity assembling this boost very quickly. And I think we'll be on this cam for quite some time, Blair. I don't see this round going anywhere.
But what a round to kind of lose there from Avi. Because you lose a round and you're down to pistols. Your money was in a very brittle position as well. So for Revenant, a bit of a lifeline here to kind of bounce back. Because it's been looking a little one-sided, in all honesty, on this map. But we saw this happen on Mirage as well, right? We saw 7C get off to a great start, 5-2, and then Revenant just grinded back into the game.
Yeah, they did, and I feel like we might be in for a similar story here. I feel like both of these teams are quite equally matched, to be honest. So it feels like we're going to go right to the bitter end of this one, back and forth, fighting tooth and nail to pull this one through. For the CTs, a killer 2 here is actually massive. 30 seconds. That could have been the power play, Palvier in behind Nubox, but he eventually gets cleared out, so we can't deny that bomb plant. And now with the bomb going down, there is no retake attempt really to be said. It's going to be nice, easy pickings for the rifles until they run out of ammo, that is. Elvis? No way is he meant to get a double on the USP, but he has. He's pulled a couple of kills, and now Benzine's come in. It is just fired up left. No way! How have they done that? All USPs into a retake. Elvis pulls off the unthinkable, and Revenant Esports, that is a disaster. That is a round that they will never forget, because those are the moments that can break apart their semi-final run. My God, that was disgusting to watch.
I can't believe that's happened. I cannot believe that's happened.
USPs against the rifles, Blah.
Yeah, they had one P250. They had a $250 investment in that round. It was a 2v5 retake with a bomb down. Oh my God, that might be... That's the most ridiculous round I've seen in a while.
I cannot believe it. I cannot believe that they have lost that one. And I'm sure Gump is in a similar mindset as he attacks in towards Pavi. It is going to be that opening kill coming in. Nice and early for Revenant Esports. 5 versus 4, minute 30 seconds left. But as we have just seen from the previous round, no matter the advantage, Revenant Esports can always find a way to lose the round.
That was disgusting. I agree. That was disgusting from 7C, from Cyclone with from Elvis with a USP, and that was disgusting from Revenant losing a round in that fashion. And oh yeah, that was just. Okay, Elvis back in the action again. Gonna get the trade on towards spawn. I want to watch that replay again and again and again.
And again.
And again, just to
really let it sink in.
It's like a car, it's like a train wreck.
That really happened.
I want to watch it.
You're attracted to the sort of tragedy of it, I suppose.
We used to have a live league back in the day. You know, we used to watch videos.
Now we should make a new one, round league. You know.
Fair enough. Round league, yeah, that's an idea. Just have some of the most.
That's a free one for you guys out there if anyone wants to start it.
Some of the most whack rounds in Counter-Strike. This is so weird. They've just. What is going on? The retake coming in from Banana, all the CTs coming in, 3v3. Considering they won a 2v5 with a pistol, Dinko, I really fancy 7C's chances here.
I feel like the retakes are really good, but the lack of utility is perhaps alarming. That Incendiary is going to go in and force out Gump. An easy kill to come in for Elvis. Now Elvis is gone. There's a double setup, one from Second Oranges, and it's a clear out. Dice Dealer and the Cyclone come on in, and they were able to clear it out. Good retake yet again from 7C Esports. They are looking like the team right now that are in form to go to the grand final.
Could be the upset of the entire tournament here. 7C are able to knock down. Oh,
Gump is mad now. You can see he's fired up. Definitely maybe getting to him the pressure of the moment.
Gump is, I would too as well. I would be very, very pissed off with the way the previous round transpired, pardon my French, Dinko. But that was just unforgivable. If this game winds up 7C winning like 16-13 or 16-14 in a very close fashion, Revenant are going to relive that moment, that round, forever. That's going to be the one round that's 6
You'll
round.
be sitting there, and the reality of the situation is maybe some of these players will go on to have great careers in Counter-Strike, and maybe some won't. And that is the reality of sport and esport overall, right? If you're one of the players that don't go on to make it and don't go on to have a successful career, but you had an opportunity right in front of you here, those are the kind of moments that really haunt you, and it is frustrating to see a round like that happen. But here goes Cyclone, deep in the middle, not working this time on the aggressive play.
They should know the second player as well, and trade is good. SK, wow, and enable. I'm not sure about that, SK. A little too overeager.
I feel like when 7C Esports, when things are going too well, they have to just rush something. Like, there's this sort of trigger point in them. It's guys, it's going far too well. We need to actually change something. We need to change something. We need to go aggressive. We need to get aggressive. But we're on the CT side. Doesn't matter. Getting aggressive. And it didn't work out at the start of the round, and it might not work out here. Dice Dealer, the only player left alone, and they have an access point to B. Good call here from Spawn.
They know exactly what Dice Dealer is. He's the one who got the kill on towards the player at mid. So they find Bobby on the rotation from B. So 1v2, and for 7C, I mean, they've won some mental retakes.
Sure they have.
Surely they don't win this one.
I believe in Dice Dealer. Look how low they are. You know, this is a real possibility for him. He's got a smoke, he's got a double flash. He can create enough pressure for them to come out of position, and then he can have maybe a 1v1.
If he had a Molotov,
the molly would be perfect, but even if he puts the smoke on the bomb, it could create enough pressure to force them out of position. So there goes the smoke. Now he's waiting for that moment where they peak, and actually the smoke has allowed him to clear out multiple positions, and there's the chance on the new box player, and there we go! Dice Dealer with a transfer, 2 HP, and a clutch to recover the round again. He can do no wrong as he seals the deal on the retake.
Oh, ye of little faith. Being me, I don't know how they're winning these rounds. I am losing my mind watching how they're winning these retakes. A 2v5 with pistols, a 1v2 over here.
Yes, indeed.
Revenant, what are you doing? What's going on here?
They have to shake themselves off a little bit here. They came in with all smiles and definitely following the pursuit of that sort of low pressure environment, trying to make it a lighthearted environment. You realize, take the pressure off a little bit, but now that's changed completely, right? How many rounds have they lost? They are just ridiculous.
I see no smiles there. There is
not a single one.
Absolutely no smiles.
In fact, I see stares that might cut through you. So it's definitely looking a little rough over there right now for Revenant Esports.
I think they just took a tactical timeout as well. And yes, you better take a tactical time and talk things through.
You need it for sure.
Just to calm things down. There's no need to panic. It's not over yet. It's Inferno. We've seen some incredible comebacks on this map.
But it might be over if you lose your mind. If you lose your focus and your mental resilience, it can certainly get out of hand. Miss smoke, miss utility here from Revenant Esports as well.
And this is the thing for the side of Revenant as well. When they seem to want to quicken the pace, it's not going to work for you. Slow it down.
You're likely to make more mistakes in that environment, though, right? If you're going quicker and you're trying to speed things up, you're gonna miss some utility. You're gonna mess up.
The previous round was a 4v2 when I think it was Cyclone just pushing in from. I think it was Enable, if I'm not mistaken, just pushing in through the smoke, getting taken down. A 4v2 which you had by playing a little slow and measured, and then you just kind of throw it away by getting too hasty.
The thing is, if you break down, a good story is a beginning, middle, and end, right? A good round of Counter-Strike is beginning, middle, and end as well. They have the beginning and the middle perfect, right? They get into the site, they start the round, they get the bomb down. It's the end that sucks, right? Like all decent TV shows. Game of Thrones, for example.
Let's not do a Game of Thrones. Let's not do it. You know what? They need to channel the inner Breaking Bad. That's a great flash. That's a great counter flash, and Bobby needs to escape, and indeed he will.
Yeah, well, 40 seconds left. And we'll see if they can get into the bomb site. It looks like the middle is not even going to come through this time. It just keeps falling off further and further. 7C Esports have come in looking strong in this final map. It's going to be 9-2, and there's only 25 seconds here for Gump to try and start to pull this one back alongside Fired Up. These are the two players you look to in these moments to deliver some impact, but it is the limited time and perhaps the limited utility that really pushes me the wrong way in terms of thinking that they have a chance at winning this one. The opportunity is not given to them. Great discipline Counter-Strike coming in here from the CT side of 7C. And that's it, wrapped up. Elvis closes out with a final kill, and it continues to rack forward in favor of 7C.
Rock solid defense coming out from 7C and a B bomb set, but also for Revenant, I mean, they had a utility. There was no execute there. There was no trading taking place. The spacing was all off. They're just feeding kills
So we transition to a game perhaps more competitive. Here it is over in the zone, down in the middle. Good knife kill there on the bot. Fantastic. If you want to get involved on the ground floor, go try some Counter-Strike. If you're looking on the screen, you've never played before, trust me, this could be one of the most addicting games.
It's the best. It's the best esports on the planet. I'll fight anyone who says otherwise. Anyway,
and he's been going to the gym, so he'll win.
I will fight you. Anyway, getting back to the game, it's going to be just the pistols, a little bit of utility. They spotted a player, but a perfect Molotov. This is what I like with 7C's defense. They have protocols where they have contingency plans in case it's going to be a fast play coming in. He's got his teammate right next to him with utility lying in wait. It's simple CS, but if it's working, it's working.
Yeah, that's true. It is, and it's working. And I like Simple CS for that reason, right?
Simple's great.
Simple is probably the best ever.
Yeah, I think Maui would agree with you on that. What?
A lot of cultural impact. You know, if I go around asking people in India on the street about Simple, everyone has a story.
I don't think anyone knows a Zaihu here. Anyway, jokes aside, here we go. It's going to be the play coming in towards the A bomb side, and Crossfire is again brilliant. This should be unbreachable, and they are just getting mauled alive. Just the one player remaining, and Gump, his days seem a little numbered.
Run, Gump, run.
Hey, I got that reference.
Thank you.
He might need a box of chocolates off of this game.
He might.
This is
you never know what you're going to get here, Gump. So why don't you open it up and show us what you got with this Tech 9. He runs in. The Aussie gets his chance. Kill onto Dice Dealer. And he's looking to deal with a couple more. But Cyclone's shot right through the boxes is enough to close it out. Put an end to that. Put an end to his misery. And we now look 10-2.
10-2 for the underdogs. 7C were down 10-15 on the first map. They brought it back, somehow managed to sneak the win in OT. Head to map number 2, they get destroyed in Mirage, and now they're leading substantially.
Yes.
It's been a hell of a story, hell of a ride.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of your striped shirts. Are looking very well today, and the Bulls 23 like that one as well, looking good. We got some great fashionable looking people in the crowd today. It's been a fantastic day of Counter-Strike so far.
Not us though.
And of course not, we're not in the crowd, Blur. We're up in the rafters far away.
I like the rafters. I like playing the rafters nuke.
Yeah, me too. But 10-2, this one might be over soon, and we might have to move on to our second semifinal.
We've literally said this like 2 or 3 times thus far in this series, and every single time we've been proven wrong. So I don't know who you're trying to jinx over here, Denko, but 10-2 to scoreline. And for Revenant Esports, if they want to stand a chance here on the CT side, they need a few rounds. They need some breathing space to work with, and I don't think 2 rounds is enough.
No, I don't think so either, but here we go. Attack down in from Cyclone. A little change up for the CTs. The aggression, touching the flames, dancing with death, and the fire will spread. Cyclone, even his wins were not enough to dispel the flames. And it is now ticking on in round 13. Could this be the turning point for Revenant Esports?
Just slow things down. I like this from 7C though. 2 plays towards Banana. They have control of Banana for the time being. And that's going to allow one of them to rotate back towards A, where they're playing a little bit safe, but they're now not going to be re-aggressing towards brackets. They're going to have all the information in the world. In fact, if they get the timing right, they could even get a kill towards a player at mid, and looks like it is indeed going to be the case. No, they're going to slow things down. Patience
is a virtue.
But they're not rotating back towards B, which is a bit surprising.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we're under a minute left already. There's not a lot of time left, and Revenant Esports are making the decision, quite evidently to us, to make their way through towards B. Now, it isn't as clear to the CT side of it, their intentions are a final B hit, but the smoke has come in at the perfect time, regardless of whether or not they have that information, and they are ready for either scenario, right? They've got 2 on A, 2 on B, and now with the final 30 seconds, Revenant Esports have no other option but to go through the smoke into the attack. They've cleared out the site, the fire clears around, and it actually severs off the attack completely. They are so far away from one another, and go, Bobby right through the smoke, no problem for the kill, and that bomb plant will go through, so we have to watch the retake once again.
3v3, they have the kits, they have 1 smoke to work with, that's about it for the CTs, and Elvis with a white swing will be punished. Could this be the round is a question, and indeed it is. Revenant winning a hard-fought round. I felt like the CTs had done enough, the Molotov being lobbed in as well, but somehow Revenant brute forced their way into the B bomb site, despite it being very clearly telegraphed it was going to be a B hit.
Yeah, I would certainly agree with that. And, you know, we're heading into Revenant Esports in a territory where that round didn't feel like they should have won it towards the end, but they did. And maybe they could get a few more out because look at the money for 7C. It's in a weird spot. A couple of players have a lot of cash, some don't. should be obviously going to be able to drop some weapons here, going to really go by. But there is a world in which Revenant Esports pull off 10-5, right? And at that point, you know,
considering it was 10-2 at one point, if they get to 5, it's going to be a nigh miracle for the side of Revenant Esports. You know, but if I'm 7C, you want to shut it down right now. You want to, you know, obviously, like you pointed out, I'm sure a couple of guns should be dropped. I think Benzine should be able to drop a rifle towards Dice Dealer. I think everyone else can buy for themselves. There we go. The buy is going to be coming on out. But if they're not able to convert this, as you pointed out, money is going to be very grim for the CT side. And, oh, they're going to play this one safe. I like this. I actually like this.
This is a fantastic call because it feels like, all right, you're conceding 4, but 11-4 half, that's what you're trying to look for here. And you even have enough weapons to still have a shot at winning this one, right? Or at least making it very expensive for Revenant Esports, who obviously don't have a lot of residual cash left over. And there's the first kill. The rifle for the CTs has cracked open the skull, all fired up, and opened up the CT affairs with an advantage. And there's so much time left as well here.
And even though Bobby just has a USP, one thing I've figured out from 7C is they're deadly with pretty much any weapon, even a default pistol.
That is very true as well. And, you know, we're looking at Fired Up being a talking point coming into this tournament. And he really has not delivered on this final map, and he is out of here at the start of this round. 8-11 currently, not getting the numbers he would have hoped for.
Yep, and they seem to have the right read, but they are falling back. This is now a little uncomfortable 7C, right? They have no control whatsoever towards brackets. They have no control towards apps. They have no control towards banana. So they're kind of in the dark here, and it's all about maybe they just go for the gamble. I mean, looking at the buy, I wouldn't be too surprised.
Well, they have just gambled back over towards this A defense on the CT side, and Revenant Esports are coming towards B. Cyclone is the only player, and this is his only solace, the fact that he had another smoke available, but he has no info. The quickest rotation is over towards Speedway / Arch, right? So it's still a little bit of time that would take for his rotated player to come back in. So either you're looking to stay alive and play a full retake, or get at least a couple of kills here.
A couple of kills, what he's looking for.
He's falling back.
He's playing this one safe. Nade sails in. A chunk of damage into Enable, and a spam, though, not quite able to find any damage. A bomb will be planted.
The kind of play you want to see here is maybe assemble that quick boost over the CT smoke, right? See if you can get a pick into the site and get these numbers back. And they try that boost, but it doesn't work. And now it's looking a little more difficult with a lack of utility, and this is maybe where you start to see the holes in that defensive lack of weaponry.
I'm a little surprised considering the investment they had here. They didn't rotate a little bit faster towards B.
I'm surprised, in fact, that Cyclone likes to play passive, given the fact that they don't have the weapons in the retake attempt, right? And Gump is showing exactly why you don't want to play retake with no utility. The rifle just stands tall, tears them up, and Revenant Esports can sigh a sigh of relief at this point after winning a 4th round. But yeah, I think in that position, you can add to this play. You know, when you're sitting there as Cyclone, and you're the only B player, and you know your rotating players are really far away.
And it's a 5v4 advantage for your team.
And you only have 2 rifles, and you have 1 of them. You have to frag, right? That you have to stand and kill.
I would have thought he'd probably play at a side or something. Maybe, you know,
just stand in front of the smoke and hope they come through.
Or just like run out from the smoke. Yeah, exactly. Get a couple of kills, make the retake a little bit easier. So a bit of a mistake. Oh, that's a miss. That's a huge whiff from Fired Up. And he's been having a miserable time, but Gump able to find 2 quick kills towards mid. He's single-handedly pretty much cracked open the A bomb side, and now it's down to the sole defender on A, and he is getting harassed by the side of Revenant.
Yeah, it's going to be tough here for Dice Dealer. He's only got a FAMAS, right? And I think I would rather have a pair of Die to be able to pull off an attack here, and it's going to be Dice Dealer dying himself. It is spawned from the site with a headshot landing right between the eyes, and what a recovery to this half for Revenant Esports. And in particular, Gump, what a recovery individually from him, right? He was right down there at the bottom. He was showing some frustration, evident by his body language and obviously talking to his teammates, and he was having a quiet time, but over the last 2 rounds, he's found some impact. He's got some great multi-kill rounds, and a great recovery here for Revenant Esports. This game is absolutely not over.
Not over at all. Spawn at this point with his food. Well played there to find the final kill as well. Elvis getting
that
just
came down
1
to
kill.
A 1v1 in the end.
That's kind of crazy, actually. If he just spins around and finds Spawn, that would have been heartbreaking. But for 7C, 10 rounds. I think they're going to be reasonably happy with this.
I think they'll be very happy. I think they probably would have liked even a little bit more, considering the opportunity was there in front of them. But I think when you get out of that half, you have to say, okay, chalk it up to the fact that we are in double figures.
Listen, they won a 2v5 with a USB and a P250. So
they want some BS rounds.
It's BS standing for bullshit, ladies and gentlemen, but like it's like the universe kind of balanced it out by giving a couple of those rounds at the end to Revenant Esports. But this pistol round, it's a cliche, Dinko, but it goes without saying this is critical for the side of Revenant.
So what you're telling me is this pistol round's really important, Blood.
Extremely important.
Okay, let's get into it then.
They lose this, it's done. It's a donezo. It's over.
Unless they would have force buy, of course.
Of course, absolutely.
Then we'd have to preface it with sometimes the second round could be the most important if you lose the pistol.
Yeah, all rounds are important.
All rounds.
all around.
Especially ones when you're up against full USPs with a buy. Those especially.
and a P250, yeah. Those especially are.
All right, P2000 here for Fired Up. Goes for the peek down middle. Not able to make it work, but he does get timed on. And, ooh, Elvis. Oh, Elvis.
Ooh, that's ugly.
Did not complete his opportunity, but he wants more. He wants more. And Elvis had a couple of chances. Let's be real, didn't take any of them.
They know it's B right now. They're going to be rotating real quickly here. And for the T's, 2 smokes, flashbang, Molotov. They're going for the full exec. The nade, this could be brutal. Just a 1 nade, however.
It depends where they plant the bomb. It looks like it's lined up for the coffins plant, right? So if you start planting on the coffins, which is the most common plant position.
They have to plant the coffins.
All right,
the bomb's super late. This is... Okay, second
smoke. Smoke. There we go.
There we go.
It's not often you have a second smoke available on the pistol round, but here comes the nades. It's a little late to start the bomb plant, and it doesn't actually get a kill from it, but it does soften them up a little bit. And now it's a retake attempt. Again, note the key details are that Gump has a kit and Spawn has a smoke and flash. So there is a lot of tools available to them, and they can take their time and really be methodical about this. So Smoke goes in towards the banana side. Dice Dealer and SK Wild trade out kill for kill, and it's getting messy inside of the site. Benzene and Cyclone trying to hold on, and now it is just Cyclone. Time is ticking. You've got to get on that defuse. No. Cyclone gets one, and the time is gone. Spawn is on the defuse, but Cyclone denies. Takes him up in one quick whirlwind, and that is a masterful pistol right at the end to close it out. And you said that round was so important for the chances of Revenant. Well, they do not win it.
I can see the breathe a sigh of relief right there, Dinko, but the amount of clutches that have gone the way of 7C is ludicrous. And Cyclone once again coming up clutch, coming up big, a Tempest for his team, sweeping away Revenant. And what it looked like was a very well-constructed retake overall, but oh man, that got messy. The kill to the smoke as well, the 1v2. Everything going the way. A full eco now for Revenant for 7C. They can extend the lead by 7 rounds, and it is looking very likely. They're heading towards the B-bomb side with just 1 defender. And Benzene looking to lead the way with that MAC-10.
You know, usually I would say, Blood, there's no point in setting this one up because, you know, they're on mostly USPs.
This is where we talk about your love life and everything.
Yeah, everything. You know, the love life, it's interesting, but the USPs, I feel like, are actually more interesting today, Blood, because they've won a round already on the opposite side, of course, but there's a world in which maybe some damage is done here. But I have to say, 7C have looked like a pretty coherent team in terms of when it comes to these moments. They've been a little bit more disciplined than Revenant, which I'm surprised about. I thought 7C as an underdog maybe a little less disciplined in these crucial scenarios, but not even really worrying me at all here. It's 2 kills in already, nearly a third on the nibble. It's nice and clean. It's going to be 12 rounds on the board, so Revenant did not force buy. They're focusing on the next, which means they'll have to start their repair on the comeback 12-5 down before they get the buyout. So a long road for Revenant to get back into this game. And my prediction for tournament winners will be likely out in the semifinals.
Yeah, so like, it's a long road strewn with thumbtacks, and you got no shoes, your socks are torn, and it's going to be a bloody road ahead, but it's never over yet. Oh, some stern words coming out from the IGL there for 7C, and I think it's like, don't get carried away. And I think that's
good.
That's a good call to make, because we've seen both these two teams on both the maps we've seen thus far. Sometimes getting a little too over-eager, re-peaking when you don't have to go for the re-peak, you know, having a little bit more discipline when you have the numbers advantage.
Sure.
And I keep harping on this, like, it's a mantra of fundamentals of Counter-Strike. Play the numbers. As Fired Up, he's going to ensure the numbers are going to be his team's favor, as it's going to be a very crucial opening kill going the way of Revenant Esports.
And it is key to talk about the CT op. This is where maybe you can start to take over the server a little bit more. Very difficult to do it on the T side, but here they come, charging through long smoke. Hasn't worked. It's pretty easy, actually, in the end. Fired Up even gets a pick, and so they die through the archway smoke. They got a 2v2 fight in this B site. They've got to win these cleanly. Both players on the T side need to stand up, and Gump has already denied that. A second in as well from Gump, in the first of many rounds to come.
I know it's a bonus round there coming out from 7C, but I would have liked it to be a little bit more well-constructed. It felt a little disjointed in the way they were approaching that round. Obviously, the first kill coming out from Fired Up, clean shot from him, but no trades taking place, not a single kill going the way either. So using the bonus round, even if you're expecting to lose the round, you want to impact the economy, the CT economy a little bit, right? Because obviously you lose a player there, it's not just a gun being lost, it's the armor, the purchase utility, the kits as well. It's a reinvestment coming in. So I would have liked a little bit more of a considered effort coming out from 7C that round, but And also because the money is still not that great. They did lose a couple of players early on, so 3 AKs, Tech 9, a Mac 10, limited utility as well. This is where we get to see 7C being tested on their T side. The CD side looked fantastic, a lot of clutch plays, good discipline. And for Revenant, if there was a time to mount that comeback, Dinko.
Well, it would be now, I suppose, Bly, wouldn't it? That would be the key time for that, wouldn't it? There's no other map to fall back on, and you know, if you leave it any longer, it's going to become more difficult. So
do or die time. Do or die time.
Do or die.
That smoke.
It's not good, is it? Enable's turn. Famas on the coffins. Ooh, whoa. Puts Dice Dealer in a coffin of his own. Elvis making sure that the site is clear. Every nook and cranny has been checked. Ticked off by Elvis, and now they're inside of the site. At 4v5, CT side certainly have the advantage when it comes to the retake. They've got weapons, they've got utility, and the player advantage.
Look how turtled up they are on the side. Everyone's just...
Here comes the attack. No longer turtled up, but perhaps they should have stayed in the turtle, because here comes the attack in. Benzine and Elvis do their best and do their worst, but it is SK Wow that right at the end secures that round for Revenant Esports, right down to the wire.
They knew how close that was, Dinko. They knew how close that was. That was, I really like the attempt pushing out towards Coffins and trying to take the fight there. They lose it. A 2v5 coming down to 1v1.
Because the world in which you're a player down, you've got a player who's heavily damaged as well.
You have to go
as you pointed out, if you're sitting back in the site, right, you're in a more unfavored position, really, because then you just get forced out of position. By utility, you give them easy fights, whereas at least if you take it on your own terms and you try and fight them, you at least have a 50-50 fight in that position. If you win that, then you probably win the round. Oh, another round where Fired Up just gets that same pick down middle.
I like how the thing with Fired Up is he looks for these fights.
He looks fired up.
Yeah, he looks fired up. There we go. Some FU Counter-Strike. You love to see it. And he's the sort of guy who knows he's going to win the duel if he takes it, right? So
that's what you want to see. And I like that he's still confident to go for peaks, and it should be, because obviously he's got a lot of skill. But, you know, sometimes when you're a star player and you haven't had the most experience and you're in a big game and you know that you are the player that everybody's looking to deliver the goods, and you have a quiet first half, sometimes you can sort of fall in yourself, right? You can put a little bit too much pressure on yourself. But he stayed confident, and now on the CT side, I really, truly believe he's going to open up the afterburners and make this game competitive.
Especially T-side, Inferno, Alping can be
exactly as you mentioned, right?
Can be painful. Doesn't matter who you are. Honestly, is simple or Fired Up in this instance. But yeah,
the only person that I've noticed that is really good on T-side Alping is Zyru. He's just still a beast on the T-side.
Some say he's pretty good at this game.
Some say.
Yeah.
Unlike Maui Snake.
Shout out Maui Snake that one time. But one day Zyru will pierce the fabric of the you know, the cultural zeitgeist.
Yes.
And one day Maui will accept that Zyru is our chosen one.
Well, that day will come. Perhaps it will be Fired Up who joins him on the top. We'll see if this AWP from him on the CT side is able to get it going. Round 21 kicks off. This huge lead for 7C Esports is slowly decreasing.
10-2 at one point in time with 7C, and now 12-8. The deficit slowly getting smaller and smaller for Revenant. This is again going to be another crucial round here. Ooh, SK, wow. Coming on top of Cyclone and heavy brackets control, and towards B, just to one player. Of course, 7C have no idea about this, but it does look like it's going to be a play towards the B bomb side. And God, that is such a balls-out play, catching Bhavi. And a two-man advantage with 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock. They can start to rotate a few of the CTs from A towards B bomb side as well. And this is looking rough here. And with a 2-kill, perfect timing.
Sometimes you get a little bit of luck, and that's exactly what happens there for that lineup. Benzine, you know, he's running forward. He's trying his best, but Enable comes in. Great round from Enable, who has a very quiet game again here. But with a 3K, that'll push him up to 11 kills on the board. A timeout coming in from 7C, and I think it is the perfect time for it. I think they have lost control of this game, and just needs to settle into it again. Try and just take a breather. You've still got a big lead.
The momentum has definitely shifted in the favor of Revenant. It's kind of very clear the way to winning these rounds as well on the CT side. For 7C, yes, all the CT side does, you know, in the first half, some really big clutch plays, 2v4s, 2v5s being won. Magical moments coming out from them, but
it's a good selfie. Trust me, I've seen it.
Anyone taking a selfie?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can see them checking it out. Yeah. Selfies are great. Smile. He's not smiling though.
That's a cool hoodie. I like that one. But you know, we're moving into territory where 7C could very easily lose control of this one, right?
How by?
Yeah, and I like that they do go for conservative approaches when it comes to the economy game. Because I think they are far better, obviously, when they have the full rifles in their hands. So let's see what they can do with the Tech 9s.
Revenant's looking to bring this one back. They are the favorites after all. For the desk, for myself, for you as well, Dinko. You know, this is a team we expect to be duking it out in the grand finals against the winner of the next semifinals. Of course, going to be Marcos Gaming and God's Reign. But right now, still training with 3 rounds. The half buy is we do have a bit of an A play coming in from the side of 7C. Revenant, though, they are in pretty good position, but only 2 defenders. So Cyber's going to lead the charge, comes charging out. SK, wow, somehow able to find just a 1 kill, but Spawn and Fired Up are lying in wait here. Spawn, though, isolated for the time being. He needs to hold strong. He needs to hold strong, but his spray is ugly. It's RI, and they're going to get the bomb down, and a 2v3. And we've seen so many times the 7Cs have come out on top here, and Bobby's going for the play.
Yeah.
What?
Here he goes. I love it. The Tech 9 erupts through the smoke. And that is perfect to put his teammate Elvis in a 1v1 that is so winnable. Suddenly from a position of absolute power to one of even odds. And the dink on Elvis. He has given the warning sign, and he will quickly try and reposition through the apartments, trying to make it look like he's heading out towards the balcony, but Enable gets onto the defuse. He's holding it. He should have it, and he will. Elvis will not get around the corner in time. Great shots coming in from the Tech 9 of Bobby, but it's not enough to get the round. And it will be 12-10 as this comeback rages on, rages forward. And I have to say, Spawn in that pit with that spray definitely scared me, but at least he would get a job drawing chalk outlines at a crime scene.
Always an alternative career path, Dingo. That's a beautiful thing about job security. But that being said, I love the play from Bobby. I was questioning it, but I'm like, he's a 2v3. I don't want to feel comfortable. Gets the 2 kills. Enable, though, coming with very clutch. He might not be the guy on top of the scoreboard every single time, but that was a very, very necessary clutch for him to win. But still, 12-10. Revenant, they are slowly but surely marching forward. The deficit down to just 2 rounds as they hit double digits. Now Elvis needs to get this kill, and that is going to be an impactful kill. Gump will be taken out, leaving the B bomb site bereft of 1 defender. It's all down to Enable, who seems to be everywhere at this point in time.
Yeah, he does. Enable definitely in the right spot at the right time quite often. And once again, it is the attack into this B site. Fired up, so Opus came over to this side of the map. And this could mean disaster for this T-side attack if he can land some essential shots and combine with the rifle of his teammate. But the problem is, his teammate is no longer there. I thought with the 2 setup here, maybe it could be destruction, but the fact that it is only fired up and he's put himself in a position at dark where he cannot fall back. He is pinned, he is stuck in here and must deliver shot after shot. The first is the bomb, but what a shot from Pavi. What a shot to erupt into the site. The bomb is caught through the smoke. SK Wow with an essential kill, but it is now picked up and planted. The bomb goes down and sets up the retake attempt for Revenant Esports. Will they be able to continue this streak of round wins on this comeback path, or will they be broken apart finally? Dice Dealer turns back on the dime and catches Spawn attempting the banana walk. So it is all about the focus from the CT-sided retake, coming in from Spawn, coming in from the ruins, and those kills are coming through. It is just Dice Dealer and Revenant Esports backs against the wall, find their way to the site and find the bomb just in time.
I'm not sure how they managed to pull that one off, and I'm also not sure why they're giving those fights. Play the bomb as a 3v2.
If you hide, you win the round.
Literally, they didn't have to face. Maybe they thought the Revenant might go for the save, perhaps, but like that is, that's a yikes. I think they did everything they needed. Fired Up was playing all the way inside the dark. He gets a first kill. Great trade coming in from Bobby. And from that point on, with the bomb getting planted in a 3v2, you think that the job's done. But instead, they give the fights, and Revenant is just going to take it. What a shot from Bobby here, though.
Sure was. And Enable doing his best, moving around. I cannot believe this comeback has come in. And 7C, as much as we were talking about their mental strength, this is a true test of that, right? Your mental resilience. How can you deal with a huge lead, 10-2 to now 12-11? It is looking so rough in terms of the comeback and the full capitulation of 7C's attempt to win this.
Appreciate the guy just, doing his office work while sitting and watching Counter-Strike.
You know, that is a multitasker, and I am...
Are you a multitasker as well?
I cannot multitask.
You can't?
Well, I can, but I just do both of the tasks worse than I would if I just focused on one.
explains a lot of things, like how we struggle breathing while eating at the same time.
Yeah, I don't. I just kind of inhale my food, actually. It's kind of, I turn it into one action, you see. I don't multitask, I turn it into one action.
Just snort it with the air, yeah. Well, here we go. Getting back into the game, round number 22. Sorry, 24 rather. As Revenant trailed by just one solitary round, Dinko.
One round. What a journey it has been for Revenant Esports to come back. And I asked a question quite some time ago, is this the turning point for Revenant Esports? And well, it turned out to be. Turned right around. You could say it spun them right round. As now 24 rounds have been played, or rather 23 played, 24th begins now, and it is some control being asserted towards A. Smokes up towards bracket side, Mole's trickling behind. Standard procedure here for the T side of 7C, but they are yet to take fights, they are yet to be involved in a skirmish, and those first fights in these final minutes will decide the outcome of this.
Fired up, taking a warning shot through the smoke, and it's going to be a split. It's going to be a split, a missed shot, a rare missed shot for Fired Up. He spots the second player as well, and he's going to land a flicker to Bobby, but the hit is coming on. He's not expecting the second player in Cyclone. He had a chance to take out a Danger Man, but he will fail.
Enable inside of the site. Second Oranges is his position, but they're giving him fights, they're giving him chances, and Benzine over the top. Couple of kills now coming in, and that draws it right back from a 4v2 advantage for Revenant Esports back into an equilibrium, and once more a chance for 7Cs to prevent losing this lead. They want to push forward to 13 rounds, but the retakes have been so good for Revenant Esports. No matter how dire it looks, they usually find a way, but perhaps not this time. Dice Dealer turns around on the coffins, and now I see no way. I see no way in which SKWow can get right back into this one and win this round. He should be locked out. He should be punished, and that is exactly what happens. Finally, the drought of round wins is over, and 7C return.
The one thing going away of Revenant is they do have some money in the bank to work with. They have the buy, but I love the way they played that. And Fired Up, man, he's such a menace. He's somehow able to get 2 kills while being hounded down to its CD spawn, but I like that very heads-up call. I don't think they were initially planning to go for that B pincer, but the moment they got control of Archway, they're like, listen, we're just going to go for the B play. We're just going to be pincering the B defenders. As once again, we have the buy here. Nade's going to be sailing on in. Oh no, goodbye, good night, Fired Up. Bang! Doesn't get a chance to fire off a single shot, and that's a problem, man, for 7C, taken out of the chessboard early on in round number 25.
Yeah, they got a big piece out of the way. Now the ult falls
The
in the
queen
hands.
is dead, Dinko.
Absolutely. And Gump now, perhaps you could call him a bishop. He's got himself an AWP. He's looking for some divine intervention with that to try and pull this one back as round 25 looms on. It is now 110 seconds left in this round. Enable sits back inside of Short, decides to get into the apartments, but currently access is denied by the fire trickling down the stairways, but Elvis is always ready with some fantastic moves. He turns and catches a couple of heads. It is completely fallen apart here for Revenant Esports. 7C have once more found their gusto.
The money's gone. The money's gone for Revenant. This is 14-11 for 7C. They have one gun safe in the hands of Gump, and he's going to be hounded down. They are going to try and hunt him down, and Gump's trying to hold on to this AWP for the next round, but I don't know. They have a lot of time to work with here to hunt him down.
They sure do. And Gump, blind, catches the shot still, but they're still hunting him. They're still sending player after player. Gump will white-knuckle grip this AWP, and that should be enough. They're really far away now. He might arrive to the B site just in time to at least challenge for it, but Gump is safely tucked away behind the walls of stone. And there will be no removing that AWP from his hands, but it might not really matter too much unless he's able to get something done with it, because look at the money for the side of Revenant Esports. They are out of cash, and what a comeback it was to get into a competitive position, but they have now watched that comeback sort of fizzle out very quickly. 7C should be up to map and series point, which will put them in the grand finals if they're able to close on it.
If I'm Revenant's IGL, if I'm Bobby or the coach or whoever standing behind them making a call, you go for the eco right now. You just hold on to your money, play for OT. Play for OT or hope Gump pulls off something truly miraculous with an AWP. But you play for OT, you invest in a buy here, it doesn't work out, you are flat broke come the next round, and that's going to be 7C on map and match point. 4 of them, in fact. So That's a right call here. Pretty much a full eco, a D-eagle, a 5-7, a P250 in play, and Gump needs to be the hero of the round here for Revenant, or else it's going to be 7C getting 15.
Yeah, and you know, when you would say it's all down to one player with the AWP for Revenant, you wouldn't say Gump. You'd look for Fired Up to be the player to step up in that moment, but Gump is the player with the AWP in his hands right now. Elvis already at top banana. He's got his teammates following in behind him. And perhaps Elvis can pave the way in towards this B site. SK Wild's Deagle alongside two of his teammates ready to try and stop this defense. Or rather attack. Elvis has fallen first. What a shot through the side of that smoke. The CT's given the advantage of players, but the weaponry superiority certainly still stands with the T's. And with that bomb plant going down, it is now difficult for Revenant Esports to see the pathway back into this.
If I'm Fired Up and Gump, I'm running far, far away from the B bomb side.
You want to get the Kevlar and you want to get the AWP into the next.
They still won't have enough money because Fired Up went for the Kevlar purchase. Just in case Gump died, he was going to be willing the AWP. So you hold on to that. But never mind, they're going to get the kills. No way. Surely they don't win this. They managed to pull it off. Tenko, how have they done this again? I don't. I can't. What?
These post plants on the B side have been certainly something to work on. I think you throw that back up on the drawing board when you're done with this game. But Revenant Esports, what a way back into it. They shouldn't have picked that one up. They shouldn't have found the way in. But suddenly, in all the conversation of save calls, they find the chance into the retake. And they take it. They see a gap in the door and they fling themselves right through it. Swing open that door and they knock out 7C standing behind it. Wow. Now this is back on. Now we're really in a position where Revenant Esports can once more challenge their way forward. And we take a look at 7C Esports. They've still got money. They've still got to buy.
I have not seen these many
retakes,
flubbed post plans.
Fantastic retakes, boy.
Fantastic retakes and terrible post plans. One game in a very, very, very good. I've been around for a while. This has been wild.
It is kind of insane.
Who says Inferno's boring? Look at this.
Inferno is delivering all. Who knew that the secret ingredient was just a little bit of Asian Counter-Strike? You know, bring it to India, and this is what we get. Exciting times ahead.
I thought I got out of it, but they dragged me back in, Denko, and I'm all for it. High octane, in your face, Counter-Strike, retakes galore, saving. Who does that?
You can never get away.
This there ain't no Jame here, baby. We got Spawn. You know, he's back. He's back in the server.
Yes, indeed.
1.6 Legends, still duking it out. Looks like he's never aged as well, which is fantastic to see. And just some crazy CS. And this is just the first game of the day, Tenko. It's the first game of the day.
Yeah, first game of the day. You know, we're in a point where it's 14-12. And this is map 3, and we could go to overtime. We kicked off map 1 of the day with OT. We might round out map 3 of this first semifinal with overtime as well. And with how this game has gone throughout the first 3 maps of play, I'm inclined to believe that is a true possibility. But we will now focus in on the action as there is a bit of a break. Maybe just a breather welcomed by the players at this point. You can see the fans hitting them because obviously it is very hot inside of this arena at the moment.
It's pretty warm because it's all because of Counter-Strike. It's pretty cool outside though.
It's pretty cool outside, pretty hot inside. And those players are certainly feel the heat when their heart rate is increasing as the pressure builds throughout the game.
It is kind of crazy if you're looking at this, if you're looking at scoreboard, it's deciding map, you know, must-win game, the most important map of these two teams' careers together as a unit. SK Wow, 26 kills on the side of Revenant. He's the one top fragging. It's not Fired Up. It's not Gump who's doing the heavy lifting
here. The experienced players in this matter, right?
And for 7C, it's Elvis, the unkillable, the undying. As we will...
The hamburger-loving legend. Elvis Presley, back in the building, everybody. Here we go, round 27, 14-12. And we're just 2 rounds away from 7C closing this.
Yeah,
or Revenant tying it up.
Elvis could be the guy to sing the Roadhouse Blues for Revenant to send them home. Still not quite done yet, though, as 7C will slow things down. They're going to slow it down. They have a full-fledged buy here, but they know how important this round is. They win this, one could be pretty much done. And I keep saying that again and again and again, as if it means anything. I keep saying they don't have the money. Surely the next round
at this point, throw all of that logic out the window, right?
Is
anything is possible, anything, and It can happen and will happen. We've seen that many a time.
You know when we had the ESL, the IEM Rio Major instead Maiden Madness?
Yes.
This is what they were talking about.
Yeah, that is true. Maybe that is a catchphrase they can steal away. A dry peek into Fired Up. He's going to take that every day of the week. A double kill. And now a reply coming in. But it doesn't look like it's going to be enough here for 7C Esports.
It's a 2v4
dry
though.
peek into middle. 2v4. Unlikely position to win from, which means 7C are going to win this round. But of course, they come around the corner.
They can go back to B. They can go back to B.
Well, they could, but they don't want to. They want to fight, and stand and fight they will. And even with all the might the Cyclone can muster, the low health might be enough to knock him out of contention here. There is no time to remove himself from this A side of the map. He must commit towards A. He must put that bomb down. And Cyclone elects to do it now as he moves in towards the site. The bomb plant begins. The digits punched in. And Gump and Enable, they have to play the retake game. And Cyclone realizes if he sits back passively, he is not going to be able to win this one. But that is the worst position I could imagine. He is in the open completely. But he has found himself a kill. And if he just got back into the pit, perhaps he wins it. But just not enough time to do so. And Enable rounds the corner with a headshot. Revenant Esports coming close to losing that one from a 4v2 advantageous position. But they're able to take it.
It did look like for a moment there he might have snuck his way inside a graveyard, which would have been crazy because we wouldn't expect him to cross on towards graveyard or maybe towards pit. But in the end, not quite going the way. One round difference once again, Dinko. All right, 14-13, everything on the line. And for the side of 7C, Dinko, that was the buy they had. And this one's going to be, the money's kind of all over the place, so it's going to be a light investment, keeping a little bit of extra funds in the coffers to work with.
Yes, and while all of this is going on and we have a pause, there will be a meet and greet happening in about 5 minutes time, or around now actually. It's going to be kicking off right about now. We have got a huge guest list as well, from Sumomi, Savage Girl, Hydrofluic, Biddy, to Harsh. We've got all kinds of people down there on that guest list for meet and greet, so make sure if you're interested in meeting any of those guys, you head on over, figure out what that guest list is, figure out what that meet and greet is, and meet some of your favorite
It's literally right next to the stage, so you can watch the game while meeting and greeting.
Perfect, you can do both. Okay, enjoy, guys.
Multitask.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. 14-13 do have a bit of a technical timeout by the looks of things, but 10-2 for 7C feels like a lifetime ago now.
It does, and it feels like almost a different world at this point. I think 7C would agree with us in that. I'm sure their mentality has shifted significantly since that point.
If you're either of these two teams' IGLs, what are you telling them right now, Dinko?
What am I telling them? Okay, if I'm on the side of 7C and I get a bomb plant, telling them,
don't F
guys,
this up.
Please, just hide at times. You know, just think about what the most logical situation.
Expect a pop flash to come out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right down to the. Just play till the bomb goes off, please. Like, just focus until the bomb goes off, because I feel like a couple of these retakes can be scratched down to the fact that they think they've already won the round, so they then leave their position, and suddenly a last-second retake is available because you think your opponent is saving, but we realize that people will stick around right to the very bitter end. So that is what I would say is play to the final whistle, or in this case, the bomb blast.
I do feel it's interesting how for the side of 7C, they seem to play the best Counter-Strike when the odds are completely against them. It's a 2v4. Just the way they maneuver, the fights, the map, it's phenomenal.
Well,
but when they have the advantage, they just seem to not know what to do.
Well, I would argue now the odds are against them more than they ever have been, right? Look at this buy. It's terrible. They've left a few $1,000s in the bank average across each player. But they're coming into this round 14-13 up, sure, but the most likely outcome is that Revenant Esports tie this up 14-14. The most unlikely scenario here is 7C winning this one. So the odds are against Simpla. Maybe this is the round they pull it off. Galil's Tech-9s, we know this can be impactful if you have a good call, and you can be pretty quick with the limited utility that you have, right? A balcony pop, for example, is a really popular strategy used in these kind of rounds. We'll see what they have up their sleeve. This could be a chance for 7C, but in all reality is most likely going to be Revenant Esports tying the scoreline up 14-14.
It is going to be, I really feel it's going to be the apps pop coming out, or maybe a wrap towards Arch. You can see no banana control apart from the one early utility being deployed. They have a lot of utility to work with. It is going to be an A execute. They're going to try and just swarm the bomb side with his Tech 9s, and that could be a problem. Looking at the CT defense, it's very default, very brackets heavy. So if they head towards pit, just a one defender, that is going to be the IGL, that is Spawn.
Well, let's see what they decide to do. 7C Esports making their way forward. SK Wow moves into position, perfectly sets himself up to strike out one. The trade, which was essential, came in from Cyclone. Spawn delivers a headshot. Benzene able to reply, and now fired up, gets himself ready inside of the site. We've seen some legendary moments in the AWP over history inside of the site, and fired up looks to add his to the tally, but it is just the two, but that should be enough unless Pavi can pull off the clutch. He came close to winning the 1v2 earlier in this exact position, but not even allowed the bomb plant. Gump knows he had him pinned in the corner, and Revenant Esports will tie 14-14, and that is the round where we see that AWP deliver the essential kills.
The second kill coming in from Fired Up was, I mean, I can't even overestimate how important that was for them to win the round. Him just staying alive for as long as he did, and bringing it down to the 1v3 for the final player of 7C over there. But for 7C, that was a half investment. They didn't get the bomb down, but they still have enough money for a full-fledged buy. But it comes down to this, ladies and gentlemen. 14-14, all tied up. Revenant showing tenacity, clinging onto the precipice with a bloody battered fingernails and not quite calling it quits, and are now 2 rounds away. 2 back-to-back rounds from sending 7C back home and booking their tickets to the grand finals taking place tomorrow against the winners of the next semifinals. It's going to be taking place later on this evening. And for 7C, Denko, considering how massive underdogs they've been thus far, to falter at one of the final hurdles, it's going to be heartbreak, and they're going to be aware of that.
Absolutely. But 14-14, round 29. Everything kind of lies on this one moment for both of the teams whose economy is on the ropes. This could decide the grand final spot this round right here. And 7C have decided it is a banana play, at least for the time being. The top of banana coated in a blanket of flames. One player tasked with holding middle from 7C, but the rest walk up banana. Continue to be fixated on this B site. Elvis has had enough. He is the player that calls to go, and he goes right into the fire of Gump. Revenant Esports coming up early with the kills, but 7C have fought their way through to the site. They now have a shot at getting that bomb down, but remember, it is only 2 players inside of the B site right now. One of them is so far away. It's Cyclone. He needs to get there quickly. He needs to start this flank right away, and he's got to hope that his teammates hold on inside of the site long enough for him to get in position. SK Wow goes forward. Gump gets the second kill, and now it's on Cyclone. A double from Spawn.
Oh, doesn't quite get a third kill. A valiant attempt. The bomb was planted for him as well, but he didn't wait for the defuse to take place. He was worried potentially his smoke being in place there for the CTs. And Revenant, they've pulled it off, Dinko, all the way down 2-10 on the deciding map. And now, with map and match point 1 round away from knocking out 7C and moving on to the grand finals tomorrow for 7C, is this where they fall? Is this where they falter? They have enough money for the buy. Bomb plant ensuring they have enough even extra funds for Bavi to pick up the AWP. But his stress levels, it's broken the stress meter.
Oh, I mean, that was quite the photo finish. Just a little bit more out of the 2 post-plant players, and Cyclone probably gets in a position to win that one. And it was an interesting call, shall I say, to be so far away that late in the round with such limited teammates left. Round 30. This could be round 30 heartbreak for 7C Esports that have come so close, that have battled their way through the regular season, impressing everybody, getting here at a time it looked like they were locked in for the grand finals here in Inferno, but that has been cruelly taken out of their hands. Revenant Esports have come back with fire and fury and are now at the precipice of taking this one away and taking a grand final spot and knocking 7C Esports out of the Skyesports Masters. The bomb is ticking. It is down to Pavi alone, the only player left, and he is gone. Revenant Esports booked their tickets in the grand finals of the Skyesports Masters, and they do it in style. They do it in the most difficult way possible. A comeback in all fashions. And what a team, what a performance, and Revenant Esports certainly deserve their spot.
They played like champions there. They played like they were just the favorites in that down 10-2 final deciding map. It looked like it was over. We're writing them off. We're saying 7C have just pretty much pulled off the biggest upset we've seen thus far. But Gump, Spawn, and company, everyone stepping up, fired up as well. Such a quiet first half on the CD side. He stood up and delivered, but man, heartbreak for 7C.
You're gonna feel real bad, right, for 7C, who did so well, that played such great Counter-Strike. But it is those moments when you're so close to being able to do it, when it becomes a reality in your own head to realize we're about to go to the grand final. And then all that pressure comes crashing in. All of that moment starts to flood into your mind, and you let go of it. It all falls apart.
Yeah, absolutely. Just crazy scenes. And for 7C's commiserations, they tried their very best. But that's it for us for the time being. We're going to be throwing it to the stage where we have Ravin with a quick interview with the winners and I think the losers as well.
What a match that is, ladies and gentlemen. Who could have predicted the outcome of this insane rivalry coming down to the last few minutes? And holy cow, that was a match to look out for. 7C, tough luck on that one, but of course, Revenant. I saw a lot of people chanting on that side for Revenant. That was truly well deserved. One more time, you want to make some noise. Firstly, for 7C Esports, for that fabulous performance. Let's have a round of applause for 7C. I mean, you've come so far and, of course, slightly away from the reach of being the champions here. But then again, you have to give it up to the team that made it count when it mattered the most. Ladies and gentlemen, Revenant Esports. Wow, what a match that was. Okay, I'm going to need all of you to join me on the stage in the center here. Let's have a quick chat. Incredible stuff, incredible moments out here. Man, that was legit a heart scare out there. हाँ? मतलब लग रहा था कि कुछ भी हो सकता है. I have a mic here. Yes. इसका mic तो on कर दो यार. He's like, I was sure, dude, we are winning this. I don't know about anybody else. I could see the confidence on the faces of the whole squad there, but honestly, in map 1, map 2 and map 3, there were some moments where we actually felt this could go either ways, and you actually made sure that whenever the tide was turning, your team was getting the points and getting the kills that mattered. How do you manage to come back every time it matters the most? Huh? I love the confidence, dude. Of course, Spawn doing Spawn things here, and you've made your way towards the big stage now. I can see excitement all around the squad. Thank you so much. I'll let you wind up, and then I need the whole squad to kindly join me up in the center. Would love to have a quick chat with you all before we move on to our next segment. And I'm sure you all know the next segment that we are talking about. We have the meet and greet happening on that side. You can see the whole bunch of people going on there. And I think it's time we thank everybody out here. Bangalore, thank you so much for joining us in such big numbers. We are just getting started. We've got a fantastic match coming for you. We've got the influencers showcase happening in a while from now. So stick around for that for sure. And everybody who's at the stream, thank you so much for joining us. We are absolutely ecstatic to bring back Counter-Strike, and the love that you guys are showing all around the social networks right here in the stadium is impeccable. It's not possible without you all. So thank you so much for joining us in the comeback of Counter-Strike after the pandemic. You guys are the true OGs for turning up here and cheering for the sport. Let's have a round of applause for all of you here who are here in the stadium. I see a lot of people traveling from different cities just for this. So you guys are truly, truly the fans and the loved people that the sport needs. So congratulations to all of you. Let me quickly throw it to analysts first, and after that we'll have a quick chat with these two teams here. Over to the analysts first.
kind of closed our eyes after the first half, we wouldn't have realized that Revenant would have had a chance, right? I think there's a lot of things, as even Fired Up mentioned, this was both the best and the worst CS that kind of happened. There was a lot of back and forth. I think teams kind of got glued onto a situation where they forgot their utility kit and were just gunning in, looking forward to an aim duel.
Look, as a ex-professional player, what I witnessed in this game is mind-blowing. That's the most respectful way I can say about that game, because I mentioned that's going to be chaotic, but not to this extent. I've seen some of the most amazing retakes, but also some of the worst, absolute worst of all time crossfires and after plant positions, especially from 7C. Oh my God, that game just, it drained so much from me just watching it. And how many times they had control of banana, I'm talking 7Cs, they had control of banana on the T side. All they needed is 2 smokes and a Molotov and a flash to enter, which they always did. They got the site, it's always a retake situation, and they always lost it. Why? Because there is no crossfire. That's basic CS 101. You plant an Inferno, 1 dark, 1 U-box, 1 somewhere, maybe just you just do after land position on a crossfire setup. We haven't seen that. But, you know, big props to Revenant for just retaking round after round. They felt like the masters of retake. And I think 7Cs also made it a bit easier for them. But my God, what a game, man. It had to go out with a bang. And I feel bad for 7Cs because they obviously had a very strong CT side, which is something they lacked throughout the series. But then Revenant, they just showed us some of the insane retakes. What a game, honestly, what a game.
Yeah, patience, thy name is virtue, right? And you know, patience, thy name is also Revenant Esports. To be able to come back from a 10-5 half, I don't know what words were exchanged between Gump and Spawn. I wish we had access to the comms, but I'm sure there were some very amazing motivational speeches given. You know, the kinds that you might see in the movie Rocky, as the casters as were discussing earlier. I think just coming back from a 10-5 half, especially such a strong T side coming in from 7C. We were discussing it. We were saying that, hey, if you have a very strong T side to start things off, it's going to be very hard to claw back. But then Revenant shows how it's done. And, you know, I mean, credit where credit is due. There were some really good rounds played. There were some really awful rounds played in the words of Fired Up. Some of the best and worst CS. But then, at the same time, you can't take away from Revenant the fact that they really, you know, just kept their nose to the grindstone and made sure that they never looked up. Just kept their heads in the game, no matter what happened, making sure the communication does not break down. And I think 7Cs ultimately, you could see some desperation on their faces. I think you also exchanged, I believe you were telling me about the fact that how neither of the teams were really exchanging fist bumps, which is a sign of morale. So it seems like morale wasn't in favor of 7C either. It seemed like they just sort of lost the momentum, and once they lost the momentum, the communication broke down and they weren't talking to each other, and you know, all that bad stuff. It just, Pandora's box was opened.
I think the main kind of mismatch, or you would say the momentum downfall here that happened, was basically the team not taking a quick pause, right? We were seeing round after round, they were still riding that high tide and not deciding to slowly back it down. We were seeing 7C in the first half, the CT side, which we were having questions every second now and then, right? And you talked about momentum. I think they got that momentum in the initial start, 10 rounds, fabulous from them. But after that, what happened? Then Revenant started understanding that we have a util kit, we are not making use of it. Slowly, but eventually they started making those utils, and the flash and pop you were talking about, right? A flash and then swing found those initial frags, which gave Revenant a slow comeback with 5 rounds on the half. But after that, the same thing happened, where I think 7C understood that we are closer to the finish line. Let's keep pushing and pushing. Rather than that, I think they didn't realize that Revenant were getting closer, not them getting closer to the finish line.
Yeah, I think, and I mentioned this in the beginning, that it's all about who has more confidence and who does less mistakes. 7C, if we want to talk percentage of the mistakes they did, they probably did 80% of mistakes. The amount of times they had advantage and lost it, it's going to be hurtful, honestly. If the team looks back at this game and looks at what we could have done better, they're going to find lots of rounds. So it's a good learning experience for 7Cs. It's also another learning experience for Revenant, because obviously they had a shaky game as well. They were losing. It was 12-6 up to some point. So props to them also for doing a comeback, but they did also so many mistakes. I felt like who did less mistakes won the game.
Exactly.
So, and we talked about the fist bumps. I haven't seen that, and I would love to see that. Fist bumps after every round. That's quite important, you know, regardless if you're having a bad game, if your team is having a bad game, this fist bump, it's a small gesture, but it keeps you in the game, it keeps you in the momentum, it gives you that hope to keep going on. So I would like to see that more often. I would like to see that in the Marcus versus God's Reign game, and maybe in the final as well. We need that momentum, we need that right mentality, because whoever wins this, maybe in the future they're going to compete in South Asia and maybe play another LAN, where that is one of the crucial things to keep the momentum going. Because when you notice, when you play international tournaments, you forget sometimes about the strats and all of the technical and mechanical stuff happening in-game, and you focus only about mental strength, being there, present, you know. So I think I would love to see that more, and I would love to see more, you know, loosening up and relaxing, and 7C after that lead, losing it. So I think they could have done better.
I think before we go ahead, I want to make sure that we want to take this fist bump over to the stage. Let's start it right here. Fist bumps here, Floki. Fist bumps here, talks. And I think we should keep doing it to everybody. Pass it around down the audience, making it sure that our players make that happen, because I agree with you. I think they need to start making that pauses, switches, where they can relax themselves, tell them that it's not long gone. They can still bring it back. I think that's what teams also need to realize, but I think Revenant realized it very early, and as you said, right, made very fewer mistakes. But we can also see here, Floki, that the meet and greet, we promise for all the people, right, when we put out posts and everything. Skyesports Masters is not just about revival of CSGO, but also the entire community, and we can see so many people down in the audience, along with numerous creators, and each and every day, right, there's been creator announcements going on, 100+ creators that we have. But right now, our host is also ready. We'll send it back to the stage. Ravin, take it over. Hey.
Well, fantastic. Thank you to the analyst desk once again. To the boys out there, you guys are killing it, man. Let me quickly have a chat with the teams that just displayed some phenomenal game skills. Team Revenant is right here with us, and of course, we've got 7C Esports as well. I'll request the whole squad to kindly join me here, starting with Bhavi. Well, honestly, slightly disappointed with the result, I'm sure, just as the fans as you are. But can you take us through the whole process of map 1, 2, and 3? What was really going on now, and where you think the whole thing kind of unraveled for you?
I think on map 1 on Ancient, I think we had a slow start on T side. But then on city side, I think Cyclone have some really good city side calling. So yeah, that's why we won the first map on Ancient.
Honestly, talking about the performances, I think Benzene out here was on 9 kills, if I'm not wrong. 10-15 score line, you were lagging behind a little bit. How did you actually change the momentum and end up winning that map? I mean, it looked impossible at that moment, and I would love to get to know how did you manage to pull that off?
I think Benzene just had the off day, but otherwise he's a beast, you know. He has the... I never seen talent like him. So, yeah, we cheer him up and we pick him up, and then next map.
Oh, incredible stuff there. Elvis, dude, what is up with you? We've seen you come back again and again. I do not know how do you pull these comebacks off. I think 11-6, Elvis to the rescue. When... हाँ इसके लिए बोलो बिल्कुल ये आएगा ना भाई बोलने के लिए.
Guys, he is the best support of India.
Hey man, that's love, that's love. Come on, give it up for my man. All right, Elvis, gotta say that. I mean, if the opposition is all accolades for you, it tells about the kind of performances you put under pressure. I would really love to know what goes on in your head while the situations are so bad for your team, and how do you manage to overturn these positions and come back so strong?
I mean, I don't know. I've played the game long enough to understand whenever I get any information, I just come up with a solution and I just act on it. And I also I set up my teammates to, you know, act on the same decision. So, yeah, I mean, based on the information I get, I just ask my teammates to, like I set them up with the solution I have in my mind, and it just comes to me, and yeah, I just take those decisions on the fly.
Phenomenal stuff. One last question, Bhavi, and this goes to you, man. Map number 1 was yours. What went wrong in map number 2?
I think map number 2, I think we played really scared. Even though we had a good start on city side, you know. I think we should have taken more fights individually, and I think we also had I think 2 or 3 bad after plans on A. So I think that cost us.
We've just spoken about the bad moments, right? What is the moment for you today? I mean, there were so many for us, but is there a moment for any one of you that was like, dude, did I just do that? I'm sure you've got one.
I think Cyclone should.
I think the USP 3K, that was quite unexpected. I don't know, I just went in for one kill, then I got another, then I got another.
I think Cyclone wants to add something to that. Cyclone?
Come Cyclone, come Cyclone.
Hey, come on, man. We need to hear you, brother. There are so many fans of 7C Esports out there. We need to hear you. कौन सा moment में मजा आया तुम्हें आज Cyclone? What was that? Any moment?
Actually, जिस राउंड पे भावेश ने बनाना पे 3K किया था, भावेश ने बनाना पे 3K किया था, वो राउंड बहुत सही था, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली हम वो राउंड हार गए. बट वो मेरे को देख के बहुत मस्त लगा क्योंकि मैं तभी मर गया था और भावेश ने बहुत अच्छे से काउंटर किया सामने वालों को.
Awesome stuff. Coming back to Revenant here, the winners of this fantastic matchup. Starting with, of course, the first blood. You guys drew the first blood there. Dominated multiple rounds, yet ended up losing the first map. What really went wrong in that one?
I think, first of all, we was prepared for, like, we were not so much of prepared for Ancient. That's our least map throughout the league as well. And somewhere I knew that it would be 50-50 in Anubius or Ancient. They will pick Anubius or Ancient. And I had some like overall calls on Ancient, not a proper dry run, you know. And we already prepared some CT side stuff, and we played versus Marcos and we won. And then we haven't just like we did a major change in our CT side, but like still we were 15-9 or 15-10. Yes. And I think it's like one round I couldn't read their economy very bad, and I just went to give my teammates a fast A-long rush call because I wasn't expecting Benzene to second op. I know he's opping at B and he's switching somewhere like on Red Room. So I thought if we get like one kill and we can close out the game. And like another, like again I do the same call. I thought they won't expect, but we just missed one flash, and because of that, like we played overtime. But I think we should have closed on Ancient for sure. They played really good, but it was our mistake that we couldn't close it out, you know. We missed out 2 flashes. We missed out the third, like Spawn doing his role. So it's fine, but they really played in the overtime, like the way they played in the overtime was very good. Yeah, I know I'm the guy who missed that flash. I know he's pointing towards me. So like, it's just a game, man. You can improve next time.
Hey man, it was a treat nonetheless. Come, let me have a quick chat with you. I saw you taking on the IGL role on and off, even then the conversations were going on. Spawn is like, bro, what was happening? No, on a serious note, after planting the bomb, you were stuck, I think, 1v3. That was a crazy situation to be in. How did you get that round in map 1? What was going in your head? I mean, that was clearly a moment to remember.
Yeah, I just knew that the guy on B ramp was alone, so I wanted to try and force the 1v1 versus him first. I just wanted to try and force the 1v1 versus the guy on the ramp. And then after I killed that guy, they gave me the info on the other 2 guys. And they both just ended up giving me 1v1s. So yeah, no, I just took what was given to me, and yeah, it was a nice clutch.
Oh, it was a fantastic clutch. My man on that side, sir, आपसे तो पूछना ही पड़ेगा मेरे को कि मैप नंबर 1 तो हार गए थे, तो अंडर प्रेशर हमें लग रहे थे, द टीम. आपको नहीं लग रहे थे, मुझे पता है, मुझे लग रहे थे. But the comeback in map number 2 was phenomenal, and especially if you look at the fragger right there, IGL होने के बाद भी the crazy fragging that was going on. It was insanity, dude. What was going on in map number 2?
I think Spawn had a live game. Yeah, but he did pretty well. I am very proud of him. Being very calm and composed. So yeah, if they can come back, we can come back too.
I mean, fantastic stuff, brother. So on that very note, ladies and gentlemen, one last time, put your hands together for 7C Esports and Revenant Esports for that fantastic performance. Wonderful boys, I'll take these from you and I'll let you go back and chill out for a bit. And of course, in a while from now, we've got the influencers showcase match happening. But before we get to that, analysts, over to you.
7C Esports need to keep their heads high. Yes, It was an intense game, went till the last edge, right? It could have been anybody's game. Maybe 7C could have gotten to 15, maybe closed the map itself and become the finalist. But it was a fight that'll be remembered, and I'm pretty sure even though they feel a little bit dejected today, but they'll go back and they'll say, we played our best, gave it our all. Yes, we got zoned in. So I think they need to keep their heads high. And as Revenant said, right, they gave it their best and pushed Revenant to the edge, and where Revenant felt maybe we can lose and get eliminated. So it was wonderful to see both the teams performing. Yes, Revenant are going to be our first grand finalists of Skyesports Masters. Now, where do you think this is going to go from here?
Look, I mean, yes, it's a crazy comeback, and there is, I think 7C, once they got the confidence and the lead, and I think it's rare that 7C is the team that's ahead. Usually they're coming from behind, and usually they come back very, very hard. So this time they found themselves at points of lead, and then they started losing round after round in the same manner, which is B retakes. And I think that hurt them mentally, and this is where the mental strength comes. What to do? Take a pause, talk it out. The coach's role, it's very, very crucial as well to stop them, to put them in the right mentality, in the right mental state. And I think that didn't come, so that pressured them, that put them in a tough spot. And LAN pressure is different than online pressure. At home, you can chill, you can relax, you can, switch on the AC, you can do lots of things. But here, you're under pressure. People are watching, thousands all over India, all over South Asia. So, of course, the pressure is going to be high. But I have to, give big props to both teams. They really fought out till the end. There was a comeback in every map for each of the teams. And in the end, we saw some amazing CS. Yes, it had ups and downs, but eventually it came to the last wire, to the last round, to the last wire. So I'm just happy that I got to witness an amazing best of 3 here on the first day. There is still an influencers show match, some old school players against some of the best content creators. So that's going to be fun. And if you look at the scoreboard here, I mean, Cyclone delivered, I think, every game. SKY fired up, they always did. Gump, maybe he could be the key here. I think he did lots of impact plays throughout the series.
Yeah, and the match was pretty close as well, right? 7C, they really tried to pull it back after they gave away a couple of rounds to Revenant, but unfortunately Revenant, much like the way they did in the Masters League, initially they didn't have that momentum going. A lot of the games were labored, they lost most of them, but slowly but surely they made their way back into this series, on the back of Mirage, on the back of Inferno. And 7C, they had a big lead, 10-5. Unfortunately, it just seemed like Revenant's fighting spirit was just a bit too strong. Yes, there were mistakes made by 7C, but again, Revenant is a team that you cannot really count out at any moment, and I think 7C perhaps got a little bit too comfortable. We mentioned how sometimes you can get a little bit too comfortable. You can sometimes just let go of the steering wheel, and yeah, well, accidents do happen when you do that. And it seems like David really did beat Goliath today. Revenant came out to play. Sure, initially it was a little bit difficult, but the way they clawed their way back into the next 2 maps, it was really something. Even in the first map, they managed to take it to overtime, right? It went to overtime. 7C had to really work for it. It wasn't until the last 2 rounds that they really confirmed and made sure they were able to, get that first map under their belt. So again, Revenant just putting up a good fight, but 7C, I think they were one of the strongest teams that we saw in the entire Masters League, and purely from a team play perspective, I think they were the teams to look up to. So it's unfortunate that we're going to have to see them go, but hey, it's time to crown a new champion, because honestly, 4 teams, just 3 remain, one of them in the grand finals, and we're going to find out who the second one is.
I think I agree with you. I think 7C, as a team, we've been talking about them countless times, and even in the league stage we were telling that they're a team who are hungry for those revenge kills, right? They're looking forward to those trades whenever it's possible, and they keep aggressing towards it. But here again, I agree with Talks, it was all the LAN pressure coming through, as well as Revenant. If you see the overall 3 maps, right, every time there was a different player coming up and shining, and it was never the same one. On the other end, 7C kind of always had Elvis. We saw all the 3 maps. In the first one, Elvis, and the last one that we see again is going to be Elvis. But somewhere in the middle did not work out. But here on the other end, fired up, Spawn, and now SK Wow being the MVPs, right? This just worked out really well for them, and I think somewhere down the line, it was kind of okay for them to give that burden to somebody else, and they were okay to take that. And I think that's where Revenant were able to kind of get themselves under control. And if I ask you, right, where did Revenant kind of figure out, this is our round, and from here, this can be our map?
I mean, look, their T side wasn't the best, Revenant. They did struggle with it as well. Over-peaking was an obvious issue. We saw that from both of the teams. And I think at some point when they started getting those retakes, they're like, okay, so that means we could retake, even if it's a tough situation. So we've seen that happen once and twice. And that's where I think where they started believing. Once they started doing these retakes, round after round, they started believing.
Yeah, I think there were just one too many holes in the 7C ship, right? Eventually you see Revenant starting to poke and prod around a little bit. Eventually they make a comeback. And again, it was such a phenomenal T side coming out from 7C, but just not being able to convert it on the CT side, just not taking a moment to catch their breath. I think that's what really stood out to me, the fact that they didn't really take enough timeouts, or the fact that they weren't fist bumping each other. Again, small things, but they add up. And if they just took their time a little bit more, I think this game could have been a lot different.
I think right now we've seen the cannons coming in from Revenant ships better, and that's the reason Revenant are going to be our first grand finalists. But the show is not over. We have a show match as well as the second semi-finals here at Skyesports Masters. But all this action right after the break. So don't go anywhere. If you tuned in at home, make sure you get your snacks and be back with us. But if you're here in LAN, make sure again you grab snacks and join us very soon. See you on the other side with the show match as well as semi-finals too.
Meet Ally, a brand new Windows gaming handheld from ROG. The ROG Ally allows you to play all your game libraries anytime, anywhere. Manage all of your games and key mappings in one place with Armory Crate. Powered by an AMD Ryzen Z1 Extreme processor, the ROG Ally puts the latest AAA games in the palm of your hand. A full HD 120Hz display with 500 nits of peak brightness lets beautiful graphics take center stage, even outdoors. Connect to the ROG XG Mobile for ultimate flexibility, keyboard and mouse for a classic PC gaming setup, or TV and controller gameplay. And for even more versatility, combine your Ally with other accessories from ROG. ROG Ally. All your games, anytime, anywhere.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up, way up. Yo, once I get a taste, then it's impossible to stop.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up, way up. Yo, crank that volume, crank that volume, crank
volume, turn it way up, way up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up, way up.
I could set you free, show you what this world can really be. Here with me, I could set you free of the pain and misery and let you be. Here with me, I could set you free. I could set you free. I could set you free, show you what this world can really be. Here with me, I could set you free of the pain and misery and let you be. Here with me, I could set you free. set you free, of the pain and misery, and let you be here with me. I can set you free. I can set you free. I can set you free.
We started 0-2 in the league. Then everyone knows that I swapped to the IGL role very quick, and I told Gum that I can't afford to lose more matches. And then it was like no looking back for us. Like we ended up like second in the league.
Because I've been playing Counter-Strike since the first day I was in esports.
Ever since I was like very young, I always just really liked the mechanics of CS. I liked the way it's like very skill-based. Like if you were a better player, you would win like almost every time.
क्योंकि मैंने CS स्टार्ट ही किया था 2016 में, और मेरा फर्स्ट गेम प्रोफेशनली CS ही था. तो और उसके सिवाय मैंने कोई और गेम टच ही नहीं किया. Like I was fully in CS.
CS is the only game I feel something in it for my passion.
I'm very happy because they have a different playstyle in India, not as like in C. I think in India it's like more competitive the way they're playing.
Really just a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It's not every day that you get to play, especially video games, competitively in another country. I think it's a lot better than what I was expecting. I think like the facilities that we're staying in, the practice that we get, it's all a lot better than I thought it would be, and I'm honestly really enjoying it down here.
I just need to represent India, and that too I really wanted to do it SK Wow. Like he is my closest friend in the scene now. मैं खेला हूँ तो इन्हीं के साथ खेला हूँ और दोस्ती की वजह से ही वही मोटिवेशन मिला कि हाँ दोस्त है सब तो उनके साथ ही खेलना है और कुछ नहीं.
It's like not particularly, but yes, it feels amazing when you see a team lift a trophy. There are a lot of mixed emotions and everything. So yeah, I also want to do that, and I've done that before, and I will do this time as well.
I think, like I said, I've been like a very competitive person my entire life. I really just love the competition in CS because it's just skill-based. Whoever's better is going to win. I think my inspiration to get better is just wanting to be professional, wanting to do this for a living. Really, there's like no other job in the world that would compete with playing CS for a living. I think it's one of the best things in the world.
I think like, you know, it's been a while since I win something in a tournament. I really wanted to try and win again and try to get back on top of this competitive scene.
I think it's super like a unique experience. Like I've played a few LANs and nothing in front of like a stage or in like a stadium.
I'm playing the biggest league in India. Like God is helping me to do it now.
I'm really excited to play in front of the crowd again in the stage because it's been a while. So I'm really looking forward to it, to play in front of a lot of crowds that's coming in for the next LAN.
I think like you're going to be able to feel the crowd and the environment, the energy is going to be there. And I think it's just an amazing feeling. It's like one of the reasons that I want to play competitive. To be in front of a stage, to be in front of a crowd, and like, yeah, it's gonna be amazing.
मैं इतना खुश हूँ कि LAN आने के लिए, क्योंकि हम ऑलमोस्ट ऐसा बाहर आने के टाइम थे, लीग से बाहर हो सकते थे, पर हमने कैसे तो करके कमबैक किया. The only thing was the hunger to win. Like it was, I never got satisfied. Like now, no, I need more. First, I hate losing. Like I hate like giving up. To be really honest, the results in front of you. So in that 2 years, I won 8 major tournaments in India. I'm gonna write every single strat on book. And whenever the practice ends, everyone individually will take my book and read it 10 times. You have to read it 10 times and you have to speak that your ears will hear that. So
I think for the last like week and a bit, we've been practicing super hard, like multiple hours a day, making sure everyone knows their roles and all the strategies, and just making sure that come to our playoff games, we're just going to be all on the same page. We know every round what we want to do, how we want to do it. Because I think that was one of our bigger issues on our team in the regular season was sometimes in the middle of the rounds we would just like have different ideas and stuff like that. So being on the same page is really going to help. And I think with the amount of practice that we've been doing, we're super prepared.
Yeah, we've been playing we have been practiced a lot since a week ago, and we put a lot of hours in it. And then after that, we try and chill out a bit, not to get too stressful inside the game. So we try and take a break, play other games, but still at least we trying to like remember all the stress that we did.
We are giving 6 hours a day in a boot camp. We everyone are on LAN. You have to be like very quick to understand, and you have to put that.
Honestly, I think I'm super confident that we can win the whole entire event. I know like all the practice we've put in has been very efficient, very good practice. I think there is no excuses for us not to win. We're all in like very good form. We all understand like our role, and I think we're here to win the whole thing. That's for sure.
We're gonna be the winner.
100% confident.
सिर्फ इतना ही दिमाग में मारो और कुछ नहीं. Just run and gun. Simple.
Hi guys, my name is Rishikesh Shanoy. My in-game nick is Crazy Gamer.
My name is Piyush Kalwania and my in-game nick is Clouda.
Hello guys, my name is Parijat Banerjee and my in-game nick is Raven.
Hi guys, my name is Garvit Nehra and I go by the name of Ember.
Hey guys, my name is Akash Bose. My in-game name is Finn. I started playing CS at the age of 9. I usually used to visit around cafes, like I used to spectate from behind. Like around the age of 11 or 12, my parents gave me a PC to play. So I started playing CS 1.6 on it. And later on, at the age of 13 or 14, I switched to CSGO.
मेरा ऐसा था कि मैं कैफ़े वगैरह जाता था खेलने के लिए. लाइक मेरे घर के नीचे ही कैफ़े था, तो मैं वहाँ पे आके मारियो वगैरह खेलता था. फिर बाद में मैंने देखा कि लोग 1.6 खेल रहे, फिर 1.6 से मैंने चालू किया. 1.6 इतना खास था नहीं, जम नहीं रहा था, अच्छा नहीं लग रहा था खेल के, ग्राफिक्स वगैरह बहुत ख़राब थे. उसके बाद CSGO के इतना अच्छा लग रहा था खेल के. फिर बाद में CSGO में सोच लिया कि प्रोफेशनली जाना है और बहुत पैशन हो गया था गेमिंग के लिए. फिर बाद में मैंने मेरे कैफ़े वालों के साथ लाइक मेरे 1-2 दोस्त बनाए मैंने, फिर उनके साथ बात वगैरह की. ऐसे करके मैंने लाइक टूर्नामेंट खेलना चालू किया और उसके बाद से अभी तक खेल ही रहा.
मेरा सीन ऐसा स्टार्ट हुआ कि 2015 में तो मैंने खेलना स्टार्ट किया. अभी 1-2 साल मैं खेलता रहा तो मेरे को पता चला कि ऐसा सो स्ट्रॉन्ग करके भी एक प्लेटफॉर्म था जिस पे प्रोफेशनल प्लेयर्स खेलते थे वो टाइम पे. तो मैंने फिर इंडियन सीन थोड़ा फॉलो करना स्टार्ट किया कि प्रोफेशनल सीन क्या होता है. तो वो टाइम पे मेरे को समझा कि सो स्ट्रॉन्ग है, ऐसा सीन होता है, बट इंडियन टीम्स बाहर के टीम्स के साथ कम्पीट नहीं कर पा रहे.
मैंने खेला CSGO लाइक कंटिन्यू किया क्योंकि मेरे को लग रहा था कि एक बंदे की वजह से ऐसा नहीं होगा, क्योंकि मैंने देखा था कि बाहर भी प्लेयर्स बैन होते थे हैक के लिए, पर इतना इफेक्ट नहीं करता था बाहर. तो मैंने भी कंटिन्यू किया. फिर उसके बाद एक पॉइंट आता है कि लॉकडाउन हो जाता है, फिर CS का सीन बहुत कम हो जाता है. पता चलता है कि एक नया गेम आने वाला है वैलोरेंट. तो फिर लाइक और डिमोटिवेट हो जाता हूँ मैं कि अभी तो गेम भी चेंज करना पड़ेगा और जो जितना सीन था वो भी पूरा मतलब मेहनत बर्बाद होने वाली है. फिर उसके बाद मैंने बहुत सोच विच के फिर मैंने वैलोरेंट स्विच किया. मैंने वैलोरेंट खेला भी प्रोफेशनली टीम में, लाइक रेकनिंग में खेला, फिर उसके बाद ROG में खेला, ROG एकेडमी, पर उतना अच्छा नहीं लग रहा था गेम. फिर वापस आया, दोस्तों ने बोला करके होंगे टूर्नामेंट वगैरह, फिर वापस से चालू किया खेलना. फिर वेट किया, उसके बाद मैंने देखा कि Skyesports Masters का अनाउंसमेंट, फिर लाइक वापस से मोटिवेशन आया कि खेलना चाहिए वापस से ये गेम.
मेरा कहानी कुछ अलग है. लाइक मेरे को मोटिवेशन या डेडिकेशन की ज़रूरत नहीं है. लाइक मेरा एक कमिटमेंट था कि अगर कोई गेम पे मैं अपना टाइम दे रहा हूँ तो उसको सीखने के लिए पूरा 100% दूँ. तो मैं लाइक गो विद द फ्लो चला गया कि मेरे को फ़र्क नहीं पड़ता था कि मेरे को फ्यूचर में क्या मिलेगा क्या नहीं मिलेगा, मेरे को बस सीखना था गेम. लाइक मेरे को पता था कि मेरे को न्यूज़ तो मिल रहे थे दोस्तों से कि भाई आप कुछ नहीं रखा है, वैलोरेंट चले जाओ. बोला भाई नहीं खेलना भाई वो गेम. लाइक कमिटमेंट मैं खुद को दिया था कि लाइक मेरे को ये गेम पे सीखना है और अगर होगा तो ये गेम पे होगा वरना नहीं होगा. आई वाज लाइक दैट. तो जो भी आया वो विद द फ्लो आया.
न्यूज़ सुन के मेरे को ये था कि चलो अच्छा है, फाइनली कुछ तो आया कि अभी कंटिन्यू कर सकता और खेलना आगे. और 2 करोड़ प्राइस पूल लाइक बिगेस्ट पहले भी नहीं था इतना प्राइस पूल, जब CSGO रिवाइव था ऑलरेडी 2014 या 15 में भी इतना प्राइस पूल नहीं था, तो और मोटिवेशन मिला खेलने के लिए।
CS तो मैं लाइक खेल ही रहा था, बट जब ये न्यूज़ आया स्काई स्पोर्ट्स मास्टर्स का, तो लाइक कॉन्फिडेंस और होप और बूस्टअप हो गया। एंड 2 करोड़ प्राइस पूल लाइक मेरा लाइफ का फर्स्ट टाइम होगा जो इतना हाई प्राइस पूल में मैं पार्टिसिपेट करूँगा।
जब टूर्नामेंट अनाउंस हुआ लाइक हमें लाइक फाइनली कुछ लगा कि हमने इतने साल स्टिक किया, फाइनली कुछ टूर्नामेंट्स हो रहे हैं, लाइक मोटिवेशन मिल गया फिर से गेम के लिए।
I feel too special being here. Like इतना पब्लिक, इतने लोग हमारे लिए यहाँ पे आए, हमारे लिए शूट कर रहे हैं, ये सब कर रहे हैं, बहुत अच्छा लगा।
Yeah, I am over excited as well. मैंने कभी ये सब शूट्स मूट्स में नहीं गया, first time for me.
I am always ready to take the roles that the team is not going to take. Someone, see, IGL is a hard role. People don't understand from the outside perspective. You have 4 other guys to look at, think about them, understand them, and then make a gameplay. It's not easy. Like if someone is doing an op, he just looks at his screen. I have to look at the 4 screens, understand what I am going to tell. I have to make a call round in round. So I think it's a tough job, but once you master it, it's just a most enjoyable job. But don't stop grinding because it's an art, and you don't have to think like I've achieved everything. I am the best IGL. This never works for anyone.
CS बेसिकली मेरे को सबसे अच्छा लगता है, मैं सबसे ज़्यादा फन मुझे इस गेम में आता है, कॉम्पिटिटर भी है और बहुत साल से खेल रहा हूँ बेसिकली। तब इतने गेम्स नहीं थे, तो बेसिकली CS ही था, तो मैं तब से CS ही खेल रहा हूँ और मुझे मतलब और भी गेम्स पसंद है, बट फॉरमोस्ट CS मेरे को पसंद है।
It's connected to my childhood. I always played CS from when this was the first competitive game and in which I played all the tournaments. I've won like a lot of tournaments in this game. That's why I'm sticking to this game.
It's been more than 15 years of total Counter-Strike that I have played. I played my first LAN when I was just in class 5.
But for me, CS is the best for me in competitive FPS scene. I have always been the competitive guy in nature, so I chose CS overall.
It was worth it because where I'm standing right now, it's all because of CS, and what I will be known, it's all about Counter-Strike only.
वो CS ही था बेसिकली। मैं वो बहुत पैशनेट था, पागल था, कंपटीशन था, यानी एक्स्ट्रा एग्रेशन तो कुछ नहीं था, बस गेम पे फोकस था और मैं खुद को ही मोटिवेट करता था। पहले इतना सपोर्ट भी नहीं मिल रहा था, बहुत हाई भी आए, लोज भी आए, मैं डिमोटिवेटेड हुआ।
See, if you're playing with your team, if you're playing solo as well, you need to think of the team. If you're playing in a team which is an organized franchise team, you need to see how every player is playing, how they put in their efforts in the team, right? So you need to believe in them, you need to believe in yourself and play together. That's all you need to do.
तो उसके बाद पापा जब देखे कि नहीं ये बंदा कुछ कर रहा है, टाइम दे रहा है, घर से निकल ही नहीं रहा है 3 दिन से, तो तब जाके वो लोग भी सपोर्ट किए। और मेरे हिसाब से सबसे बिगेस्ट सपोर्ट जब फैमिली आपको करेगा ना, तो वही सबसे बड़ा होता है।
For me, it's always been my competitive nature. I just look myself and people talking trash about me, like in local LANs. I went to local LANs. People talk this and that. So it's my competitive nature to always compete against me every day. So that's my only motivating factor to play CS, to be better. That's it.
I think playing at an early stage at LAN cafes and then tournaments going out, I think LAN pressure, I have understood how to soak the pressure, not to overthink.
That feeling, I think it will come after winning, and I'm very much excited for this.
For me, LAN is just another game. You have to enjoy, express yourself. If you think about winning, you won't win. Think about the process.
Played many tournaments in state, big tournaments, but not as big as this one, I think.
Amazing, I will say. We are very excited for this thing. It's all about fun and we had grinded a lot, so let's see how it's gonna work.
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, very special. मेरे को लगा कि इतना साल से जो मैं wait किया, मतलब कभी भी आप देखो किसी के लिए wait करोगे ना, उसके बाद जो आपको मिलता है ना, उसका खुशी अलग होता है basically.
See, I don't think too much. I just do my basic routines, do what I've been doing for years. It's been working for me.
I don't listen to outside noise. There are many people who will tell this and that. I don't hear about it. Just keep grinding. Focus on your goal. Don't listen to others. It's the basic mantra of life. Do what you like. Do what you want to achieve. Trust the process. Goals will be achieved.
प्रिपरेशन देखिए, लीग तो बहुत बड़ा था, हम लोग ने बहुत प्रिपरेशन किए थे, बट ऑलमोस्ट 90% प्रिपरेशन डन है, बाकी तो सब ऊपर.
I look into a lot of POVs, videos, how the pro players play, how the international players play, even not the tier 1 players, but the tier 2 players as well. I check all the smokes, flash grenades, everything.
I'm gonna give my best. I think as I played the whole league, I'm gonna give better than what I played in this league or in the semis. So let's see.
As the lurker of the team, I have to do my own preparation to play apart from my teammates. I play alone, in my own area and in my own atmosphere. So I have to play according to my team, adapt according to my team.
I know my team's potential. There is McGills, there is Ghost, there is Ryder, there is Zero Cool. I know if any one of them has their day, it's going to be an easy game for us.
Confidence level from the start was here, and it's gonna crash the roof, bro.
We are very excited to play, and we will have fun in the server. Let's see if the fun goes in our favor or in opponent's favor.
500%.
1000%.
1500, huh? Thank you for having us.
Girl tonight.
I could set you free. Show you what this world can really be. Here with me. I could set you free. Off the pain and misery and let you be. Here with me. I could set you free. I could set you free. Show you what this world can really be. Feel with me. I could set you free. From the pain and misery and let you be. Feel with me. Hey desire, burning like a fire. What you gonna do when it goes down? Watch it get higher, down to the wire. Will you let it burn till we almost drown? Higher, deeper, honey, where do we lie? Where you're headed, I'm going there too. I don't wanna ask why, wanna give this a try with you. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone, 'cause it's a big pill to swallow, but you won't do it on your own. I won't let you go alone. I don't care what happens now, where we go, how far and how. If you wanna go, I'll follow. Have you made your mind yet? Have you got your heart set? I don't wanna jump half-hearted. Gotta get your feet wet, gotta give what you get. I don't wanna finish
Sky Breeze, she got a body, ayy. And she been calling me daddy lately. Want me to put her in Cartiers, and the deserve it. Put in work for the money she earn it. Give me top every night, lip service. Never gotta block these. She work on Maori, Abu Dhabi, with a bad look like Sky Breeze, ooh, right beside me. In the phantom off that, yeah. Abu Dhabi, with a bad look like Sky Breeze, ooh, right beside me. In the phantom off that, yeah. Abu Dhabi, with a bad look like Sky Breeze, ooh, right beside me. In the phantom off that, yeah. Abu Dhabi, with a bad look like Sky Breeze, ooh, right beside me. In the phantom off that, yeah. Shorty a dancer with her OnlyFans, got her bands up. She independent, got a land truck, don't need no man, but I'll man up for that. Ooh, put it on camera. She a freak, nothing I can't handle. When I'm pulling up in that phantom, I got a blue wetter than Niagara. I'm a dog, I'm with the leash. Ain't no one holding me back, I'm a beast. Showing them all, fucking my teeth. None of them with me in these streets. Ooh, Sky Bree hit me in my DMs. I've been trying to meet up and see ya. I can fly you up to Abu Dhabi. Right beside me, in the phantom up. That yeah. Abu Dhabi with a bad look like Sky Breeze, ooh, right beside me in the phantom off that yeah.
turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up, way up. Yo, once I get a taste, then it's impossible to stop, stop.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up, way up. Yo, crank that volume, crank that volume, crank that.
Crank that volume, turn it way up, way up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up, way up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade up. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up, way up. It's a race against the clock. Yo, once I get a taste, then it's impossible to stop, stop.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up, way up.
All right, Bangalore, are you all ready for this matchup between the streamers, the casters, and the gamers that you all have given phenomenal love for years? Please welcome team number 1, Jod Esports. Bangalore, show some love, man. Come on. We've got Deathmaker, Ankit Venom Pant, T-Bone, Scout, Shaxi coming in, Jod Esports on the way. I've been informed that you all wanted to be called Jod Esports. I want to know the reason. Thank you. I want to know the reason why, firstly.
Because we are the real Jods.
Super stuff. Scout?
Yes.
Bangalore crowd? Bangalore love?
It's the same, the love never fades away. It's always the same support, the same energy.
We also have a Mumbai lad over here, the good-looking one, Venom.
Thank you for the compliment.
He's like, bro, who's the good-looking one? You're the good-looking one, dude. Am I wrong in saying that? Come on. Come on, show some love to Venom here.
Thank you, thank you.
All right, on a serious note, we've seen some phenomenal action here. Am I going to see the same razor-sharp skills that I've seen from all of you? I mean, I know that doesn't even acclimatize as a question, but please.
100%.
100%? Pulpar, these two at the corner having a chit-chat going on. Brother, I've been informed that you are going to kill. You are all set for it. Should the other team be calling ambulances already, or should we wait for that?
हाँ, of course, वो लोग को लाना ही पड़ेगा एम्बुलेंस.
Awesome. Shaxi, we've got some phenomenal crowd here from Bangalore. Firstly, they wanted to say hi to you, so you want to say hi back to them.
Hello, Bangalore. What's up?
Thank you to the 5 people on that side especially. We love you all. All right, I'll let you take your seats now. Thank you so much. Jod Esports, ladies and gentlemen, one more time. Make some noise. Let's welcome on stage, facing Jolly Sports, the legends, Team Zeus! Give it up for Health, Excali, Sia, Fatu and Raka Zone coming up on the stage. Now you all have already decided on the ideal or what?
He's gonna be the ideal.
Excali.
Like decide right now. It looks like
Excali,
you planned this thing already. All right, Fatu, it's been a long time after pandemic that Counter-Strike has gotten the love and the limelight that it truly deserves. How are you feeling about this tournament happening and how are you feeling being on the stage, brother?
I mean, CS is CS. You can't beat CS, so.
That we all know. तुम्हें कैसा लग रहा है आज यहाँ पे आके?
Amazing.
बहुत मुश्किल है इससे कुछ भी निकलवाना. But we have Raka here. Pass on the mic. Raka, is Bangalore fitting? हाँ कर लो आपस में कर लो. I know. तभी मैं बोल रहा हूँ माइक किसी को भी दे रहे हो तुम ऐसे करोगे मेरे साथ. So what I want to know is Bangalore crossing the vibe check. Anybody can answer.
Of course, we have been here on other events and Bangalore is just awesome.
Is this your first time in Bangalore or what's happening?
I've stayed in Bangalore for like almost a year.
Almost a year now,
like
so.
Some years back, I used to stay here.
All right, so it's a coming back home kind of a situation for you all.
मेरा भी जब last time I played LAN in Bangalore, I won that event. So I think it's time to repeat that again here.
Awesome. And the last question, my man over here, look with the glasses on, the swagger on. Should they be scared now with you all coming back to showcase your crazy skills to us?
Actually, they are already scared. एक तो मेरा hater बैठा ही है, scout वहाँ पे. So I'm gonna show him who's the real hater.
Awesome. All right.
सनी भाई, ambulance की गरज नहीं है. 5 police वाले तेरे को पकड़ रहे हैं अभी.
Somebody call 100 because we've got some kills about to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise one more time for Team Zeus. I'll take those, thank you so much, and I'll let you settle down and give the people what they are craving. Ladies and gentlemen, the showcase of the influencers is almost underway, and we need all of you to show your love to everybody on the stage out here. It's time we go to the casters now.
Thank you so much, Raman. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Skyesports Masters 2023. We're at the LAN. We've got the influencer show match at ready. Scout making his CSGO debut. Lucifer, what's on your mind? What are you expecting from this man?
I think this is going to be a mad show, right? I think we already saw some banters coming in between the team as well as in between their own players, right? And this is what we want from a show match, and I think that's what we're going to be getting, as well as the players, right? I'm going to call them the players, no more influencers or creators, because that's what they'll be doing. Because they're joined by professional players as well. There's Venom. We were just talking to Talks, right? He was telling us they played with brutality. So he's right now coming in and he's been a big part of CSGO, along with that Scout coming through. And the other side, right? The Northeast representatives, I think they are split into 2 different teams. There's going to be Hellf as well as Deathmaker. I'm looking forward to them, of what they'll be cracking on stage.
Yeah, Deathmaker, Venom, Hellfighter, all names that you're familiar with if you've been around for a while in the Indian esports scene. These guys were legends back in the day. Let's see if they've still got the skills to pay the bills.
I think they do. And especially with the Excali on their cars, the BM King.
BM King versus the DM King. Deathmaker back on the server. Man, sign me up. This is going to be one hype match. And I'm really interested to see if Deathmaker is still just not going to give enemy teams any room to work with, or if he's going to show some mercy, because this man was feared back then. He's feared to this day. He could not touch a PC for 10 years and still be feared. That's how good he is.
I was just talking to him earlier, okay? He's like, I think I should have made a comeback back to CS right now. Looking at this stage, looking at the audience, and looking at how Counter-Strike has come back to India, right? Because there was a situation where we were like, yes, we need Counter-Strike, and everybody's kind of seen the global scene, and everybody is in tears when that happens, because CS is not just a game, it is an emotion for crores of people, not just in India, across the board. And I think seeing it back here, I kind of I'm feeling happy with all these creators showing up, not just to play the match, but also to meet and greet their fans, right? There's live right now as we are talking, side by side, there's the show match happening, but also the meet and greet going on. So if you're anywhere around Bangalore, I think this is where you have to be. Either today if you're kind of nearby, because I know Bangalore traffic is something that nobody wants to deal with.
Oh, yeah.
So you better come early tomorrow if you cannot make it today, because the show is not done.
Yeah, we've got even more influencer matches to play out tomorrow, so you don't want to be missing out on that. We've got some special guests as well. You want to tune into the stream or at least come down here to find out who that's going to be. But again, you know, I'm excited to see how Scout's going to fare up against some of the old CS pros. It's going to be messy, not going to lie. It's going to be fun. But man, I think everyone at home is excited to see what this man can do in a different game entirely. And, you know, some familiar faces returning to the fray here. Venom, I think we've had so many opportunities to watch him stream online time and time again. Deathmaker, he's in and out of the shadows, you know, occasionally we see, I think we've seen a couple of streams from him over the years. He's not been very prolific in terms of streaming, but he's always been feared on that server. And Xcali, that man needs no introduction. Straight up. So, yeah, lots of good or familiar names over here. But even Rakazol and Fatu, these guys are the kind of players you want to have on your team. Because these guys make any game fun.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you guys could be losing 15-0, but you guys would still be laughing your butts off. It's just, they bring so many positive vibes to the team.
I think one thing our audience is looking forward to is going to be the BAP beta. Who's who? Nobody knows till date. Whether it's Fadu, whether it's T-Bone, the conclusion will never be made, but who's better can be made today. And I think the last time we had the show match was all the way back in December in Championship. Man, they went big. And I think we had a roaring crowd, and I'm expecting the same thing. Right now, yes, everybody's sitting silent, but it's not going to be the same case when they start popping heads. But especially the main thing I'm looking out from the audience who are down here is going to be the backstab knife coming through, because I think that's something that we've been missing the whole day.
Yeah, I think you want to keep your eye peeled out on Xcali for that. Hellfighter also rings a couple of bells. That man has been prolific in the Counter-Strike scene. Switched over to another game, did well there. And yeah, time and time again, you just can never count out these guys. Even though they might not have touched the game in a while, they can come back on the server and pop heads just like it's a regular Tuesday. So I'm excited to see what Hellfighter brings to the table here. And yeah, man, just going to be an exciting match for sure. But I do have to say, Deathmaker in particular, people used to complain about him back in the day. They used to say that they hate going up against Deathmaker because he never respects you. He always, you know, tests your limits and makes sure that you dot your I's and cross your T's, because you give that man an opening, he'll take it. You know, you give him an inch, he'll take a mile, he'll probably take the game. He's one of those players where even if it's a 5v1, you can never really count him out. Sure, it's going to be impossible. You know, maybe he doesn't get the round, but he certainly can do a lot of damage. You know, make sure that you go away with 3 players instead of going away with the entire 5 being alive. So, Deathmaker, keep your eyes peeled out on him, because he's going to be popping some heads.
I think with these players that we've been talking about, there's also some glamour on both the ends, right? Zaya as well as Sakshi coming in. And I would want to talk about Zaya. She is just a phenomenal FPS player, right? I think you might kind of go and just be like, wait, what's she doing on the server? How is she getting these frags? Because she's so insane. She might seem very kind and sweet, but yeah, that's going to be the sweet death coming to you, striking right in you. And I think that's how many bullets she's going to pour into you. On the other end, it's going to be Sakshi as well. And I think I want to see what they will be doing on the server, because Sakshi as well has an immense crowd, right? Everybody's cheering for her, looking forward to what's going to be happening. Now, yes, we see the players, right, just now in front of the screens, they're getting up. And they're making sure, you can see, even though it's a show match, they're not taking it lightly, because that's how it's been every time that here at Skyesports, when we've had a show match, these creators come in, they become players themselves. And I tell you, I think we've even also seen an overtime coming through in this, and that's how competitive they become.
Yeah, I think the show match is not going to be any less. You know, you got some great names up here, but it really reminds me of the good days, you know, the good old days of Counter-Strike, back when you had all those stars coming up. I remember when Sai was still a young kid, he used to be on that op time and time again. You know, Venom on Brutality, he was also one to look out for. Deathmaker was a rising star back then. Hellfighter was known and respected amongst the community. And yeah, a bit of a renaissance for CSGO over here. So if you're a person who's been around for a while, you know, you're probably in your upper 20s now, you probably want to catch this match. You want to see how these old guys are faring up. But hey, you know, it's always fun to see new faces come into the picture. I think Shakshi as well as Zaya. I mean, Zaya's been around for a while, but Shakshi, Scout, you know, all these guys coming in, playing some Counter-Strike, it's certainly refreshing to see.
I think Scout is a player in all its eternity that can play any game, any day. And I think that man has proven for the Indian audience that you can dream and also be that person. And I think that's what we are going to see today. A lot of people might have not seen him the PC, I would say, spectrum, right?
Yeah.
He has. He has dominated those circuits, whether it be a show match or whether it be a professional friendly match that they have, whether within his community or friendly streamers that he has. I think he's popped some heads, which has been making other people question, like, how is he doing this? Yes, we've seen him doing in the mobile esports, but how is he doing in the PC as well? That's how well Scout, whenever he dedicates himself, right, to a game, he shows and proves the point.
Yeah, who do you place your bets on though? Let's say you're placing some money on the line. Which team are you betting it on?
I have no clue. But I want to ask our audience though, because the one interesting thing that I'm seeing, right? Previously, I've seen Bap Beta Esports, both of them play together. But I want to ask our audience, are you guys ready to make some noise? Because I want to know, who are you supporting? Can you make some cheer for T-Bone if you're supporting the T-Bone's team? Come on, can I hear you guys? Yeah, it looks like there are some cheers for T-Bone, but what about Fatu? If I hear louder, I'll say that the venue is cheering for Fatu. Make some noise for Fatu! Clearly it looks like T-Bone. I think he's taking it away today. I think Fatu, if he starts popping the meta, fans will change, because that's how it happens between them, right? Fans keep jumping their streams.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how that one plays out. But again, I place my money on team DM all day long.
Jolly
Sports. Yeah, there you go, Jolly Sports. I think DM, whenever that man is on the server, it's just incredibly difficult for you to just peek out anywhere. He'll strike a fear into your heart. You know, he's going to catch you off guard at the worst possible moment. And yeah, he's going to make you regret every decision you make, every dry peek you take, every time you contest him, boom, headshot. Takes him less than a quarter of a second to get that done. And yeah, I think he's going to be keeping up those skills. He's been keeping up with the years as well.
Yes.
Just a couple of technical issues. As soon as we solve them, we're going to be jumping straight into the game, folks. But yeah, I mean, lots of old names here. If you're watching from home, do make sure that you come down to Koramangala Stadium tomorrow. We are going to be having the grand finals and a couple of more influencer show matches. You can get the tickets on Paytm, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
And yeah, you can come down again. Make sure that you do get your tickets fairly early, because yeah, they might just run out.
I think a lot of audience have been pouring right into the Koramangala Indoor Stadium, and I think this is something that we all wanted, right? Whenever there's an esports, it's not just about the gaming community, but as in a whole, that the entire city, the entire country knows about it, and that's happening. And I think it's making rows everywhere. I've been seeing so many posts have been kind of being pushed, and it's also coming to these influencers, right? I think they've been a major part of the gaming industry, and I think we understand how much they pour in, not just in terms of keeping their fans excited and having fun, right? Because yes, at certain times life gets hard. We cannot do anything about it, but these people, right, they make it easier for you, and that's what we are here for. We are looking forward to what they make easy for our eyes, but difficult for their opponents.
Hey, I don't know what you're here for, but I'm here to see DM pop some heads. You know, it's been a while. Bangalore, it definitely seems ready for the match. Let's hope we're jumping into it soon enough. TM, T-Bone, Venom, Hellfighter, X-Cali, Zia, Fatu, Rakazon, everyone, every single player over here, I think we're going to be excited to see. And Scout especially, I think the audience is going to love seeing him play a different game and picking it up. Let's hope there's something in the bag here for us as well. I think it should be interesting.
What map pick do you go for between these?
Cobblestone.
I was about to say Anubis.
All right.
Let's just make everything difficult and let's keep wondering what's going to happen. And I think we should just have one knife round to start things off and see it on live. I think we just heard the cheers coming in from the players as well.
Or the E-Rats. I wouldn't mind E-Rats either.
I hope so.
Pool party. I mean, hey man, all the fun maps in the world. I remember those used to be the best days. You know, you're done with your game. There's a couple of minutes remaining. You know, in the cyber cafe, you load up, you know, rats or pool party. You just go at it. You pop heads and you have fun. And you just make sure you run down the cafe time. Because it used to be a little bit awkward back in the day. You never know, you never knew if the game is going to go down to the wire or if you're going to end up losing it out early on. So, yeah, I mean, I'm curious to see what map is going to be in the mix as well. But I wouldn't mind seeing some fun maps, you know. I think we're going to save all the competitive maps for tomorrow for the actual matches. I hope that is the case. But, hey, I wouldn't mind seeing some Dust 2 either.
I hope so. I think even if we come to the classic old Dust 2 that everybody's been playing, yes, we do not see in the competitive pro matches that's going on as of now. But it comes up back today, we're going to have a lot of fun, right? I think there's going to be a lot of insane op shots, but just as you mentioned, right, DM is going to get some teabags as well in. But I think he'll also leave it up to the BM King. So is it going to be the DM King or BM King? Now we did have cheers for Fatu and T-Bone. Why leave the DM and BM King, right? Can I hear some cheers for if it's going to be DM King or BM King? DM King, make some noise, Bengaluru! Okay, what about BM King?
All right.
Yeah, this is what we are looking forward to. Earlier it was T-Bone and then now it's BM King. So there is the audience who is supporting equally on both ends of the teams.
Yeah, I mean, certainly, I think people are excited to see Xcali. Xcali has always been fun to watch as a player on the server. You know, even when I wasn't really a hardcore Counter-Strike player, even when I wasn't playing all that much Counter-Strike, Xcali just always made the game fun to watch.
Yeah.
You know, you give him an opportunity to knife, he won't deny it. He will go, he will take it, and that's just how the man plays. But again, you know, you can never count out DM because for Xcali to even be able to do that, you know, it needs to be DM not making the plays. It needs to be DM being dealt with, which it could be an entirely different story. So again, good turnout either way. I'm curious to see what map they're going to be loading into. But I think we're just about done. We should be heading into the game very, very shortly. I think everyone is ready. All the players are geared up. I think the audience is ready as well. They are tired of waiting. Give us the badge as quickly as you can, production. We'd love to jump in and see how all of these players fare up after all of these years. And
can we have those drinks? Hello? He's passing it to his friend.
Yeah, they're walking around.
Somebody pass it up to us all the way here.
Yeah, it'd be a nice refreshing drink as well for me. Would like to have something. You
He
know, my
doesn't
throat's a
even
little
hear
bit dry.
us.
Unfortunate. What can you do? But hey, looks like Scout is discussing strats already. Scout's like, hey, you know what? I got all of this. You guys just chill and spawn. I'm going to go take care of it.
Just imagine if that happens, right? It's like a 1v5. They all sit and spawn, whether it's T-base or CT base. And they like send one person each other, like it's a rally.
Oh,
Whoever
yeah.
gets
1v1 there.
yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Let's
that'd
see.
be insane. That'd be fun to watch. I'd be down for something like that. That sounds fun. But again, you know, you never know. The BM King, he might be up to no good. So you can never really, even though I think, you know, Jod Esports would be a bit more honest and straight up, I wouldn't trust Hellfighter's team just yet, you know. It's just Xcali being on the same server. You can never really you know, count on him to not give up an opportunity to knife someone. But yeah, I mean, lots of old faces, lots of new faces, lots of popular faces. I want to see the arena make some noise for Scout though. Say, make some noise if you're excited to see Scout play some Counter-Strike, folks. All right, that's that. There you go. All right, they get the message now. Yeah, a bit of a slow start. But hey, you know, a slow start's better than no start at all. I see the Marcos boys as well.
They're waiting for their game. But I think there's one person who we've not spoken about. That's going to be him looking forward to his game. That's Raka Zone, right?
Oh, yeah.
He's sitting like, there's nothing happening right now. But this man, he is the shadow killer. I'll put it in that terms, right? You never know what he'll do.
Certainly, I mean, he's been a role player. I mean, he's played a lot of GTA 5 on his streams.
Yes.
He's the person who enjoys RP a ton. But hey, I mean, Counter-Strike is an entirely different ballgame, and I'm...
See, let's go, Raka.
I
guess speaking about this, right? This is the man you can call the shadow killer. You might not see him anywhere near at the start, but eventually he will close out the round. Yeah, I want to see a lot more, I would say, mobile LED scrollers coming through. So make sure you kind of get it installed and start sending some messages for your favorite creators, and we'll try to read it all out.
Certainly, but...
just don't make it something weird that we cannot say it on stream.
Yeah, I mean, that's, well, you know, you never know. You might catch a couple by surprise there,
Yeah.
but you have to always be careful when you're moving around the camera in those directions. But again, you know, Scout, be it DM, be it Venom, all of these guys out here, I think people are excited to see them all. You know, be it for different reasons. DM and Venom, I think it's self-explanatory. You have no idea just how good these players are until you watch them in the server. I think people are excited for that. Scout making his debut. T-Bone is just always fun to watch. You know, Shakshi is also always not up to any good. So again, you know, I mean, I think the influence from Xcali might just rub off on the Jod Esports side as well. Maybe they take some revenge here and there. You have to keep your eye out on T-Bone especially, because that man is not going to pass up an opportunity, especially if he knows it's Raka or Fatu alive on the server.
I think we can see them face off each other right now, both the teams, right? And as you said, T-Bone, he'll be looking forward to some very nice, interesting skills as well as call-outs. I'm looking forward to that. And later when Raveen gets back on stage, right? Raveen, do ask them what was the communication in the comms. Were they just randomly shouting each other's names? And like, what did you do? What did you do? What's going on? Why didn't you cover me? Or is it very cool and composed comms coming through? Because I do want to hear. Because we kind of expect or kind of know what our professional players come, right? It's very methodical, sometimes does get chaotic, but this you cannot even expect or imagine what these guys are going to call out for each other.
Yeah, I think it's the comms are definitely going to be different. Let's just put it like that. I think the players are going to be having fun, though. I think that's the objective for everyone. Everybody just wants to have a good time. Be it for some, for some it might be polishing their skills. For some it might just be, seeing if they've still got it. For others, it might just be going into the map straight up and just having fun one way or another.
We can see the meet and greets that we are talking about, right? There's an entire section and booth and people have been just lining out of it. Make sure that you drop down here and people watching on the live stream, right? Your favorite creators who you saw on the post are actually here. It's not like you saw that maybe they can, maybe not. They are here. You can get a chance to meet them. Why do you miss this opportunity? Because it's not an everyday sight, right? You do not get an opportunity every day. You go to their stream, you say, hey, hi, big fan. And this time you can tell them right to them, right? And I've been a big fan of you. I've been following you since so and so. And I think they'll be like more than happy to kind of receive them. And they'll be like, wow, this is wonderful to see our own community coming together. Because this is not just, I would say, one game. It's been multiple genres that I would say we have creators from, not just from esports, but also I would say from general reality influences coming through. But I would say, guys, sitting down in the audience, right? Yes, you are doing those peace signs and victory signs. Can you also put some messages on your LED scrollers and show us what you want to say?
Yeah, we'd be very excited to hear from you guys. Just nothing a bit too dirty, just make sure that you're being nice, keep it PG-13. But yeah, I'm curious to see what the audience thinks as well. Get those LED scrolls out, show some personality, show some love. Let's see what they think of all of these players here who are going to be playing it out on the stage.
This view is just fantastic. I think we can just sit like
I
this.
wish you guys could see what we see. It's a beautiful view out
You
here.
guys only see the stage, right? But we can see the entire audience, the booths, the experience zones. And I think that's what you guys are missing. Maybe that is not getting captured in the view, but I'm pretty sure you're capturing it all in the stories. And you're having a lot of FOMO, guys, if you're not here, and that's not my problem. I'm here, Floki is here, there's Lay Dinko here, there's Fox with us. We're having fun here.
Oh yeah, certainly. I mean, if you're not having fun, you need to get down here to Koramangala Stadium because let's be real, we're only here for tomorrow. After that, it's going to be dead silent in Bangalore for a while. So yeah, if you're looking to have some fun, on your Sunday, do make sure you come on down to the stadium. And yeah, it's going to be fun to watch again.
We have doppelgangers.
Yeah, we do. Who are those people back there?
I don't know.
Yeah, well,
they're doing the same actions.
Certainly. Well, I'm not too sure who they are. But hey, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, so... I don't think the audience at home sees this, but the people in the crowd do.
Okay, nice. I think we're almost ready. We can see the admins also clearing off the stage. Just last few instructions in case there's everything correct or wrong, there's something missing. We can see everybody, I think, right now just having that not ready situation, right? Once they're ready and loaded, I think there's going to be bullets blazing.
All right. Well, I'm not sure if we're going to be on camera again, but if we are, I want to challenge you to a best of 5 and rock, paper, scissors. Let's see who takes it.
Me and you.
Yeah, me and you.
I think so.
Yeah, well, let's wait.
Let's wait.
Let's see if we do end up on the camera, because I think we just might be ready with the game. But if we're not, let's see. Let's do a rock, paper, scissors best of 5.
True. I think it'll be interesting. Yeah, we don't have a PC right in front of us. We are. Okay.
All right.
On the count of 3?
On the count of 3, all right. Best of 5?
Yes.
5 rounds each?
Yes.
All right. Rock, paper, scissors.
Oh, sorry.
I'm
bad. Okay.
On the count of 3.
Yeah.
So on 3
yes.
is when we do
rehearsal. That was just rehearsal, guys.
Yeah, just trial round.
Trial round.
Rock, paper...
One second, yeah.
Rock, paper, scissors. Oh, okay. You did that a little bit later.
Yeah,
okay,
but I still lost. I didn't change.
I'll take that point. I'll take that point. All right. Second round. Rock, paper, scissors.
Draw.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Again, I lose. Okay.
Rock, paper, scissors.
My first point. My first point.
Rock.
Wait. Restart.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Okay.
Well, we even again. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors.
Bro, 3 rounds.
We have scripted this, guys.
Yeah.
Still 2-1.
I think this is how we synergize with each other, right?
Yeah, certainly.
Let's go.
Rock, paper, scissors.
Bro.
What on earth? All right, again. Rock, paper, scissors.
Yes.
All right, it's
2-2.
even now. 2-2. Well, okay, it's a best of 3 now. Rock, paper, scissors.
Yes, I make a comeback. That's a comeback.
Yeah, that's certainly a comeback, folks. I lose out this one, unfortunately. It's going to be Lucifer. Make some noise for Lucifer for rock, paper, scissors. All right, amazing. Thank you. Wonderful response from our audience there. But yeah, we're just setting up.
I think, see, just like the camera was on us, if you guys are doing something over there, any kind of challenges right in front of the stage, the camera is going to pan on you.
Yeah, in case you want to have a little moment of glory, make sure you're doing something interesting for the camera. Again, keep it PG-13. But yeah, I mean, hey, you guys want to see a magic trick? I'll show you a magic trick. Oh, never mind. You're going to see the magic trick later
Wait, you know
on.
magic?
A little bit, yes.
Like, you pull a coin right behind from my ear, or?
No, that takes talent. I can make my thumb disappear. Yeah, well, there you go, folks. Just in case you're wondering, the ultimate showdown between the players. Oh, okay, it's, we don't have Hydroflick in there. We do have somebody else in his place. But, right, folks, we should be jumping in very shortly straight into the match. I'm sure you've been waiting for it. We've been waiting for it too. Everyone has been waiting for it back at home in the stadium.
Yeah, there's the fist bumps that we were talking about, Floki. That's the fist bumps that we were talking on analyst desk. And yes, we are kicking in. And that's going to be Mirage. Interesting.
Okay. All right, we're going to be starting out on Mirage. It looks like Team Zeus is going to be starting off on the CT side with Jod on the T side. It's just a knife round though, folks. We're going to determine who gets to pick the side. And
wait, they're keeping a neutral.
Okay, all right.
Okay, finally, the first one, T-Bone gets it. Make it a 2 for him. They're looking to right now gang up. And it's one last player, Xkali. He's trying his best, but he survives to get only one. And that's going to be nice start coming in from T-Bone and his team.
Yeah, Shangdon side connector. Let's see what they're going to pick, if they're going to pick CT side or T side. But yeah, good start here for the side of Team Jod. Again, T-Bone, Venom, DM all on the same team. And yeah, you know, credit where credit is due. T-Bone just goes for it, jumps through Tetris, you know, goes down the stairs, shanks Narco Zone straight in his body. And there you go, is the knife round going the way of Team Jod. Did Scout manage to get a kill?
I'm not too sure about the last 2 kills that happened, because I think T-Bone took the glory in the first round, hands down. And I think that's what he was proving for these fans, right? They supported him with the shout-out coming through. So yeah, T-Bone delivering for his fans, and I think he'll deliver a lot more, because I remember seeing a story that he put out, I think yesterday, and he's like, last time jab khela tha CS, thoda NH ho gaya, but is baar karenge, and he is making that happen.
Yeah, well, okay, it looks like it's going to be Jod Esports on the CT side now, and Team Zeus starting it out on the T side. Got a couple of Glocks to work with. Venom is picking up the CZ, an iconic weapon, but an interesting first round purchase. I think he realizes he needs to nerf himself, otherwise this game is going to be over a bit too quick. Xkali, going to be the man to lead the charge. Scout holding it down with the 5-7 towards Wank, gets the bomb though to start things off with. There's the first kill. Can he get the one with the Zeus? No, he cannot. He does try. A lot of damage done, but again, no kills found. Xkali moves forward, but the Maker of Death shuts him down as Venom and Deathmaker combine, making it a 2v2. Make that a 2v1 as Rakazon's able to find him as well. Just 2 players alive now. Deathmaker clearing out every single angle. Cautious as always. Keeping himself in check, is going to clear out Apps. Doesn't see anything there just yet. And oh, it looks like Fatu has his number. He is aware of the possibility, but Deathmaker hears the noise. The clock is running. Fatu's not peeking. Deathmaker, oh, he's not going to be able to find that frag, and Fatu has done it. He's pulled this round together. Deathmaker tries to get the kill at the very least, but won't get it. In fact, Fatu peeks out, puts a bullet right between the eyes, and that's going to be the pistol going the way of Team Zeus.
I think right now, Team Zeus made it a fact that it doesn't matter whether you got the knife round or not, because we got the first point on board. I think that's what mattered, right? And now they'll have weapons on board. I'm looking forward to when they'll be jumping up from their chair and telling that you might have had a knife, but nothing more.
Yeah, certainly. Well, a couple of AKs picked up here from Team Zeus, certainly showing a lot of confidence. Zia, the only one with a level head on his shoulders, picks up a Mag-10, a couple of flashes and a smoke to work with. And this time around, looks like everyone has gone hunting heads here. Hellfighter, first to take contact, has to be careful, but again, Xkali being set up for it. Palace is able to clear out the person on stairs, and that's Deathmaker down. Arguably the most dangerous man on the server, taken out of the mix, but look at what Scout's got. He's picked up a Nova. That's interesting. All right, we'll see if he can find a kill with that. But it doesn't seem like that is the case. He has been found. Xkali is going to put him 6 feet under. That's the bomb going down. Sharksheep picking up the shotgun. And it looks like not much is going to come off that. A clean second round as well for Team Zeus. As Team Zeus making the mark here on Mirage.
Great start here coming in from Team Zeus. They'll be more than happy, and if they continue this, it kind of looks bad on the other end, right? They have named themselves Jod Esports, but are they going to be the Jods at the end of the day or not? Is something that we are going to be waiting. But I think Jod Esports, at the end of the day, do come back. But looks like they've again invested. It's okay. Again, their buys were not that much of a great investment right in the second round. But this time they do have some M4s. But again, with the weird mixes of other weapons, Team Zeus should have a better round again because of the util. With smoke coming through, timing has been spotted. And Deathmaker, he clears off Excali. That's going to be BM King going down. But Raka, nice push from underpass. Can he find anybody? No, the player backs off from short. Deathmaker finding a lot more and putting them down with bullets. That's the C4 dropped. And now it's all up to Raka Zone. He did make his move from underpass, but he looks like he's stuck there now.
Yeah, nowhere to run for him. He's going to have to fight his way out, and Scout even has his number. In fact, Deathmaker peeks out, murders Raka Zone, and that's going to be the first round going the way of Jod Esports. All right, say hi, don't be shy.
Millie, Eclairs and Jimmy. Jimmy, we are going to catch up again, okay? It's been a long time. That's why I was talking to him. And finally, seeing these, I would say, creators, influencers all coming across for Skyesports Masters is just insane. The love that they're also pouring. But right now, there's no love. There's going to be only fires being poured from either of these
fast
teams.
play towards B. Yeah, look at that. There's all 5 players towards Apps. You'll see if they can get anything done. That nade is going to be nasty. Raka Zone does find a lot of damage on it, but Fatu is the one to get the first kill. Scout, again, taken out, cleaned up Shakshi and T-Bone as well to join the fray, and now Venom and Deathmaker in a 2v5 retake. Do they even attempt this? Certainly going to try. Venom coping a fair amount of damage, but still. Brave as a soldier, walks on ahead. Wants to take this fight, wants to try and make this retake happen. Excali's still on it, and Raka Zone again, he's pulled out the Zeus. He wants to go for the PM. Excali's influence, rubbing off them, and there you go, he fights it! Raka Zone with the Zeus kill. And Deathmaker again gets the return, manages to find the trade, but it's 1v3 and it's too tall of an order even for the maker of death himself, as he's going to have to take the M4A1 into the next round. Gut has lost a shot, and that's going to be third for the Team Zeus. Starting to build up some momentum here.
Right as now, I think both the teams look very competitive, right? Yes, we're seeing some Zeus pulled out, some failed, some worked, but you can see, right, there are those instances and layers that we kind of expected from these players, and it is happening. They're giving it their all, and I think we will be looking forward to what's going to happen in the next upcoming rounds. Jod Esports still looking forward to finding their footing. They do have a bye, but every time that they play, right, there's something that they're missing. That's going to be the kit. I don't know why they're not picking it up, but investing on every weapon that they can.
Yeah, the max 7 for Scout. Deathmaker's got the M4. You've got the A4 in the hands of Venom. Not a lot of utility, but again, you know, with a man like Deathmaker, do you really need utility? Oh, Scout with the jumping mag finds Raka Zone.
That's a shot. Skullcracker.
Oh yeah. That's Goldjetta at 1% of his power. Instead of the op, it's the shotgun that finds the kill. Excali though, walking up Tetris. See if he can actually find anything over here as Deathmaker. Oh, okay, well, never mind. It's actually Venom from under Palace able to chime in. Gets the kill, but walks back into the flames. Oh, he was blind, apparently. And is going to end up falling. A couple of smokes being laid out here as well towards CT. Oh, never mind. That smoke is a little bit off. The bomb is dropped on the side. There's no way on earth Excali can pick this up, and Deathmaker shuts them down. A quick comeback here for the side of Jod. And they keep things interesting. Again, no team really relinquishing a big lead just yet.
CS2 when? Same question here, but very soon, my friend, very soon. I think with Skyesports Masters, we've already bought back CSGO. There's going to be CS2 next on the horizon, and that's what we are looking forward to, right? Not just here in the desk, the audience as well, but the players right now, right? That's what they're looking forward to, and Blay and Dinko were giving me some interesting facts as well. Unfortunately, man, I did not get early access. Did you?
No. I tried logging in, playing enough of that, but, you know, the Counter-Strike gods deemed me unworthy. But maybe next time around. Scout, again, doing a good spot, doing a good job just jump spotting towards B, trying to figure out if there is going to be some sort of B presence early on. And again, it's the Mag 7, the Swag 7, the Crime 7, whatever you like to name it. Scout, oh, he's not done yet. He wants to go for another one. Does scope a fair amount of damage for his efforts, though. Does get some damage in turn, but at that distance, yeah, the Max 7 isn't the strongest weapon. 1 minute remaining on the clock.
Both looking forward to a deep shot. Moving super close, he needs to be worried about the Max 7, but Scout ideating that there should be a jump from window. He sees DLX. Can he make a short connection? Yes, he does, but it's a quick exchange coming through, and Shakshi also chiming in. And now this again looks under control. Scout not at all giving up. Look at him at 18. He's still going for a challenge, irrespective of the range. And he pushes Zaya away from B.
Yeah, Zaya doesn't like what she sees. She's just going to take the bomb away, try and get the plant down, while Deathmaker was able to find a couple towards mid. And now Venom will seal the deal. Zaya's going to fall 3-3 as Team Zeus, they keep it interesting. Well, punches being exchanged back and forth. No clear winner just yet. And yeah, I'm curious to see what the BM King is going to be up to in this round.
I think we've still not seen something salty happening from both the teams. I think they've been very respective of each other, but okay, Deathmaker, he says no Zeus at all, even though he had one. I was looking forward to one, right? I think
he picked it up from Rakozone's body. I think Rakozone's been buying one in every single round.
Previously, it was Deathmaker with Yop who shut down the entirety of mid, but this time Raka looking forward to something at top mid. They were at Catwalk, however, nothing worked. In the meantime, an incendiary blocking B-Apps. They're left waiting to see somebody if they creep out of the smoke, but Scout on the other end looking forward to still greeting. A Mag 7, he's not going to let go of this weapon. Do they expect him this time? Up close and personal.
Oh no, oh boy, the next time he does that, it's going to be death for him, but he's wise. He listens to the footsteps, he hears them out, and he's like, nope, I don't want any part of that. Oh, Zia with the sick headshot on Scout as he's jumping mid-air. But Deathmaker and T-Bone quick to respond. Zia finds a trade, but again, cleaned up by the maker of death himself. 3 bullets remaining in the AWP. And Fatu, the lone survivor on the T side. I don't like his odds, but he makes it work somehow. Gets Deathmaker, the bomb down, he's going to pick it up. But he's not aware of where Venom is going to be creeping out from. He's going to be coming in from shot. Oh, and Fatu's going to get spotted as Venom. You can see the smiles breaking out now as Scout. He knows what he's doing here. He's been agitating the side of Team Jolly. You know, every single time he does some damage, he's starting to get inside the heads of some of these players. As, yeah, that's a nice lollipop.
That's all we are going to be seeing, right? Them eating something, drinking something, and we are going to be here on the desk and blabbering something.
Yeah, certainly we're going to be blabbering about Scout. We're going to be blabbering about all of these players here, but looks like Team Zeus, they have been humbled a little bit. It's going to be Deagle, CZs, and oh, never mind, it's a Tech 9.
Oh, Deathmaker.
The maker of death is completely blind. Excali supporting them, enabling Fatu to get the kill, but T-Bone finds Excali somehow through the smoke from Connector, and Fatu finds Venom. And again, things not looking the easiest here now for Jod Esports, despite them having the buy. It looks like Team Zeus just catching them off guard with the quick mid play. The bomb hasn't gone down just yet, though. It is going to be retrieved now. Should be planted on the side, but again, they have no idea who's towards ticket booth, so it's going to be a little bit difficult for them. They're going to try and go back towards mid. Oh, and this could work. Look at the positioning coming in from Team Zeus. T-Bone's going to find out that there's no one on this side. He's going to relay that information over to his teammate. And it's just one person holding on to that B side. Again, Deagle in Rakozone's hands. Not the best of weapon, but Scout, this time around, he's picked up the AWP. Oh, he misses. Unfortunate miss there. But he does get the information for now. Throws down the smoke. Is going to attempt to slow them down to an extent, but Rakozone's having none of it. He wants to jump in. He wants to challenge the AWP. Not give it any room to work with, but Scout delivers on the first one. Gets the headshot on Zia. And again, just one bullet remaining. Fatu's going to come in, though, and clean him up from the flank. And that's going to be B side being controlled up here for the side of Team Zeus. 20 seconds remaining on the clock. The bomb's going to go down. It's T-Bone and Shakshi for the clutch.
2v3. It's going to be tough. They do have a flash, but I think it's already a retreat. A save being called. Jod Esports, they'll let them equalize the scores. I think they could have looked forward to a fight, but again, I think this is also their intent of trying to buy up weapons for their teammates, right? Because you can see, I think T-Bone just having $500. We'll look forward to if there is a chance that his teammates can, because I think Shakshi with 6,000 along with Venom having 7,000, there's going to be a chance that Deathmaker as well as Scout will get back their weapons. But I think as of now, both Zeus as well as Jod Esports are going toe to toe. They're not making us feel like this is a show match. This is the true match of professional players giving it their all on the stage. This is the smiles we wanted.
Jod. Jod supporters. I didn't. Rom
Bhayo. Oh, there we go. We get it. Let's go.
Yeah,
let's keep it rolling.
I was confused. I thought he was talking about, something else entirely, but never mind. Rom indeed. Jod Esports now 4-4, and Scout again has picked up the Mag 7. This guy is relentless. No shame whatsoever. Every single round he's going to pick up that shotgun. He's going to try and be cheeky, and it's going to work in some rounds, other rounds not so much. But who cares?
Oh, actually the timing off gets caught by Zaya, and now LF pushing window. That's going to be two interesting and crucial frags to maybe get the round, but T-Bone in a very nice position. Deathmaker helping him out. But still it's a 3v4 situation. T-Bone trying to slowly creep in, but gets thrown a molly at his end.
Oh, no,
now he's stuck.
The molly got blown out by the smoke, and T-Bone has actually come in. He's managed to find Raka Zone on the flank, but Fatu shutting down that Apps push. As Hellfighter waits patiently towards bench. It's just Scout with a Mag 7. And looks like there's only so much he can do. Did get a decent hedge. How is Excali at 43 HP? He must have taken some damage previously. There's no way on earth the Mag 7 does all that much damage at that range.
We're going to give it a second. I know all these things because of their streams.
Oh boy.
Man. The best part is when Eclairs gets tilted, right? I'm pretty sure she knows and her viewers knows.
Yeah. Well, we'll see if the person that's being referred to is going to be able to clean up shop. But Scout, this time they're wise to his ways. He's going to stand in the flames. The drawing gets him killed, but no such luck. Fatu finds him. And Hellfighter pushes deeper towards Market, gets him controlled. There is still Deathmaker alive with the USP. Good 80, but again, gets cleaned up now. And that should be pretty much the round done and dusted. Venom looking for something towards B-Shot, but doesn't get anything. T-Bone is able to get one though, and looks like he wants to attempt this retake.
Ace clutch incoming from T-Bone. Can he make it happen?
The crowd's going to go wild if he does though, but nah, he's just going to pick up the AWP, play it safe.
Oh man, if he would have, right, it was Fatu right in front, and even though it wouldn't have been a clutch, right, if he would have taken down Fatu, he would like, I did take you down. Doesn't matter, it was a 1v5. I was still looking forward to doing some damage. But for now, we'll save the AWP, run back towards the T-base. In the meantime, it's going to be Team Zeus, right? How they started with those two initial rounds will get themselves back to those two advantages and keep the lead up.
Certainly. Team Zeus getting the lead now as Excali firmly in the driver's seat. Oh, I wonder what you've got to say.
T-Bone Jod. I read Jod way before, so it is T-Bone Jod. Oh my god, the amount of O's. Jod!
Jod! There you go. Yeah, sorry about your ears there. That was a little bit rough.
I think that's what we are going for. No bars held back.
Certainly, no holds barred. Well, Excali is going to be the one to take initial contact, but a hot potato heads towards him. Puts him down to 60 points of life. But again, they found some significant A control, and there's not... Whoa, Fatu. All right. Yeah, he's just checking the helmet, just seeing if it is...
it works?
Yeah, it works. It certainly does work. I think Zia has made that information over to her teammates now, but Zia does find one before being cleared out by Venom. Venom, though, gets cleaned up by Hellef. Oh, T-Bone went undetected towards A-Main, was able to get one before getting cleaned up. And now, a 3v2. Scout and Shakshi. Just going to set up for the exits over here. Shakshi is going to try and bait it out for Scout a little bit. But again, she sees nothing. Oh, all right. Well, spots one out towards Firebox. And looks like that's going to be it. I don't think it's a wise decision to take that fight up against the AK and Excali. He will not bite. And again, another round going the way of Team Zeus as the BM King coming out on top. Shakshi spotting out one, but Hellef. Again, solid movement coming out from him, and Shakshi just unable to connect with the stray. Team Zeus getting their 7th.
Jod lagging behind right now.
Oh, yeah.
I hope they make a comeback.
Yeah, well, I want to see an overtime game. You know, I'd love to see an overtime game.
How many overtimes do you predict?
Well, so far none. But hey, you know, maybe my answer is going to change a little bit down the line. Who knows?
So now with the scoreline of 7-4, Jod Esports, they do need to find their footing. And I think from those O's, they need to find their spirit as well. But Raka creeping in, looking forward to some player pushing out at A, but it's not going to be that because the entirety of Jolly Sports, they are ready at B with a force to take down anybody from Team Zeus, and it looks like they have had a hint about it because their teammates have taken over A and have CT control, and now it's going to be Jolly Sports who are going to be surprised because of the map control that Team Zeus have. And look at where Jolly Sports are making a move from towards mid. Halef finds the first, T-Bone not finding any. That's going to be a double for Halef.
Well, and there you have it, folks. Again, another round going the way of Team Zeus as the save is going to be called in for Jod. Couple of rifles to take into the next one. Deathmaker, though, he's going to attempt something.
Xcali, let's go for it.
Xcali, he's going to go for it. He's got the knife out. Oh, they're not aware at all.
Yeah, he goes for it. That's BM King.
That's the knife you've been waiting for, folks. Right into Scout's back. 8-4 now as Team Zeus sitting firmly in the lead. As Xcali finally showing why he's called the BM God.
Oh man, sorry.
Oh,
Before we could read it, it just disappeared. I think everybody is excited. I want to see if you can make waves down there right now. As we pass the camera by, I think the wave should also keep passing, right? They should make that football wave, if possible.
We'll see. We'll see if that happens. But Team Zeus.
Oh, what? Raka?
Okay.
That's a no-scope.
A no-scope on T-Bone. That was certainly a little ballsy there. Fatu going in as well towards B. Clears out bench. Blink and you miss it. Everyone on B side's dead. It's just Venom against the world. A FAMAS in his hand. And I'm not sure if he even wants that weapon. I think he's going to attempt the retake just to get rid of it. 1v5. Let's see what Venom is capable of. Spots out one. Does get the dink, but Zia, my goodness, on point with that AK today. Just woke up and shows violence. I think she's hit a lot of headshots in this one.
This is why I said Zaya, right? She is just insane when it comes to FPS. This is why everybody enjoys watching her because she's just insane. God damn, amazing.
Yeah.
And I think as proving in terms of the number of kills that she has as well, she's just pushing it toe in toe with her teammates, right? Yes, you might think it's 7, but everybody else is just 3 above from her. That's all. There's not much difference. But there's a big difference between Jod as well as Team Zeus. Jod did find some rounds, but they're still stuck at 4 right now, whereas Zeus, with a 5-round lead, they're still looking for pushing it further. T-Bone misses his opportunity at chair and gives Raka the information in T-Bone. He clears and runs back home, tucks his tail, and that's Raka. Will be more than happy to find value. But T-Bone, he comes back, finds Zaya, and now it's Xcali. Yes, in another position, clears it out, and Raka as well chiming in, taking down T-Bone finally. But look at Venom. He gets mollied off again, has to forcefully move away from under Palace.
Yeah, the A defense just starting to fall apart a little bit here as well. Trying to secure his retreat, but Fatu will deny him. The AK sinks through. That's going to be 2 kills. Additional ones going the way of Team Zeus. Oh, okay. Scout does find Halef overextending here. Fatu, oh, missed flash, but doesn't matter. Gets the kill with the AK. Bomb down for good measure. Oh, never mind. Not enough time. But, yeah, Team Zeus. Again, moving on ahead. All right, some self-promotion there. That's okay. Oh, it's like we got a budding Counter-Strike professional here. Oh,
Yeah.
never mind. He's playing with the controller.
Hey, do you
Counter-Strike
prefer
with the controller.
Do you prefer a console over a PC?
What do you think?
PC.
Console, obviously. That's fine.
Hey man, I'm going to go away from here, man. I cannot stay with somebody who says console.
Yeah, I was being sarcastic, man. No, don't worry about it. I would never
This is
do
why
that.
I knew Floki would just play around with me, but not of what he
Yeah.
supports.
Yeah, certainly not. I mean, I was just trying to see, you know, if you'd bite, and you did.
I did.
So I'm happy. But again, looks like John Esports just getting run over here as the freight train that is Team Zeus just shows no signs of stopping. And Shakshi trying her best, trying to do her due diligence, but Halef, he snuck into the corner in the cover of the smoke. He's going to be able to clean her up. Zia as well with the AK-47. Scout with the P90. All right, let's see what you can do here, folks. Last round of the half, all by himself. He gets taken out here. Xcali will find the kill. 11-4 for Team Zeus.
I think for me, the match is already done, right? And the reason is seeing BM King. Scout OP is the GOAT. And this is why we were talking about him, right? But right now, BM, he's proving a point. I think what I wanted is already been done. The shank has already been delivered. Is there a way to exchange it back, right? The wound is deep right now for Jod Esports.
Yeah, I think I think you just want the moral victory at this point. I don't think you even care. You don't care about the actual win. You just get a knife kill in turn, you know, and then the score all of a sudden does not matter. But a quick play towards the B side. Again, 5 people just running it down. Abs. Excali though, gets one with the dual Berettas. Looking for the second. Will find that as well. Quick reload to come through, but not being punished just yet. In fact, Excali, he's going to look for another kill. Oh, never mind. Deathmaker, he's going to get cleaned up by Zaya, who's picked up a P250, or is that a Glock? Not entirely sure. Oh, Zaya actually picked up the Glock there from the ground, if I'm not wrong. All down to Shakshi. All by a lonesome ball corner, and Excali is going to take matters into his own hands, but Shakshi delivers. She finds a kill, keeping the dream alive.
Look at right behind her, slowly moving in without giving any footsteps, but Shakshi is running right to Raka. He gets his Zeus. He was waiting for it, and finally gets it.
Yeah, and even when there's sunshine, yeah, there's always a chance of rain.
That's the second Zeus coming through here in the show match.
Oh yeah, second Zeus. I think the first one was by Fatu, if I'm not wrong, or was it T-Bone? I think it might have been T-Bone.
Raka itself.
It was from Raka? Oh, okay. Never mind. But hey, a couple of Zeus kills. Just need to see a knife now coming out from the side of Jod to even up the score. Even if they win, I think the real victory is going to be with Team Zeus because they get the knife.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about, right? They've done both, the knife as well as the Zeus. They've proved who the Lord of Thunder is and even the king of the knives. But however, this time it's Jod Esports finding some opening on Excali, but quickly, as they were trying to take connector, control Fatu, beats them down. They're still trying to push in the same direction. Fatu ready at ticket booth, but Raka, he's not stopping. His team is feeling very confident, so I think he's going to spot out the C4 carrier. Takes, not the C4 carrier, but the other player, but is looking for a lot more, as is LF. Scout, reading it really well, going for the revenge!
Oh yeah, he gets it on Raka's own. There you go, now the tables have been even. Now we're going to see the comeback start to come through for Jod Esports. Famas picked up for him, 1v3. Bomb upon him, but again, 50 seconds remaining on the clock. He needs to make a move. Zaya just trying to bait out a shot over here. He's in fact going to take matters into her own hands. Scout, he reads this. He should be hearing this, but it doesn't seem like he knows. Oh, does he turn around at the last possible second? He does. He's got the Zeus out. Zaya, you better be careful. Oh, but he misses. Zaya's going to be able to find the kill. Nice attempt coming through from Scout, and you can see they're having a bit of a giggle about it. But hey, the moral victory, I mean, I think it now belongs to Jod. You know, he got the knife in revenge, and now Excali needs to step up to the plate again.
Do you think there's another knife somewhere in the next couple of rounds?
Maybe. I mean, the game needs to go on for that. I think the way it's going, it might just be Team Zeus wiping the floor with the side of Team Jod, but it remains to be seen. Maybe there's a chance. An actual buy coming out now for the side of Jod. Got a couple of rifles into the mix. When I'm going to be playing with the UMP, the cosplay rifle, as I like to call it. And let's see if he can make it work. Again, but Fatu, what the hell is he doing all the way T-spawn? How on earth did he get there? Never mind, it doesn't matter. The bomb is still on the B side. Sure, those are a couple of good kills to get. But he spots out Excali. Excali had no idea where Venom was. Venom catching him off guard, but Hellfighter quick to get the trade. Looks like it is going to be a 2v2 situation. The bomb still hasn't gone down yet. Shakshi is holding on to it, but doesn't feel comfortable. Knows that she doesn't really have a lot of room to work with. The bomb is out, but it's not being planted. There you go. At last, it's going to go down as Deathmaker. He's going to provide some support to work with, but again, Flash is coming through. Buying time for Raka's Zone to come in from apps as they collapse towards bench. Oh, Deathmaker spotted out. Lucky to be alive here. He's going to have to make that AK sing, and he does. He does find Raka's Zone to start things off with. And there you go, Deathmaker delivering on the second one as well as Jod Esports. The comeback, just maybe, is real.
They wanted it, and you saw, I think, clear information gameplay. As soon as they got an idea, you saw how sharp DM King was. We were talking about BM King, it's time for DM King. I think we did not talk about him a lot. Yes, we did see his CT-sided frags, but now you're seeing, even though he was low in HP, he still keeps finding those frags. He's not going to stop. Right now, Team Zeus Yes, they are in the lead, but Jod Esports, who knows, they might keep making their comeback. That's the part of CS that you can never predict. LF waiting, he finds a nice dig. He's looking for a second, but gets spotted and misses the shot. Thankfully, doesn't take any damage and retreats.
Yeah, that's the maker of death of the server, so a big kill found there by Hellfighter. 5v4 now, we just upgraded pistols in the mix. You'll see if they can find anything. Rakazone does get one with the ESP. Zaya as well, getting one with the B250. And now all of a sudden, things are going to look a little bit grim here for the side of Jod Esports, as it's all down to T-Bone and Sakshi. In a 3v2, they do have the HP advantage again, but Sakshi needs to connect and no such luck. Everyone's dead on the Jod Esports side. Team Zeus, they will find the 14th.
There's just 2 more rounds, and Team Zeus, I think, from the start, just proving a point here, going all guns blazing. Even though Jod Esports got the knife round, it's not continuing in their favor.
Yeah. Well, say hi, folks. Don't be shy to the camera. There you go.
The next time the camera is in front of anybody, you need to make some weird poses, right?
Yeah, you either need to show me a magic trick or you need to say hi. Take your pick. Kashi Didi, I think. I couldn't read the other one, unfortunately. Sorry, bud. Maybe next time around, though. Do keep your LED scrollers on. And now, this time, oh, okay, some aggressive moves coming out here from Team Zeus. Rakazone drops down all the way towards underpass, but Scout finds him.
Raka cannot stop using.
Yeah, he just cannot. It's just in his DNA. Hellfighter's going to find Venom, though. He's going to neutralize the man advantage, make it 4v4. But again, Fatu has been dinked, so he's sitting rather low on HP. And Excali in a perfect position towards shot. Does see one, but fails to deliver. T-Bone is going to find Helef and Jod Esports still in this match. Oh, it's all down to Fatu, and Fatu finds Sakshi to start things off.
That's the C4 down. Look at where the player is. Also in jungle, finds that's going to be T-Bone. Catches the player in that rotation from CT. Now there is still the chance. It's a 3v2. Zaya worried about it. But can she make sure that even though the C4 gets planted, the retake happens? Because Fatu, he's super low. Right now tucked in towards the CT base. However, Scout, he's on the hunt. So is T-Bone right now. But Fatu's up, he finds T-Bone. But can he find a, I would say, clutch? Can they make a retake happen? It's a 2v2 situation. They do have a kit also, but load of utils.
Oh yeah. Again, you've got the kit, so time is on your side, but you want to start making moves. Oh, Deathmaker able to find one, looking for the second, doesn't connect. But Scout's there for the quick trade. And Jod Esports, they keep themselves in this one. Hanging on by the edge of their fingertips, but still hanging on. Oh, that's a Kakashi phone cover. It's a nice one. Magic
you were recording, we are recording
high.
you now.
When? What when?
Is it CS to when again? Yes, it is.
CS to when?
My
soon,
buddy,
my friend, soon.
We are also waiting for even the early access, so let's see when. But very soon.
Yeah. Oh. All right. Okay, now you're starting to talk. Rakazone boosted up to a cheeky position on that B side, but again, it doesn't look like Jod Esports are too keen on committing to B just yet. There's a lot of players towards underpass. One coming in from mid, and that's the bomb.
Oh, LF, he's in a spectacular spot to find the frag. Finds the first. He's seen the other head as well. Can he pop it? But he gets dinged on the other end.
Second one as well.
That's the second. Looking for a third. He has spotted the player, but there's also a catwalk push coming through. Both of them crossed each other through the smoke, I guess. But finally, Venom, he was hiding in the ladder room, finds one, and then goes Helef as well. He couldn't hold himself at the nest. Back to a 3v3 situation.
And Team Zeus, they've got the inferior weaponry, but again, the spirits are high, and Rakazone has been undiscovered. He's got the MP7 in his hands. Very hard to clear this angle properly. I don't think they're going to be expecting it if you're Jod Esports. And even the bait coming in from Fatu. Oh, and Rakazone, he has the trigger discipline. He's holding off for a moment, but he's going to get spotted now towards the end. And Venom is going to find him. Oh, it was all for naught. Rakazone got salivating, and Venom puts him 6 feet under. It's now all down to Excali in a 1v3. He's got a singular flash to work with. And an M4A1. Let's see if he can make it work. All right, finds the first one. Venom being dealt with here. No kit though, so Excali needs to get his foot on the gas pedal and needs to start clearing out some of these corners here. Spots out one again, trying to be threatening, but Deathmaker just toying with his food, jiggling around the corner, making sure that Excali doesn't really have any room to work with, and George slowly but surely clawing their way back into this one.
Yeah. This is why we say CS is a game where you can never expect the odds to work in your favor if you do not put your 100. If there is a situation where you think we are going to win it easy in PC, it's not going to happen. Yes, finally everybody's saying hi to the camera. That's what we needed.
Certainly
But still no poses. I'm feeling sad though.
Yeah, no magic tricks either.
Yeah, I think you need to either give us a magic trick or maybe keep doing some poses. But right now it's going to be T-Bone pulling some crazy tricks. Keeps jumping around, finds two, looking for a third, spotted the player, but Excali make sure that they bring the numbers back. It's going to be a 3v3 situation.
Oh, M4A1S and no armor. That's an interesting buy coming through from Excali. You'll see if he's going to be able to make it work. Rakazone, he's got the USP and see, he's just sort of shut out from the site now. But the bomb still hasn't been planted just yet. Some time being bought, but eventually looks like Deathmaker will be able to find one. Takes down Zia. Scout. Just gonna make sure he's supporting his teammates fair and proper. Venom goes ahead, Deathmaker finds the trade, and that's the 8th one coming through for Jord Esports as Jord slowly but surely making their way back into this one.
Yeah. Now how far are they going to take it is something that we are going to look forward to. Yes, they're slowly making their way back, but is it going to be enough? Put the scroller back up, my friend. Before we could read it, it disappeared. Flashes Skyesports, handban, and avail a free entry at Sunburn Union, Kormangala tonight. Strictly 21 plus, only club rules apply, but this is something that's going to be happening. You can get a free entry to. Why are you missing the opportunity? But right now, Helef is not missing any. He's dropped the C4, looking for a lot more. Excali is helping him as well. And it looks like Team Zeus is back in control, but it's still a 2v2 situation. Weapons recovered. Raka, he's also left all alone, but he's heading right towards where the C4 was dropped, recovering a weapon. And right now, stuck in a very awkward spot. Jord Esports do have sight, but they do not have the C4 to plant.
Minute remaining on the clock though, so there's still hope. Don't say die just yet. Deathmaker, he's got a full kit, a utility waiting. And there you go, some flashes being thrown in. T-Bone being set up for, but counter flashes coming through from Rakazone here. As Rakazone spots one out, takes down T-Bone and makes it a 2v1. Oh no, Deathmaker, he's gonna get double peaked there. Gets cleaned up. Hellfighter gets the kill. 15-8 now, match and map point for the side of Team Zeus.
I think if we have to end right here, we need to end it with a knife.
Yeah, the money also not looking good, so the chances are we might just see a knife. Out of necessity, though.
Did we just see Zaya disappear, or was it somebody else?
I think we did. I think she accidentally dropped off the server.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going to be waiting for her to join back, folks. Don't worry, even though it is a show match. The rules apply. So we shall wait.
Says timeout, but the clock is running, my friend.
Excali picking up the AWP, though. That's quite a throwback. It's been a long time since I've seen him pick up that weapon. Smile. Say hi. There you go.
I think you have to show us a magic trick. I think our audience is just saying hi, not even giving us poses. Next time you're camera, I think you're going to show me a magic trick. I'm going to be odd.
All right.
Done.
For the next trick, I'm going to disappear.
Meaning I have to take care of this place all alone? Okay, yeah, I'm happy. Actually, he's done that, guys. He has disappeared. I know you cannot see us, but I'll bring him back.
Ta-da! And there it is. That's called the prestige. I'm back, folks, because the disappearing act is not the one that gets you. You know, you have to come back.
I think they're not going to believe us. They're going to be trolling us.
Yeah, it was a lame magic trick. You guys never got to see it. Unfortunate.
Sorry, guys. I think lame dad jokes do work, but we do not know to make it work.
Yeah. I think we bring insult to both groups.
Well, let's see where there's going to be a chance of Jord Esports making a comeback, but again!
Deathmaker just testing Venom's helmet, just making sure it's working all right, and Hellfighter Also wipe checks Venom, but this time around, Venom, no response whatsoever from him. Zaya towards mid, again a naked M4A1, that's interesting. And she has paid the price a little bit, down to 60 points of life, but yeah, man advantage for neither team, as it is a 4v4, but Jod Esports looking rather healthy here. X-Cali finds one, but T-Bone quick to get some control towards B shot.
There's still one player on side. Raka, nice timing. Again drops the C4. Will keep the players at hold on B apps. The last two players, Scout as well as Sakshi. Quick flash, Scout trying to move ahead, but he's worried from what directions are the players from Team Zero is going to attack him. And now there is that incendiary to even slow them down further. There's 50 seconds on the clock and Raka again looking for a Zeus.
Oh, Scout actually burns. He takes some damage there from the Molly, but Raka's on with the Zeus. Oh, is it how it's going to be ending? Oh, it's not. X-Cali's going to put an end to it. He takes down Scout, and that is going to be Team Zeus. Team BM King winning it out against Team Jod Esports.
Make some noise, guys, for Team Zeus. Your BM King fighting the first knife and also taking the team to victory. Amazing show coming in from them, right? I think they did everything that we spoke about to see anything that's fun as well as very competitive.
We saw jumping kills, we saw Zeus, we saw knives, we saw everything under the sun. And yeah, you can see the friendly handshakes. Perhaps not so friendly ones between Fatu and the rest, but
Fatu will be happy. He's back on the shades and now he's going to dish some banter to T-Bone for sure.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's going to have bragging rights for a while, at least until the next LAN. So yeah, I'm quite sure he's pleased. Scout though, I mean, he had some good moments there with the Max 7 jumping around, finding those couple of kills.
Oh yes.
I like his spirit.
And he found his revenge knife as well.
Oh yeah, he got that knife in the end. On to someone else though, but still a knife is a knife. But yeah, it is Team Zeus who ends up winning it out. The BM King reigns supreme this time around. But yeah, Deathmaker and Venom also not too bad of a performance from them. And I mean, I have to say, man, Zaya, even after all of that time, stepping up to that play, just making sure that she finds the trays, and making sure that she finds those headshots.
I finally see
just magnificent stuff.
RCB merch in Bengaluru. I was wondering when it'll be showing up. Somebody has a bag. Thank you, my friend, for being a Bangalorean, right? But now I'm looking forward to the real Bab Beta. Who is it? Because Fadu's team is one, Team Zeus, and Ravin is waiting on the stage. Take it over, Ravin.
Oh man, what a performance that was. Jod Esports, if you enjoyed that, you want to make some noise once again. And Team Zeus, fantastic stuff out there. Did you all enjoy that, Bangalore? I've got Red Bull there. Let me know, I'll start mixing Red Bull with coffee and start serving you all so that you can shout some more for me. Bangalore, did you all enjoy that? Hell yeah, that was fantastic, dude. Some amazing, amazing kills there. I would love to have a quick chat with the Jords and the legends here. Fantastic stuff there. But thank you so much for witnessing that live action with us. I hope you enjoyed that too if you're watching it on the stream. We are absolutely ecstatic to showcase this amazing stuff. How was that for you, man? I've got some mics here. Oh, did that turn out the way you anticipated? That is the big question, isn't that? While we're wrapping things up on that side, Patu, you want to take your glasses off now, man, after that performance, or you want to keep them on? That was crazy. Fantastic watch. We had a great time seeing it. As soon as they join in, I think they can join in whenever they want to. One of the things of not playing in the tournament, you take your time. You have a good time here, and that's the bottom line of it. And we truly had a good time here. I want to start with you, brother. How was the whole experience? Did you all enjoy it to the hopes that you had for the tournament?
Who told us के हराएंगे वो land demons बोल के.
What is the moment for you, like the moment in this match?
जब मैंने जूस किया, but unfortunately Venom थे वहाँ पे, मैं सोचा T-Bone को करता, but ठीक है. But Scout ने मेरे को in return knife किया, तो ठीक है, 1-1.
Talking about knives and Scout, I think I need to pass the mic to that man on that side. Scout, Lucifer was asking, Lucifer, my man sitting at the analyst desk, he was asking that, how did it feel when you were stabbed in the back? There was one crazy stabbing that was happening. Did that remind you of your ex-girlfriend is the big question.
किसने चाकू मारा था वैसे? यार देखो ये प्रोफेशनल से खाया है, अगर कोई नूब से खाता तो खराब लगता, तो चलेगा. वो बगल में एक नूब है चश्मा पहन के जो खड़ा है, तो उससे खाता तो दिक्कत होती, बट प्रोफेशनल से खाया कोई इशू नहीं है.
But you took the revenge on the knifing, right? That was a crazy revenge as well.
हाँ, वो बात तो है, जूस मार दिया था, बट मैं एक नूब को ढूंढ रहा था, वो मिल ही नहीं रहा मैप में मेरे को.
Somebody wants to pass a mic. ये फिर से एक बार repeat जरूरी है. ये जो चल रहा है ना इधर दोनों का ये bromance. We want to hear that.
Scout called him professional, so I just said you are a professional orgless.
2 महीने में तू भी सेम ही होने वाला है.
Oh भाई, okay. T-Bone.
Hello.
Bye. Part 2 का performance कैसा था? बस इतना बता दो, बाकी सब ठीक है.
ठीक ठाक था, मतलब मैं तो उसको मार रहा था बार बार.
So Xcali, I'll come to you now. I think we don't have much time here, but just wanted to summarize your whole experience. Did you all enjoy it? How much was this fun? One moment, if you can tell, that'll be great. That moment stuck with you. कि भाई ये मजा आ गया देख के. I have a lot of moments from the audiences there, but real quick, if you can probably give me one. Anything? Sia, Xcali, हाँ तुम बता दो. DM King आप बता दो. Anybody, dude?
I guess Scout का जो shotgun shots, मतलब मैं पूरा बोला था भाई क्या मार रहा है भाई.
मतलब कमबैक होने का चांसेस है ऐसा स्काउट का भी.
हो सकता है.
वापस लेके आए क्या रोस्टर?
लोअर ब्रैकेट से ना.
हाँ, कोशिश करेंगे पूरी कोशिश करेंगे कमबैक करने की.
कोशिश कर रहे थे. हेल्प कहाँ है भाई? इनसेन, मतलब ऐसा ये क्यूट बंगाली बोलते हैं ना इनको. This guy is called as the cute Bengali, right? After that performance, what should we call you now? We should change your name to Scary or what? Like, what was happening?
I mean, you can call me Bengal Tiger maybe?
Bengal Tiger. On that very note, I think we'll have a summon coming in from Saurav Ganguly. But then again, no, just kidding. Thank you so much, Jod Esports, Team Zeus. Let's have a huge round of applause for all of them for being here with us and entertaining. Thank you, guys. Thank you for taking your time out. Truly enjoyed that. Do not go anywhere, of course. G, do not go anywhere. We've got another exciting match coming your way. The semi-final 2 between your favorites, Marcos Gaming and God's Reign, in a few minutes from now. It's right, short breaks time here. थोड़ी देर में वापस आते हैं. We'll be back in a few seconds, few minutes from now. Be right back. Enjoy once again a day 1 of Skyesports Masters 2023. We'll see you in a bit.
Meet Ally, a brand new Windows gaming handheld from ROG. The ROG Ally allows you to play all your game libraries anytime, anywhere. Manage all of your games and key mappings in one place with Armory Crate. Powered by an AMD Ryzen Z1 Extreme processor, the ROG Ally puts the latest AAA games in the palm of your hand. A full HD 120Hz display with 500 nits of peak brightness lets beautiful graphics take center stage, even outdoors. Connect to the ROG XG Mobile for ultimate flexibility, keyboard and mouse for a classic PC gaming setup, or TV and controller gameplay. And for even more versatility, combine your Ally with other accessories from ROG. ROG Ally. All your games, anytime, anywhere.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up, way up. Yo, once I get a taste, then it's impossible to stop.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up, way up. Yo, crank that volume, crank that volume, crank that.
Crank that volume, turn it way up, way up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up, way up.
take me to a place unknown. I wonder if I'll ever go. My thoughts just won't leave me alone. Give me the strength to carry on. I wanna show you love. I wanna feel your touch. I want it all, but I keep running away, running away. I wanna show you love. I want it all too much. I wish I could, but I just can't. I wanna show you love. I wanna feel your touch. I want it all, but I keep running away, running away. I wanna show you love. I want it all too much. I wish I could, but I just can't. I wanna show you love. I wanna feel your touch. I want it all, but I keep running away, running away. I wanna show you love. I want it all too much. I wish I could, but I just can't. I
Girl tonight.
I could set you free. Show you what this world can really be. Here with me, I could set you free. Off the pain and misery and let you be. Here with me, I could set you free. I could set you free. could set you free. Show you what this world can really be. Here with me, I could set you free. Off the pain and misery and let you be. Here with me. Show you what this world can really be. Here with me, I could set you free. Off the pain and misery and let you be. Here with me, I could set you free. I could set you free. I could set you free. Show you what this world can really be. Here with me, I could set you free. Off the pain and misery and let you be. Here with me. Hey desire, burning like a fire. What you gonna do when it crumbles down? Watch it get higher, down to the wire. Will you let it burn till we almost drown? Higher, goodbye, honey, where do we lie? Where you're headed, am I going there too? I don't wanna ask why, wanna give this a try with you. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone, 'cause it's a big pill to swallow, but you won't do it on your own. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. I don't care what happens now, where we go, how far and how. If you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go. I won't let you go. I won't let you go. If you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone, 'cause it's a big pill to swallow, but you won't do it on your own. And if you wanna go, I'll follow. I won't let you go alone. I don't care what happens now, where we go, how far and how. If you wanna go, I'll follow. Have you made your mind yet? Have you got your heart set? I don't wanna jump half-hearted. Gotta get your feet wet, gotta give what you get. I don't wanna finish where we started. Like the river flowing, tell me where we're going. Take me to a place that's brand new. Every second growing, time feels like it's slowing with you. And if you wanna go, follow. I won't let you go alone. Swallow. You won't do it on your own. I won't let you go.
Justin Diamond, Alvin, let's go. Yeah, I'm in the whip with authority, looking like Skyesports. She got a body, ayy. And she been calling me daddy lately. Want me to put her in Cartier's. And the deserve it. Put in work for the money, she earn it. Give me top every night, lip service. Then I gotta block these, she worth it. I'm out in Abu Dhabi with a bad bitch, look like Skyesports. Ooh, right beside me. And the phantom off that body, yeah. Abu Dhabi with a bad bitch, look like Skyesports. Ooh, right beside me. And the phantom off that body, yeah. Abu Dhabi with a bad bitch, look like Skyesports. Ooh, right beside me. And the phantom off that body, yeah. Abu Dhabi with a bad bitch, look like Skyesports. Ooh, right beside me. And the phantom off that body, yeah. Shorty a dancer with her OnlyFans, got her bands up. She independent, got a land truck, don't need no man, but I'll man up for that. Ooh, put it on camera. She a freak, nothing I can't handle. When I'm pulling up in that phantom, I got a poop wetter than Niagara. I'm a dog, I'm the leash. Ain't no one holding me back, I'm a beast. Showing them all, fucking my teeth. None of them with me in these streets. Ooh, Skyesports hit me in my DM. I've been trying to meet up and see ya. I can fly you up to Abu Dhabi with a bad bitch look like Skyesports. Ooh, right beside me in the phantom up that booty, yeah. Abu Dhabi with a bad bitch look like Skyesports. Ooh, right beside me in the phantom up that booty, yeah. Abu Dhabi with a bad bitch look like Skyesports. Ooh, right beside me in the phantom off that booty, yeah. Abu Dhabi with a bad bitch look like Skyesports. Ooh, right beside me in the phantom off that booty, yeah.
You take me to a place unknown. I wonder if I'll ever go. My thoughts just won't leave me alone. Give me the strength to carry on. I wanna show you love. I wanna feel your touch. I want it all, but I keep running away, running away. I wanna show you love. I want it all too much. I wish I could, but I just can't. I can't get I wanna show you love. I wanna feel your touch. I want it all, but I keep running away, running away. I wanna show you love. I want it all too much. I wish I could, but I just can't.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up, way up. It's a race against the clock. Yo, once I get a taste, then it's impossible to stop, stop.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up, way up.
All right, people, welcome back to semi-final 2 right here at Sky Masters 2023. We've got everything in order for you, and Skyesports Masters is all set for the stage for 2 of the finest teams of this tournament. I'll be very happy for all of you to join me in welcoming team number 1 in the semi-final 2. Please give it up for God's Reign! Touted as the best IGL in the tournament, Crazy Gamer is here. 620 kills, an impressive headshot percentage of 10 plus. We've got Finn with aim so precise they call him the bullseye man. Clouda is joining us. 686 kills out of 550 plus. Op and the man with the most insane flicks, Raven is here. One of the strongest anchors in the tournament, Kill Switch. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up once more for God's Reign! Fabulous stuff. Guys, I'll let you take your seats now. I'll call you back in a bit to have a quick chat with the IGL, but settle down. Thank you so much for joining in, and all the very best. We hope you are ready for none other than Marcos Gaming. Make some noise! That was loud. Come on, people, give it up for Marcos Gaming. The IGL with most number of kills. Defaulter is here with 600 plus kills. That includes some of the cheekiest use skills and insane headshots. We've got McGills with second highest number of op kills. Ryder is here with 707 kills, sharing the highest number of kills in the tournament. Ghost, and one man you need on your side when you're pushing against Zero Cool. Thank you so much, boys. I'll let you take your seats, settle down for a bit, and I'll request actually the IGL to stay back. Defaulter, please stay here with me on the stage. Crazy Gamer, if I can please get you up here. Thank you so much for joining in. Firstly, congratulations on making it to the second semi-final right here. How are you feeling? Feeling good, boys?
Excited to play.
Let me quickly ask the first question. Crazy Gamer, you won against Marcos in the last game. Everybody wants to know, will we get to see a repeat of that performance?
2-0, bro. Easy.
Bro, you've had a dream run so far. Table toppers, couple of losses, but when you faced the teams, you came in and you decimated them. Are we going to see the same kind of dominance from Marcos Gaming?
I'll show the example today.
Bro, it's getting heated up here. Well, apart from some insane calls, you've helped your team as a leader, leading from the front line, finding some insane entry frags. The performance has been phenomenal. Have you prepared something different for us today?
No. We are just going to play our normal game and we're going to win for sure, man.
And your normal game is like beyond normal, dude. Like a paranormal stuff happening from you. So far, again, you've been one of the top IGLs in this Skyesports Masters, not just with the calls, but of course fragging and knifing has been a key element there. Same boys, different setup. Is the plan going to be the same as well for the opposition?
Our plan is same, just enjoy. Have fun in the server, let's see.
All right, one last question. Actually, this is a tricky one. The best and the weakest link in the opposition, according to you?
They all are weak.
My man has come prepared to offend the other person that is standing on my right. But bro, the same question goes to you. The strongest and the weakest link that you see in the team?
I think they are good at sarcasm only. I don't see anyone. I don't see anyone good there. They are only good at sarcasm.
I don't have any other questions. I'll let you go back. ये तो अभी ऐसा offend बिल्कुल हो गया. Handshakes. Handshakes. So that's some team spirit and the game spirit that we wanted to look at. Ladies and gentlemen, one last time, make some noise for Marcos Gaming and God's Reign playing the semi-finals 2 here. And I'm going to throw it to my boys in the analyst desk here. Analyst, over to you, boys.
My God.
Oh, yeah.
The bad boys are in the house. Marcos and God's Reign. At least the first game that we saw, right? Both of them were ready to fight against each other, but knew how great each other as players and teams were. But these guys are out for each other's throats, man. Floki, what are your thoughts about the semi-finals too?
Oh man, I just love the trash talk between the two players, Crazy Gamer as well as Defaulter, you know, just giving it to each other. I mean, we've seen enough of those goody two-shoes. I want to bring back the brawly kind of Counter-Strike, you know, the kind of players who trash talk each other, who try to get into the heads of the enemy team. And right away, I mean, you know, Crazy Gamer just not holding back.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen him trash talk, but be careful, you know, you have to be up for the task, you know, up for the trash talk. So I think it's going to be fun. It's going to be a good match. I saw the veto. I think we're going to see it shortly on the screen, but they mentioned Overpass, their strongest map, and I think also the stage host also mentioned that like Overpass is going to be one strong map for Marcus Gaming, and I think God's Reign are coming into this, you know, all in. I think they did beat Marcus Gaming, so there is potential here for an upset. I do believe Marcus Gaming have the upper hand though, so we're gonna see how it goes out.
I think right as of now, how we've seen both the teams, right? The journey, God's Reign showed us their capability from the start of the tournament, but Marcos unraveled, right? They have not shivered, they have not been shaken from any teams, they've been on their A game. I think even though they had a loss, right, they immediately turned around and stormed their opposition. So that's the thing I'm worried about. But on the other end, there's one advantage I think God's Reign might have here in Bengaluru is that they're the home team. They have the home crowd support. Do you think that's going to be a benefit for God's Reign?
I mean, they're both in India, so I think the city, the city might make a slight difference, but obviously the crowd are cheering for them, and that's going to be a big factor, especially when it becomes a bit tighter, when the score becomes a bit tighter. So I think it's going to be really interesting, and I think, oh, okay, let's look at the veto here. So yes, the pick on Overpass makes a lot of sense for Marcus Gaming. This is their strongest map. 6-0 is their record on this map. They have never lost it, and they played against God's Reign on it twice, 16-8, 16-6. So it's even a single-digit score for God's Reign. And then Ancient, which is a very, very risky pick. I'm trying to analyze why they went for Ancient, even though God's Reign never lost on Mirage. They have a very strong Inferno, and well, Anubis is gone, so they didn't go for Anubis, but they also beat, so the time God's Reign won is actually they beat them on Inferno and Vertigo with a very like 16-10 scoreline. So seeing Ancient there, honestly, I'm not sure why. Maybe if Loki, you have some idea, but I think Ancient is a very risky pick. I think if God's Reign manages to win Ancient, this could be a 2-1 for God's Reign. But for me, this veto is a 2-0 for Marcus.
Yeah, just to justify what you're saying, right? Marcus has played Ancient tons of times against some of the best teams on Ancient in the Masters League. Time and time again, I actually feel Ancient, even though the stats favor Overpass, they're 6-0 on that. I feel like they've played some of the weaker teams in the league on that, so that number might be slightly inflated compared to Ancient. Ancient has been a map that has been top tier every single time. They've played it against some of the best teams out there. So really, for me, their biggest strength is actually Ancient. I think what God's Reign want to do is just try and push it to overtime, or you know, if they come out swinging and take the first map by storm, hey, by all means, you know, make it a 2-0 for all I care. But I think the map is going to be decided on Inferno. I think this is a 3-mapper for sure.
kind of want to side with you, but as Talks initially said, right, the map veto right as now looks favorable for Marcos. I think the first pick itself says with Overpass coming through, and Ancient, you mentioned, right, Marcos have had their fights with a lot of tough teams and they've stood to it. So I think that is where we kind of get our idea of what can happen. Overpass, I might see that there can be an upset. Godsrin might just be able to pull it off because Crazy Gamer. The name itself suggests that man pulls some crazy stuff, being the IGL, and even as Ravin said, right, he goes right ahead in front of the players and finds the opening flag. Do you think that's going to be the same thing that he'll try to do and find a lot of value? Because I think Marcos will be prepared for that.
Yeah, I mean, that type of confidence and entry level and as well as IGLing is a lot. So I think it's a very crucial role. Crazy Gamer is going to be the joker here. He's going to be the winning card, or it could backfire as well, because coming into this with confidence, with trash talk, you know, high hopes. So if you put high hopes, if your team also hears the way you talk, they gain that confidence with you. But then you get strike with the pistol, and then you lose the anti-pistol, and then you lose the third round. So that becomes a bit tricky. Okay, we trash talk them, but now they're hitting us hard. So I think the beginnings are always, they pave the way for the team. But I think Overpass, if it goes right for Godsrin, if they start it off right, Marcus will start to feel the pressure, because I think Marcus is the #1 team here, #1 seed. So the pressure on them is higher as opposed to Godsrin. So yeah, so if you are, you know, the most favorite to win, you always have more pressure on you. So I think, yeah, and this is the huddle. This is what I like seeing.
And 100% win rate huddle.
And I don't know if we see that. I saw that from Marcus. So that is the confidence that maybe that could backfire on them. But also, fist bumps. We've seen it in the influencer show match, which was wise. Okay, these guys don't know each other, probably just names, you know, online, but they did fist bumps. I hope we see that in the game, because this is something they need, especially Godsrin, because they are the dark horse in this tournament, I think. So hopefully we see that. We see the mental state. We saw the smiles from the beginning, and I hope the smiles continue. Even if you're losing, keep smiling, because, you know, you have nothing to lose. You've made it this far, so let's keep going.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, right, I think for Godsrin, Revan is going to be the key factor in making sure that they're able to, you know, put up a fight against Marcos. Oftentimes, Godsrin, they look to Revan in situations where they're not having a good time, you know, looking at him with the op. Whenever he picks that up, he has such immaculate game sense. I don't think I've ever seen a time where he's picked up the op and he's not found a frag. And enemy teams, they have to always put in extra effort just to make sure they shut down that man, because he has a near perfect idea of where every player is on the enemy team at any point in the game. I think if you want to win out the series as Marcos, there's just one man you need to worry about, and that's Revan. You strike him, you hit him where it hurts, you make sure he never gets to that op, game is going to be easy peasy. Revan gets his hands on the op, things are going to start to look dicey.
I think for now, one thing that I do kind of see from both the teams, right? I think it's kind of a really good matchup that we have these two teams in a semi-final #1, because on one end, Marcos, they have experience, extensive experience coming through. Megals has been part of Counter-Strike for long years, a lot of years, I think close to 18 years. He's been a part of Counter-Strike, whereas on the other end, right, coming to Godsrin, we have their stats in front of us. Again, yes, the winning percentage says that they also have good stuff that they've done on Overpass, but as I said, experience on one end here talks. On the other end, we have young guns who are ready with a lot of firepower. He was just talking about Raven. So do you think the 71% win rate will come and conclude to a map victory, even though Marcos have picked it up with a 100% win rate?
I mean, 71 is quite high as well. So you mentioned that most of the wins that came from Marcos were against the lower end of the leaderboard for the team. So this could be another factor here. And I think because Crazy Gamer is a, you know, experienced leader, I think he has to adapt to the mistakes they've done before, and, you know, looking at the history here of the matches for Godsrin. So what we mentioned is that Godsrin with Crazy Gamer lost twice on Overpass, 16-8, 16-6. They're still one of the strongest maps, so adaptation. This is quite important. Adaptation was missing when we saw the last map, 7Cs in Inferno, losing round after round after round in the same manner. Now, how good is Crazy Gamer when it comes to adaptation? How good is Godsrin to adapt to a situation? Because most of the time, you have a paper, you have your strats, you practice everything, you have your whole preparation going on, but then you get striked in a game where nothing is working out as the paper, nothing is going according to what you wrote. So now you have to adapt, and adaptation is quite crucial in CSGO. And I think God's Reign, if they start losing rounds, they need to take that pause and they need to adapt. No adaptation means automatic loss.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's Darwin here. It's survival of the fittest. You don't adapt to your circumstances, you're going to lose out. God's Reign, again, they strike me as a team that is, I think they've kept a couple of aces up their sleeve that we aren't privy to exactly. Because God's Reign, they have been a team where consistently I've seen them take the lead multiple times, but they tend to just sort of throw it away at times as well. So I think a lot is going to come down to discipline. I think a lot is going to come down to Crazy Gamer as well as Clouda. I think if they're able to pick up those initial few rounds, allow them to get to that op, it could be extremely one-sided. But again, you know, if Marcos just never allow that, if Marcos just never allow that to pick up the pace, because Marcos is a team that really tends to disrespect their opponents. They always go for those second round buys, you know, if they don't get the bomb down, or even if they get the bomb down. They believe that their abilities with the pistols are just superior to SMGs and the rifles that are going to be bought up on God's Reign. So again, if you're looking at Marcos, look out for those Tech 9 buys. You never really out deep waters when you're against them. And yeah, unless you have established at least a 6 to 7 round lead, that's when you can just give yourself some breathing room. Allow Marcos to sit and fester in that negativity. You know, let that deficit get to their heads. Use it against them and play the mental game, have that mental edge. And yeah, I think God's Reign, they are a team that can do that because Revan is one scary opera, as I said.
I think Crazy Gamer, you can see his stats right. He's done everything that he needs to do as an IGL, but not just in terms of calling, fragging, right? As you can see, all his recent games, there's never been where he's been less than 10 kills, right? We've generally seen certain times because of the calling, they kind of get left back or cannot find those initial frags or kind of left out of their team, their teammates are gone. But on the other end, just like we talk about Crazy Gamer, we even spoke about the extensive experience that Marcos have. I talked earlier about Miguel's, but there's Defaulter as well. And this is another IGL who leads right from the front. And I think he's always there for his teammates. And with this experience, Marcos have built a team which is a well-rigged and oiled machine. In all times we've talked about it, they have nice layers coming through, there's nice exchanges coming through, whereas on the side of God's Reign, it's a little bit chaotic and unpredictable. But now if I throw it to you and ask you, do you think it's going to be a well-oiled machine which will be able to run towards being the second grand finalist, or is it going to be the chaotic nature which can again erupt any time?
I mean, honestly, I went for a prediction which is 2-0 for Marcus Gaming, according to the veto that I saw. But again, everything on grounds, on LAN, it changes automatically.
Yes.
Like, it could be a bad start that changes everything. It could be an explosive start for God's Reign that, you know, they get 6 or 7 rounds on the T side of overpass, everything changes. They are gonna most probably start on the CT side. So they are gonna start building rounds. The economy is quite crucial, overpass. I think in overpass specifically, the Oper, how good he plays, whether it's on the A-bomb side, trying to get picks, maybe on B as well. I think we're gonna see lots of, if you play against a team like Marcus Gaming, which, you know, they've done so well, they've mastered overpass, you need to try to go for these, you know, high risk, high reward type of plays. And the thing is, God's Reign is a team that has a very high winning percent and a very low, you know, losing percent as well. So it's a team that's unpredictable. It's a team that could go like it could be 1 against 3 and this guy could win it. It could be they're at the edge and they still come back. So I think everything is possible. God's Reign has to, you know, get out of that bubble, that stress, that pressure of playing an overpass, a map they never won against Marcus. So I think the start is we're gonna see from the start.
I think I agree with you. I think Marcos really are a team that thrives off the momentum. So if they get those pistol wins under their belt, it becomes very easy for them to close out the game. They're very good at choking the life out of their opponents slowly, like a boa constrictor. You know, they take their sweet time. They're just going to wait and coil around their opponents. But, you know, I was singing the praises for Revan, and I think I haven't done justice to Marcos because Ghost has been a phenomenal opera as well on the side of Marcos. In fact, Ghost has sort of been, you know, the ace for the side of Marcos because every single time Marcos are down in the dumps, they're like, all right, buddy, we're on the CT side. Get Ghost the op, let's get back into this game. And Marcos really hadn't shown that card until the very end. You know, Ghost has as often. It was actually Ryder who was picking up the op very. And his style of hopping is a lot more defensive compared to Ghost. Ghost is a lot more in your face, you know, but Ryder is a lot more calculated, a lot more methodical, a lot more tactical in the way he uses that weapon. And in fact, I think if Ryder is going to be the one on the rifles today, I think Marcos are going to have a much easier time because Ryder's rifling skills are top tier. I think that man, he can do tons of things, but I think he feels at home on that M4A1 or that AK-47.
I think this is the switch that you've been talking about, right? Where Marcos have both Ryder and Ghost. They can rely upon them and keep changing their play styles on how the team is feeling. But on the other end, I feel like God's Reign do have their ace as well. That's going to be Kill Switch. And I think this man, if he functions, God's Reign will feel a lot more confident. Yes, as we've known, right? Cloud, he always looks forward to finding those lurking frags. He's always there to catch somebody off guard. But that's not just enough. Switch is going to be that man who's going to try to bring back that round in. Do you think there's going to be that opportunity? Because we've not seen consistency coming through, right? Kill Switch cannot be expected at all times to be doing that. He does it, but it's not always.
Yeah, I mean, it's not always because it's a matter of confidence and a matter of how your opponents play against you, because they could be stopping him, they could be reading him.
Correct.
So that's adaptation. That's how well you read your opponents. And I think a map like Overpass, yes, ops are very important, but also the flanker and the, whoever cuts off the rotation, that's a very crucial guy, so I think it's these two roles that matter the most, as well as the pressure on the early round, because either team on the CT, I think God's Reign should always contest in the beginning, whether it's Molotovs onto the entrance, nades, try to scare Marcus Gaming into pushing into from early game. So try to get them into even doing some minimum damage with the grenades and try to show them that, yes, we know, we can scare you, we can push you back. And then play from the back, that's fine. So I think early aggression is needed, and then going back, playing passive, making sure you have the right read. So it's also important that you push B short, try to get, some information. Yes. It's all about information in a map like Overpass.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, right, I think this is where you start to see the differences between the two teams creep up. Defaulter, he's a bit more defensive in the way he plays. He likes to let McGills do all the work. McGills is just someone who loves pushing the envelope. Yeah. You talked about pushing B-shot. That's his forte. Every single time, he's going to be the one mauling it out early on. He's going to be the one walking up towards Fountain. Just, he does not care. He could get flashed thrice. He would still try and take that fight. That's just how McGills functions on a team like Marcos. Now, you compare that to God's Reign. Crazy Gamer is that guy. Crazy Gamer is a lot more selfless as an IGL, and in one of the interviews we had, he told us that he's the kind of person who, even though he might end up dying, he likes to get the information so he can paint the picture for his team and really give his team the info that they need to work with, because he believes that that is his best role, his ability to just go forward, maybe even straight up just win duels early on, and even if he doesn't win, just getting information and confirming his beliefs and suspicions. It allows the rest of God's Reign to come in, because Finn is an excellent tanker, Cloud is an excellent lurk, Revan's an amazing AWPer. Every single player on God's Reign are really, really good, but they do need Crazy Gamer to be activated. When he goes and forward and he finds that information, that's when you start to see, the side of God's Reign really pull together those rounds.
I think that's why we saw him on the, I would say, player to watch out, right?
Yeah.
With his stats also coming out. I think if Crazy Gamer is allowed to do crazy stuff, right, then we might end up seeing God's Reign having the value that they need here in the first map. But I think looking at the map veto as well, it felt like the map veto are contradictory, right? Whereas Marcos, they picked up Overpass. I thought it should have been God's Reign picking Overpass and then Marcos picking up Ancient. So this is going to be an interesting matchup. In the first game we did see, right, it ended up going to the third map. Again, the third map decided is Inferno, and for that sake, I would want it to go into Inferno. But as you said, right, there can be a situation of 2-0 on cards. Even Crazy Gamer said that if God's Reign win, it's going to be a 2-0. But Defaulter, he didn't mention the score, but he said, watch out.
Yeah. I think that's most likely. That's what we're going to see from Overpass. We're going to see how it's going to look out. I mean, they do have, like you mentioned, the home crowd support. The flags, and everyone is here to support God's Reign. Can I hear some noise for God's Reign?
Make some noise!
Yeah, there we go, yeah. So there is some home crowd cheering here, and I feel like Marcus is going to feel that, feel the pressure, but also Marcus Gaming, they're happy. I see the smiles from both of the teams. I see, waving around. So that's good. That's good mental to go through such a battle. This is the last game of the day. This is the semi-final. And whoever takes it, goes up against a shaky Revenant. So Revenant also had a tough time. And I think whoever goes from here might have an edge depending on how well they do. But yeah, if it goes to Inferno, it would be a crazy storyline because they started on Inferno, they are gonna end on Inferno. But yeah, I think yeah, I'm just really excited to see how this is gonna pan out. I want to thank the crowd for coming on board, for cheering. It's a nice weekend. It's a lot of CSGO. We haven't seen CSGO in a very long time in this region, so yeah, it's very nice to see.
Certainly, I think both Marcos and God's Reign, I mean, if I were to just paint a picture, right, overall to someone who's never played a game of CS, if you watch any shonen anime, if you've read any shonen manga, Marcos are the shonen antagonist, and God's Reign are the protagonist. That's night and day. Because Marcos, the way they play, it's very sinister. They're the kind of team who will really think hard about those first few rounds. They'll get the advantage, and then they'll just let you sit and fester in negativity. They're just going to be like, all right, you know what? We know we're ahead. Go ahead. Just throw everything you've got at us. We're just going to keep punishing you. We're just going to keep hitting you where it hurts. And when the pace slows down, we're going to pick it up and we're going to remind you what you need to keep doing and making those same mistakes. So very devious team in that. But God's Reign, on the other hand, they are like the shonen protagonists. Those guys are the heroes. Revan picks up the op. It's only him against the world. He could get a 5K. You never know with that man. That guy is a beast on the AWP. I think he was the only person who got an ace on Banana in a single clip with the AWP, and that was with 5 players rushing him.
I think right as now, it is going to be also the mental game coming through from both the teams. Marcos, I think they've shown us some phenomenal mental game when they had the early losses, but it's time for them to show it here in the stadium land. Whereas God's Reign, they have to keep their cool, call their pauses. Will they do it or not? We are about to kick out pass, and it's time for our casters to take it over. Blair and Dinko, all over to you.
Fantastic first semi-finals. It has now been quite a long wait to get this second one underway, but it's been anticipation really the whole way through, from that break, from the first semi-final to now, because this is the game I think most people were waiting for, right? We don't really know what God's Reign are going to bring to the server. We know Marcos are a very strong team going flawless through the regular season, but do you feel like this is going to be that 2-0 like Tox is predicting?
We kind of felt that with the first game as well, right? 7C going up against against Revenant, and we had a hell of a game. Revenant having to claw all the way back. So at this point, I know we just had one best of 3 thus far, but I'm not going to predict anything. I think it will go either way. I like the fact that God's Reign seemed pretty damn confident.
Yeah, I think they did, and it was really exciting to see that, and obviously a great environment. It's really sweaty in Bangalore, but I think
it's a little humid. I think it's going to start
raining. We're definitely feeling that.
I'm shining. You're shining.
It's about to get more sweaty, I think, down there. It's going to be a really impressive. I think there's been all the fans here have stayed throughout the whole day, which is really sick. There hasn't really been a thinning of the crowd, so thank you for sticking with us late into this evening. This one might go the distance. So
it might. It's 8 p.m., almost 8:30 local time, and I'm expecting this one to be a banger as well. I'll talk about the maps. I think Talks did touch upon the fact that Overpass has been Marcus's domain, so to speak. They've been just unbeatable on it, so expect that to go their way. And there was a bit of a curveball being thrown by God's Reign picking an Ancient when a Talk said, they're much better in a couple of other maps. I'm a little surprised they didn't go for a Mirage or an Inferno, but if it does go to map number 3, which we saw earlier in the day on Inferno, I think that one's going to be a banger as well. And despite the fact that, yes, Marcos, the best looking team thus far in the group stage, but I don't think at this juncture can count anyone out.
No, I don't think so. I think earlier today, that's a proof of it, right? The underdog won. We've seen Revenue, one of the teams we thought would do very well, go out in last place straight away from the semifinals. So definitely anything can happen here at Skyesports Masters, and I think, in fact, it will happen because we've seen some ridiculous rounds today. We've seen a full 5 USP retake on the B side of Inferno against a full buy. We've seen some ridiculous retakes. I think Talks put it perfectly. Some of the best retakes and some of the worst post plants I've ever seen. So a little bit of everything.
It was a bit. There were a couple of moments there where I was genuinely lost for words. I don't know what the hell was going on there. But we saw some really cool plays coming out as well. But also, like Talks pointed out, some of the post plants were ridiculous, played really, really badly. And I do believe some of the players after the game, when they gave the interview, they were like, nerves were on display there on that stage. The comms weren't really on point, and they don't usually play in such a loosey-goosey fashion when they do it online. Again, LAN is a whole different ball game. LAN on the stage, in an arena, surrounded by fans in front of you, is a whole different beast altogether, and that's what separates men from the boys. Marcus Gaming, they are one of the favorites to take this entire thing, but God's Reign, again, if you've made it here to the LAN stage in Bangalore, you have earned your place over here. And God's Reign did manage to show that they can take down some of the best. In fact, they did take down did take down Marcus Gaming during the league stage 2-1 fashion.
I'm going to say Marcos Gaming coming into this are going to be a heavy favorite with a 2-0 win.
Yeah.
Given the fact that you go through such a long stage of online play, to not drop a series is very, very impressive. It's almost impossible. So the fact that Marcos are able to do that, I have a feeling this is going to be a win coming in for them. I do believe God's Reign do not have their coach with them, right? So that's going to be a little different.
You know what? Shout out to Pokemon. He's all the way from Pakistan. He's the guy coaching these guys, doing it online. Obviously, couldn't make it here towards LAN, but shout out to Pokemon. Great guy, lovely guy. You know, I feel like
we've seen him play, you know, for a long period of time as well, and we got to see him back in. I think it was Divine Vendetta. Is that what we call it? Back in the sort of PGL qualifiers.
Yeah, I mean, he's played some of the biggest events, qualifiers we've had for the major and whatnot. A guy who really knows the game to a pretty solid level altogether. So him being behind God's Reign, I feel like his absence is going to be felt definitely here in the server. But hopefully, they've done the prep work, Dinko, because they're going to need it. Because Marcus Gaming, as we pointed out earlier on, they are undefeated in Overpass here at Sky Masters.
Yeah, and I think that might continue. Well, we get into it. God's Reign on the CT side, Marcos Gaming starting on that T side. Plenty of utility here for the T-sided pistol. You don't often see that, so interested to see where this one is going to go, what kind of idea Marcos Gaming are coming prepared to the table with. I do believe we've seen the Marcos Gaming side have notes. They have pages printed out, so they're going to be prepared for this one. And here comes the attack straight on through. It's going to be a short play for a couple of players to Marcos Gaming, looking to get control of that early, but here comes Finn, peeking around the corner and immediately taken out by McGill's.
Good read. McGill's finding 2 quick kills right there as Finn and Revan will be taken down. And early on, 2-player advantage for Marcos Gaming starting on the T side.
Yeah, very loud and explosive play straight towards the site. Kill switch engage. Clouder coming up as well. And now we're into a 2 versus 3. The CTs do have the kit, but the bomb hasn't even gone down yet. The T's are hunting the kills, and they got to get it. McGill's with the kill onto kill switch, and now they know where the last player is coming from. Crazy Gaming, they have an inkling as to his last whereabouts. So they're just going to hightail it up towards that top side, put that bomb down, and Crazy Gamer, well, he's got quite the feat ahead of him. I do not believe he's going to get close. McGillis is hearing this, hearing all those steps in towards short side.
Just a shout out to McGills, man. This guy's been around the gaming scene for such a long time, and he's a guy, great 4K by the way, right there from McGills. He's a guy who's never really had the opportunity or the luck to really play the highest tiers in Counter-Strike, so now it's really cool to see. He just stuck around. He just stuck around for the love of the game, and here he is playing right now as one of the favorites as well. So great start to the map for Marcos Gaming on their map pick. A 4K from McGill, and for God's Reign, the Force Buy is going to be coming in. This is something Talk spoke touch upon as well. He's like, go for the Force Buys, try and disrupt Marcos Gaming, try to make them feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, but you do fall into a trap maybe. If Marcos Gaming are able to handle these Force Buys, you keep doing it consistently, right? You get into a position where you're losing control of the economy. You never get the gun from the CT side in particular, right? And so if you're playing most of your rounds with sort of lack of utility, lack of rifles, it is only going to help Marcos Gaming. So this is going to be a first test. Will the Force Buy be able to come out on top, or will Marcos Gaming dispatch of it and give themselves a 3-0 lead?
This is exactly what they're looking for right now, as Marcos Gaming slowing things down. A bit of a default approach, and you can see, I like this play from God's Reign. Usually, what do you do on an anti-eco in the T-side of overpass? They go for the long play, right? You head up towards A long, and God's Reign, they have a good read here. 3 players stacked towards long, towards the bathroom position, and of course we have the scout in the hands of Revan as well.
Yeah, it could get real messy here because of the amount of players that are stacked up towards this side of the map. Kill switch the first to go down. Finn able to trade though, and again there are so many players inside of the bathrooms. I don't think Marcos Gaming will predict that, but instead of going towards long, instead of walking into a stack, they've decided to hightail it down towards the B-bomb side and try and get through here. It's worked out pretty well. McGill's and Defaulter taking a couple of kills between them, although God's Reign still stand a chance at the 30-second mark. It could be another seesaw all the way back out towards the A side. Defaulter just clearing out connector, making sure nobody's rotating down. I think God's Reign is starting to worry about that A play, so they're going back up again. It's quite the seesaw here for Marcos Gaming.
They're taking it seriously. They're not taking any chances whatsoever, and quite a lot of damage being dealt out. Another attack comes in. It's so very low. It's Revan with the scout. That's huge from him, and Finn's going to help his teammate out. That's a Force Buy win, going the way of God's Reign. Marcos Gaming maybe overcomplicating matters a tad little bit there.
Yeah, I mean, if they committed in towards the B side, sure, the rotation was in, but you probably would have had a good chance of at least breaking through that. They were pretty passive on the rotate. They hadn't got themselves into those power positions within the side or in the water even. It's mainly towards heaven and just coming out of CT spawn. So they were able to rotate really quickly back towards A once they realized it wasn't that B commitment, And you can see Revan, this is the player that everybody is excited about. I've heard so much about this guy coming into this event. I've seen some crazy clips from him. You know, some of the collateral, some of the multi-kills he's able to get on the AWP. And I think we just got to see what he can do with the Scout. He is the highest rated player on FACEIT in India as well, so clearly heaps of individual ability.
This guy, I mean, I've heard a lot about this guy myself as well. And we saw some incredible opening coming out from Fired Up earlier on in the day. And if Revan's even able to equal that or go above that, I'm very excited. And he already making quite a bit of impact with the Scout. Force Buy, of course, going to be coming in for Marcus Gaming. No buy, meaning no bonus money for the bomb plan. This is risky for Crazy Gamer. He's looking to take the fight, and he is wise lonesome, as Defaulter will find him. No trade possible. He does manage to dink Defaulter down at 13 HP. The gun will be retrieved. That's an AK-47, which could be quite useful, because that's one of the only 2 rifles in a server right now.
Under 1 minute left. Here comes the utility starting to trickle in towards the A side. And the problem here for Marcos Gaming is they seem like they're overcomplicating a lot of these rounds here.
Look at the rotation from God's Reign, though. The 4 players towards the A bomb side, as we do have 1 player now slowly fall
towards
back.
A. You know, it looked like they were dropping back. You have to decide what you're going to do, and I think Finn got a little hungry for info.
I like that.
And it's quite smart, but 35 seconds, still a lot of ground to make up
There's a peek.
with the bomb, and finally the kill comes in. So a 3v2, commitment towards the site needed.
Are they going to go back B now?
They could. And I think that is what they're doing. So they're going to be going back down towards this B side.
Oh, there we go.
And McGill's has got so deep in towards this. I do not think they're going to be ready for this position. There's the easy headshot. Now a rifle available. Revan, sure, he's fantastic, but not going to be able to deal with this. And that's a great recovery there from Marcos Gaming.
I really like that play where they just went back towards Fountain, waited for a moment, and then like 3 players just peeking out towards mid, catching the player, the CT player looking to gather a little bit of information. And a shout out to the fans for sticking around. God's Reign, a lot of Bangalore fans, a lot of a local team, a local org, so good to see people still sticking around here.
Yeah, it is fantastic to see.
Force by Wars. Force by Wars. I love to see it.
We've got into the Force by Wars, and you know, God's Reign, they have to win this one. Otherwise, you can see Marcos Gaming. Once you get into the Force by Wars, especially on the T side, you do have a significant advantage when it comes to purchasing weapons. A little cheaper on the T side, of course. So I think with the favorites right now for Marcos Gaming, they wouldn't mind getting into this Force by War. I would say they favor themselves. They back themselves to get out of that victorious. So God's Reign looking to try and clean up here. 5-7 inside of water. It's Finn with the first. Looking in for a second kill in this 5-7, and Cloud is going to help him. That's going to be a good kill onto McGill's, and it's all falling apart for Marcos Gaming right off the beginning.
I'm a little surprised that McGill's sticking around there, taking the fight, considering his teammate just died. He knew there were 2 players looking to fight him, and there was no backup from his teammates. No flashes, still stuck around and sort of scampering away. But not just... The rifles haven't been retrieved, though, so that's one thing going the way of Marcos Gaming, but still a 5v3. And they're walking into 2 players. This kills the fine spot. The peak's going to be coming on in, and it's only on 0 cool to someone try and clutch a 1v4, and that's not looking likely.
Yeah, I mean, it's coming true what Talks was saying on the desk, right? To try and get into these force buys, take the fight to them, make them uncomfortable, and that is exactly what is happening right now. Marcos Gaming have lost to 2 weaker buys so far. They've had a couple of opportunities to settle into this first half, get these couple of rounds going on the board, but hasn't been able to do it.
It's like looking into a mirror, like you're recording yourself, but the camera's recording you, but the 2 different cameras altogether. It's all an illusion.
It's inception.
Camera-ception.
Camera-ception.
Force buy again. Here we go. It's been back and forth. It's been a tennis rally thus far.
Yeah, it has been. And we all love tennis, boy. You know that. I know you're quite a brilliant tennis player yourself, aren't you?
Thank you, thank you. That is absolutely correct.
Yes, indeed.
Yes.
I'm going to play some tomorrow. As we head into round 5, it's McGill's getting up in towards the short position at B. Rotation could come in quite quickly here for God's Reign, because look how active they are to gather info towards that A side, right? They clear out the party already, but the quick play from Marcos hits in, and kill switch, he's caught. Clouder coming in with a double, and Defaulter, well, he comes through with the Tech 9, needs this kill, nearly doesn't get it, but does in the end confirm that frag, and it's still over a minute left.
Finn just, he knows there's a player there, and now he's going to finally dealt with. 2v2, however. Crazy Gamer and Finn have both arrived at the B bomb side. Now Bomb is in control with the T's, as I say, that Defaulter trying to get the kill onto Finn, dropping down to 5 HP. And it's all on Ryder with the Scout. And both his players are kind of low. I mean, Finn's barely alive. Crazy Gamer, attack won't finish him off, so Ryder probably looking to maybe upgrade his gun, but he won't have the opportunity.
Yeah, Ryder may have the best hair in all the land, but will he be able to pull off this clutch in the 1v2? Heading up towards this A site. Ooh, always overcomplicating it, aren't they? fakes the steps, runs on back, but they have not budged because they cannot hear that. They do not have that sonic hearing.
That's the difference between playing online in your in your gaming house and playing on LAN. They haven't budged. They haven't fallen for this. The timing doesn't matter. Finn will finish him off, and that is gonna be the buy round actually coming out on top. God's Reign managing to string 2 rounds together here.
Yeah, for me, Marcos Gaming are simply overcomplicating most of these rounds at the moment. I feel like if they just commit into a sites on the sort of first utility throne, they probably find a lot more success than this attempted fake seesaw back in the end, double fake. You know, it's a little too overcomplicated, and it's actually quite difficult to pull off that style. There's a lot that needs to go right, and unfortunately, there is a lot that can go wrong when you're playing this play style. Marcos Gaming have not been able to master it just yet, so God's Reign keeping it simple, Friken out, just hitting the headshots, and they're up 3-2, and they've broken the money here of Marcos Gaming, so it should be 4-2.
The thing is, for God's Reign, did it lose 3 players again, right? So Marcos Gaming probably might be tempted to go for yet another force buy, try to break the economy, but at one point you have to like just smash that stop button and just be like, all right, we got eco here, we need to get a full buy round going, which they really haven't had thus far, 5 rounds in, or rather 6 rounds into this first map. But I have to agree with you 100%. They're just overcomplicating things, and I feel like it's a pressure maybe potentially getting to them where they're like, we're the best team here, it's our map pick, we've never lost on this map in the group stage, we're going to just bring out every trick we have in the book. You don't need to right now. You really don't need to. Just play just a very default approach and it should be good enough. I like the God's Reign logo.
The God's Reign logo is very cool. Hello there. But we're getting into the action very shortly, just a little bit of an issue to resolve, but God's Reign just about in the lead here, and what a scrappy start to this game it has been. I mean, a lot of people predicting that, and it has come to fruition in exactly that fashion. A lot of conversation going on between both sides at the moment, just not really following the tech issue rules, you know, but that's good. It's a little conversation time. And Spawn out in the crowd. Here we go.
Yeah, he's just scoping out who he has to play tomorrow.
Yeah, he's
right?
Checking out his opponents for that grand final. I'm sure he'll fancy his chances tomorrow, picking up that victory.
And also for whatever nerves they might have had for Revenant coming into this tournament, I think it's been kind of settled down after that first game, so they should be feeling mighty confident. As we're going to be jumping straight on in, and once again, Dinko called it right. It's going to be the force fight. They're looking to break the money here.
Yeah, here they come. With some speed, perhaps, but it's a little disjointed, right? You have one player up towards the party playground area, and Crazy Gamer's pushed all the way down long, so he's got so much info from this maneuver. And they're not going anywhere with this towards B.
Ghost is being very, very passive. Rotation in for the CTs. 3 players now lying wait, and yeah, this might just be a slaughter. They do have 3 smokes and a ton of flashbangs to utilize. No Molotovs, however, to flush out the CTs from any positions. And Cloud is feeling very brave here, Denko. He does have backup as well right next to him. 3-2. Molotov getting deployed towards short. And they are making quite a lot of noise here, and this should be a tell for the CT. They seem ready. 3 players lying in wait right outside of Monster. But it looks like it's a fake once again. Again, complicating matters. They're going to be coming out towards mid, but the players lying in wait. It's going to be Crazy Gamer pushed up all the way towards long. He's going to gather the information real quickly as Finn, in the meantime, finds Zero Cool.
Oh, here we go. Defaulter coming out with the Tech 9. It's a quick kill on towards Crazy Gamer. And Revin now inside the connector, peeks on up, a double kill. Sweeped up for Revin, and he's certainly one of the fan favorites today. A lot of people excited about his firepower, and there we go, showing proficiency on the rifle. He's known for his AWP skills, but showing that he can still do it. Even on the rifle, McGill's nice double. That brings his team back with at least a chance, but even then, Defaulter is so low on health, and he should be removed quite quickly. He's a bit of a sandwich here, and Defaulter's the time. The 10 seconds is ticking on, and Revin gets himself in a position to just wait it out. So there we go, another round coming in for God's Reign, and they are starting to get very comfortable.
Surely they have to go for the eco now. Surely Marcos Gaming, they slow things down. It's fine, just stick with the Glocks. There's no need to really press the matter here. For God's Reign, though, keeping another couple of players alive. The money's still in a precarious position, and once again, it is going to be a bit of an investment. It's not going to be a full purchase, though, for Marcos Gaming, thankfully. A few pistols, a little bit of armor being purchased as well, a light investment, so they will, of course, have the bonus money along with the saved cash to go for a pretty comfortable buy. Crazy Gamer having a pretty merry old time.
Pretty crazy plays there for Crazy Gamer.
Some people call him a gamer, some people even call him crazy.
Call me crazy.
Call me crazy.
Well, he is a little bit wild, isn't he? He's like pushed along every round, it feels like.
He doesn't care. He's
been working.
Oh.
Defaulter. There we go. Defaults to a couple of kills with the Deagle.
A little too expensive for my liking.
Yeah, a little bit expensive. But you know what? It's good enough. And the God's Rain will take it.
It's been a crazy game thus far, Dinko.
It's been brazy, some might say.
5-2, though, God's Rain. After the initial back and forth of the force buy was, will come out on top, a 3-round lead, as we finally have a full-fledged buy for the side of Marcus Gaming. This is what I've been waiting for thus far, an AWP in the hands of Ryder. We have AK-47s on each and every one of his other teammates, and a decent bit of utility as well to work with. And this is what I want to see. I want to see what they have in store for us when it's going to be a full buy versus buy round. As Clouda, once again, I think he's had Ghost's number of seemingly every single past 3 rounds.
Yeah, it's been really strange to see Marcos Gaming struggle so much after, you know, showing some proficiency on the map quite early on, and everybody has mentioned the fact that they're undefeated so far on Overpass. Just really comfortable stuff on this map. Well, so far, God's Rain are really testing this T side. I think it's down to Defaulter to, you know, try and figure out some of the responses here that they can pull their way through this.
Crazy Gamer Revan. That's going to be a lockdown in the A bomb side. I think those two have been phenomenal thus far. They know how to like mix things up. They've been aggressive, a mixture of aggression, good default hold as well coming in towards A. With Marcus Gaming losing a player early on, they are kind of running out of time. I don't know about this, Dinko. 40 seconds on the clock. They have no eyes towards long as they do start to creep on now pretty slowly. No information towards bathrooms. They don't have any idea where the CTs are holding it. Look at how close Crazy Gamer is.
Yeah, so close right now, and Crazy Gamer with no problem. Second kill locked in. Crazy Gamer is dominating long. There is nothing Marcos Gaming can do about it. They are getting dispelled at every attempted attack, and God's Rain are looking comfortable.
They're looking happy. And I want to go back to the stage interview they had where it was Crazy Gamer talking a little bit of trash to his opposition. Of course, those guys know each other very well, so quite tongue-in-cheek, but at the same time, they're not just talking to talk, they're walking to walk right now. This is looking very, very cool from the side of God's Rain.
Yeah, it's really crazy to see God's Rain come out looking this strong, this solid already. And Marcos Gaming coming in is the team with the highest seed, right? The team that everybody was expecting a good performance from. But maybe crumbling a little bit with that favorite pressure on their shoulders. It's very different playing online versus on LAN on the stage. You know, very different sounds, different environment. You know you've made it this far and you feel like you are a team that should make it to the final and have a shot at claiming your line share of that huge prize pool. But sometimes that can get to your head and really create some sort of performance anxiety. Wouldn't you say, Platt, from personal experience?
I have no idea what you're talking about, Dick. Performance anxiety is not something I am well aware of, personally speaking.
You always perform.
Yeah, I always perform. I guess you could probably talk to some of the other members of our talent family. But that's a story for another time, as we're going to be jumping on in for the half buy for Marcus Gaming once again. And for God's Rain, that was a good round. They kept everyone alive there, meaning the money is starting to stabilize quite a bit. Clouda, once again, he's been finding a lot of these opening duels, winning a lot of these opening duels towards the B-bomb site.
He has been. And Clouda, you gotta say, very impressive stuff, picking up those kills. And now we head into round 9. And it's a slow burner here for Marcos Gaming. You can see because of the consistent force buying, there isn't a lot of money built up for either team, really. And God's Rain do have the opportunity, if they win this one cleanly, to really get to that point where they have a lot of cash left over, right? So definitely can start to get very, very comfortable, even if they are to be broken, even if they are to be beaten in a couple of these rounds. You'll still have a lot of cash to go to. You can consistently buy. And so God's Rain are giving themselves the best opportunity to be competitive throughout this half.
And the one thing that is going so well for God's Rain, we'll get back to that, the great flashbang, and the trades are going the way of Marcus Gaming. I have no idea how they managed to solve that puzzle. Charging in towards the B-bomb side, a 4v5, there were 3 CTs lying in wait, but somehow they come out on top. The trade's looking very good. And now down to Crazy Gamer and Revan to go for this retake.
Here we
Player
go.
disadvantage. They do, however, have a kit dropped, which should be picked up as Crazy Gamer finds the first kill.
Yeah, Crazy Gamer once again, another really important kill, this time on the retake. Ghost and Ryder having to pull this one off, 2v2, time is ticking, gotta get the kill quick around the side of the pillar, but Ghost, he goes down, and Revan switches out to the rifle. Time ticking, gotta get on that defuse, gets around the corner, trying to find a safe spot, but you gotta move forward to the bomb. Now he's on it, now he's sticking it, and Ryder isn't getting here, he isn't here in time. Oh, the defuse just stuck in daylight robbery fashion. Is the defuse coming through, and no peek to deny.
I have no idea how they've managed to just throw that round away. That, a hard-fought round, Dingo. They were at player disadvantage. They did such a good job popping out towards Monster, getting those kills. 3v2, post-plant, and pros don't fake. Pros don't fake, and Revan, not just with the AWP, but even with the clutches coming up big here. God's Reign further extending their lead, and look at this, they're taking the fight to Marcos Gaming. It's a buy round for both teams. McGill's trying to find something, but Finn will shut him down as God's Reign. They're taking a fight to Marcos Gaming, and this is great to see.
There isn't much fight, really, from Marcos Gaming, right? The last round, sure, they get it into a bomb plant situation. Probably should have been able to close that one out, but look at this. Straight into the mix. It's Crazy Gamer with another one. And if you're Marcos Gaming, this is your map pick. Everybody's talked about your proficiency on it, how good you are at getting a streak going on this map, how your T-side is definitely one to marvel at. Well, they haven't even got to play their T-side. And this is exactly what you need to do as an underdog, right, Blair? You need to be disruptive, break it apart. Don't let them actually play their system, play their T-side that they've prepared.
We could just take our time trying to break down how the past 10 rounds have kind of transpired, apart from the first 3 or 4 rounds. And this one's done. This one should be a done deal. I don't see Ryder or Defaulter managing to pull this 2v4 back. The really cool thing from God's Reign is, firstly, you have Crazy Gamer and you have Revan with the A-bomb side. They're basically locking down the bathroom's long A-bomb side position. That allows 3 players to just stack the B-bomb side. But the moment Marcos Gaming figured that out, they switch it up. 3 players just pushing up towards mid, taking the fight to them. This is a buy round, by the way, for Marcos Gaming. So they're just mixing things up. And Marcos Gaming, they don't know what to expect right now. Is it going to be a slow default? Is Crazy Gamer going to go crazy by his lonesome and push up long? Is it going to be 3 players pushing up towards A? They have no idea. The only thing God's Reign haven't done thus far on the CT side is go for short control.
Right.
And I guarantee you, in the next 5 rounds, they're going to be doing that at least once or twice, and that's again going to catch Marcos Gaming off guard.
Yeah, it's been certainly a rough game to watch for Marcos Gaming, and I'm sure any Marcos Gaming fans out there will be feeling the same. But I'm sure the Bangalore locals will be loving this one, watching God's Reign take such a strong lead and looking so comfortable doing it. If you're down there on the floor, you can check out many of the booths. We've got the AMD and Windows 11 booth right here. We've seen plenty of other options you guys can get involved in throughout the day. So again, tomorrow, the action will continue the grand final. Hope you all enjoy the show match today as well with your favorite influencers, as now we head into round 11. It is quite the boost being set up here. Finn is the foundations to elevate his teammate up above. And so far, so good for God's Reign. They are looking very, very comfortable. Marcos Gaming, they are worried about sending anybody out to his long side anymore.
And look at his short control. It's not exactly short control, so to speak, but they're going for this boost, I think, for the first time after the pistol round, round number 1, so to speak. And now Cloud has pushed in, knowing that there's no presence from Marcos Gaming towards connector or towards B short. So they're just mixing things up. And Marcos are playing so reactive. They're playing like they're the underdogs. They're playing like this is their opponent's map, I think, which is crazy.
I think they've almost been forced into that, right? Some sort of shell shock at how aggressive God's Reign have been on this CT side. And if, you can call yourself a good overpass team, but when you can't deal with the CT aggression that's coming at you, it does get a little bit rough. Perhaps they've played teams that were respecting them too much throughout the regular season, and maybe you just need to disrespect them slightly and get in their face, as you were mentioning, Bly. A lot of teams probably just sat back and let them come at them and execute and play their game. Well, that isn't the case here. And how do you figure that out in this kind of environment? Once again, it's Crazy Gamer coming out with an aggressive pick.
He hits that.
Whoa, and nearly with a wall bang as well. Certainly believe that Revan is the better AWPer after what I've seen so far. I think his mechanics are just fantastic. And when I say better AWPer, I do mean in comparison from Fired Up as well, who's the other player that everybody's excited about. Revan so far to me has displayed better mechanics, and I'm very excited to see a little bit more from him throughout this. 15 seconds, Bly.
He's more device-esque. Yeah, 15 seconds. They need to go for the play here. Ryder finding Clouder, that's big, but Revan holding down the line. And these two, Crazy Gamer and Revan, it's like they have this A-bombs on lockdown.
There's nowhere to go.
Marcos have had not one opportunity to crack that A-bomb side, and now Ryder, he's got to be hunted down. He should get the kill here on towards the player, and I don't think they're able to get the final kill. He will survive with the AWP, but still, it's not good enough. Right now, it's not about saving your guns, it's about trying to get a few rounds here. On your map pick, on a T side, and in all honesty, I expect a lot more coming out from Marcus Gaming on Overpass. It's their map pick, it's their best map, by the way, and they have looked just flat.
Even if they do warm up eventually into this map, they've already kind of fallen into the hole that might be too deep to get out of, right? You're in a position when you're 9-2 down. If this gets a little bit worse, well, it now then becomes impossible no matter how much you wake up to get back into it. You're not giving yourself a lot of breathing room, are you?
This is brave from Rev.
This is very brave, but it might work perfectly because he's got Cloud as rifle at short side, and Revin does get that kill, then the rifle. It's a perfect setup in the end to deal with that aggressive play through short. And now what do Marcos do? You've lost one of the most pivotal parts of the map, you've lost a heavy part of your forces, and you have no other map control. You've got to just start barreling your way forward and hope you win some of these fights.
Their short control has just been disastrous.
No
flashes, no utility being used, just waiting for the CT Molotov to... I know how some players might not smoke up the Molotov just to kind of lull the CTs into false sense of security, but when you're going to be taking short control, you need to use the utility. Your connector guy needs to be pushing on out with you. You need to have flashes coming in all the way from T-spawn, from the T-stairs position. I'm seeing none of that. They're walking in straight into the waiting arms of the God's Reigns players, and this is textbook 101 on how not to play Overpass T-side. Which is shocking. I didn't think I'd be saying that about Marcus's T-side. They're having such a good time. Like, everyone's having such a jolly old time on the side of God's Reign.
Yeah, perhaps that is the pressure of the moment starting to get to them, starting to break through towards Marcos.
Somewhere, Pokemon, he's smiling back home in Pakistan right now.
Yeah, he's definitely enjoying this performance coming out of his team. And double figures already. Marcos Gaming, best case scenario is somehow they pull up their socks and win 3 in a row. But you know, when you look at that economy coming into this next round, you see how unlikely it is they even win this one, right? So this is most likely going to be at least a 12-3 half coming in. It could be 13-2. And at that point, if you lose a pistol, the game is over. To be honest, if you're even 12-3 down and you lose a pistol, the game is very likely to be over here on the first map. And for your map pick, that is shocking. That is terrible. And you leave the stadium for your break in between maps feeling disheartened and dejected and feeling like your confidence is just completely shot. So got to have a lot of mental resilience here, Marcos Gaming. Got to hope for a miracle here first.
I got to say, for God's Reign, though, while we've been critical of Marcos Gaming and how this T-side has just been so timid, so tepid, I am loving what I'm seeing from God's Reign. You know, after those initial 4 or 5 rounds of the Force War battles, they've been very emphatic in the way they want to play this CD side. They've been dictating the pace of how it works, and also just throwing caution to the winds. Like we saw the analyst desk earlier mention the fact that God's Reign should be playing a little bit of FU Counter-Strike, and that's exactly what they're bringing to the table here. The money's out of control for God's Reign. They get by for the remainder of this entire half, even if they lose a couple of rounds back-to-back. And Revin, he's everywhere.
He definitely is. He's all over the show, and he is really lighting up the show. He's becoming the greatest showman inside of this arena. And Revin needs to get out of there. Maybe too many bold repeats, and I like that he has the discipline to drop back when he knows it's maybe a little too much. We've seen a few operas in this tournament so far maybe overextend themselves and cost themselves around. So Clouda now with the rifle, a little bit of a misfire, but has got the crossfires, and every answer is available. God's Reign playing some simple, fantastic Counter-Strike that is just paying off dividends. It is now McGill's left all alone in this world, and it is not going to even get close to competitive here. Finn will peek out. McGill's gets one in the Tech 9, but that is all she wrote. Wow, what a first half so far, and it could get even worse.
It could get even worse. This has just been... It's a curb stomp. I can't believe we're seeing this. It does feel like... It does kind of feel like God's Reign, they knew Overpass was coming in, and they're like, yeah, all right, we know you guys got to pick it. We're going to start at CD side, and we know exactly what they're going to do to you, because whatever homework they've done alongside their coach Pokemon, it has looked fantastic. It's an A+ in my books if I was the teacher.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see them be so aggressive and really disruptive throughout the whole play.
And it's controlled aggression. It's not just one guy just running on.
Yeah, they're dropping back. They also have an answer, a follow-up player coming in with them, right? So it's been really systematic and great to watch. Round 14 will begin And it is quite the pop coming through Monster. Cloud at the ready, he's blinded, so he's probably frantically calling for his teammates to come and help him on this rotate. McGill's running out, it's the AWP on the rotate. Once again, Cloud misfires in that exact same position, and Revin with the first unanswered on the trade. So 4v4 still at this moment in time or even.
They need these rounds. No smoke for Heaven yet. Defaulter able to get the trade, but they're just getting shut down. This is a beating and a half, as God's Reign are absolutely annihilating Marcos Gaming. They even got a trade. That was like a 4v4. They had the bomb side, and God's Reign not allowing Marcos Gaming to even have like a millimeter of breathing space, not allowing them to even get the bomb down, consistently pressuring them. Also, where was the smoke for Heaven?
Yeah, it's just a little too disjointed right now for Marcos Gaming, and certainly you can talk about the pressure of the moment and excuse the nerves. But at a certain point, you would like them to warm up into this game, but they have not done that at any point so far, and that might cost them. That might cost them this entire map, and therefore probably semi-final, considering this is their map pick. If you get dominated this badly in your map pick that you were undefeated on, wow, what a turnaround that could be very quickly.
Once again, the mid-aggression coming out. Finn's going to join Crazy Gamer. And that actually going to kill switch. They're just switching it up. The B players are at A right now.
It might be spawn-based at this point, right?
It looks very spawn-based as well. And that's lovely to see, though. But a quick reply from the Guild and Zero Cool. The final round of the first half.
I've actually drawn it back to even numbers here, Blah, as well, right? 3v3 off the back of those 2 kills and plenty of time. So if you are Marcos Gaming...
Look at the push. Look at the push from Monster.
Yeah, I mean, it's very active, right? There's always an answer or response. When they feel like they've lost a certain part of the map, there's a response, a movement. It's a living organism right now on the CT side. It's kind of similar to what Heroic do, is that they're trying to take that brand of Counter-Strike and throw it into their own style, and it's really, really nice to watch. And almost impossible, but Zero Cool, he turns around at the right time, Blad. Did not expect that.
They know the B push has died. Now, are they aware of a player waiting to ensure it's Crazy Gamer? He's been spotted, and he finds both the kills. It's all down now to Zero Cool. Dinko, the 3v3. The equilibrium has been disrupted once more by this guy. He's crazy, he's a gamer, he's doing everything by his lonesome. And it's all on to Zero Cool. He's got the bomb in his back. He's got 35 seconds, beg your pardon, to work with.
Zero Cool. Let's see if he does not live up to that hype. He would love
he can get the bomb
cool
down.
In this kind of scenario, in this clutch, in a 23-second position. Must make his way out, Monster. Get into that site. Last round of this half. Desperately looking to cling on to that hope of a third round. Doesn't make a massive difference, but want to take as many rounds as you possibly can to get out of this half. So he'll lean in towards the site, puts that bomb down right in the middle, and now into the clutch. Here comes Kill Switch. Smells blood in the water, and up too short. Another bit of damage onto Zero Cool, and he has got an Itchy available here. Crazy Gamer sends that in, bang, right the back of the head. Perfect positioning, and that is going to be a 13-2 first half coming in from God's Reign, and a dance of pure elation as he stands up and looks out to face the crowd.
I mean, if there was ever, like, listen, 13-2 in a semifinals of a tournament of this nature, as the underdogs, on your opponent's map pick, and you're 13-2 up, you should be dancing. You should be just doing whatever dance you want right now. Get on the table.
Yeah, get on the table. Maybe don't do that until you win the tournament.
True.
I think you can do a devil walk and drop your pants, and that's what everyone's here for, isn't it?
I don't know what sort of like kinks you have, Dinko.
But that's devil walk, man. You know,
I mean,
it's a legendary moment in CSGO history.
I mean, devil walk, one major win as a player, one major win as a coach. Simple, just one major.
Yeah, I mean, we had to really adapt that, didn't we, after Simple picked up the win in Stockholm.
13-2 is a scoreline I didn't really expect to see. The scores are flipped right now. It is 13 for God's Reign, not for Marcus Gaming. And all right, Dinko, let's see if we can manifest this. All right,
overtime.
I'm going to give it to you.
Overtime.
Overtime. How are we going to manifest overtime?
Right. So we're going to say that Marcos Gaming win the pistol. They win the first gun round because God's Reign decide to try to close it quickly. They try to hunt down the game.
They start rushing.
And they start rushing. They start force buying. They lose control of the economy. Then they lose control of their minds and their confidence, right?
Yeah.
Because you're seeing this comeback come in, this big streak. And then suddenly they reach double figures to your opponent, and they just keep going. They just keep going.
And you start stressing a little bit.
Yeah, but that's obviously a fantasy right now. Possibly could come reality, but we're going to have to wait and see if that happens. Gods ran timeout. Look at this play. Ahead of the pistol, they're calling a timeout. They want to close this one as quickly as possible. And they have been a pretty conservative team, you know, calculated aggression, well-played teamwork, good communication. It takes a lot of good communication to play the style that they did on the CT side. So I feel good about God's Reign closing this one out. I think they're going to walk away with this one.
24 kills for Crazy Gamer on that CT
side. Quite a bold statement saying that at 13-2.
So anyway, you've said it's going to be overtime.
No, I didn't.
You literally just did right now.
Okay, yeah.
You filthy liar.
Okay.
But yeah, let's see if that's indeed going to manifest, because it is looking pretty grim in the Marcus Gaming camp. Not many happy faces. I see McGill, probably the most experienced player in his team, just talking things through. And a few gentlemen behind this entire event, sitting right there, enjoying the games as well.
Looking on as we wait for the second grand finalist to be locked in. We'll have to wait and see who that might be. But at the moment, God's Reign, they are first in line for tickets. First in line to pick up a chance for that grand final.
Everyone's big chilling.
Absolutely. You got all the players hanging around. It's quite nice to see. Just scouting out their opponents for that grand final, some of them, and others just enjoying the rest of the day. You know, it's positive things all around, play.
Positive energy, Dinko. That's what it's all about.
Whatever way you cut it. Headsets off, maybe a sound issue. Hopefully you can get that one resolved as quickly as possible. You know, sound issues do plague Counter-Strike events. It has been a historic problem.
Even in the biggest events we've ever had in the game.
All right, boy, give us a story time. You beat around. So give us a story about the worst sort of tech issue situation you've ever had at an event.
The worst tech issue I ever had at an event was once upon a time. It was an Indian local LAN where I had to, I was commentating. And there was, a round was replayed 6 times.
Okay.
Because it kept dying. And
6 times for the same round.
Yeah, and it was, I believe, a 15-14 round.
Oh, okay.
And the other team won, and the opponents were like, you replayed around 6 times. We wanted 3, and you guys kept restarting that. We deserve a replay.
So they had like a best of what, like 10 or something?
A best of 6 for one round, and the TOs. They didn't, the admins and the TO came up to me, they're like, you make the decision. I'm like, I'm just a caster. Yeah. What are you talking about?
So we've come up with the idea here. So there's a lot of controversy around this. This round really makes a big difference for all the teams involved. And, you know, as a corporation, as a tournament organizer, we have made the decision that Blay will make the decision. And that's what happened.
Yeah, I mean, I am Mr. Indian Counter-Strike
after all. The ruling officiator, Blay, yeah.
So I was the admin, the commentator,
decision.
And I was just sitting there.
And who the hell did just decide, Blay? As a commentator, I can only assume you wanted to end the game quicker.
Yeah, I did, but I knew I was probably going to be not in a good state after that game, whichever way I went. So I dilly-dallied for about an hour, and finally I'm like, you know what? It's none of my business. One of you guys take the call. So that was
you took 1 hour to decide you weren't going to do it.
Because I was getting harassed from all sides, from both the teams, the TO,
all right,
the admins.
That is quite a story, actually. I wasn't expecting it to be that bad, but they tried to pin a whole problem on you. Well, that's terrible, Blood.
But you know, it do be like that at times.
Tragedy. I'm so glad we talked about that one.
On the bright side, I'm not very happy about reliving that. But on the bright side, we seem to be back. It looks like the headsets are on, which is always a good sign.
Well, the headsets are back on, absolutely. I don't know if we're back per se yet, but perhaps we will be in a moment. And everybody out late tonight. It's going to be a good time. You can see who is going to head to that grand final. And currently, God's Reign in front, 13-2. If you're just joining us, it was a dominant first half coming in from God's Reign on that CT side. Marcos Gaming undefeated on Overpass in particular, a specialty of theirs, their home ground, some might say. And a team that looked so good in the regular season. But I think when you come to LAN, you quickly realize the differences between online and LAN. And you are probably seeing a perfect example of that experiment right in front of you right now with Marcos Gaming struggling to get going and replicate any of that success. But here we go, Blay, right back into the action. 13-2. God's Reign looking to close it quickly.
We got a Molotov, a flashbang, and 2 smokes.
And a couple of AFK players.
Oh, they're back. It's live. No, nah, it's not live. And we're back again.
We're back again. But I think we're having an issue here. So what's going to happen is we're going to let you decide when we start the game again. So, Blatt, take it away.
And we're live, ladies and gentlemen. There we go.
Just like that, the power of Blatt's caster start game button, and we head into the second half. 13-2, 3 away from God's Reign picking this one up. And we're going to see the Marcos Gaming compete for a must-win pistol round here. Kit, double flash here for Defaulter. Everybody else on Kevlar.
For God's Reign, they seem to have a game plan here as the P250. Ryder not really looking to challenge it any further. Despite having the USP at range, the P250 can be as deadly as well. And God's Reign taking early control towards Fountain. For the side of Marcus Gaming, there's 3 players still stacked towards B. The rotation, is it going to be in, is the question. They have no eyes towards Long. Long control early on by God's Reign. They're just running up as well, but since there's no one nearby, no sound cues being given the way of Marcus Gaming. The rotation will transpire, however. They have a kit, as you pointed out, Dinko, and a flashbang. No smoke, however. So the bomb gets planted, it's going to be a bit of a problem. And now God's Reign, they are setting up for this A bomb site execute. And once the smokes land, Denko, even though you might have these USPs on the bomb site, once the Glocks run amok on the bomb site, it's going to be a nightmare for Marcos.
So a whirlwind of death coming their way.
A tornado.
A hurricane.
A cyclone.
A tsunami. Well, here they come. Finn right in towards the play. Finn out with the bang on towards Ryder. Finn Ryder. That sounds like a great novel character, right?
Finn Ryder.
Yeah. I feel like that would be kind of sick.
Isn't that a guy from Tangled?
I have no idea.
You haven't watched Tangled?
I have a very long time ago.
Greatest movie ever made. Here we go. The bomb planted. They do have the kit to work with here, but flashbang has been used already. A decoy will not really get anything done. They don't even have a smoke, and 5 Ts are alive. This one's done.
Decoy McCoy. That could be another one. That would be a great name as well. Adding all the characters to this story, and this story might come to an end on Overpass very soon. A massacre for God's Reign in the pistol.
GG.
Too simple for them, and another pause right away. Marcos Gaming, no cash in the bank.
GG, go next.
You feel that way? I feel like you're right. You know, they've already decided to force buy. Defaulters bought up.
No, here's the thing. We saw some pretty crazy comebacks happen. Go to the first map on Ancient, where it was 7C bouncing back with 15-10 deficit, right, on their map pick. We saw Inferno. It was 10-2 rather than bringing it back. But there were close. There were rounds where you were like, oh, this could have gone either way. This is the GG no re. This one's over. Just go number 2, because I did not see a reality back here in Overpass. I just don't see it.
Well, Blah has looked through every situation, Doctor Strange style, and sees 0 outcomes here.
Yeah, just call me Benedict
Cumberbatch.
Cumberpatch. I had something, but I'm just not going to say it out loud.
Yeah, we can maybe say that later on in the podcast.
Yeah,
we're going to do it later on today, but or tomorrow or whatever. But it's going to be a great time. Nonetheless, it's quite the slow start to this, slow finish rather to this map. What a blistering performance it was, mauling their way through that first half performance, winning the pistol in quick fashion. But tech pauses have plagued the last few rounds here and really taken the sting out of the game. But Marcos Gaming, I think at this point they are just going to willingly accept what has come their way, and perhaps now need to focus when they head out of this one on that comeback.
Even though it is looking extremely unlikely that Marcus is going to bring this one back, I would still like me to put up a little bit of a fight. At least
get
try
into the game.
Just get into the game. Just get fired up a little bit. Have some of your players who've just been, they seem to be non-starters right now. Plug in your mice, get a few kills, get blood flowing a little bit. And even if you might wind up losing this map, maybe a 16-6, 16-7, at least you woke up a bit and you're going to be maybe ready for map number 2. But if they're just going to lose in this fashion, I mean, you're going to require some, I don't know, like a speech like straight out of Lord of the Rings or something, you know?
I reckon Scrawny can give a speech good enough to pull it back.
Connor gives amazing speeches. Doesn't guarantee a win, but he gives amazing speeches.
finals. Guarantees a little butterfly sensation at least, but it is going to be Finn and Ghost battling back kill for kill, tit for tat, but it seems it's all over just like that. 15-2, God's Reign one away from closing out this first map of the second semi-finals. The competition never really arrived. Marcos Gaming, the #1 seed, the most dominant team throughout the regular season, is about to be felled on their home ground. The map they have shown so much prowess on, and God's Reign have shown them how to play.
In the pre-match interview, Crazy Gamer did say, when asked, how do you think the game's going to go, it's like easy 2-0. Prophecy, he's writing it himself.
Yes, it is written on the tapestry of the great Counter-Strike legend in India. And here are the kills, back and forth they go, but for Marcos Gaming, it is spelling the end.
Looks like the beginning of the
end. The light will go out.
The light at the end of the tunnel is that flash from the CTs. From the T's rather, the AK-47s.
Yes, indeed. Well, it is now going out to Ghost and McGills in a 1v3. McGill's left alone, nothing more that he can hope to do. It's been quite the run of being flawless on Overpass, but that streak will come to an end. Like all things, it must end eventually, and it's at the hands of God's Reign that it goes away. Bomb plant goes down, McGills will delay the inevitable, but eventually he'll walk into the hands of Revan, who will take him away and close out map #1 of the second semi-final. God's Reign Esports stepping up with the first map.
That was too easy. That was too easy. And what a fashion, what an ignoble end to your map streak. You went 6-0 in the group stage, unbeaten Overpass. You pick it here in a must-win game in the semi-finals on the stage against your opponents where you're the favorites, and you get smacked. You get destroyed. You get curb stomped. 16-2. That was bullying.
It was, absolutely.
That's like a 10th grade bully going into kindergarten, just like tossing kids around. That's literally what God's Reign did to Marcos. And listen, if I'm Marcos Gaming right now, you go out the back there and you just try and delete the memory of whatever you happened in this map, just a memento moment right there. Forget what happened here. Think about the next map, because this was just depressing.
You're telling me they need to develop a system of having RAM brain, right? Like,
yeah, just like
having temporary memory.
Just flash a RAM.
All right, just throw it out.
Throw it out.
Delete that one. Control, delete. But yeah, it is a little bit difficult to watch. You know, the faces of Marcos, dejection evident as they lose Overpass. Their streak has come to an end, but it will come to a point where this series is not over, right? That is the most important thing to know. This game will still go on. It will still continue, and that means there's a shot at coming back in and grabbing that grand final spot. But the most difficult challenge now isn't even the Counter-Strike on the server. It's getting your mind in the right place after you've been kind of tossed around like that and shown how to play Overpass when you were the top dog on it.
Yeah, and I think I want to just go back to what Talks alluded to on the desk as well when it comes to the mental game. This, for me, it's not like Marcos know how to play Counter-Strike. It's just the fact that today, right now on this map, they're just completely outplayed. Their minds weren't really in the server. They really didn't seem to be really warmed up either. So hopefully they're able to reset their mentality, or else this one seems like a dunzo. And the worrying thing here for the side of Marcos Gaming is, firstly, it's your map pick. You just got schooled on, 16-2. Map #2 was a pick from the side of God's Reign, which is Ancient. Everyone's like, bit of a question mark there.
Yes.
Why did they go with Ancient? But looking at the prep work, they put it in Overpass. And with a bit of a surprise Ancient pick coming in. If I'm a Marcos fan, I'm starting to feel a little uncomfortable.
I would think God's Reign would come into this game very confident, right? But I don't think they would have expected the weak performance out of their opponent Marcos today, right? They probably would have expected a much stronger performance.
Yep.
So I'm wondering maybe they tried to play Ancient thinking they were the underdog, throw that in the mix. Maybe they're coming in and this could end up being a mistake that will cost them. There's only one way really to find out, and that is to go to a break, come back with the thoughts on the desk after map 1, and to set up map 2 of the second semi-final.
You take me to a place unknown. I wonder if I'll ever go. My thoughts just won't leave me alone. Give me the strength to carry on. I wanna show you love. I wanna feel your touch. I want it all, but I keep running away, running away. I wanna show you love. I want it all too much. I wish I could, but I just can't. I can't get over love. I wanna show you love. I wanna feel your touch. I want it all, but I keep running away, running away. I wanna show you love. I want it all too much. I wish I could, but I just can't. I can't get I wanna show you love. I wanna feel your touch. I want it all, but I keep running away, running away. I wanna show you love. I want it all too much. I wish I could, but I just can't. I can't get over love.
Meet Ally, a brand new Windows gaming handheld from ROG. The ROG Ally allows you to play all your game libraries anytime, anywhere. Manage all of your games and key mappings in one place with Armory Crate. Powered by an AMD Ryzen Z1 Extreme processor, the ROG Ally puts the latest AAA games in the palm of your hand. A full HD 120Hz display with 500 nits of peak brightness lets beautiful graphics take center stage, even outdoors. Connect to the ROG XG Mobile for ultimate flexibility, keyboard and mouse for a classic PC gaming setup, or TV and controller gameplay. And for even more versatility, combine your Ally with other accessories from ROG. ROG Ally. All your games, anytime, anywhere.
Single word that you can find in the thesaurus, just put it out there. Because God's Reign, they really gave it to Marcus.
Oh yeah.
I have one question. Where's Marcus? Have you seen Marcus? Where's Marcus? Remember that World Cup interview? Where it's like, where's Messi? Where's Messi? Where's Marcus? Obviously, the guys didn't show up at all.
No.
They were not there. And I talked about two things beginning of this analysis. And I mentioned two things, which are adaptation and aggressiveness. We've seen aggressiveness from God's Reign, and that's what it started like. When you start on the CT side and you have that capability of playing aggressive, we've seen that crazy gamer. His time and time, he just throws the molly, throws the nade, comes back. And then he plays like toilet alongside, and he always gets the kill, comes back. Then Revan with the scout just comes, it's like an AWP, a very fast AWP. And then adaptation. Where's adaptation? Where is Marcus? There was no adaptation from Marcus Gaming. Literally, you keep losing and losing and losing round after round, and they're still playing default. They're still playing passive. What are you guys doing? You need to adapt. You need to start scaring God's Reign, because God's Reign were really reigning, They were just taking control of B shore, they were taking control of connector, taking control of A, everything. And I think that was very impressive to break a streak in a fashion like that, 16-2. Crazy gamer with 24 kills. I mean, the guy, he walked the walk and talked the talk in the beginning, he's like, easy 2-0.
Yes.
And, I'm a crazy gamer fan after that. I mean, I like when trash talking happens. It's all nice banter, but when you do it, when you say it and then do it, that's just a testimony, He made a statement. He just put that out. And he played with Marcus Gaming's mental state. They came so prepared for this. God's Reign came so prepared. It's like Marcus, we never heard of them. Look at the kills, all of them have 10 kills.
Look at
domination.
Ghost and Ryder. I think we spoke about them. We said that they will have a lot of impact. We did even see, the player to watch out. And all of a sudden, as you said, what just happened? And we just went out to quickly grab a bite, and by the time we were about to make our way back, we start hearing Blay and Dinko saying it's 11-2. Wait. Is it right? For a second, we were flabbergasted, and then we were like, okay, we have to kind of take it in. And this happened, Floki, this happened.
Again, I mean, to go to favorite caster of mine, it was like a runaway truck with the brake lines clipped. That was the entirety of God's Reign, just running and plowing through the side of Marcos in that first map. But again, going back to the casting desk, just listen to what they're saying. Purge that map out of your memory, just purge it with fire, send it to the depths of Tartarus, chop it up into tiny little pieces, make sure you have no clue whatsoever. Amnesia would be helpful here. Hopefully, you're able to forget about what happened in that one, because Ancient, I think it's a Marcos' stronger map, and you really don't want to let what happened in the previous game affect your performance out on this one. Sure, the last game didn't really go the way you expected. It was quite rough. It was a spanking. But again, you have to approach a new map with a fresh mindset. You cannot be in the old idea of, we're down 1 and what are we going to do? What are we going to do? Because then things just go from bad to worse.
Yeah, and I think Ancient has a very similar style towards the beginning of the game. Because the beginning of the game, you see the smokes and nades.
Yes.
They're in towards that Ivy area. So I think if also God's Reign do that again, I think Marcus are going to struggle. This is going to be really scary for them. I mean, you can take a look at the winning percentage. At this point, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
They came in with, heavily underdogs. Everyone was saying, including me, that Marcus, very tough to beat them. I even said 2-0 for Marcus. But right now, this number doesn't make any sense. You just drop it away and then look at the games, look at the LAN, look at the confidence that God's Reign came back with this. And I think confidence is a big important factor here. Adaptation. Are we going to see it from Marcus? If we don't see it, GG.
I think right as of now, the on-paper stats do not matter at all, and we saw it in the first game, right? And now it's time for the second one, and as initially Blair and Dinko mentioned, right, Marcos need to forget this map ever happened. Overpass was not even there. This is where they're starting the best of 3. Can they make it happen in Ancient, forgetting whatever just happened, forgetting the stats, and come up as a new team? It's time for Ancient. Can they make it come back for the best of 3? All of us are surprised. We are expecting the unexpected. And Blair and Dinko, what about you?
The side of Marcos, they have quite a bit of work to do, don't they, coming back into this one. But we'll have to see if they can do it. It's going to be a difficult task, even though they're coming in as the #1 seed team. But that being said, they are the #1 seeded team. They are the team that dominated throughout the regular season. So I guess you cannot count them out because of that.
A wise man once said, Dinko, that a best of 3 is 3 separate best of 1s.
Who said that?
I don't remember, but someone wise. And that's the attitude that Marcus Gaming need to have right now. You are the favorites, and if you've done your prep work, this is where you're supposed to kind of show why you're the favorites, right? Fine, your map pick didn't really go your way. Do you have contingency in place? Can you play Ancient? Which they can, obviously. But as the desk pointed out as well, even though the win percentage for the side of God's Reign and Ancient hasn't looked good thus far, the fact that they picked this map in a must-win game surely goes to show that they have done the prep work. And if it's anything close to the prep work they did on Overpass, it's not going to be easy at all for Marcus Gaming. But can they bring this one back and take it to Inferno? That remains to be seen. Ladies and gentlemen, jumping into map #2 here. This is the pick from the side of God's Reign, leading 1-0 in the second semifinals.
Exciting times heading into this one. We're about to find the second grand finalist. We'll whittle these 4 teams down to just 2 left in the competition. God's Reign looking to do it in a 2-0 fashion, living up to the prediction of some of their players. And for Marcos, this could be quite the legendary comeback into the series if they're able to pull themselves out of this ditch and back into the series. But what a task it will be. Fist bumps in, game begins real soon. Really hard to know how this one is going to go, but we kick things off at Ancient. A curveball being thrown in from God's Reign. The stats don't really paint a pretty picture for them, but as we mentioned multiple times, it doesn't really matter when you come to landing. There's clearly some period of time where you can prepare and improve on this, and this is a good curveball to throw in at this point of the tournament.
And even if it does go to map #3, right, God's Reign have had Marcus Gaming's number on Inferno, which is going to be the deciding map. And it's a map that God's Reign pretty comfortable as well. But I'm sure they don't want to take it to map #3. You just want to close it out right here. It's going to be the CT side start coming out from Marcus Gaming, their choice. We have a smoke and a kit in the very capable hands of Defaulter, and a bit of a stack towards A. You have 1 player towards Donut that's going to be Ghost, 2 players playing towards Temple. And for the side of God's Reign, again, kind of the usual we saw from them from Overpass, a bit of a default slowish approach on a T side, but it does look like it's going to be a B hit coming in. And I do believe this should be a retake play here for Marcus Gaming.
You would assume so, given the setup here. Here comes that utility, so it's about to play out exactly as the CT defense intends. Oh, that smoke's up. McGill's, he's going to be sitting back. That smoke has not hit its intended mark. McGill's great headshot on the first, even better on the second. McGill's getting this retake off to a flying start. Revan looking to dig deep in this post plan. Has given his team 1 kill to play with, but a lot more needed. And all the kills are coming in for the defensive side of Marcos Gaming. Finn, though, a triple. How did that come in? How has that come through? And now Revan, the one player you want in a 1v1 clutch, has perfectly positioned himself to stop this defuse from happening. A tap to the one tap. It is Revan coming through for God's Reign.
What a play from Finn, trapped in the corner, and he said, I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. 3 kills with the Glock, up close and personal, and it really felt like Marcus Gaming had that round. There was a failed smoke coming in from God's Reign towards the back of the B bomb site, and yet, despite the heroics of McGill getting those 2 opening kills, a 3v5 conversion going the way of God's Reign. And on their map pick, they're off to a flying start. A full eco, though. No force buys this time around from Marcus Gaming.
Yeah, and I mean, usually you'll see this just be a clean round win for God's Reign in this position, right? You're going up against just nothing really to talk about. But a good start from Ghost on that USP kill. But you really won't be seeing too much more. And, you know, it is late in the day, you have to say. A lot of these players have been at the venue all day. We've seen, for example, Marcos Gaming, we've seen them very earlier on and, you know, waiting between that first series into the show match just to get their game underway. It's been excruciatingly painful. I'm sure it's waiting to get this one going in all that period of time where you have more and more to think about and more time to catastrophize. But speaking of catastrophe, it nearly was one of those rounds where the USPs go into it. They do so much damage to get 2 kills, nearly 4 out of that position, but is recovered from God's Reign.
Yeah, just losing to 1 Galil and the MAC-10, I think they're going to be pretty reasonably happy with that one. Upgrade should be coming in. For Clouda, kill switch with the MAC-10. A slightly little dry on funds for the T side. Of course, the buy is going to be coming out. It's going to be an early buy for Marcus Gaming. So an early rifle round for the favorites here, as opposed to what we witnessed on Overpass, which was pretty much just back and forth force buy battles. Early smoke deployment coming in as Defaulter finding Clouda through the smoke. Just lining up his crosshair. Careful though, he's been spotted. He needs to stay alive, and he's even going to do one better. He's going to find a double kill, taking a crazy gamer right over finding Revan. And I'm not a big fan of Defaulter just going in for the push there. He found 2 kills, he could just fall on back, and now it is still a 2-player advantage for the side of Marcos. Make that just 1 remaining. It's kill switch, and he won't be able to get much more out of that. Just getting the 1 kill. So solid win. They do lose a couple of players there, but I think they should be pretty happy with the way the first buy round played out here for the side of Marcos Gaming.
Yeah, you got to be very happy with the start of this game. You know, it's a decent enough start coming into the gun rounds, but I tend to look for God's Reign. It is the AKs, the Khalil, and a couple of Tech 9s. They're willing to throw everything they've got into this, and it could backfire. Could put them in a position where Marcos Gaming get a solid start on the CT side. And we've seen earlier today when it came to Ancient, the 2 teams we've seen play really struggled on the CT side, right? So if you want to get off to a good start on the CT side here, well, Marcos Gaming could have the perfect chance unless this B attack works out. Ryder has to step up, riding the storm as they attack in towards the B bomb side. It's 2 from Ryder in defense. McGills comes in, patches it up as well. It's still somewhat doable for God's Reign, but highly unlikely given the first engagement.
Finn needs to get activated here. But the smoke's going to keep him in bed. I'm a little surprised Crazy Gamer just pushed on in when his smoke was still active.
He is crazy.
He is kind of crazy. He's also a bit of a gamer, unfortunately, just able to find the 1 kill. That play from God's Reign just felt a little disjointed. The spacing was really off. The flash is not really blinding anyone either. And with the bomb drop in the middle of the B bomb side, I don't really fancy Finn's chances here. The timing almost works out for him, but Defaulter will get the kill. Rifles retrieved as well. 3 AK-47s being wielded by the CT side, and this should be an eco for the side of God's Reign.
Yeah, it should be an eco coming in, and that's what I was talking about when I meant it could backfire, right? You force buy, you throw everything you've got into it, and then you're back down to the 2K average, which will allow Marcos Gaming to get into the lead. Ooh, you don't like to see it this late in the day, but a tech issue has come up, Blah. A tech issue. Don't like that.
Unfortunately, we don't have Yanko here to fix everything, but hopefully there is an Indian Yanko nearby to get things done.
I would love to see that.
An Indian Yanko?
Yeah. That would be incredible.
I would be terrified.
show yourself.
One yank is bad enough.
But yeah, fantastic work coming in early on for Marcos Gaming. And I mean, you know, we're looking at getting a good start here. You know, often you want it all the time, but how important is it for Marcos Gaming in this kind of scenario where you got absolutely body bagged on your own map pick to come in and get a good start here?
I think, you know, the Dust touched upon composure, the mentality, tenacity to cling on, and that's something we saw in the first game, right? You look at both teams, if you look at 7C, despite being the underdogs, managed to crawl back from a 15-10 deficit on the first map, their map pick, and bringing it back. We saw Revenant do the same thing on Inferno, trailing 2-10 on a deciding map and bringing it and closing it out in regulation. So it's about a mentality where it doesn't matter how bad it's been in a first map or how bad it's been thus far in the game. Counter-Strike is a game of one round at a time. Your opponents might be in map point, they might be in match point, but they still need to get to that magic number of 16, at least in regulation. As long as they're not there, you always have a chance. And that's sort of mentality that Marcos need to have. And considering some of the experienced players on that team, someone like McGill, for example, that should be what he's preaching to his teammates right now. For the side of God's Reign, though, being the underdogs, having won the first map, what could be their potential downfall if they take things a little too slow, if they don't play to win, and instead play to not lose. And that, I think, could be the X factor to decide whether we go to map number 3 or not.
We'll have to wait and see.
What's been your favorite moment in the past 24 hours in India here, Dinka?
What has been my favorite moment?
There have been quite a few.
It's a good question because there has been quite a few.
In 24 hours?
I would say still the experience of driving in from the airport and just experiencing the traffic for the first time and how different it is to where I grew up. You know, the traffic is very insane and it goes, there's a lot going on, Blah. It's quite...
What was your anxiety levels on a scale of 1 to, holy shit, I might die in the first 5 minutes?
Well, you know, it was pretty low to begin. I thought it was pretty fine. And then suddenly, out of nowhere, a large horn and a bus came flying through. And it,
so in 11?
Yeah, it kind of went beyond the markers. But then it was fine. I've gotten used to it, I think, at this point. And
it's going to make a man out of you, Dinko. Here we go, though. We're jumping straight on in. Round number 5 to be played out. Of course, it's going to be pretty much a full eco. Don't really expect anything too crazy, but it's been a crazy day at Counter-Strike, Dinko. We even have a crazy gamer in the server as well.
We do have one of those, don't we?
You cannot count anyone out, whether it be clocks, USPs, 2v5s, 1v5s. We've seen it all.
All we need is the crazy frog, and then we got everything. Everything we need. And now Finn gets cleared out. Defaulter attacking down in towards elbow. Ghost able to come back up, and the defense looking super strong, clearing out this attack, and it's going as you would expect. You know, not too much available, but the Glock kill comes in. Now an AK picked up. Revan doing his best, but it's not going to be enough, and it will be Marcos Gaming bettering the scoreline they had over on the previous map.
Yeah, it's definitely better than what was an overpass. 2 rounds in overpass, they've already got it 3. It's already a massive dub if you're a Marcos Gaming fan, but they still have a long ways to go. Still about 10 more rounds remaining in his first half, and of course have to get to the magic number of 16, hopefully for their sakes in the regulation.
I think it's actually good to see them on the CT side because we didn't see anything from their CT side earlier today, and they can't really afford to get a T side start and get absolutely stomped like they did earlier today again. So Cloud is just charging forward. Ryder and McGill's, look at this shutdown. God's Reign trying to be disrespectful with the attack forward, but they get absolutely whooped away. And now we're looking at a 2 versus 4 recovery for Revan and Finn, but Finn's found the gap. He found the gap, but Ryder, he's got the scope in the right spot, and that's a free kill.
Ryder's so aware there. He was, of course, looking towards long, but he'll take those. And Ryder, steady hands with the AWP. Double up setup as well. We saw this backfire for both the teams earlier on in Ancient today, but this time it seems to be working out as Marcos Gaming trying to take us to Inferno, but still a long, long way to go. But that was a convincing shutdown coming out. A bit of a speedy approach from the side of God's Reign there. We really didn't have an opportunity to see much from God's Reign, in all honesty, on the T side on the overpass. So this is a glimpse into what they have on the T side. And thus far, it's been a little back and forth, but a couple of the buy rounds haven't really looked that solid. We saw a couple a failed smoke in the pistol round, for example. It came down to some of the heroics from, for example, Finn in the pistol round, to net them one of the 2 rounds they have for us here. And again, it is their map pick, so I'm expecting quite a bit here from God's Reign. As we do, of course, have a bit of a light investment, pistols, a bit of some Kevlar and smoke and a flashbang. That's about it. For Marcus Gaming, it's about keeping it clean, not losing these AWPs, not losing too many players, getting round number 5 without suffering too many casualties.
God's Reign picked this map, and so far yet to show us why. That's a great shot from Ghost, right through the box, right to the head of the Crazy Gamer, who has had quite the opposite performance so far on Ancient than what he had previously. But they've just walked through B. How have they managed to just get into the site like this? And when you let the AWP get into the hands of Revan, it can get out of hand very quickly. The rotation attempt is coming through, and it's going to be McGill's out from the ramp. Now Revan under a lot of pressure, scrutiny from either side, and Revan looks the wrong way. He thought there was a player coming in from long side, and yeah, look at this communication. Oh, frustration on the board here for God's Reign. That felt like a round, an opportunity to pick it up.
And fist bumps. Tox is going to be happy, man. They're going for the fist bumps. You'd love to see it. That looked a little scary, I won't lie. The fact that the players were able to push in so deep. But if you're God's Reign, listen, it's still early days, and considering the investment they had over there, the fact they were able to take away 2 guns is pretty, you're going to be pretty happy with that. A bit of some finger pointing happening here, but I don't think it's, it's trying to say anything. It's going to be like, it's going to be all cool. You messed up there, but it's all right. We're going to make this work.
I think Marco's Gaming got very lucky there that lack of B defense wasn't punished further, right? I think they realized at this point they probably got away with a fast one there, because that absolutely looked like it could have got out of hand. God's Reign are frustrated because they realize how much of a golden opportunity that was as well. There's not too often you manage to get that deep into the B bomb site, get an open Revan's hands and another pick, and then lose the round. So it's a tough one for both teams. The frustration and reasons for it on either side. A little bit of a tech issue here, sound issue, I believe. So we're going to get that one resolved as quickly as possible, and then we'll return to the action.
Headphones are back. That's a good sign. So going to be jumping straight back into the game. You can see the money on the bottom right-hand corner for God's Reign. It's solid. We should see the AWP perhaps being purchased there by Cloud. It's going to be dropped to Revan, who looked great on Overpass, the CT side. We haven't seen much from him from the T side, however.
That is very true. We haven't been able to see that because there wasn't a lot to be played. So I think the T side of Ancient is a little difficult to get the AWP involved to the capacity you want. Generally, you're going to use it as sort of a key to open up rounds, right? You boost it on the bottom B box, or you let it try and pick out towards A main and fight in towards one of the tall box positions or the big box. There's a couple of moves you can do, but it's mainly openers that are available to the AWP rather than round impact across the board. And here's one of those openers. Revan getting boosted up on the box, looking for that long pick.
Are they going to peek? That's the question. Heavy presence from the T's outside of B. They really don't have much control towards mid. And there is a player playing right at the entrance of Donut, and he's conveying all this information. So that's going to allow the CTs on the side of Marcus Gaming to keep 3 players on his B bomb side. The Execute is coming in. Again, very, very quick plays coming out from God's Reign.
Yeah, super fast plays, but this one feels a little different. It feels more in control. I think some of the quicker plays earlier on didn't have the correct utility in place to make them effective, but that smoke has gone up, blocked the AWP's vision, and now severed off the supply network for Defaulter, who's doing very well to stay alive. He's under a lot of pressure, but he stayed alive inside of the cave, and this is making it uncomfortable because the bomb, well, it couldn't go down immediately because the molly made it a little uncomfortable, and so it finally goes down, and it will be a post-plant position for God's Reign, but they're about to lose numbers, and they're about to lose them quickly. Defaulter with one hell of a round here, should have died a long time ago, but is stepping up to a magnificent level alongside Ghost. It is just Finn left, and there's not much he can hope to do unless some incredible play comes in, but as soon as he runs away, he has conceded this round. The defuse is stuck, and Marco's Gaming, this is more of the team we expected, and more of the team we've seen in the regular stage.
Great work from Defaulter there, just staying alive towards inside a cave, but no one was pressuring him at all from Jaguar from the short position, and that's, you can't just, just get on in towards from ramp, get the bomb down, and expect to play the post plants, right? You have zero control whatsoever. There wasn't even a late flank coming in towards mid. Like, if you look at it the way Astralis plays it, for example, you have Blame F, slowly sneaking this way, trying to catch timing, coming out from A mains, none of that. It seems very, very one-dimensional for God's Reign here on his T side, and they are getting punished for those. Get the first kill on the kill switch, but Revan with the quick trade. That's one AWP taken out of the equation, and we do have the Dak in play for the very first time here today, Dinko, in the hands of Zero Cool.
And that's not cool, man. By the auto.
I don't care. I love it.
There we go.
And he's dead.
Punished immediately, of course. No impact. And we'll see if that can get into the hands of God's Reign a little bit later on in this round as well. But it's looking very good to try and close this one out. Finally, in the post plant. But eyes on that A main flank. That is the player that could unravel this all.
It's such an uncomfortable post plant position as well. Default is waiting for the flank to come in. Bomb ticking away. 2 players tucked inside of Donut. They do have the 1 player lurking inside of red. But time is not their friend right now. They need to go for this.
They do, and Crazy Gamer and Clouder right into the attack. It is now all going to unfold. God's Reign with a good round. Finally, it's been a very long time until we've seen that. And God's Reign get into the site with a solid post plant able to close.
This is an expensive round to lose as well, right? The Dak 2 ops in play, losing all of it, but because of the rounds they're able to string together, they still have enough funds to eke out a pretty solid buy overall. That retake looked a little weird. There was a team flash taking place as well, so the comms looking a little messy there for Marcus Gaming. Still 6-3 with a 3-round lead. God's Reign, they're going to be pretty happy with the way that one played out. Not suffering too many casualties either, just losing a couple of players while winning the very first buy round here on their map pick. 6-3 as we enter round number 10. For God's Reign, of course, looking to try and get net as many rounds as possible, and I'm not sure what that was from, but Gills just walked in dry, Dinko. Just walked in dry with no utility whatsoever, and he gets taken down by Killswitch.
Yeah, quite the mistake there, and that is going to give Killswitch his 2nd kill of this map so far, so he'll take that nice and free, easy as they come. In round 10, kick off with God's Reign ahead on the player count. Will they be able to extend that further? Yet to be seen, but we'll see as they move forward up the ramp. Quite a lot of focus on this B-bomb site, evident to us on the minimap. Not so evident to Marcos Gaming just yet, but Ryder has got that AWP positioned in the right spot. And if he goes down here or he doesn't get a kill, it's probably the safe call. You have no money left over. Retaking with another AWP is going to be really hard, so it should be a good execute into the side here in God's Reign. Hopefully these smokes will be enough for them to get this round win.
Where's the flash?
Flash is too deep. That's going to give Ryder the kill, but Revan so quick on the trade. Fantastic trade, in fact. And Clouder with a 2nd. That'll force the save. There's nothing you can do, but the save will not be allowed to happen too easily. Finn hunts in towards Red Room. 0 cool gone. Now it's just Ghost. And most important of all, he has got that AWP. And if they take him out, well, that is very expensive indeed. At least with an AWP, you have a shot in the dark in the next round. The no-scope to the knife attempt. And he was so close, just a 2nd longer, and he would have had that knife kill.
This could be the turning point in this map. That's the backbreaker round coming in from God's Reign. They've been going for this double up buy, even a Dak coming out there, and it's not really panned out for them. And now, money broken. They have to go for the eco, and this is a golden opportunity for God's Reign to bring this one back. You can see they're not very happy right now at Marcus Gaming. They do still have a 2-round lead, but considering just the pistols here, what are we going to be seeing out from them? Aggression towards mid. A lot of utility being deployed, and God's Reign, they're playing this one safe. They're playing all the way from the back lines, and it's got to be, in fact, an A play.
Look how fast this A play is.
I love this call.
Yeah, it's worked out really well, too. There's no one here actually in the site. Is the donut setup that might cause a few problems eventually, but ooh, peppering down the common plant position. Has forced the plant away. Goes so close to denying, but somehow covered off. Good supply network to allow that bomb to go down, covering off of all the bodyguards.
Get down, Mr. President, says Clouder. He gets 2 kills on the defense, and the round's done.
Yeah, absolutely. Great job done, and it will be the pistols, of course, falling by the wayside. 6-5. You mentioned the last round could be the turning point. Definitely feels like that could be a possibility as they back it up 2-2. They don't falter to the lower purchase, and now a chance to continue to get more rounds in this first half.
That was a good immediate on-the-fly reaction there from the side of God's Reign. They knew there were at least 3 players towards mid. And Crazy Gamer immediately calling for the fast hit towards A, knowing they would probably face 1 defender at the max. And once again, it's an A hit. Back-to-back A hits coming in. Here Ghost is going to be taken down, but Zero able to find 2. So player advantage here for the CT side, but Revan is alive alongside Crazy Gamer, the 2 heroes of that overpass win they had, and Revan's gonna strike.
Yeah, lovely kill from Revan. And that now draws it back to even odds as the retake attempt is all coming in from the same position. Out from Donut, default to the front man in this attack. Clears out the close spot. No one's spotted just yet. Defaulter will hop up on top. Clear out the back of the site. Crazy Gamer with one. Defaulter able to follow up, and the kit, or lack thereof, is certainly the talking point because the time is ticking and Revan is playing with his food. A lovely shot on the Tech 9 as he peeks out from the back of the big box. It's another round for God's Reign, and they have found their mojo yet again.
What a call. What a call coming out there from God's Reign. The back-to-back A rushes. The first one made more sense, right? They knew it's going to be, they knew there was going to be mid-aggression coming out from the CTs. It was just a pistol. So they went in for the A play, a reactive call. This time around, back-to-back fast A plays. And despite Marcus Gaming getting 3 kills initially, as long as you have Crazy Gamer alongside Revan alive, it seems like that's more than enough. Again, a half by, and this time it's going to be a fast move towards B. This is messy. Oh, this is very messy indeed. But Cloud is going to find Jude. McGill needs to at least find a single kill. There were 3 players not looking at him, Dinko, and he didn't find a single one, dealing a lot of damage, however. And with that MP9 in the hands of Zero Cool, there is a chance. However, no kits in play. And despite the fact that 2 players are so very low, it is looking unlikely.
Yeah, it's definitely opportunities throughout that round to be able to pull it off, but they didn't take those chances. They didn't land the necessary shots to get it done. And that time will take on. It will be a round for God's Reign.
They're going to take the lead.
Yeah, the lead once again taken by God's Reign, who want to take that grand final spot, the last one available to tomorrow move forward into that grand final.
A tactical timeout getting called by Marcos Gaming as they're starting to, it's that icky feeling, Dinko. You're like, this is starting to feel a little uncomfortable considering what a solid start it was for them. And it feels like for God's Reign, just like a breath, not even a breath, like a gust of air in their sails all over. They seem to have woken up. And look at the way they're playing these rounds. A rush against a buy. They know it's going to be a half investment. Just a B rush coming in. They're wasting no time. And just a concerted effort, just steamrolling into the bomb sites, and it's working out for them wonderfully as they have taken the lead. And once more, a little bit of a dance of happiness. You'll love to see it.
Yeah, they're definitely happy, and God's Reign celebrate the round victories as they should. But Marcos Gaming, if they want something to celebrate, if they won't even have a chance, got to start pulling this half back again, and here they come with a buy. All out yet again. Rifles around it, mid-control looking to be taken by God's Reign. The utility is dumped on towards elbow from the CTs, but they have no other choice but to give it up and give this position to God's Reign. We'll see how they decide to use this mid-control because there's everybody here, bar one, who's sitting outside of A, and it's a commitment straight through red into a CT spawn. Defaulter only with 1 kill. It is traded by Finn, and they're not stopping. No communication. Zero Cool does not read it, and it's all falling apart here. They are absolutely not ready for this A play around the backside for some reason, and Ghost is trying to patch it up, trying to stop the ship from sinking.
And Revan, he's lying in with the AWP. Despite the fact that one of the plays is so very low for God's Reign, now they have the bomb planted advantage, a Molotov as well. There's no smoke to extinguish it either. They have to just bide their time, wait for it to burn away, and Revan is such good position here, Dinko.
He really is in such a good spot. We call this one Brokey for a reason, right?
Yep.
AWP of Brokey's done some unthinkable things in this spot, and now Revan's turn. He'll stand, he'll wait, and they cross on into him. The AWP shatters away one. Nearly a second opportunity, but the defuse is coming in. Revan's got to go, got to stop this, and he absolutely will not miss the important kill. And God's Reign hype as hell as they know they can move forward to another round win.
It's like a round roulette they're playing. We're going to rush A now, we're going to rush B. Now we're going to be going for a mid to A. And in all honesty, I feel like Marcus Gaming just seem a little shell-shocked. They don't seem to know what the hell's going on. They've taken the lead. That was 6-2. And God's Reign now struck 6 in a row off their own. Final round of the first half. It's not a great buy. 3 FAMAS, an MP9, an M4 in play. No kits, a little bit of utility. And now the fast replay coming in. Cloud are just running on in. And the trade will take place. It's fast and furious.
It is fast and furious, and it continues to be. Bomb plant goes down, and it's Finn who tries to get away from that plant position quickly, looking for a fight, and he will. He'll find the fight he's looking for, and he'll win it. It is now only Zero Cool. And he's got to leap into this last round of this half, throwing everything he's got at winning this 1v2. First kill is good, a second chance, but Finn will not miss. God's Reign, 9-6 half, and they are in pole position to grab that final grand final spot And you know what they say about black and gold. It befits a champion, and God's Reign will have that opportunity if they move forward tomorrow.
It befits a king, and they are looking imperial right now in the server. I won't lie, initially the way it was playing out, it felt like maybe Marcus Gaming that they kind of found themselves, they found a composure, they were bringing it back 6-2, and then God's Reign, they just turned it around. They're like, we're just playing with you guys, we got this. We're wasting no time, however, jumping straight on into the second pistol round. Now Marcus Gaming, trailing by 3, a pistol round win would really make them feel pretty comfortable. They're grouping up for this B take with the dualies in the hands of Finn, and he has been so impactful here on Ancient.
He has indeed. 0 kill, Glock in, kill switch engaged once again.
4 players, Dinko.
0 cool removed, and it is going to be almost impossible to break apart the Great Wall of God's Reign's defense, but suddenly there is a way, and it goes away very quickly. Revan's dual Berettas, the gunslinger, Revan comes in, and will push God's Reign even closer as they begin to dance and celebrate. They might party into the night.
They just read that play from Marcus like an open book. 2 players playing inside a Jaguar. We had 2 players waiting towards B. And I still feel it's a little too early to call here, Dinko, but it does feel like... Does it feel like the beginning of the end? I don't know. But it does start to look even more grim for the favorites. Marcus Gaming, who every one of us kind of pinned as the favorites of this tournament, potentially facing elimination here in the semifinals. But that being said, 0 cool will find one as Clouda catches McGill's. And despite losing a player early on, they are giving no respect whatsoever. They find one, do Marcus Gaming, but that's the only thing they find. Ghost left alone in a 1 versus 4 with a deagle and a prayer on his lips.
Yes, that is exactly what he has, and I think it might go unanswered. Because the God's Reign is not merciful.
These are some cruel gods, I tell you.
Yeah, they are unjust as they move forward. Yet again, another round collected as now we look towards likely the closing stages of the semi-final. Unless there is some answer from Marcos Gaming, unless there was some way that they can find second wind and drag their way back into this one.
This is, it's grim. It is very grim indeed. They did, however, just go for just a pistol investment. And look at this, some crazy gamer. Living up to his name.
It is crazy again, once more inside of a main, but it is only one, but a team kill. Oh no, not for Marcos Gaming. They've taken out one of their own teammates in the midst of this, and that gives God's Reign the player advantage yet again. A lot of time still left, and maybe a movement towards this A site, but they're no closer to getting that bomb down. They're no closer to planting, and this is helping God's Reign's case as they start to set up the retake. They're ready, knocking at the door. They have to go back and get that bomb, and by the time they get back, they're already here. They could even deny the bomb plant from happening from Donut as those smokes will begin to fade away. And there's the denial. No bomb plant. Kill switch moves in. 0 cool looking to frag out. He's damn close to doing it, but there's just too many players. He cannot do it alone. And they are again feeling good about that. 12 rounds on the board. Everything that could go right now for God's Reign is.
What a disaster, Dingo. What an absolute disaster for Marcos Gaming. The TK with the nade, the bomb getting dropped, having to go back, and you just painted it right there. You know, smokes fading away, and God's Reign having a merry old time on the retake, not even allowing the bomb to get planted. It's gone from grim to... Grimmer to grimmest. Yeah, it's not here right now. Good old Grimothy. Pissed. Half investment, Galil, a few Tech 9s, a Deagle in play here for Marcus Gaming. At God's Reign, they're like Great White is circling their victim. They can taste the blood in the water. And
yeah.
Look at this.
Defaulter.
What was Clouda doing?
Well, I'm not ready for that, that's all I'll tell you.
That is so weird. You have no control of Jaguar or of Cave, and it just walks in, not even bothering checking his angles. That's a free kill gifted the way of God's Reign. If there is a world where God's Reign's potentially gonna let slip this lead, it is getting maybe a little too overeager, maybe a little too overconfident.
Yeah, I think that is certainly something that has plagued a lot of teams throughout this tournament, and we perhaps seen that earlier today at times. So Got to make sure that they stay disciplined. It is late in the day, and you are close to a final. Make sure you get those final 4 rounds. And here they go into the B site. Finn will take that as a win. He'll send the nade in as well. Couldn't deny the bomb plants with some extra cash secured. Locked away in the secure vault of Marcos Gaming for the next round, but that is going to be 13-6. God's Reign continue. And well, the extra cash in the bank.
A little bit of BM spamming over the
I
bodies.
like it.
I love it.
They'd be banned in Valorant, I'll tell you.
Yeah, but this is a man's game, Counter-Strike. It's, you know, none of that cartoon graphics. This is what we love to see. Men being men, shooting at bodies.
How hardcore of them, Blah.
Having a great time. I like to see a little bit of teabagging as well. But we did you know, touch upon how Crazy Gamer in the pregame interview was like, it's going to be an easy 2-0. And I did say earlier, you know, this guy talks the talk, can he walk to walk? He is, they're not just walking to walk, they are just jogging along at this pace.
Yeah,
at this point.
They really are. But we move and we continue into the action. Marcos Gaming. At this point, every purchase feels like a couple of their last approaches into this game. And, you know, it goes without saying, they very likely need to win this one to be able to pull this one back. Crazy Gamer aggressive, out for the early pick for God's Reign. I love that he's willing to go for that maneuver. When you're confident you can push cave, you can go for those fights in towards elbow, and that's what's happening. He's come out on top of it. McGill's, it's a frustrating start to the round. When you realize there's so much on the line here, you don't want to be the player to fall first.
Yeah, considering the amount of impact in a few rounds of one from McGill, losing someone like him early on is going to be rough. Zero has been spotted out as well, getting a little tickled by the M4A1 in the hands of Crazy Gamer. What's the play here? They have control towards mid, 3 players, as we have one clearing out towards dark, but Default is going to be walking into the waiting arms of, I do believe it's Revan holding the angle with the AWP. Bomb is heading back towards A though. It looks like it's going to be a late end towards A with a lurk in the form of Defaulter, but the 2 players in the A bomb side, they're properly well entrenched.
Oh, all right, here we go. Marcos Gaming out through Donut. They're going to allow the red player to just come around as that late flank, that lit piece in this puzzle, and Finn's smoke. It's left a gap. They can run through it, and it's worked out for Finn. In fact, you may have considered that a weakness with a smoke and the gap in it, but it works out pretty well for the defense. Ryder will use it against them, but Revan, what a shot. This guy doesn't miss. He runs in with a Tech 9. Defaulter must plant now, and it cannot happen. It will not happen, and God's Reign continue their charge forward.
They're having a great old time. You love to see it, Denko. You love to see the emotions on display here for God's Reign, but man, Marcos Gaming, I mean, the stress in her faces right now, it is so evident. Revan, 26-8. He has been a demon in the server, and whatever hype everyone, you know, the way everyone is hyping up as being perhaps the best offer in the tournament thus far, I think it's delivering.
I think you could even go as far to say the best player in India right now, right? This is definitely in the conversation. And here comes the attack out towards the side. What a shot from Finn. Blinding shot, in fact, right between the eyes of Ghost and Finn. On a second, he's had some really impactful multi-kills on the CT side. And Marcos Gaming, I do not envy them in this position. A really difficult post-plant, and they are being carved out of this round piece by piece as God's Reign are now 1 round away from a grand final and a dominant semi-final performance. They will go into the grand final looking in indomitable form. They are looking like the team that could become champions.
They are looking scary. They're looking so scary. This is the upset. This is the upset of the entirety of Skyesports Masters thus far. This is on LAN. It's in an arena. You got a crowd in front of you. You're the underdogs. You'll go up against the team who had a flawless run in the group stage, the ones everyone's pinned to be the favorites of this tournament, and you are making a mockery of them. God's Reign looking like they belong on the stage, and 1 more round remains. 9 map and match points.
Oh, here goes Revan climbing up on the ledge to heaven. And he might be able to rain death from above. But he really needs to at this point. Ryder just doesn't get the timing. Crazy Gamer does, stops that bomb plant. And now Ryder is the only player between God's Reign and the grand final. And now he is removed. Heading to the grand final is God's Reign. and perhaps the black and gold does befit a champion. We'll find out tomorrow, but they are coming into the grand final looking like the strongest side. That is a statement performance in the second semi-final of today. They had to wait so long, longer than anybody, to get into the semi-final, and they were able to come in with a performance like that. Upsetting, you must say, the favorites of the competition. Marcos coming in as a team that were flawless throughout the regular stage. They were unbeaten on overpass. Well, they just got beat 16-2, and they got handed a huge defeat, 16-6, on a curveball ancient pick, and they are out of the competition in the semi-finals. It's God's Reign heading to the grand final.
16-2 on their opponent's map pick, and then winning 14 in a row on map number 2. Like, listen, this might be perhaps one of the most emphatic wins we've seen thus far across not just the playoffs but the group stages as well. What a showing coming out from the side of God's Reign. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, incredible work indeed coming in from this, but lots to break down, lots to talk about from the analyst desk. I'm sure they'll be preparing a lot of notes into that, but not a lot of rounds to research, not a lot of rounds to go in depth on. I think with that kind of performance in God's Reign, they might have made the analysts work a little bit easier, Blah.
I do, like, we did see the Revenant guys just watching the way this game unfolded, and I'm sure they're going to be up a few extra hours tonight just prepping for the way God's Reign have played thus far, because from looking from what we've seen so far, we've been talking about Ancient being a bit of a question mark. They look fantastic. Overpass, they just destroyed the best team in Overpass in this tournament. They suddenly look like the favorites, which is kind of mental.
Yeah, it is absolutely mental, but what a performance from God's Reign. They take it 2-0 and head into the grand final. Time to hear from our analyst desk.
Well, thank you, boys. Thank you so much. That was some match, to say the least. We've seen some impeccable matchups here, and this was something out of the ordinary. Incredible stuff there from God's Reign, and you know why. Everybody was out there chanting their names, and of course, a big heartbreak right here for Marcos Gaming. Well, the journey for Marcos Gaming comes to an end right here on this very platform. I would be very happy to bring with me to the center the IGL from both the teams to have a quick chat. From Marcos Gaming, Defaulter, if you can please join us, and from God's Reign, Crazy Gamer. Bro, there's a mic for you there. Crazy Gamer, if I can please invite you to join me in the center with the mic. Thank you. Well, the journey for the boys comes to an end here, and it was a heartbreaking one. I mean, I'll not sugarcoat it for you out there. What was happening in map number 1 especially, we saw a lot of decisions not panning out properly. What was really going on?
Congrats to them. And it's a defeat, we accept it because we played well. The journey is long, so nothing to be disappointed. We are proud of where we are, and I'm really proud of my boys. And thank you for the support, everyone.
Yeah, man, come on. You should be proud of the fact that you've made it to India's biggest esports tournament to this stage, and I think that's the testament to the mettle that your team carries. But coming over to the boys that have done phenomenal, the black and the blue has worked really well for you. Oh, that did rhyme. But, I mean, what do you call that performance? What was that?
I'll just say one thing. ये सब ना ये बंदे की वजह से, ये बंदा जो हमारा कोच है, वो बंदा इंडिया के बाहर रहता है, इसलिए वो आ नहीं पाया, बट इसने जितना एफर्ट डाला है ना यार, अनबिलीवेबल है यार, इसके वजह से हम लोग आज जीते.
I mean, honestly, I would really like to know, did nobody tell you that this is not a warm-up match, this is the semi-finals?
No, we were pretty confident before the match too, so I told them, like, just go and take your fights, we'll win easily, bro, because we were extremely confident about this match, and we are confident about tomorrow too. So we're going to win 2-0 tomorrow also.
I mean, map number 1 was all about confidence and sheer dominance from God's Reign here. But talking about map number 2, there seemed like when we started, the rounds were looking like that you actually can pull off a comeback there. But then again, what went wrong?
I think they started playing fast and we could not hold our sides. And on the T side, we think we didn't do much because they really played the gambles well, and I think that's the reason of our defeat.
I mean, honestly, in every game out there, there are negatives and there are positives. I'm sure there are some positives that you'll be happy to take back home. Can you tell us some?
I think the journey has been a long one with many ups and downs. Without a proper boot camp, we used to go to cafe. We stayed in an Airbnb for 2 months. All that hardship without a coach, and the players are also new to this stage. We topped the league. I'm very proud of them. I'm very proud of everyone. It's nothing to be ashamed losing to a semi-final to a good team. Maybe next time we will defeat them and we'll qualify for the finals. That's it. Thank you.
Hey man, that's the spirit, brother. One last question to you. What are the big positives that you're going to take forward to the finals tomorrow? You know you're meeting a team that has made upsets their second nature. But of course, your team is not less than anybody else's. So some positives that you would want to roll over from the semi-finals to the finals.
I'm happy that my players are pretty confident and they are playing with that confidence. And see, they are trusting in my calls and it's working for us. So we're going to win tomorrow for sure, man.
Well, if you want to make calls, this is the man to make the calls, isn't it? Ladies and gentlemen, one last time this evening on this stage, please put your hands together for the boys on the right, Marcos Gaming. Let's put our hands together.
One more thing, guys. One more thing. He's like a brother to me. Well played, Marcos.
Hey, man.
And guys, give it up
All
for
yours.
them, guys. Give it up for
Thank you,
Marcos.
thank you. That's the spirit. And of course, you cannot take this night away from the gods themselves. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for God's Reign! Awesome, dude. This has been fantastic. All right, I'm going to get to our analyst to break this down for you, and then... All right, I mean, there's nothing left for the analyst to say, to be honest. So I'm going to steal your thunder, boys, if you don't mind that. Thank you so much to Bangalore for stepping up, turning out, and making our day special. Of course, we'd like to thank all our partners who made this possible. Powered by partners AMD Windows 11, co-powered by Flipkart, Peripherals Partner Zebronics, our broadcast partner Loco, and of course, everybody in this stadium. We know it's been a long, long day. Thank you so much for being here and supporting your favorite teams. Bangalore, it was not possible without you. India's biggest esports tournament, and the first time it's happening in a stadium. You all made it possible. Thank you so much for all the love and the support that you guys have shown us. So that's about it from this semi-final day here. Do join us back tomorrow because it's not over. You know we've got the big finals where God's Reign will be meeting Revenant Esports. And of course, we've got a special performance from Mortal and Karma coming in. And we also have influencers show matchup for you tomorrow as well. Lots of excitement in store for you. So do join us back tomorrow right here in the same place in this beautiful Kormangala Indoor Stadium. Till then, take it easy. My name is Ravin Kundu. It was a pleasure to be your host. Bangalore, thank you so much for being such a fabulous audience. One last time this evening, put your hands together for yourself for being such lovely people. Thank you so much. God bless you all. We'll see you all tomorrow. This is it from Skyesports Masters 2023, baby. Kal milte hain. Bye-bye.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up. Get your weapon, get your blade out. Damage, then you gon' pay up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up, way up. Yo, once I get a taste, then it's impossible to stop, stop.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up, way up. Yo, crank that volume, crank that volume, crank that.
Crank that volume, turn it way up, way up.
Yo, crank that volume, turn it way up, way up.
With your pretty eyes, you wanna be done. Cause you and I are the secret. Feel my drift against your skin. Cause honestly, let's hold far back. This is so real. Just you and me, let's escape, girl, tonight. Do it like that. Okay. Please, best guy, don't stop. Please. Please, best guy, don't stop. Please. Do it like that. Okay. Please, best guy, don't stop. Please. Please.
I could set you free, show you what this world can really be. Here with me, I could set you free of the pain and misery and let you be. Here with me, I could set you free. I could set you free. I could set you free.